The plot of this film is purely fictitious. Please do not take it seriously, and please do not imitate it. Any similarity is purely coincidental. Thank you for your support. Your likes and subscriptions are the motivation for my updates. Chapter 1 Gourmet and Another World. Phew! It's finally done! Chun-Yu, who was leaning over his desk and working on the computer for more than 3 hours, breathed a sigh of relief. Chun-Yu is a famous gourmet chef nowadays. In addition to sharing some food-making videos, I also travel around, looking for local food in different cities, and shoot videos to upload to the internet. What Chun-Yu edited today was mainly material he shot in Chengdu 2 days ago. From Sichuan hot pot to Chuan Go's food. Chun-Yu was very satisfied with the food and the photos he took. I hope everyone will be satisfied with this vlog. Chun-Yu rechecked the video he had edited and found no problems. So he clicked upload. When the work is over, it's time for rest. It's only 3 o'clock. Let's order some fresh food to come to your door. Play some games, and reward yourself with a delicious meal in the evening. It's another beautiful day that lives up to the delicious food. Chun-Yu stretched out happily. Seasonal vegetables, seafood, chicken. Chun-Yu quickly placed an order on his mobile phone and set it to be delivered in an hour. These were the ingredients for the chowder he was going to make that night. After everything was ready, Chun-Yu opened the Steam platform on his computer and selected among the many green game discount tags. Land of Miracles. A game I've never heard of. Let's take a look. Fully immersive game. Fantasy background. Real physics engine. Fully open world. It seems to have just been released today. I haven't heard of such a AAA masterpiece at all. Did you say it's because you've been too busy lately? Chun-Yu didn't hesitate much. Clicked on the game download, and casually connected the computer to his new immersive game cabin. Nowadays, 7G technology is officially fully popularized. It is precisely because of the maturation of network and peripheral technologies that fully immersive gaming, a concept that has long existed only in science fiction works, has finally officially taken root in reality. As a young man who loves to try new things, Chun-Yu naturally bought the immersive game cabin early and became one of the first to try it out. Within a few minutes, the download and installation of Land of Miracles was completed. In fact, based on the current 7G network speed, no matter how big the game is, it can be downloaded quickly. After setting the automatic wake up after an hour, Chun-Yu laid down in the game cabin. After the brain-computer connection was completed, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and Chun-Yu's consciousness was officially immersed in the game world of Land of Miracles. But what he didn't notice was that on the Steam platform, after he completed the download, the total number of downloads of the Miracle Land game jumped from 0 to 1. At the same time, after Chun-Yu entered that world, the game interface of Land of Miracles suddenly disappeared from the Steam platform and could no longer be found, as if this game had never appeared in the world. In the game, come here and pinch your face. Do you want to pinch an ancient god? Forget it. Just use the game cabin to scan my own body values. Oh, there is also a one-click beautification of appearance. Click it, and no one will mind. Become more handsome yourself. Body data is generated simultaneously. The name will be chosen randomly by the system. Names are randomly generated for Dorn. After the character creation was completed, Chun-Yu was officially loaded into the Land of Miracles, a vast grassland with rich water and grass, and a clear winding river not far away. The sun was warm, and the sky was blue, with only a few light clouds hanging on it. This is the scene Chun-Yu saw when he first entered the Land of Miracles. After moving around casually and taking a deep breath, Chun-Yu smelled the smell of grass and earth. Isn't it too real? Every detail is the same as the real world. If I didn't know that I was playing a game, I would have thought I had traveled through time. Chun-Yu was full of praise for the current game effect. However, before he could explore the surroundings of this grassland, he received a system prompt. Novice Combat Tutorial. In this battle, players can experience different professions in the game and confirm their choice of one profession as the main development direction. During the Novice Combat Tutorial, you are not allowed to leave the 500-meter radius of your birthplace. First, let players familiarize themselves with the combat mechanism and choose a profession through Novice Combat. Chun-Yu nodded. As a game enthusiast, he was not surprised by this development. As the system prompt ended, a rabbit appeared out of thin air within Chun-Yu's field of vision. It should be considered a rabbit. It is twice the size of a normal rabbit. It has a horn on its forehead, long ears hanging down, and is covered in cherry pink lustrous down. It is a ball of plush, And its body looks very, plump. Since I can't see the name of the monster, I'll call it Jackalope for the time being. You can also see a health bar on the head of the Jackalope, with 100 points of blood. This should be the monster from the novice tutorial. It looks very cute, but I don't know if it can be eaten. Chinyu looked at the horned rabbit up and down with the same eye he usually used to look at ingredients. At the same time, he could also start choosing a career. The first profession Chinyu chose was assassin, a traditional profession known for its agility attributes. The next second after confirming the experienced profession, Chinyu had 2 more short daggers in his hands. At the same time, he could clearly feel that his body seemed to become lighter, and his mobility was greatly increased. My knife is a poisonous blade coated with poison. Chinyu put on an attack stance. The Jackalope was not to be outdone. It raised its head and horns and rushed towards Chinyu. It jumped into the air when it was still 5 or 6 meters away, and the long horns on its head stabbed straight at him. Relying on the high agility of the assassin profession, Chinyu was a sliding tackle when he came up, while sliding under the Jackalope to avoid the thrust. He also swung the dagger with ease, instantly cutting open the Jackalope's belly. Snapped. This cute-looking novice monster fell to the ground stiffly, and its 100 health points were instantly cleared. That's it? Chinyu took back the dagger with satisfaction. The battle is over. The system pops up a prompt. Do you want to confirm your career? Of course. Chinyu chose no. He must have tried a few more professions before making the final choice. So Chinyu started to experience the profession again. This time, he chose the indomitable berserker profession. As his choice ended, a dazzling white light burst out from the horned rabbit on the ground, which had been disemboweled and could no longer die. After the light faded, the Jackalope resurrected on the spot. The battle started again, and the cute stuffed Jackalope once again rushed towards Chinyu with its horns raised. Chinyu, who was already a berserk warrior, actively fought against him with 2 rather barbaric-looking battle axes. As Jackalope died and resurrected again and again, Chinyu's profession also changed again and again. Warrior, Ranger, Hunter, Paladin, Thief, Bard. At the end of the experience, Chinyu's choice fell on another traditional profession, a mage. With the selection confirmed, the harp in Chinyu's hand that belonged to the bard transformed into a short wooden staff. Jackalope, who had been resurrected countless times, waited earnestly for Chinyu to complete his preparations before charging forward in earnest again. Fireball! After a brief magic chant, the short wooden wand flashed with red light, and a medium-sized fireball flew out and hit the sprinting Jackalope. The blood volume of 100 points bottomed out again without any suspense. After all, it is a monster that appears in the novice tutorial, and the Jackalope is too weak. The flames were still burning on the dead Jackalope, and the original pink down had been burnt black. After a while, the unique smell of roasting meat gradually filled the air. Poor Jackalope. You're damned. Foo-foo, it smells so good. Chinyu couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. This rabbit is indeed edible. Right? While Chinyu was still thinking about it, the system prompt appeared again. Do you want to confirm your career? This time, Chinyu chose yes. He has almost experienced all the professions that he should experience, and he already has a profession in his heart that he wants to choose, and that is the mage. In Chinyu's opinion, if you are a master and practice your skills at the back, there is no problem that one fireball cannot solve. If there is, just use a few more. Enter career confirmation. However, before confirming, there is one more thing to do, which is to allocate attribute talents with an initial value of 100 points in the personal attribute interface. The setting of this game is such that if players want to finally confirm their profession, they must have attribute talents that meet the requirements of that profession. The attribute talents are fixed and cannot be changed once determined. When the character upgrades in the future, corresponding attribute points will be obtained based on the character's corresponding combat-related attribute talent points. Simply put, the higher the initial talent, the higher the actual attributes obtained by upgrading. As for the early career choices, for example, if you want to choose an assassin, you must have more than 60 points of agility attribute talent initially, and the remaining 40 points can be distributed freely. If you want to choose a berserker, you must have an initial attack talent of more than 60 points. If you choose a warrior, you must have an initial talent of more than 60 points. Attack talent points are above 30 points. Defense talent points are above 30 points. There is nothing wrong with this setting in Chinyu's opinion. Chinyu opened his personal attribute page to hit points. At the same time, the Jackalope beside him was still in the state of being killed by the mage. The residual power of the fireball technique was still roasting the rabbit meat, and the aroma of barbecue in the air seemed to be stronger. It's getting more and more fragrant. It seems that the meat of this rabbit is very suitable for barbecue. Let's take a look. If you want to choose a mage, you need 60 points of mental power. The remaining 40 points can be casual. What is this? When Xinyu was about to click on the first mental power attribute point, he stopped his hand, because he saw a second attribute column next to the combat attribute column in his personal attributes. Life attributes. Out of curiosity, Xinyu clicked on it. Its attributes include painting, poetry, music, cast iron, farming, hunting. They are all life-related skills. These life attributes are the same as combat attributes, and any extra points will be deducted from the initial 100 talent points. For some special professions, such as bards, the prerequisites for career selection are at least 40 spiritual power talent points and at least 20 poetry talent points. In other words, these life attributes in the game are most likely to serve these special professions. Moreover, as a game that focuses on combat, the setting is biased towards combat attributes. So as the level increases, the combat attributes obtained by the character will continue to increase, and there is no upper limit. But the life attributes are different, with an upper limit of 100 points. In other words, the attributes will be the same as the number of points added to the talent in the early stage. The life attributes will not increase as the character level increases. There are also housekeeping attributes. Is this also considered a life skill? Oh, one of the professions I have experienced before is called combat maid. I guess I need to add some housekeeping. Xinyu glanced at the life attribute column and felt a little boring. In general, life attributes do not improve combat effectiveness at all. If you don't play a special profession, you would be a fool to click on these. After Xinyu came to such a simple conclusion, he was ready to return to combat attributes to complete Master FA's points. But in the next second, his choice suddenly came to a halt, and he even wanted to take back the conclusion he had just come to. Only fools click on these, because he saw such a cooking skill in the attributes of life. Chapter 2 Shredded Roasted Rabbit. The attribute of cooking skills is very attractive to Xinyu, who loves food. How can it be more fun to fight monsters and level up than to cook? Who said you have to fight and kill to play games? Wouldn't it be great to be a lifestyle player? Smells. I mean, the smell of roasted rabbit meat using the fireball technique is so delicious now. Looking at the cooking skills in front of him, and at the same time his nose was filled with the aroma of roasting meat, Xinyu gradually had a bold idea in his heart. It's about playing games anyway, and having fun is the most important thing. After making up his mind, Xinyu first chose to return to the professional experience session, since he has not yet completed adding attribute points. Returning to the previous process is smooth. The jackalope, which had almost turned into a dish, once again glowed with white light, and the dead came to life and resurrected in place. The role Xinyu experienced was still a mage. However, this time, Xinyu did not use the fireball technique again, roughly burning ingredients with flames. This primitive and rough cooking method does not conform to Xinyu's aesthetic taste for food at all. Not taking the ingredients seriously is disrespecting the food. Therefore, Xinyu chose to use Arcane Impact, another pure energy attack skill of the mage profession, to directly kill the horned rabbit. After the battle, Xinyu ignored the system prompts and continued to maintain the experience of the mage profession. He skillfully picked up the jackalope and walked to the river to handle it. The end of the mage's short wooden cane was slightly sharp, so Xinyu used it to assist in skinning and slicing open the abdominal cavity of the jackalope. Although there is no knife that is easy to use, Xinyu is an old gourmet chef after all. He is very good at handling ingredients. He has done things like butchering animals. In 15 or 6 minutes, the cherry pink horned rabbit's fur was intact. Peel it off. After carefully cleaning the jackalope meat, Xinyu collected enough hay and branches nearby, and built the prototype of a bonfire with the help of stones picked up from the river. Fireball! After a brief magical chant, the bonfire was successfully lit. I wonder if after filling up the cooking attribute points, it will have any additional effect on my cooking in the game world. For example, the dishes I cook will glow, and my clothes will burst after eating. After obtaining the fire source, Xinyu entered his attribute panel again, opened the life attribute column, and added all 100 attribute points without hesitation. This was the end of his second experience of the mage profession. System prompt. Since the player has an initial 100 points of cooking attributes, he will obtain the following skills. Ingredients intuition. Players can identify the characteristics of any food just by intuition. After spending all the initial attribute points, you only get a passive skill that is not helpful in combat. If you are an ordinary player, you can almost delete the file and restart it at this time. But for Chinyu, who regards food as his highest pursuit in life, such an exchange is not only not a loss, it is even profitable. For a chef, understanding the characteristics of ingredients is definitely one of the most important things. After acquiring the skill, Chinyu immediately looked at the rabbit meat in his hand. His chef's intuition told him that this rabbit meat was indeed an edible ingredient, and it was also a top-notch ingredient that was rated S. S-level ingredients? It's so strong. It feels like a novice tutorial giving a magic weapon. Chinyu was looking forward to the taste of the horned rabbit meat after carefully cooking it. After appraising the quality of the horned rabbit meat, Chinyu raised his head and looked around. After obtaining ingredients intuition, he could clearly know by intuition alone that there were many things that could be used on this green grassland. Let me see. This one can be used as ginger. This one is wild garlic. Oh, that's good. And there are wild peppers. These can be used as condiments for marinating rabbit meat. Just as he said, Chinyu rolled up his sleeves and plucked out all the wild condiments within 500 meters of his field of vision. However, since there are no kitchen utensils, Chinyu could only use a more natural way to handle the ingredients such as ginger, garlic, and pepper. He placed the horned rabbit meat on a large, washed broadleaf, crushed the fresh condiments with equally washed pebbles, covered them all with the rabbit meat, and let it rest to ensure that it was marinated and flavorful. After waiting for a long enough time, Chinyu used tamarisk branches to skewer the marinated rabbit meat and officially started grilling it. I have to say that this jackrabbit meat is worthy of being an S-level ingredient. It is plump enough and has just the right amount of fat. No, it is the golden ratio suitable for barbecue. Not long after the meat was cooked, it made a sizzling sound. The hot oil slowly slid down the lines of the plump rabbit meat. Chinyu was fascinated by the sight. This is simply the art of cooking. Don't rush the process of roasting rabbit meat. You need to roast it over low heat until the skin is dry, so as to ensure that the roasted rabbit meat is truly charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Therefore, Chinyu sat patiently by the campfire, carefully observing the heating of every part of the rabbit meat, turning it over at the right time, and using a small brush made of washed grass leaves to dip in the remaining ginger. Brush the garlic chili sauce evenly over the rabbit meat. With rich cooking experience in reality, and a 100-point bonus to his cooking skills in the game, Chinyu's current cooking level is at its peak. After a long time like this, Chinyu took the rabbit meat, which had been roasted until golden brown and exuded a charming aroma, from the campfire. It's finally roasted. This is S-level top ingredient. I hope I can live up to it. After taking a deep breath of the aroma of the barbecue, Chinyu didn't care about burning it. He tore off a rabbit leg and took a big bite. After taking this bite, my mouth was filled with a burning feeling, and an indescribable feeling of happiness arose spontaneously. After the rabbit meat has been cooked over charcoal fire, it is already full of aroma, and it is enhanced by the flavor of ginger, garlic and chili, making it even more delicious. Smooth, tender, crispy, salty, spicy and other wonderful tastes tumble in your mouth in an instant. At the same time, Chinyu's passive skill, ingredients intuition, is still effective for the finished dishes. While tasting the top delicacies, his taste buds and brain are climaxing together. He can clearly identify that the grade of this hand-shredded roast rabbit is SS class. In other words, with S-level ingredients and extremely crude and simple condiments, Chinyu relied on his cooking skills to raise the final dish to a higher level. I didn't expect that the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my life was the rabbit meat I grilled myself in the game world. For a moment, Chinyu wanted to cry. He was so moved by the rabbit meat he grilled that he wanted to cry. After swallowing the first mouthful, there was the second mouthful, the third mouthful. The jackalope was not small in size, but Chinyu also had a big appetite for food. After a meal, all that was left of the jackalope was a clean skeleton. It was only after he was full that Chinyu noticed that he had ignored a system prompt. Attribute points have been added. The current player has no profession. Do you want to end the novice combat tutorial? This reminder appeared after Chinyu clicked 100 cooking attribute points. But at that time Chinyu was addicted to cooking, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Since there is no corresponding profession for 100 cooking points, Chinyu cannot obtain any professional skills now. But this is not a big problem. In Qinyu's opinion, if he could eat the hand-shredded roast rabbit just now, he would have made enough money playing this game. Moreover, Qinyu had already learned in the previous process that the game, Land of Miracles, allows a non-professional start. And even if there is no profession, after the novice battle is over, players will get several common combat skills to ensure the development of the future game process. Hiccup. Qinyu gave a happy burp and ended the novice combat tutorial with satisfaction. System prompt. Players are asked to provide Jackalope Rabbit Corpse to end the tutorial. Qinyu? Wait a minute. What the H.L. Chapter 3 Title Bearers and Title Skills. These things should also be considered the carcasses of jackalopes, right? After a moment of silence, Qinyu looked guiltily at the fan rabbit skins and the skeleton with no trace of flesh left on the ground. System prompt. Players are asked to provide the complete Jackalope Rabbit Corpse to end the tutorial. Complete, can I submit the portion in my stomach? Although the first bite of rabbit meat has probably been transformed into excrement by now. System prompt. Players are asked to provide the complete Jackalope Rabbit Corpse to end the tutorial. Well, it seems not possible. Faced with the embarrassing situation in front of him, Qinyu was speechless and wanted to simply return to the professional experience session, revive the dead horned rabbit that had been sacrificed in the Five Zong Temple, and fight again. But this idea was not implemented, because Qinyu was surprised to find that because he had confirmed the addition of initial attribute points, he could no longer return to the previous step of the process. System prompt. Players are asked to provide the complete Jackalope Rabbit Corpse to end the tutorial. Damn it. Something went wrong. Well, if nothing else happens, I should be out of gear now. Right. In your tutorial, you didn't mention in advance that you would leave the whole carcass of the jackalope. Had the developers of this game not considered that players might roast and eat the monsters in the novice tutorial? Ugh, garbage game. System prompt. Players are asked to provide the complete Jackalope Rabbit Corpse to end the tutorial. System prompt. Please provide the complete Jackalope Rabbit Corpse for uu.by/. System prompts. Pif_T, NST at C1 by Quaiga. No. Isn't it just eating a rabbit in the novice tutorial? As for directly garbled code? The current situation left Qinyu feeling deeply speechless. At the moment, there seems to be no other solution except deleting the file and reopening it. Just when Qinyu was about to open the system panel and exit the game, the system prompts changed. System prompt. It's unimaginable that you can actually cook and eat the tutorial monsters. Congratulations on winning the title, V9 Wupa 2. Obtain title skills. Predator, not upgradable, whenever you eat monster dishes. There is a certain probability of getting a certain degree of enhancement of your own attributes. The higher the level of the dish, the higher the probability. Synchronic stomach bag, not upgradable, whenever you eat a monster dish. There is a certain probability of obtaining the skills carried by the food monster. The higher the level of the dish, the higher the probability. System prompt. The Predator effect is triggered, and the attack, agility, and mental attributes are enhanced. System prompt. The effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered, and the skill, Lucky Rabbit Foot, not upgradable, is obtained. Titles and title skills? Predator and Synchro Stomach both look very strong. To put it simply, the more you eat, the stronger you become. It seems to suit my appearance. The unexpected title and 2 title skills made Qinyu, who was at a loss just now, very satisfied. Before downloading Land of Miracles, Qinyu had seen it in the introduction of the game. This game has a title setting. Players who complete certain demanding requirements or complete some events that others cannot complete may receive a unique title and gain title skills corresponding to the title. For example, if a player collects a certain number of SSS level props in the game, he may unlock the Collector title. If a player defeats a certain number of SSS level monsters alone, he may unlock the title of Demon Hunter. And so on. Judging from the game introduction, generally only top players and purebred European emperors can unlock it. Qinyu probably got a title that was unique to him because he cooked and eaten the monsters in the novice tutorial, which was such a big thing that even the game developers did not expect. However, Qinyu's current title is a string of garbled characters, and perhaps the game developers have not thought of a more appropriate name for him. Let me see. My title is currently in a state where I can edit it by myself. It's okay to give yourself a title. Qinyu didn't think much, deleted the garbled characters in the title box, and re-edited it to Chinese player. In Qinyu's opinion, after seeing the plump jackalope, The average player from China should be more or less curious about whether this thing can be eaten. And he just happened to have the conditions to put this curiosity into practice. System prompts. The title editing is completed. The submission of Jackalope Corpse failed. The novice combat tutorial failed. The acquisition of combat skills failed. And the tutorial is forced to end. I wish you a happy game. It's okay to fail the novice tutorial. Although there were some accidents. Chinyu finally finished the novice tutorial. After that, the first thing he did was to open his properties panel to see. Name, Dawn. Level, LV0. Title, Chinese player. Skills, Lucky Rabbit's Foot. Predator. Synchronic Stomach. Food Intuition. The effect of Lucky Rabbit's Foot is described as, Lucky Rabbit's Foot will bless you. What is the effect of this unexplained skill? Increase my luck? But speaking of it, the jackalope kept dying and coming back to life in the novice tutorial. Was whipped repeatedly, and was finally made into a hand-pulled roast. Rabbit meat doesn't seem to be lucky at all. Right. Let's look at the 5 dimensions related to combat in Chinyu's game: attack, defense, physical fitness, agility, and mental strength. Chinyu's agility is 2. His attack and mental strength are both 1. And his defense and constitution are 0 points. This poor 4-point attribute was probably obtained by triggering the predator effect after eating SS-level hand-shredded roast rabbit meat. The blood volume is 100 points. The mana volume is 55 points. And there is no professional bonus effect. Among them, the amount of mana is directly linked to mental power in the game, rising from the initial 50 to 55 points. Generally speaking, Chinyu's current combat power is almost as strong as a horned rabbit. I can't even count as a 5 scum player on this panel. Right. If I hadn't gotten 3 powerful title skills by accident, I would have been a field cook forever. But for me personally, being a logistics person, the staff is also very good. After finishing the novice tutorial, the game no longer has any task prompts. And the 500-meter radius limit of the activity range has also disappeared. The huge land of miracles seems to be open to Chinyu's exploration. Is this a fully open, highly free immersion game? I love it. Now maybe I can choose to find a village or town and get in touch with the NPCs in this game world. After taking the pink fur and horns of the jackalope as trophies, Chinyu explored the grassland for a long time and found a yellow mud path. As long as you keep following the road, you will definitely find a place where people live. With this idea in mind, Chinyu followed the path, identified a direction, and started his aimless adventure. But not long after walking, Chinyu began to realize a problem. Before entering the game, Land of Miracles, I set an hour in the game cabin to automatically wake up. The relationship between time flow in immersive games and the real world is 1-to-1. Why didn't the game cabin wake me up automatically? Is there something wrong? I was so immersed in the game before that I forgot that I ordered takeout in the real world. Now that I think about it, I have been in this game for at least 4 or 5 hours. The delivery boy may have knocked down my door. Chinyu held his forehead, feeling a little ashamed. Then he wanted to quit the game and return to reality. But when Chinyu opened the game system, he discovered a strange fact. The system of this game seems to be inoperable in any other module except for its own personal attribute panel and a personal mailbox with an unknown meaning and no information. Here! Wait a minute! This game! Where is the exit option? Chapter 4: When Players Meet NPC. When he first discovered that there was no exit button in the game, Chinyu was not too panicked. After cursing, "jump game," a few times in my mind, I started looking for other ways to quit. But then something even stranger happened. Not only is there no exit button in the game, but the forced exit system that comes with the game cabin peripheral is also missing. It is usually equipped with immersive games, and there is no artificial intelligence customer service to handle abnormal situations. Chinyu carefully checked each panel of the system again. The result is still the same, except for the personal properties panel and mailbox. The buttons of other modules are like decorations and have no response. Is this a bug? There was nothing. In other words, Chinyu was trapped in the game and completely lost contact with the real world. He was really panicking now. Isn't the current situation that we are completely trapped in the game and can only passively wait for people outside to find out? Hey! Let's do something. Delivery boy. This was Chinyu's first time being trapped in a game. Since he really didn't know what to do, he could only continue to explore the game aimlessly. Chinyu began to walk forward along the yellow mud path. Not long after, I saw a large wheat field. and in the distance I could see the figures of farmers working in the fields. After walking a few steps, a girl wearing a coarse cloth dress and a linen headscarf appeared in front of the road. This is the first NPC that Shinyu has had close contact with in this game. I have to say that the character modeling in this garbage game is really exquisite. Even for such an unimportant looking NPC. The texture of her clothes, the fine sweat on her temples, and the small freckles on her cheeks all look very vivid. No different from real people. Normally, if players saw such vivid NPCs in an immersive game, they would have been dancing around the NPCs. Making faces and rolling around on the floor are easy. But even more extreme are those who take off their pants when they come up. There are many players who try to take off their own pants and those of the other party. However, in most immersive games, taking off your pants is impossible because of policies and some unresolved moral and ethical controversies. Even the very small number of remaining immersive games with adult element labels only dare to play around with this. Moreover, the NPCs in the game are also turning a blind eye to the performance art of players. Ordinary passerby NPCs will only do what they should do and say what they should say as programmed. Normally, Shinyu would tease and tease NPCs, but now he is not in the mood. But what Shinyu didn't expect was that instead of provoking this young girl NPC, she actually turned around and started talking to him. "Sir, why do you keep staring at me?" Shinyu was speechless. Isn't this girl an important character with artificial intelligence in the game? Only in this way can you make reasonable feedback based on your behavior of staring at her for a long time. Just now. However, is this possible? Gentlemen? By the way, what's your name? Shinyu came to his senses. The girl opposite stared at Shinyu suspiciously for a while. And then she finally said, "You can call me Hannah." Miss Hannah, let me ask you a question. How many people are there in your family? Hannah looked at Shinyu with even weirder eyes. She stepped back subconsciously, trying to distance herself from this strange man. There are 3, no. 4 people in the family. I have a brother who is on the night patrol in the village. Captain. Oh. Awesome. Awesome. Chunyu nodded. So is Miss Hannah married? Not yet. Is there anyone you like? This has nothing to do with you. Hannah's expression has changed from suspicion to fear. She now regrets talking to this good-looking man. It's okay. It's okay. Shinyu smiled at the other person, trying to show his harmless side. Then let me ask something else. Where do you live? How many acres of land do you have? How many cows are there? If you don't go away, I'm going to yell. The girl acted very nervous. Really nervous. For a moment, Shinyu had an inexplicable feeling that the person standing opposite him might not be an artificial intelligence NPC composed of code, but a person. A living person. This feeling was so weird that Shinyu couldn't tell whether he was in a game or reality for a while. Don't shout. Don't shout. Chunyu thought for a moment. How about this? Let's do the last test. As he said this, he lowered his head and looked at his pants, and at the same time looked at the hem of Hannah's dress. How about doing some performance art yourself? The girl named Hannah was so frightened by Chinyu's gaze that she couldn't speak clearly and seemed to have forgotten to shout for help. After thinking for a moment, Chinyu withdrew his gaze from Hannah's skirt. At the same time, he gave up the last test, past Hannah's side, and continued to walk forward. Sorry to disturb you. I have other things to be busy with. Goodbye, Hannah. Hannah was stunned on the spot, completely unable to understand the logic of Chinyu's actions. After a while, she breathed a sigh of relief and ran away in the opposite direction of Chinyu in a panic. It's weird, but I can't say why it's weird. I always have the illusion that I'm not playing a game. Judging from the interaction between Chinyu and Hannah just now, in other immersive games, she is definitely an important character loaded with artificial intelligence programs. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter which immersive game is available nowadays, there is no smarter and more vivid character than Hannah. In fact, Hannah feels far more than just an NPC in the game. It is precisely because this girl looks so much like a real person compared to NPCs in other games. Chinyusai felt that maybe it was not appropriate to take off his pants or her skirt. Or, there is another, more absurd possibility. Many light novels start like this. Chinyu added silently in his heart. After walking through the wheat field, Chinyu found a quiet corner where no one was around. At the end of his exchange with Hannah, he got some inspiration and thought of another way to test the game world without having to trouble others. Chinyu lowered his head and reached for his pants. The takeoff was very successful. The taboos of other games are easily broken here. You can actually take off your pants in this rubbish game. Chinyu was silent for a while, then stretched his hand to his underwear. Take a deep breath and pull open a slit in your underwear. What followed was a long silence. Although this method is a bit cumbersome, it can intuitively verify whether the absurd conjecture in Chinyu's mind is correct, let alone a game that is not marked or 18 on the Steam platform. Even the real butter on the market will not behave so realistically. This is no longer a side ball. It is a straight ball that cannot be straighter. Although it sounds outrageous to say, rather than being trapped in a game, I now believe more and more that I may have traveled through time playing a game. Chinyu let out a long sigh, let go of his hand holding his underwear, and silently pulled up his pants. Eden. It is a small and inconspicuous town on this land called Miracle, which belongs to the Dona Empire. It was already late at night, and it was raining heavily. The big raindrops hit the row houses made of gray and white bricks, and finally formed a stream of water on the ground, washing the streets. From time to time, ferocious lightning struck down in the sky, accompanied by loud noises, tearing through the dark night. Chinyu was sitting curled up under the opening of a stone bridge in this town. Chinyu walked all the way to Eden. Along the way, he also met other NPCs. Or rather, other people. Chinyu tried to talk to them one by one, and the result was that everyone he met looked like real people. Or in other words, they were real people. Chinyu is also a veteran who has played many immersive games, so he is very familiar with the effects of current industry technology. The passerby NPC in a real immersive game has only a few repetitive expressions on his face. He only repeats things like, "It's a really nice weather today, isn't it?" And, "What was that sound just now? I hope it's just the wind." Fixed utterances of the class. Sometimes there are even large font card bugs. It's the, "I can tell at a glance that you're not human" type. And what exactly are these in Land of Miracles? Can a data world built from zeros and ones really achieve this level? There is also Xiao Qingyu in his underwear. No matter how he looks or uses it, there is no difference between it and reality. Oh, it means excretion. Is it reasonable that a game character actually needs to excrete? Suppose I really travel through time. What should I do? Chinyu tried to lean back and rest his head on the wall of the bridge, but the cold and wet touch on the back of his head made him very uncomfortable. I can only give up. Assume that you are not trapped in the game now, but have traveled through this game world. Or maybe you simply take part of the game system and travel to a different world. Just like the beginning of many Isekai light novels. Calm down. Calm down. Chinyu reached out and patted his cheek, which was white from the cold. No matter what I'm going through now, the top priority is that I have to survive first. I can't huddle in the bridge hole tomorrow night. It's very damp and cold here, and there's no way to stop the rain. Living in Qiaodong tonight was a helpless move. Chinyu had just arrived at Eden in the evening. After walking around for a few times, it got dark, coupled with the fact that it started to rain again. Chinyu, who had just arrived, had no place to go. A shelter that can protect me from the wind and rain, and a stable source of food. If I can't get these two essential elements for survival in the next 2 or 3 days, I'm not even sure how long I can survive. In this place, which may be a game world or a real other world, the consequences of death are unknown. He might be resurrected like in the game, or he might be dead and everything would be over. Chinyu didn't dare to gamble. So getting food and shelter is the short-term goal Chinyu has set for himself. The heavy rain outside the bridge hole is still raging, and lightning is still tearing up the sky. But after having a goal, the confusion in Chinyu's eyes faded a lot, and his black pupil showed a bit of tenacity. Set a small goal. No matter what. Survive first. Chapter 5 Gonzala's Wishing Restaurant. The next day, Eden's morning market. Farmers and vendors gather here early. Fruits and vegetables stained with morning dew are stacked in various stalls. Occasionally, you can see people dressed as fishermen selling trout and river crabs. Chinyu crossed his arms and walked slowly in the morning market. The early morning sun fell on him, but he couldn't feel the slightest warmth. Now he only feels that his hands and feet are cold. His head is heavy, and his steps are weak. Yes, after being exposed to the wind and rain all night under the bridge. Chinyu, whose physical fitness was comparable to that of a jackalope, fell ill as expected. You look bad. Can you give me an apple? When passing by a fruit stall, The middle-aged stall owner, with a beard, shouted like this. The stall owner used the official Dona language of the Dona Empire. But Chinyu had already discovered when he was wandering around Eden yesterday that he could use this strange language proficiently, and could also read and write Dona characters. The specific reason is unknown. However, Chinyu has a feeling that this language and text recognition ability seems to be incidental to the process of creating a character. Thank you. I don't want it for now. Chinyu looked at the red apple in the stall owner's hand and couldn't help but lick his chapped lips. By the way, Uncle, can you tell me which is the most popular restaurant in Eden? Find a restaurant. Rely on your skills and 100 cooking points. There is no problem in becoming a chef. In this way, at least you can support yourself in this world first. Brother, I guess you are from outside. The most famous restaurant in Eden is probably the Wishing Restaurant in Gonzales. If you want to have a good meal, you can go there. Make-A-Wish Restaurant? Yes, it's a very strange name, isn't it? The stall owner grinned. That guy Gonzales changed his name to a strange name last year. According to him, a wishing goblin lived in his kitchen and wanted to eat just make a wish, and the fairy will make it happen immediately. So magical? If there really was a wish-making fairy in this restaurant, it seems that there would be no need for a cook like myself. But Chinyu is still curious. Is the food cooked by the goblin delicious? How does it compare with your own craftsmanship? Ha ha ha! Of course it's not that magical. The uncle smiled even more happily. These are all lies made up by Gonzales to get more people to eat at his place out of curiosity. But then again, the food there is quite delicious. Coupled with this rumor, more people will go there. That guy is very business-minded, isn't he? Okay, can you tell me how to get to the Wishing Restaurant? Chinyu nodded thoughtfully. Keep walking along this road. And when you reach the end, turn left and you will see it. Thank you, Uncle. A Wish Restaurant. It does sound quite gimmicky. Make-A-Wish Restaurant in Gonzales. The boss, Gonzales, is a sturdy man, wearing a rather revealing vest on his upper body, which directly shows off his toned figure. However, you can see rich lipstick and blush on his face, as well as long eyelashes that are carefully taken care of until they shine. Ruggedness and coquettishness are two completely incompatible qualities. They collide and merge fiercely on him, making it difficult not to leave a deep impression on others. However, people in Edentown seem to have become accustomed to Gonzales' dressing up. Since there is still a long time before lunch, there are no customers in the restaurant. So Gonzales is standing behind the bar, wiping a wine glass out of boredom. At this time, a frail young man wandered in from the door of the store. He had black hair, black eyes, and a pale complexion. He looked depressed, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Hey, this delicate and frail little brother. What would you like to eat? Gonzales greeted enthusiastically with his unique voice that was rough and inexplicably a bit shy of a girl. You are still lacking. The young man with black hair and black eyes held his chest with his hands, but he was still trembling, and it was very difficult for him to speak, as if he was ill. Plop! Before the young man could finish speaking, he fell to the ground. Hey, brother. Gonzales hurriedly ran out from behind the bar. My head is still heavy, but it doesn't seem to be that cold anymore. Chinyu slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was the old wooden ceiling. After looking around again, Chinyu found that he was in a completely unfamiliar room. He was lying on the bed, covered with a clean quilt. The layout of the room is far from luxurious, but it is very exquisite. You can see some exquisite and cute little ornaments on the bedside table, dressing table, and wardrobe. Why am I in a girl's room? Chinyu reluctantly sat up from the bed. At this time, the wooden door on one side opened with a creak, and a strong man, who looked to be over 190 meters tall, walked in, carefully carrying a pottery bowl. What did not match the strong figure was the heavy, feminine makeup on his face. This combination of strong and gorgeous gave Chinyu a strong sense of shock when he just woke up. Fortunately, there are all kinds of people on the earth, and others are free to dress up however they want. Chinyu quickly adapted to the King Kong Barbie, or Barbie King Kong, in front of him. I hate it, little brother. This is my boudoir, the strongman said. For some reason, he seemed very happy to hear Chinyu's words. Your boudoir? Chinyu looked at the strongman up and down. He vaguely remembered that when he stepped into the wishing kitchen, he vaguely saw the person in front of him. Mr. Gonzales? That's right. That's me. You don't need to be acquainted with me, little brother. I like young people like you who look fragile. You can just call me Maria. Gonzalez sat down next to Chinyu with a smile. Maria, this is obviously a girl's name. Right. Okay. Mr. Gonzalez. Oh ho ho. Gonzalez covered his mouth and snickered, but did not continue the above topic. Brother, you are on the second floor of my restaurant now. By the way, I don't know what your name is. Name? My name is Dorn. Well, my name is Dorn. For the Dorna language, the pronunciation of Chinyu is undoubtedly awkward and strange. To be on the safe side, using the name Dorn given by the system can undoubtedly avoid a lot of trouble. From today on, my name is Dorn, although the name is just a code name. He may be in a different world now, and he can be called whatever he wants. But just thinking about it this way, Chinyu. No. Dorn felt a little inexplicably sad, as if he had officially said goodbye to the past. Brother Dorn? Sorry. I just thought of something else. It doesn't matter. I like boys who can think seriously. By the way, why did you come to me? You didn't look like you were coming for dinner yesterday morning. Yesterday? I've been sleeping all day? Yes. I asked the doctor to check on you last night. He said that your body is fine, but you are a little weak. You will recover after resting and recuperating. In other words, Gonzalez not only took care of himself when he fainted, but also took the initiative to call a doctor for himself. To do this to a complete stranger. This tough guy is really a good person. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Well, yesterday I came to the Wishing Kitchen to ask if you still need help here, such as cooking or something. That's it. Gonzalez put his thick fingers on his chin as if thinking. It's not necessary to cook, but I'm really short of someone to help entertain the guests. Do you want to work here? Well, yes. Don nodded without hesitation. Although Don's original intention was to be a chef. In fact, as long as he had food and shelter, he could do anything. And with his skills, as long as he finds an opportunity to show off his skills, I believe it will not be difficult to switch from a receptionist to a chef. Okay. I like boys who are willing to work hard. Then from today on, we are good partners. Gonzalez winked at Don. When you fainted in front of my store yesterday, but it scared me. Fortunately, I'm awake now. Let's drink some porridge. Open your mouth and I'll feed you. Low. No need, thank you. Although Mr. Gonzalez's sudden and enthusiastic request for feeding frightened Don, his gratitude to the strong man came from the bottom of his heart. Without Gonzalez, it would be a question of whether Don could wake up after fainting, since he had been hungry for a long time and his body's need for food after being sick. Don did not show any pretense and took the pottery bowl from Gonzalez's hand. This is a bowl of cured meat porridge, which seems to be made with only white rice and a kind of cured meat. The porridge is very sticky, steaming, and looks pretty good. It seems to be very suitable for the patient Don. The taste is just so. The bacon in the porridge is moderately salty and very elastic, against the background of the flavor of marinated meat. The white rice, which should have been bland in taste, also gained a bit of flavor. Based on Dorn's feeling, I can give the dish a C-level rating. Due to Dorn's intuition of ingredients, he can also grade the dishes. The lowest grade is F grade. In Dorn's opinion, this grade of food is equivalent to pig food. Further up is the E grade, which is unpalatable and difficult to swallow. Grade D, barely edible. Grade C, the taste is acceptable. Of course, this is the subjective feeling of a person like Dorn, who has 100 points of cooking skills. Ordinary people are definitely not so harsh on food. When Dorn was wandering around Eden City yesterday and this morning, he also saw a lot of food. Just by looking at it, he could tell that most of these foods were of F and E levels. Even D levels were rare. But everyone's still eating with gusto. Therefore, for ordinary people, C-level dishes should already be rare and delicious. After eating a bowl of bacon porridge, Dorn regained some energy and strength. System prompt, Predator, effect is triggered. Physical attributes are enhanced. Dorn opened his attribute panel, and his physique had indeed increased a bit. And even his blood volume had reached 110. It seems that this bowl of bacon porridge is also a monster dish. What an unexpected surprise. Dorn turned over the porridge in his hand and used a spoon to find some marinated meat. Based on ingredients intuition, Don quickly obtained information related to this piece of cured meat. Mr. Gonzalez, please tell me what this bacon porridge is made of. Don asked knowingly. What is it made of? I don't know either. Gonzalez was a little confused by this sudden question. Then who made this bacon porridge? This. Gonzalez hesitated, then smiled bitterly. Originally, since you want to work here, I should explain these things clearly to you. But you won't know how to tell me this matter. I believe it. The wishing fairy? So you've heard people in the town tell a very bizarre story. Right. Everyone has always regarded what I said as a joke. Gonzalez scratched his head, with a complicated expression on his face. Judging from his reaction, Don felt that the wishing fairy thing might not be as simple as a marketing ploy. Chapter 6: The Invisible Wishing Fairy. The wishing fairy who lives here cannot be seen. Gonzalez started it like this, which was a bit like telling an urban legend. The thing is like this. Last winter, because the business in the store was getting better and better, I posted a notice asking for help at the door of the store. And then I received this. As Gonzalez spoke, he rummaged through his cabinet, took out 2 notes, and handed one of them to Dorn's eyes. I know how to cook. Can you let me help in your shop? There is this sentence on the note. The word Donna. The handwriting is very elegant, like a girl's handwriting. This note appeared on my counter out of nowhere. From that day on, this invisible goblin became my chef. As long as I told the kitchen what I wanted to cook, it would be done. Gonzalez continued to recall. I later received a second note from the leprechaun. Mr. Gonzalez, if you are satisfied with my workmanship, I will stay and work here from now on. I don't need you to pay me wages, but I will consume a certain amount of food every day, and please prepare a clean room for me. So, you reserved a room for goblins? Dom glanced at the note. Yes. It's at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Then have you ever gone in? Of course not. Although the rooms here belong to me. Since the room is used by the goblin, it would be very rude to enter without permission. Okay. In other words, Mr. Gonzalez, you have never seen the goblin so far. Right. That's right. Although people were a little scared at first. But as time went by, I found that this goblin not only completed every dish carefully, but also tasted very good. He is a rare work partner. Gonzalez held his face in his hands, and his face turned red inexplicably when he talked about the excitement. You blush like a bubble teapot. Dorn covered his face and had to say that this tough guy had a really big heart. Mr. Gonzalez, can you take me to the kitchen? Don thought for a moment and said, as soon as these words came out. Gonzalez looked very surprised. Brother Dorn, do you believe what I said? Most people will pat my shoulders and laugh after hearing what I said. Don shrugged noncommittally. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Dorn can still travel through time even if he plays a game. Even if the setting of an invisible goblin who could cook was true, it wouldn't be difficult for Dorn to accept it. After staring at Dorn for a while, Gonzalez spoke again. Of course it's okay to look at the kitchen, but the goblin won't cook when others enter the kitchen, and will only take the cooked dishes directly. Leave it at the food outlet for me to take. Alas, it's because of this that the people in the town still don't believe what I said. Indeed, if the so-called wishing elf cannot be seen, and is unwilling to cook in front of others, the existence of the elf cannot be proven. It's no wonder locals took Gonzalez's words as a joke or a propaganda tool. It's okay. I just want to take a look at the kitchen and familiarize myself with the future working environment. For Dorn, whether he could see this so-called goblin was secondary. The most important thing was to find the monster ingredients used in this bowl of bacon porridge in the kitchen. For Don, who has intuition for ingredients, it is not difficult to do this. Then it was time to ask Mr. Gonzalez about the source of the monster ingredients and try to use them to make new dishes. Although I don't know whether Predator will be effective against the same monster twice, it is still necessary to try. Working environment? It's understandable. But this word is so strange. Okay. I'll take you there. But, Brother Dorn, is your health okay? You've just woken up. I already feel much better after drinking the porridge. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Dorn thanked him sincerely again. The two of them went downstairs one after another, and soon arrived at the kitchen of the Wishing Restaurant. The kitchen is not large, but it is very clean and tidy. It is obvious that someone has taken good care of it. However, Don saw no one in the kitchen. Sure enough, the legendary goblin is not that easy to show up, Dorn said to himself. In fact, he is still highly curious about the so-called fairies, who can make sea-level dishes. Don walked into the kitchen and took a look. And sure enough, he saw a large piece of bacon on a wooden shelf. His intuition told him that it was a kind of pork. And it was the bacon that made him have a +1 constitution. Monster ingredients used in porridge. Mr. Gonzalez, can you tell me what kind of meat that is? How to obtain it? Dorn pointed to the piece of marinated meat. That one? Let me see. To be honest, I haven't been in the kitchen for a long time. Gonzalez stepped forward to check. And at this time, Dorn heard such a voice behind him. Bristled boar meat. It was a girl's clear voice. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to hear clearly. Dawn turned around and saw a petite girl wearing a blue and white dress walking into the kitchen. The girl has rare long bright silver hair, fair skin, and delicate facial features. Just standing there casually, it gave people the impression of a frightened rabbit. Small, soft, and timid. It is enough to inspire the protective desire of everyone of the opposite sex, and even the same sex. But it's not that kind of monster bristle pig. To be precise, it's the offspring of a monster bristle pig and a domestic pig. The meat quality is better than that of domestic pigs. Many people in Eaton Town like this kind of meat. The girl continued to speak, her voice still very low. And she did not look at Dawn when she spoke. It was more like she was talking to herself than explaining to Dawn. In the land of miracles, there are monsters and ordinary creatures. Generally speaking, those without magic power flowing in their bodies will be judged as ordinary creatures. And listening to the girl's introduction, it seems that there is no reproductive isolation between monsters and ordinary creatures of the same kind. I understand. Thank you for your answer. After thanking Dawn, he fell into a brief thought. It sounds like breeding between monsters and ordinary creatures can improve the taste of meat. Cross-breeding of monsters? It sounds exciting, especially for a food-loving person like Dorn. Brother Dawn, are you talking to me? It was Gonzalez who brought Dawn's thoughts back to reality. He was holding bristled pig bacon in his hand and looking at it with an expression of disbelief. Dawn. Huh? No. It's with this silver-haired girl. Silver-haired girl. There's no such thing as a girl. Don't scare me. Little brother Dorn. The surprise on Gonzalez's face did not diminish at all. Judging from the feeling, Gonzalez's reaction did not seem to be staged. Dawn turned back and looked at the girl. She still stood there. But at this moment, the girl's eyes were widened, and she was looking straight at Dorn. The four eyes looked at each other, and something seemed to be flashing in the girl's lake blue eyes. Can you see me? The girl's voice was trembling. You're standing right here. Of course I can see it. Although Dorn answered like this, he had vaguely guessed something in his heart. Can you see me? The girl asked again. This time, not only her voice, but also her little body began to tremble. Yes, you can see it. Dawn answered affirmatively again. So good. Before Dorn could react, the girl ran straight towards him. Her small body ran into Dorn's arms. Her slender hands hugged Dorn's waist, and a soft fragrance hit her nostrils. I finally found it. I've been waiting for so long and looking for so long, but fortunately, I finally found it today. The girl screamed happily, even a little incoherently, and her happy voice seemed to be mixed with sobs. Although he didn't understand what was happening now, Dorn knew that this girl should be the invisible elf in the wishing restaurant. Chapter 7. A girl with zero presents. Make-A-Wish restaurant in Gonzalez. In a cubicle on the first floor, Dorn and Miss Goblin were sitting face to face. Although Gonzalez was dubious about the fact that Dawn could see the wishing elf, he still poured 2 cups of tea and left the compartment for Dawn to talk to Miss Elf while he returned to the bar. Although in the eyes of the macho man, Dorn was the only one sitting in the compartment from beginning to end. My name is Vivian. Miss Goblin introduced herself in a low voice. Now she has calmed down from her initial excitement and returned to her timid appearance. But the joy on her face is still visible to the naked eye. But she seemed a little nervous when she was suddenly alone with Dawn. My name is Dawn. Mr. Dorn. Vivian looked hesitant. No need to be so formal. Just call me Dorn. Then, please just call me Vivian. Vivian lowered her head slightly, seemed to muster up some courage, and raised her voice slightly. Well, Vivian, can you tell me about you? And why you are looking for me? I think I probably don't know you. Of course. I'll tell you all about me. The girl stared at Dawn at first, but perhaps realizing that she had gone too far, she then looked away and took a deep breath. I don't know where I come from, but I have been like this since I can remember. Moreover, no one around me can see me. No matter what actions I make or what sounds I make, no one can see or hear me. Sometimes, it even scares others. Halfway through the story, Vivian stopped, with a bitter look on her face, as if she was remembering something. Dawn looked at the girl without speaking. A person who cannot be seen, cannot be heard, and has zero sense of existence. This plot is so familiar. Although I don't know why this is happening, I believe that there must be someone in the world who is my destiny and my only one. He can see me, hear me, know that I exist, and can share all the joys and sorrows with me. That's what I believe, but fortunately, sure enough, you do exist, Vivian continued. Dawn still just stared at the girl's delicate and fair face and said nothing. A girl who cannot be seen is always looking for someone who can see her. Also, fate and uniqueness. These two words are very heavy. In other words, does a girl whom I don't know have regarded myself as an extremely important person in my life, whom I have never met since a long time ago? Although it does feel good to be taken seriously by such a beautiful girl, Dawn's mood at the moment is quite subtle, with an inexplicable sense of responsibility and pressure. Moreover, could the reason why he could see Vivian be because he did not belong to this world at the beginning, and was an outsider in this world? I won't pester you. Nor will I bother you. I just... Seemingly noticing the subtle changes in the expression on Dawn's face, Vivian spoke hurriedly. But midway through her speech, her voice trailed off, and a slightly bitter look appeared on her fair face. Yes. Although I have always been looking for the person in front of me, believing that he is my destiny and my only one. I have imagined the situation after meeting him countless times in my dreams. But after we actually meet, what should we do, and how should we do it? Facing someone like me, the other person will definitely feel confused. Right? I just want to be friends with you. As long as you can occasionally talk to me and accompany me occasionally, I will be very happy. The girl said this. Her slender fingers uneasily rubbed the teacup edge. Then aren't we already friends now? Is it already? Although it was a question, the girl finally had a somewhat relieved expression on her face, and she even giggled twice unconsciously. By the way, Vivian, why did you choose to work here? Or what were you doing before working here? Dorn changed the topic. Before coming here, I was traveling in order to find you. When I was tired, I would find a place to rest. I would occasionally meet Mr. Gonzalez like this on the way. Although he couldn't see me, he was willing to take me in. Good people. The girl began to recall her own experience again. Helping them work in exchange for food and shelter can make me feel like a normal person. I originally planned to work with Mr. Gonzalez until this winter and then continue traveling. But it seems that I won't have to anymore. Hey. As she spoke, the girl stared at Dawn's face and giggled again. How long have you been traveling? Well, I'm sorry. I forgot. I just know it was a long time ago. From the beginning of my memory, it seems like I have been traveling all the time. This journey has been traveling for a long time. Does it mean that you have forgotten the time? And it sounds like the other party has no memories of childhood or growing up. Dawn touched his chin. He suddenly had a suspicion that the girl in front of him might be a soul that had died long ago. So she had forgotten many things and could not be seen or sensed by others. But she kept wandering in the world? But this idea was quickly rejected by himself. When Vivian rushed over and hugged him just now, the touch and body fragrance were undoubtedly real. Don't? Sorry. I was a little distracted. It's okay. Well, you're not from Eaton Town, right? I want to know where you plan to go next. If possible, I hope to stay with you. Wherever you go. Where can I go? I plan to work for Mr. Gonzalez for a while, and will not leave for the time being. Really? Well, according to Mr. Gonzalez, we will be good partners working together from now on. Great! The girl exclaimed happily. But this time, she didn't lose her temper and rushed over to hug Dorn excitedly. By the way, one more question. Mr. Gonzalez said you never cook when there are people around. Why? Of course, not everyone is as heartless as Mr. Gonzalez. Most people will definitely be frightened when they see kitchen utensils flying around. And they may also give Gonzalez, sir. You are causing unnecessary trouble. The girl replied matter-of-factly, looking quite relaxed. It seems that this is her way of life all the time. She doesn't want to scare others or disturb others. After the two talked, Vivian wrote a note describing what happened, and Dorn then handed the note to Gonzalez. After reading the familiar handwriting on the note, The macho store manager finally fully believed in the fact that Dorn could see Miss Wishing Elf. That afternoon, although both Gonzalez and Vivian suggested that Dorn take more rest and take good care of his body, after receiving too much help from boss Gonzalez, Dorn chose to immediately start working as a host in his own restaurant, taking orders for guests and serving drinks and food. The Wishing restaurant is somewhat famous, and Vivian's cooking skills are not bad, and the dishes she cooks are all sea level, which is a delicacy that ordinary people can only enjoy, whether they are locals in Eden or small businessmen and adventurers from outside. Many people will choose to come here to have a meal. Therefore, Don's workload was not too small, and he was busy until closing time in the evening. The customers have left, and Gonzalez is at the counter calculating today's income. After Don finished wiping the tables and chairs, sweeping the floor and other duties, he glanced towards the kitchen. Although the kitchen door was closed, the light was still on. Vivian should still be inside. After putting away the rags and brooms, Dorn walked to the kitchen. Chapter 8. Delicious food travels all over the world. In the kitchen, Vivian is washing the dishes. The so-called fairy lady is not an insufferable person. She is quite serious and skillful in doing these chores. Do you need my help? Dorn walked directly to Miss Goblin. No need. I usually do these things myself. Usually, it's normal. Now I'm also a member of the Wishing restaurant. It's my job to help out. Oh. Vivian did not refuse this time. She just turned her head slightly and looked at Don, the only one who can hear myself and see myself. Just standing with him doing chores seems to be a very happy thing. He washed a few more dishes with twice the energy as usual, and then took a few furtive glances at the man next to him. Miss Goblin heard her only say, Vivian, where is the piece of bacon? Ah, it's that piece of bacon from the bristled pig. When I came to the kitchen at noon, I saw such a big piece. Don gestured while talking. Oh, I made a lot of dishes tonight that used marinated meat, so I ran out. For some reason, Vivian suddenly felt that her one and only seemed to attach great importance to the main meat. Well, it seems that I value you more than myself, and I have an inexplicable feeling of frustration of being compared to others. No, why should I compare myself to pork? Well, it's a pity. Dorn sighed invisibly. The main purpose of his coming to the kitchen was really the pickled crossbred pork. You know, this pork can increase your attributes by 1. Dorn mainly wanted to try making a few more dishes with bacon to see if he could add his own attribute points repeatedly. And he also wanted to show off his cooking skills. Dorn didn't want to be working in the lobby all the time. Although we have run out of bacon, there seems to be some fresh bristle pork left in the kitchen. Realizing Dorn's obsession with pork, Vivian chose Chung Chung. Dorn, do you want to cook? Yeah, I think so. It's better to say that it's a big idea. Then after washing the dishes, let's start cooking. I'll help you. When Vivian spoke, the corners of her mouth raised unconsciously. Faced with her only request, Miss Goblin couldn't think of a reason to refuse. And she didn't want to refuse at all. Hey. Okay. After some searching, Vivian put all the ingredients that could still be used in the kitchen on the table. It included a large piece of fresh bristle pork, 3 river crabs in a wooden basin filled with water, a piece of smoked sausage, a small handful of green vegetables, a few gray mushrooms, and 4 eggs. Don's eyes glanced back and forth over the ingredients, and finally landed on pork and river crab. With his intuition about the ingredients, he can feel that the ingredient grade of river crab is D, and the grade of pork is B. SOSO. You picked pork and crab. What are you going to do with Don? Vivian stood aside and asked softly. This is a dish that is only available in my hometown, but you may not have seen it. Then can I try it too? Certainly. Miss Goblin became more motivated. Is there anything I can do to help? Yes. Help me steam the crabs. Okay. The kitchen, which had been in a resting state, became busy again. The bristles, the tough part of the pork ribs, fit perfectly into what Dorn wanted for the dish. Choose 60% fat meat and 40% lean meat, and cut them all into dices the size of soybeans. There are also red ginger, green onions, and other ingredients in the kitchen, but the quality is better than those found in the wild when Dorn roasts rabbit. Chop all the onion and ginger into mince, and stir in the diced meat. Vivian, who was handling crabs at the same time, looked at Dorn's incredibly skilled knife skills and opened her mouth. But in the end, she was speechless. Don seems to be a very good cook, and he seems to be a different person when he cooks. He looks very handsome when he is serious. She thought so in her heart. Vivian. Are the crabs ready? Ah. Ma. It will be ready soon. The goblin lady hurriedly lowered her head to do her work. She didn't know if it was because of the hot water vapor blowing on her face. But her fair face was a little hot. After receiving the steamed crabs, Dorn skillfully peeled off the SHLs, separated out the crab roe, and then picked out the meat, even the meat on the crab legs. After processing the crabs, Dorn worked without stopping, adding crab meat, eggs, water, and wheat starch to the previously prepared diced meat, turning the stuffing in one direction and mixing. Add salt, and then pick up the meat filling and beat it until it is strong. Then the filling is divided into dumplings, and golden crab roe is inlaid on each dumpling. The unused ribs and pig skin were cut into pieces and cooked in soup. The pork ribs can ensure the flavor of the meat, and the pork skin can supplement collagen, making the soup light but not thin, and slightly sticky. Finally, put the meat dumplings into the pot. Cover the top with a layer of green vegetable leaves, and simmer over low heat for about 2 hours. Serious restaurants like Wishing Restaurant usually close around 7 p.m. The reason why it closes so early is mainly because the nightlife of residents in Eatontown is relatively monotonous. Generally, only some pubs and romantic places are open until late at night. Therefore, it was only about 8 o'clock since Dorn had been busy until now. After waiting for 2 hours, it would only be around 10 o'clock. For modern urban earthlings like Dorn, nightlife has not even begun at this point. He could afford to wait, and 2 hours is not a short time. But when there is a soft and beautiful girl accompanying him to chat and laugh, it is over in the blink of an eye. Hey, is it almost ready? It smells so delicious. Vivian raised her small nose and took 2 careful breaths. To be honest, her main attention has shifted from Dorn to the pot of meat dumplings. It smells so good. Manager Gonzalez rushed to the kitchen smelling the smell. While rubbing his hands, he raised his head and inhaled coyly. It's obviously the same movement, but Vivian does it like a bird, which is pleasing to the eye. But Don didn't know how to describe the store manager's words. It's not surprising that Mr. Store Manager came to the kitchen. Don had greeted him before starting to cook, and even cooked for Mr. Store Manager. Boil the pot. 6 tender and round meat dumplings were picked up, divided into 3 equal parts, and presented to everyone. Although there is no golden sparkle bursting out from the meat dumplings, just smelling the aroma and looking at the tender meat dumplings decorated with crab roe is enough to make people want to eat. Please! Dorn gestured for everyone to start, and the elf lady and the store manager couldn't wait to scoop out the meat dumplings with their spoons to taste. This taste. This feeling. The combination of more fat than lean meat is just right. The taste is fresh and tender, and it even melts like mist in your mouth. The flavors of pork and crab fuse in your mouth, and the flavor produced by the collision of mountains, forests, and streams is indescribable. It's amazing. It's amazing. This delicious meat flavor reminds me of my wonderful first love. An inexplicable flush appeared on Gonzalez's face, and while he was talking, he was so intoxicated and coy that he was almost naked. Don, the store manager explained the general after dining experience, and it would be really disrespectful to not do a food review. However, what the H.L. is first love? If you describe first love as the taste of green apples, or the taste of sweet honey, I can understand. If it tastes like pork, it's hard to imagine. Boom! Boom! Don! This is so delicious! It's the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. But Mr. Gonzalez said everything I could say. In short, it's very delicious. Woo! Moo! After Vivian swallowed the food in her mouth, her lake blue eyes looked at Dorn with a hint of admiration. But after a few quick compliments, the goblin lady began to eat happily again. Anyway, the saying, delicious food, spreads the world. Chapter 9 Crab Meat Lion Head. Night Talk. Don himself was not as exaggerated as the other two. He ate slowly and slowly. This dish, based on his intuition, is rated a grade. It's still far behind the SS-level high-gloss hand-shredded roast rabbit. The reason is that the quality of crab meat is not very good. However, for ordinary people who regard sea-level dishes as delicacies, this is almost enough to bite the tongue. Very good! Very good! Very good! Brother Dorn. No, little Dorn. Although you said you could cook before, I didn't expect the food you cooked to be so delicious. I think the food in the royal capital is even the top chefs are no match for you. Little Dorn. By the way, What's the name of this dish? After quickly sweeping away the 2 dumplings, Gonzalez touched his belly with satisfaction. His face filled with happiness. Crab lion head, Dorn said calmly. Crab powder and lion's head. Both the store manager and Vivian present repeated this strange coinage. After all, this Dorn is a new word that is directly copied from Chinese, and found the corresponding words in Dorna. It belongs to Chinese Dorna, which sounds very strange. Wait a minute, little Dorn. This is not pork, but made of lion meat? Gonzalez suddenly exclaimed while savoring this strange name. After listening to the store manager's words, Vivian just shook her head slightly. The ingredients of this crab meat lion's head dish are of course pork and crab. As for why it is called such a strange name, Miss Goblin was also confused. But she didn't speak. After all, Gonzalez couldn't hear her even if she did. Of course we didn't use lion meat, but we got the name because the meat dumplings look like a lion's head. Dorn smiled. I see. Little Dorn, you said this is your hometown dish. Right. It's really interesting to name the dishes in your hometown. Don smiled but said nothing. There are more interesting things. Claypot rice and couple's lung slices? Can I make it some other time for you to try? System prompt, predator, effect is triggered. Physical attributes are enhanced. Coming. Don's spirits lifted. This was what he had wanted all night. Opening the attributes panel. His constitution points indeed increased by 1 point. It seems that attribute points can be obtained repeatedly by eating the same kind of monster food. Although I don't know if there will be an upper limit on the attribute points obtained in this way. This is undoubtedly good news. Next, Don plans to eat bristled pork until he vomits. After all, from the current point of view, the constitution point is linked to the blood volume, which may also have something to do with one's own physical fitness. The thicker the blood, the safer it will be. After a pleasant supper, the night turned darker and everyone returned to their rooms to prepare for bed. Don's room was arranged by Gonzalez next to Vivian. It was not very large, with only a bed and an old wardrobe. It's simple, but compared to sleeping in the bridge cave, this room is already 1,000 times better. With Vivian's help, the two tidied up a little and laid out bedding for Dorn to live in. I didn't expect that my shelter and food source would be settled like this. I finally have a foothold in this world and no longer have to worry about survival. The first small goal is completed. The next step is to find ways to collect easily available monster ingredients around, make otherworldly delicacies, and improve attributes at the same time. Don was lying on the bed, his thoughts racing, and he felt a little emotional. I don't know how long I stayed in bed. Tuck, tuck, tuck. A small knock on the door. Dorn, are you asleep? Vivian's voice sounded. Not yet. What's the matter? Vivian? Do you want to come in? Wait for me. Don got out of bed, getting ready to get dressed and open the door. No need. This way is fine. That's it. Silence. There followed a long silence. Dorn almost thought that the girl at the door had left. But Miss Goblin's voice rang again. Dorn, can you still hear me? The girl said this in a very low voice, and with a sense of restraint, as if she was suppressing some emotion. Yeah, of course I can hear you. Okay. And, the crab meat lion's head tonight was very delicious. And thank you. Dawn, then. Good night. Good night, Vivian. The sound of footsteps was almost inaudible. Now, Vivian should really have left. That guy. Are you feeling uneasy? Dawn returned to the bed and lay down. It was late at night, the prime time for Wang Yun and Yi Lifei. It was understandable for normal people to worry about gains and losses and be anxious in the dead of night. Let alone Vivian, who had a special physique. Perhaps it was because he had not completely recovered from his illness, and he had been busy for a long time today and was very tired. After a brief moment of relaxation, Dorn fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it has been. Tuck, tuck, tuck. A small knock on the door. Sorry. Dawn, are you asleep? No respond. Dorn? Still no response. But if you put your ear close to the wooden door, you can hear the steady and small breathing. She clearly knew that the other person was just asleep. But for some reason, the girl outside the door felt nervous for no reason. It was as if the loneliness that had always been with her in the past, and that was finally broken today, was about to engulf her again. The girl's breathing seemed to become heavier. Being wrapped in that kind of loneliness is like drowning in cold sea water. It's very cold. Really cold. A long time passed. Click. The key turns the door lock. Squeak. The wooden door was gently pushed open. The girl walked lightly to Dorn's bed and knelt down. There was a window in the room, but there were no curtains. The bright moonlight slanted in unscrupulously and scattered on the bed, on the girl's thin shoulders and long silver hair, giving it an inexplicable sense of holiness. I'm sorry, Dawn. I know I shouldn't have barged in, but I'm scared, the girl said in an inaudible voice. Well, Dorn responded vaguely. Tomorrow you can still see me and hear me. Right. You are the one who can know my existence. I will never be alone again in the future. Right. The girl's originally hard-to-hear voice became more and more intense. Come smaller and smaller. Well, Dorn seemed to respond again. Of course. This might just be his meaningless babble in his sleep. Dawn was asleep after all, because he had not yet recovered from his illness. He fell into a deep sleep. However, he seemed to be able to feel someone calling his new name in a daze, and someone talking to him. Or, it seems like someone needs him to do something right now? Dawn raised his hand and stretched it towards the place where the person in his sleep was. The girl still squatted in front of the bed and said nothing more. Looking at Dawn's sleeping face, she seemed to be able to gain a little bit of calmness. But for some reason, Dorn, who was clearly sleeping, raised a hand and stretched it towards her. Hey! The girl let out a soft cry. She instinctively wanted to avoid it, but her body didn't move. Finally, she let Dorn's hand caress her face. Pinch. Pinch. In his sleep, Dorn felt his hand touch something soft, warm and smooth, and subconsciously squeezed it. No matter what I'm touching now, it feels great. Dorn, you won't pretend to be asleep and tease me on purpose. I will be angry. The girl's tone became more serious, but her voice was still very low. No response. It seems like he really fell asleep. Really? The girl stopped complaining or talking. She stared at Dorn, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and her lake blue eyes filled with moonlight. After an unknown amount of time, the girl stood up, gently putting Dawn's hand back on the bed and tucking him in. Vivian silently exited the room. Have sweet dreams, Dorn. By the time Vivian returned to her room, her anxieties had dissipated, and the lingering loneliness had also faded. Well, yes. Suddenly I no longer felt cold, but instead felt my cheek being gently pinched by Dawn. It's still a little hot and warm for no reason. Well, Vivian, you are such an idiot. The girl lay on her bed and buried her face in the pillow. Chapter 10 Miss Goblin is a mage. Dawn got up early. I slept well last night and seemed to have a good dream. When he walked out of the room, he happened to see Vivian next door also opening the door. Good morning, Dawn. Well, good morning, Vivian. The elf lady seemed very happy to receive Dorn's response. But then she quickly lowered her head as if she had thought of something. I'll go to the kitchen and have a look. Yes. Go to the kitchen and have a look. See you later. Miss Goblin said this and left at a trot. I feel so energetic early in the morning. Dorn stretched and slowly walked downstairs. Wishing Restaurant is not busy in the morning, and the main job is to go to the morning market in town to purchase ingredients for the day. On weekdays, Gonzalez has been responsible for this work himself. But today, Dorn took the initiative and took over the job. If you want to collect monster ingredients, is there anything more convenient than buying them directly? What's more, it's the boss's money that's being spent. Since Dawn was not familiar with Eaton Town, before going out, he invited Vivian, who also had little work to do. Naturally, Miss Goblin happily agreed to accompany him. But before going out, Vivian returned to the room and took out a large, long, thick, and black ebony staff. When Dorn caught a glimpse of the staff, he thought it looked very ordinary at first glance, like a long wooden branch that had been slightly carved. But when you look at it again, you will feel that this staff is large and ingenious, integrated and full of power. It's a pity that he doesn't have the ability to identify weapons. Otherwise he can learn more. Dorn, what are you looking at? Are you going to go out? Nothing. Let's go out. Come and try it. Freshly cooked pan-fried river fish. Gentlemen, your wives are blessed. Oysters just arrived from the port. Fresh vegetables just picked from the farm outside the town are cheap and delicious. Ginger beer. Who wants a cup of ginger beer? And eel soup. The shouts of the vendors were heard over the noise. Those selling vegetables and fruits, fresh river meats, and cooked food. There were all kinds of things. This medium-sized market is full of the fireworks and vitality of a small town. And Dorn likes it very much. Walking in the morning market, he followed the note given by Mr. Gonzalez and bought ingredients in a leisurely manner. During this process, Dorn turned his head several times to look at the girl he was traveling with. This elf lady, who cannot be seen by others, always holds the ebony staff that is a head taller than her in both hands and watches the surrounding situation alertly. Like a very alert kitten. There was nothing that could be done about it. After all, other people couldn't see Vivian. In a crowded place, it was easy for someone to accidentally push her or step on her feet if she wasn't careful. Okay, we have almost bought everything Mr. Gonzalez wants. Let's go to the open area over there and take a short rest, Dawn suggested. Vivian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The open space that Dorn pointed to was next to a fruit stand, where there was an empty bench for people to rest. Ah, I walked around and didn't see any monster ingredients. Dorn sat down on the bench. I went shopping early in the morning and found that the only thing related to monster ingredients was the second-generation hybrid bristled pork I bought under Vivian's guidance. I don't know why Dorn is so fond of monster ingredients. Hee hee. Vivian sat down next to Dorn. But there are very few of these things in the market. After all, most monsters are inedible. I think most monsters should be edible. But people haven't found a correct way to eat them. Dorn, who has intuition of ingredients, believes so. Moreover, there is no reproductive isolation between monsters of the same type and normal creatures. If normal creatures can eat it, then monsters of that type can definitely eat it. It's a very interesting idea. Vivian sat next to Dorn and chuckled. If Dorn wants to find monster ingredients, he will have to come to the market often in the future. Occasionally, hunters from outside the town will catch something edible. Monsters come here to be sold. That's right. What about the monster bristled pig? Dorn was still obsessed with the bristle boar that added his own constitution points. And he was even more interested in the complete first-generation monster, the bristle boar. Vivian curled her lips after listening to Dorn's words. Why do I always feel like my only is obsessed with the main pig? But even so, Vivian still gave the answer. Occasionally, people will sell that. But it is not for selling meat. It is a living monster. Farmers outside the town will bring the monster main pig home and breed it with domestic pigs. That's it. It's okay to take them home and breed them. A majestic monster, if captured alive by humans, will be reduced to a breeding pig. A breeding machine with no emotions. And no one knows whether it is happy or sad. Oh, by the way, Vivian, I just wanted to ask, why do you have to go out with this big staff? I feel safe. If I am outside, I can only feel safe if I carry it with me. Vivian held the ebony staff. Her voice was not loud, but she was firm and firm. Does this mean that when you go out, you only feel safe when you are armed? It fits Vivian's small and soft-looking character very well. In other words, since she has weapons, there is no doubt that Vivian has combat capabilities, coupled with her mysterious passiveness that cannot be noticed by others. It seems that she is really a good fighter. Speaking of which, I never thought that you were actually a mage. Dorn would be a mage now if he hadn't roasted the jackalope 2 days ago. Inexplicably melancholy. Mage? Yes. Yes. Don't look at me like this. I'm quite powerful. As she said this, Vivian waved the heavy-looking staff in her hand as if to show off. Dorn couldn't tell how powerful Vivian was, but it's definitely much better than him. Dorn had asked Vivian to let him hold the ebony staff on the way, but as soon as he got it, it felt heavy and heavy. Not only could he not lift it at all, but he almost fell to the ground under the weight of the staff. Looking at Vivian again, holding this staff, she looked like it was nothing. Her face remained calm, and her movements were light. In other words, there is a gap that is temporarily difficult to bridge in terms of power gap between the two. By the way, Vivian, I'm quite curious. Will everything be like the staff? As long as you hold it in your hand. Others can't see it? No. Well, to be precise, only the things that are stained with my breath cannot be seen when I pick them up. If I go to the fruit stand in the back and pick up an apple, in the eyes of everyone, you will only see apples flying inexplicably. Things stained with Vivian's scent cannot be observed as long as they are picked up by her. As for ordinary things, even if Vivian picks them up, they will still be noticed, no matter what it is. As long as Vivian no longer maintains contact, it will be seen normally. Dorn almost understood the effect of Vivian's passivity. How long does it take for an object to be stained with your breath? Dawn asked carefully. I can't tell. It may take about half a month for him to be contacted by me from time to time. Dawn nodded in understanding. The morning sunshine was very soft, and it felt good to sit on a bench and watch the people coming and going on the road. Next to her, Vivian looked relaxed, chatting and laughing with Dorn. The warm sunshine fell on her fair face and the tip of her small nose, which always felt a little dazzling. However, Dorn narrowed his eyes slightly to look at the girl next to him. The life of this fairy lady was really hard. Chapter 11. Hey, let that girl go. Hey, brother over there. Would you like an apple? Just as Dawn and Vivian were sitting on the bench happily communicating, a discordant voice came from behind the fruit stall, disturbing them. Dawn turned around and saw a familiar middle-aged man with a beard. Brother, it's you indeed. Compared to the last time I saw you, your face looks much better. The uncle grinned at Dorn. It turned out to be your uncle. Thank you for showing me the way last time. Thanks to you, I found a job with Mr. Gonzalez. Hey, it's just pointing the way. You said it so formally, which makes me feel embarrassed. Dawn, this uncle's name is Lucas. He occasionally eats at the Wishing Kitchen. He is as good a person as Mr. Gonzalez. Vivian pulled Dawn's clothes and introduced him like this. When Dorn turned his head to listen to Miss Goblin, Uncle Lucas spoke again. Brother, I just wanted to ask you, why are you sitting there alone and talking to yourself? TSK. It's as if there is someone next to you, which makes me panic. This. Dorn looked at the elf lady beside him, and then at Uncle Lucas. He was at a loss for words, and didn't know how to speak properly. But when Uncle Lucas saw Dawn's embarrassed look, he seemed to suddenly understand something, and gave Dawn a look that every man could understand. I see. I understand. When I was about the same age as you, I would occasionally be like you. It's understandable. The uncle narrowed his eyes and nodded. Dawn? What do you understand? If you don't explain clearly, I always feel that you have some huge misunderstanding. But, little brother, as someone who has been through this, I still have to tell you that the fantasy girlfriend in your mind should be limited. It would be bad if it develops into a blur of fantasy and reality, the uncle said in a serious tone. Dawn, I really thank you. The fantasy girlfriend in my head is okay. Do you people from this other world speak so avant-garde? Vivian, who had been suppressing a smile at the side, no longer looked directly at Dawn, but turned her head away and pretended to look around at the scenery. It was obviously because of her that the trouble happened. But looking at her now, she seems quite happy. Uncle, actually Dawn. Vivian next to her pulled Dawn's clothes again, causing him to stop talking. Look over there. Vivian pointed to an alley at the end of the street. Although Miss Goblin was pretending to look at the scenery just now, a casual glance made her see a scene worth paying attention to. When Dawn looked over, he happened to see a girl with short blonde hair, about 12 or 13 years old, turning into the alley, accompanied by an adult man. What's wrong? I don't know. I've seen that girl. I think her name is Amy. She sometimes follows her brother to the Wishing restaurant to eat. But the man just now was not her brother. And that alley, it's very deep. And you can leave the town at the end. Not a good place to go anyway. Vivian shook her head. In fact, she was not sure whether what she saw was a problem. Then let's take a look. Uncle, please help me take a look at the ingredients I bought. I'll go over there and have a look. And we'll talk later. Dawn said goodbye to Uncle Lucas. The kind-hearted fruit stall uncle just looked at the back of Dorn leaving alone, and sighed. Hey, he's a pretty good guy. What a pity. Amy, a little girl with short blonde hair, followed the strange man beside her into the alley. This is a dark, narrow, and winding alley with no end in sight, due to the obstruction of the buildings. The sun seems not to shine in here. This made Amy a little scared and hesitant. Mr. Mantle, is my brother in this alley? No. Amy, your brother was attacked outside the town. You can get there the fastest through this alley. The face of the strong adult man next to the girl was full of anxiety. As a local, it was certainly clear to Amy that this alley could quickly lead to the outside of town. I know. Amy clenched a silver pocket watch with blood stains in her hand, quickly followed the adult man, and went deep into the alley. The little girl Amy didn't think much, or her blank brain at the moment simply couldn't allow her to think too much. The thing is, Amy has a brother named Albert, who is the patrol captain in the town. Today is Albert's usual patrol day, while Amy stays at home alone. At around 9 a.m., A man who called himself Manto came to the door and hurriedly informed Amy that Albert had been injured in an attack. Amy had doubts about the news until Manto took out a silver pocket watch with fresh blood stains. The little girl Amy's mind suddenly shut down and went blank. That is his brother's most personal pocket watch. There must be nothing wrong. Brother! Amy followed Manto as he trotted through the alley, biting his lips and trying not to cry. The long dark alley finally came to an end, and a carriage was parked in the light outside. There were 2 men standing next to the carriage, wearing short leather armors and dressed as wandering mercenaries. Amy stopped running forward. The 13-year-old girl finally began to realize that something was wrong about her brother's injury. Amy, why don't you leave? Get in the carriage quickly, and let's go see your brother. The man who called himself Manto still had an eager face, as if he was Albert's dearest relative and friend, deeply concerned about his safety. If my brother is injured, why don't you find a doctor? Amy looked at the strange man beside her and took 2 steps back. She only felt that the concerned look on this man's face made her a little scared for no reason. The doctor is already on his way. Let's go quickly. Manto was still anxious. That's wrong. If you are injured, you should be sent back to the clinic in the town, where there are conditions to save people. The more Amy talked, the more terrified she felt. She didn't know what she was encountering now. Your brother's injury is too serious and cannot be transported. If we go to the clinic. The anxiety on the man's face slowly subsided, and then turned into a smile and a loud sneer. Ha ha. Ha ha. Sorry. Amy, I really can't pretend anymore. You are not my brother's friend at all. You lied to me. Amy held the silver pocket watch in her hand, turned around and wanted to run away. But in the darkness of the alley behind them, 2 more men stood out, both wearing coarse cloth and ragged armor, carrying some inferior weapons, and looking like wandering mercenaries. Boss, this stupid girl actually ran so far with you and showed up at your door. I just said stealing a pocket watch would work. Right. The mercenaries beside the carriage and in the alley behind had disgusting smiles on their faces. They stared at Amy's undeveloped body and looked at her unscrupulously, and at the same time began to approach step by step. Amy felt a chill in her heart. She tried hard to run, but there was nowhere to run. Several strong and fierce men caught her easily and tied her up with hemp rope. Manto roughly picked up the girl and stuffed a piece of dirty rag from an unknown place into the girl's mouth. I'm not lying to you. Of course I am your brother's friend, and a good friend who would like to chop off your brother's head. Manto grinned. The man who calls himself Mantle is actually named Andrew. Within the territory of the Dona Empire, there are many mercenary groups active, and there are countless mercenary groups similar to the size of the small mercenary group headed by Andrew. There are a huge number of mercenary groups, but the quality varies between good and bad. Especially some small-scale black mercenaries will accept any job as long as they are paid. When there is no work to do, they will even rob homes and homes, just like bandits. A considerable number of black mercenaries have been put on the Empire's wanted list because they have so many lives on their hands. Andrew and his brother Andre are the 2 wanted black mercenaries. However, Andre's name has now been crossed off the wanted list, because this summer he was captured by a patrol near Eaton Town and was sent to the gallows not long after. That nosy brother of yours kidnapped my brother and sent him to the gallows. What do you think is the best way for me to deal with you? Andrew stared at the girl like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Several of Andrew's men's eyes were shining with excitement and ferocity, and they were all talking to their boss. Of course I'll use you to lure your brother out, and then kill him to avenge Andre. And we have arranged a place for you. Flea Bottom in Wanfing Town, where you will learn how to serve a man. With this little girl's face, I dare say that within 3 years, she will become one of the most popular girls in Flea Bottom. I will definitely come to visit you at that time. Why wait 3 years? I can do it now. Then you are really nothing. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Andrew shouted to stop the noise of his men. Hurry up and get this little bitch onto the carriage. You can play with her as you like, as long as she doesn't die. Tomorrow morning we will write another letter and send this little bitch's underwear to Captain Albert, asking him to come alone to talk to us about the past. After hearing that the boss said he could do whatever he wanted, the subordinates were all very excited and rushed to lift Amy onto the carriage. The men around them all had disgusting and terrifying smiles on their faces, and they all spoke obscene and dirty words and moved their hands and feet. Amy was very scared. She hoped that her brother could come to save her. She cried and struggled, but her bound body could only twist on the ground. all to no avail. On the contrary, when these mercenaries saw Amy struggling and crying, the smiles on their faces became more and more obscene and excited. Just when Amy was desperate and helpless, she heard this sentence coming from the deep alley. Although this sentence has been outdated for a long time, I think it is still pretty cool if it is said in this scene. Hey, let that girl go. There was a figure standing at the entrance of the alley. Although the alley was dark, the completely invisible figure was like a ray of light in Amy's heart. Chapter 12. Blow their heads off. Who? The mercenaries stopped teasing and looked up and down at the young man who stood up. There are 5 people on Andrew's side, but there is only one opponent, and he looks so weak that he can be knocked down with one move. I'm just a righteous friend who happened to pass by. What about you? Are you a cockroach and a mouse hiding in a dark corner? Or a scumbag who only bullies children? Of course, it was Dorn who stood up. Although he has not lost his momentum verbally, facing 5 big men, he still feels a little weak in his heart. So Dorn still turned his head and whispered to the elf lady, who could not be seen by the mercenaries. Vivian. You are sure you can beat them? Right. Don't worry. I told you. I'm very powerful. Vivian patted her chest, which was pretty good, and looked like she had a chance to win. Boy, are you looking for death? Andrew spat on the ground and stared at Dorn fiercely. The remaining mercenaries also took out weapons such as swords and hammers, and their eyes already had strong murderous intent. When they showed their weapons, Dorn saw a sudden red blood bar above their heads, which was similar to when fighting the jackalope in the novice combat tutorial. However, the health bars of these 5 strong men are more than 400. Some are more than 500. And the leader has 880 points. Thinking of his fragile 120 health points, Dorn felt even more weak. I am afraid that the current situation is not for novices to leapfrog and fight elite monsters. Okay, let's go! Vivian beside her held up her long staff with one hand. Her tone was calm and serious. Blow their heads off. Dawn? Vivian. That elf lady who looked soft, petite, and always timid, just definitely said something very strange. Right? And when Vivian rushed forward, Dorn also saw her health bar. It may be that the system has determined it to be a friendly unit, and her health bar is green. The blood volume is 6,500 points. Dawn? Although I heard Vivian say that she is very strong, I never expected that she would be so strong. My anxious heart fell back into my stomach. I dared to hug the boss's lap. I'm sure. Kill him! The mercenaries rushed towards Dorn. However, Vivian is obviously faster. The ebony staff in her hand was swung out so quickly that it almost left several afterimages in the air. Boom! The dull sound of a blunt instrument hitting flesh and blood. The strong arc-shaped head of the staff hit the chest of the mercenary, who was running at the front so hard. The blow was so powerful and heavy that the mercenary was thrown 3 to 4 meters away, hit hard against the wall of the alley, and stopped moving. The original 520 blood points were instantly evaporated, leaving only 63 points. At least 5 or 6 ribs were broken this time, and Dorn stood there and swallowed. One down, Miss Goblin said without any emotion, although what she said was only heard by Dorn among the people present. Boom! After the first one was knocked down, the next second the second mercenary fell to the ground. The second one. What did you do? The remaining mercenaries did not dare to move forward anymore and retreated in panic. After all, in their eyes, the nosy young man just stood there with a look of indifference and disdain on his face. Without even looking at them, the 2 companions were inexplicably knocked away. This is so weird and unusual. What do you think I did? Dorn was too lazy to explain to these black mercenaries, so he simply became the Riddler. Boom. 3. While talking, Vivian was not idle. She dragged her long staff and trotted all the way. With a home run posture, she once again severely knocked down an enemy. With Vivian invisible, the battle was unfair from the start. Boss! Boss! What to do? What to do? This guy, well... Boom! Hey! There's one left! The last of the men had fallen, leaving only Andrew standing. He wanted to turn around and run into the carriage, but the accumulated combat experience made him very clear that if his backside was exposed to this man with strange abilities, big problems would definitely occur. You are the bounty hunter who wants to collect a reward from me. Right. You are very strong, and I will accept it if I fall into your hands. When Andrew had no way to retreat, he began to try to talk to Dorn. How about giving you more than my bounty and taking the girl on the ground with you? Dawn. Dorn didn't consider the negotiation conditions proposed by the other party at all. He just thought in his heart, I am stronger than the hammer. And all my combat attributes are bundled together at only 6 points. Just as Dorn lamented that he was weak, the mercenary on the opposite side seemed to have grasped some life-saving straw. You're distracted. Idiot! Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Andrew's eyes flashed with fierceness. He spoke to Dorn just to attract the other party's attention. During the gap, he completed a magic chant. Wind blade. Several swift gusts of wind blew out from in front of Andrew, like blades, whistling through the air and flying toward Dorn. Fortunately, it was Dorn who was distracted just now. But Vivian, who was actually fighting, was always very focused. Boom. Almost at the moment Andrew cast the spell, the tail of the ebony staff hit the ground lightly, and the magic chant was completed at the same time. Stick to the protection! The air around Dorn became solid, as if it had substance, gathering together to form a wall of air whose outline could be seen with the naked eye, wrapping Dorn in it. The speeding wind blade collided with the suddenly condensed wind wall, causing the airflow to surge, and finally dissipated without a trace. Dorn, who had escaped the disaster, patted his body with some fear. But luckily, because Vivian's rescue was timely, not a single part of his body was missing. At the same time, Vivian's movements did not stop. The opponent's behavior of throwing the skill directly at Dorn made Miss Elf a little angry. The tail of the ebony staff lightly hit the ground again, and another magic chant was completed. Strong attack and protection! The end of the long black staff instantly lit up with a hot red light. At this moment, Andrew was completely unaware of Vivian's anger. He was immersed in surprise because he saw with his own eyes that the man completed a quick spell without any sign of magic chanting. How did he do that? Bang! Before Andrew could think any more, he only felt a burning sensation on the side of his cheek, and then his vision went black, and he didn't know anything anymore. The health bar of 880 is directly stretched to 7 points of health. The battle is over. Dorn scratched his head. He felt a little sympathy for the last enemy. Although Vivian obviously spared her hand in the last blow, and did not really blow the opponent's head, and even left 7 points of blood on the opponent. A severe concussion was probably inevitable. System prompt, the battle is settled. 0 damage is caused. 100 experience points are gained, and the level is improved. Dorn opened his panel, and found that his level had risen from LV0 to LV1. As for the changes brought about by the upgrade, only the blood volume and mana volume increased by 20 points and 10 points respectively. Speaking of which, when fighting Jackalope in the novice tutorial, there was no combat settlement. It may be because the tutorial does not give experience in the first place, or it may be because the novice tutorial failed. Anyway, this is the first time Dorn has gained experience, and 80% of the time, it was because they were defeated. Although they defeated enemies that were very powerful for Dorn at this stage, they gave them very little experience. Dawn was still studying the game system on his body, but Vivian had quickly returned to him, raising her face and looking at him. Her emotion of, "Come on! Praise me," was palpable. "Vivian, you are so amazing!" Awesome is awesome. But didn't this guy say he was a mage? He can set up a shield, add attacks, and use a thick long staff as a blunt weapon in close combat. Is this the fighting style of a mage? Love it. Love it. Hee. Right. Miss Goblin narrowed her eyes and shook her hair proudly. Afterwards, Vivian, who received the compliment, turned back to look at the helpless girl tied to the ground, and urged Dawn. "By the way, Dawn, go and untie that little girl. If she were to solve it, it might frighten the girl again." Dorn understood, and stepped forward to untie the hemp ropes on the girl's hands and feet, and help her remove the rag from her mouth. Woo! Although the girl didn't know Dorn, she knew that it was Dorn who defeated the bad guys and saved her. She was already crying, but after her hands and feet were free, she hugged Dawn fiercely and cried even louder, her tears and runny nose mingling together. "It's okay, little sister. It's okay." Dawn had no choice but to pick up the little girl, pat her back gently, and speak comforting words. "We also have to get out of the alley first, find the patrol team in Eden Town, and control the black mercenaries who were beaten to pieces by the Goblin Lady." Chapter 13 The New Chef. After receiving the notification, the patrol captain Albert quickly arrived at the scene and organized people to take away the black mercenaries immediately. During the communication with Captain Albert, Dorn quickly learned the cause of the above incident, including how Albert and the black mercenary Andrew formed a feud. How did Andrew use a pocket watch to let the relatively simple-minded Amy fall into the tiger's mouth? Please allow me to thank you again. Without you, my lovely sister doesn't know what else she would have experienced. Also, Andrew is a criminal wanted by the Empire. I will deliver his wanted reward to you after a while. Albert is a tall, tough young man with blonde hair. At this moment, he was holding Amy's hand and bowing to Don again to thank him. Actually, it's nothing. If the road is uneven, it can be done with just a little effort. Ha ha. Ha ha. Dorn felt a little guilty. After all, the only role he played in this incident was to exchange a few words with the black mercenaries. But then again, TSK is my lovely sister. Okay? These words sounded strange in the context just now. This Captain Albert is not a girl. Right? Thank you, big brother. Amy also thanked Don again. At this moment, Amy has recovered slightly. The snot and tears on her face have been washed away with water. But her eyes are still a little red and swollen because she cried so hard just now. After bowing, Amy looked at the big brother who saved her again, and her eyes swept across Don's chest, which was still wet. Amy knew that what was on it was all her own snot and tears. When she thought of this, her cheeks began to heat up, and she wanted to burrow into the ground in shame. Looking at his sister's suddenly red cheeks, Albert began to look at Dorn with suspicion and vigilance. What about that? If nothing happens, I'll leave first. I have to go back and cook. As the atmosphere became a little strange, Dorn raised the food in his hand and shook it, intending to run away. Please wait a moment, Albert called to Don. You saved Amy. Just thanking you is not enough. Please let me do something for you. Do something? Yes. No matter what. As long as it is your request, I will work hard to complete it. Otherwise, my conscience will be disturbed. This. Dorn and Vivian looked at each other and suddenly thought of something. By the way, if you want to do something for me, help me get some monster ingredients. Monster ingredients? This time it was the patrol leader's turn to be confused. Yes, I didn't say I was helping out at the Wishing Restaurant in Gonzales. Our restaurant wants to try some new dishes made with monster ingredients, such as monster maned pigs and the like. I understand. This little thing is obligatory, Albert said solemnly. Ha ha. Ha ha. Don didn't know what to say in reply to him, so he could only laugh twice, say goodbye and leave. When Don's figure almost disappeared from everyone's sight, Amy, who was blushing and lowering her head, raised her head again and watched her savior leave. Under the sunshine at noon, the back of the big brother who saved him looked very tall. He seems to be as tall as his brother Albert. No, he is a little bit taller than his brother Albert. As for Dorn, who was returning to the restaurant in the sunshine, he didn't notice the little girl's admiring gaze. He was happily chatting with the elf lady next to him at the moment. By the way, Vivian, during the battle just now, did you see the opponent's health bar? What health bar? That's right. The opponent has more than 800 drops of blood, and you can hit them all with just one swing of the staff. What are you talking about? More than 800 drops of blood? Vivian's expression was quite confused, and her lake blue eyes were filled with confusion. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Dorn smiled at Miss Goblin. It seems that the situation is similar to what Dorn guessed. Being able to see the health bar during battle is indeed his privilege, and the privilege of carrying system functions. This can be regarded as a golden finger during combat, which can initially judge the gap between the enemy and ourselves. However, health bars are not the same as strength, and you cannot blindly believe in the gap in blood volume. Don warned himself in his mind. Anyway, it's always good to be careful. After returning to the Wishing Restaurant, Don was busy preparing dishes in the kitchen. That's right, because Don showed off his cooking skills last night. Vivian and Mr. Gonzalez agreed through notes, and agreed that he should be the chef of the restaurant. Vivian helped Dorn, and the job of delivering food fell back to Mr. Gonzalez. At the same time, because he saw Don's amazing cooking skills, Mr. Gonzalez not only covered his food and accommodation, but also offered him a relatively good salary. The basic salary is 12 silver nar, and 30% of the proceeds from the crab meat lion head will be given to Dorn every month. This basic salary plus performance salary model was thought up by Gonzalez after he realized the broad market prospects of crab meat lion head. It is the only one in the entire Dona Empire, and even the entire Land of Miracles. Even Dorn, an earthling, called him an expert after hearing this, and couldn't help praising the store manager for his business acumen. At the same time, Dorn also had a general understanding of the currency system of the Dorn Empire. Coins were divided into 3 grades: copper, silver, and gold. 100 copper NAR can be exchanged for 1 silver NAR, and 100 silver NAR can be exchanged for 1 gold NAR. In the rich Dona Empire, known as the country flowing with honey and milk, the average income of a commoner is about 5 silver NARs a month. Therefore, Don's current income is far above the average. On the day when the new chef Don took office, Wish's restaurant naturally launched a new signature dish: crab meat and lion head. But once this dish with a strange name was launched, it received a huge response. Initially, it was just a few people who ordered this dish out of curiosity. But when they actually tasted the tender and round meat dumplings, some of them devoured it regardless of the image. And some of them turned red and breathed heavily after eating. What's more, he shed tears while chewing, crying that everything he had eaten in the past half of his life was pig food. Seeing the reaction of the experimenter, the rest of the people also ordered, and then repeated the mistakes of the previous group of people. The originally peaceful town of Eden became agitated under the impact of this new delicacy. All the talk in the streets for a while was, "Have you eaten? Let's have a meal at the Wishing restaurant in Gonzales. Have you ever tasted the lion's head with crab meat? Take my advice. Don't eat it. After I ate it yesterday, everything I eat now feels, what do you call it? It tastes like chewing wax. Yes, it tastes like chewing wax. Let me tell you, I saw the new chef of the Wishing restaurant today. Yes, he is a good-looking guy with black hair and black eyes." Chapter 14: Limited time sales queuing up to take numbers. Eden, Golden Crown Inn. Sir! A boy with short brown hair, a round face, and some freckles excitedly broke into the most expensive single room in the hotel. "How many times have I told you? Knock! Knock! Knock before you come in! John!" The man sitting at the desk, writing something with a pen, turned around with an unhappy expression. This man, who was well-dressed yet simply dressed, with a meticulous mustache, was named Thomas Williams. He was a writer and critic with a high status in the Dona Empire. This writer mainly writes night novels, but also travel notes, recording local customs, allusions, scenery and food. His travel notes and comments can often be seen in current commentaries in the royal capital Shiguang City and some major cities. In the near future, Williams plans to travel to Golden Oak, the art capital of the Southern Empire, experience the strong local artistic atmosphere, write travel notes, and at the same time find some inspiration for your new novel. In the afternoon of this day, Williams, who was heading south, passed through a little-known town called Eaton and decided to rest here for the day. "Sorry, sir." Little John scratched the back of his head, but he didn't feel any shame. "What did you hear on the street?" Williams asked seriously. "There are many, sir," Little John said enthusiastically. "For example, in the towns and some villages in this area, a brand new breeding technology has recently emerged, which hybridizes edible monsters with similar domestic animals. It is said that the second-generation pigs they cultivated using monster-bristled pigs and domestic pigs are not only easy to raise, but the meat is more delicious than domestic pigs." "Really? This sounds interesting. Maybe we should stay here for one more day. However, those old scholars who study monsters should be more interested in this matter." Williams was stroking his mustache and thinking about monster hybrids, and Little John's mouth was not idle. He was still talking endlessly. Sir, I heard on the street that a restaurant called Gonzalez's Wish Restaurant recently launched a new dish made from this hybrid pork. What's it called? Crab meat lion's head. It's obviously a dish made with pork and crab, but it's called lion's head. Ha! It's weird, right? Moreover, the locals here are full of praise for this dish. Many people even say that even the chefs in our royal capital, Shiguang City, cannot make such a delicious dish. But I don't believe it. They must be bragging. After listening to Little John's words, William shook his head. The residents in the countryside don't have much knowledge. The so-called delicious food in their mouth may not even be appreciated by the servants of the nobles in Dawn City. That's it. When I told them this, there were many people who stood up and argued with me. I can't defeat them alone. When mentioning this, Little John looked indignant. Williams twirled his mustache and thought for a while, then picked up the notebook on the table, stood up and walked out. Let's go. John! Go to the Wishing Restaurant in Gonzales and try out this crab meat lion's head. Although I don't agree with how delicious the dishes in this remote town can be. But since this dish can be praised by most people, coupled with a rather peculiar name, it is worth trying by Williams as a critic. Oh, sir, it is exactly what I thought. Go and ask the chefs of the royal capital for an explanation. Make-A-Wish restaurant. It's almost 5 p.m. now. When Mr. Williams came to the door of the restaurant with his little follower John, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The small restaurant was crowded with people. And there were even people on the street. Many people were sitting in front of the store with their own benches and chairs, holding various bowls in their hands. The crowd occupied most of the street. I borrowed it. Please give way. The attendant, Little John, took his master and squeezed into the restaurant with all his strength. Then, he spent another 5 silver coins to buy 2 positions from 2 very young mercenaries. The master and servant finally took their seats. The purchased seat was originally a 4-seater, and there was a local middle-aged couple sitting opposite Mr. Williams. But the writer didn't care about this. He traveled around and had to deal with all kinds of people. 2 locals sitting across from him made it easy to communicate. Honey, today is your birthday. Let's buy 4 crab meat lion heads to celebrate. The husband of the middle-aged couple is Uncle Lucas, who buys the fruit. Today is his wife Julie's birthday. Bah! It's obvious that you are the greedy one who wants to eat. But you still make so many excuses. Julie glared at her husband fiercely. Lucas giggled twice. Honey, let me tell you. Not only do we have to eat today, but from now on, we will have to eat 2. No, 3 of these lion heads every month. It's almost okay to eat it normally, mainly because it can't be eaten away. This lion head. Eat. I'll kill you. You glutton, Julie said angrily, and then complained distressfully. This guy Gonzalez is really evil this time. A small meat dumpling is sold for 12 copper. Julie felt a little distressed when she thought about the price of the lion's head. Honey, you haven't tasted this lion head yet. If you do, you won't think it's expensive for 12 coppers. To be honest, I think it's too cheap. Brother Dorn's craftsmanship is incredible. Didn't everyone tell you that none of the chefs in the royal capital are as good as my brother? How much does it cost to eat a dish from a chef in the royal capital? We've made a profit. Absolutely. Made money. Lucas uprightly defended the wishing restaurant and instilled in his wife the common sense that customers make money while sellers lose money. Listening to the conversation between the couple opposite, Little John rolled his eyes. Here we go again. And they are making trouble with our royal capital. Have you been to the royal capital? Have you tried the dishes in the royal capital? However, because he suffered a loss in the afternoon debate with several locals on the street, Little John said nothing now. I just thought in my heart that after eating this lion head, if it doesn't taste good, I must find a way to get my husband to write a review to laugh at these ignorant country people. If it tastes good, how is it possible? How can food made in a remote area taste so good? Williams was not as big-hearted as the little follower. He silently listened to the conversation between the couple opposite him, took out his notebook, and took some notes. Sir and madam, I would like to ask you, how long has this crab meat lion head been available in this store? Williams took the initiative to chat while the Lucas and his wife stopped. Not much. Only 3 days. Brother Dorn just became the chef here 3 days ago. Lucas replied cheerfully. 3 days? Williams' pen paused. In 3 days, the store became overcrowded and the streets were crowded with people? This is too exaggerated. Has the business here always been so good? Of course not. Uncle Lucas shook his head. The business of this store used to be pretty good, but it was never full of customers. Now it's so crowded. That's entirely because of Brother Dorn's crab meat lion head. Well, it seems that things are just that exaggerated. Uncle Lucas is a familiar person. Once we start talking, it's not easy to stop. However, let me tell you, sir, this store will only be so crowded around 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Because Brother Dorn said, the crab noodle lion head is only on sale for a limited time during this time. And it will be sold out. At the same time, everyone has to queue up to get a number. If there is no room in the store, you can also bring your own bowl to take away. William's pen stopped completely. Just such a paragraph made the writer from the royal capital hear several incomprehensible words. What about limited time sales? Queuing up to get a number. And bringing bowls to go? Chapter 15, but he gave too much. Limited time sales. Queuing up to take orders. And take out bowls. Although there were several made-up words made up of normal words. Uncle Lucas casually explained a few sentences, and Mr. Williams understood the specific meaning of these words. At the same time, Mr. Ryder's pen flew again, recording all these things he heard. Interesting. These are really interesting and very clever. Williams kept nodding his head as he wrote. After thinking about it for a while, he already understood the specific meaning of these practices. According to locals, this crab meat lion head dish is a bit troublesome to make and takes more than 3 hours. Limited time sales. Concentrating the supply time of this dish and making a large number of lion heads at one time can undoubtedly save time. Queuing up to get a number can firstly maintain order in the store, and secondly, customers don't have to actually stand in line. They can sit and rest as long as they get the number plate. Finally, because the store is not large and cannot accommodate many people, bringing bowls to take away can maximize sales. Isn't that right? These are all the ideas of Brother Dorn. If you ask me, this boy from Dorn is not only good looking, but also has a smart mind and good cooking skills. That's all. Occasionally, my mental state is not very good and I can't distinguish between fantasy and reality. Otherwise, I really want him to be my son-in-law. TSK. What a pity. Lucas smacked his lips in regret. Do we have a daughter? Just a son-in-law? I don't think you can distinguish between fantasy and reality. And Julie gave her husband a fierce look. While the group of people sharing the table were chatting heatedly, Mr. Gonzalez in front of the counter cleared his rough yet soft voice. The crab meat and lion's head is ready. Guest number 1 is invited to come and take your meal. Immediately, a man who looked like a businessman stood up from the corner of a table, holding a small wooden sign, and went to the counter to take out a lion's head. Sir, we are number 6. Little John shook the wooden sign with the same style in his hand. This was left by the 2 young mercenaries who had collected 5 silver coins just now. At first, Little John didn't understand the purpose of this wooden sign, but now he understood that it was a voucher for receiving meals. Number 2. Number 3. The call lasted until the 6th, when Little John happily brought back 2 portions of crab meat and lion heads from the counter, because Mr. Ryder was not short of money, and there were 4 in one bowl. In the light but not too rich soup, there are 2 tender and round meat balls floating, with golden crab roe inlaid on the top, and boiled green vegetables as decoration on the side. It's actually a dish I've never seen before, but it looks good, and the meat is very fragrant. It's much better than expected. Mr. Williams is also a professional critic when it comes to food. This dish has far exceeded his expectations in terms of color and aroma. The writer elegantly picked up the spoon, took out a small piece of the lion's head, and put it into his mouth. The proportion of crab meat, lion head, white meat, and red meat is just right, tender and not greasy. The slightly sticky soup enriches the taste of the meatballs. As soon as you chew it, the lion's head will naturally melt away. The sweetness of the river crab and the delicious flavor of the meat collide and mix together, forming a wonderful tongue experience. After just a small taste, Williams felt as if something hit his heart. So delicious. So delicious. The writer has eaten too many good things, but this crab noodle and lion head is definitely at the top of the list of things he has eaten. The only dishes that can be compared to this are the dishes made by the royal chefs who serve the royal family in Shiguang City. After breaking away from the shock of the food, Williams looked around. The follower, Little John, was eating happily, his face beaming with happiness, completely forgetting that the purpose of his trip was to regain some respect for the chefs in the royal capital. Delicious. So delicious. Little John explained forgetfully and sincerely. To put it simply, it means surrendering to the enemy on the spot. The lion heads of the 2 couples opposite have also been obtained. The couple's eating looks are a bit vulgar, almost gobbling them down. Lucas, I think you are right. These meat dumplings are only sold for 12 copper coins. We are really making a lot of money. From now on, we will eat 3. No, 4 lion heads every month. Uncle Lucas kept talking, just responding to his wife with such a series of incomprehensible sounds. With 4 crab meats in his belly, Williams took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. Then he stood up, walked to the counter, straightened his back, and took the initiative to chat with Gonzalez, who was wearing heavy makeup. Sir, the crab meat lion's head in your store is very delicious. I would like to meet the chef who made this delicacy, thank him in person, and ask him a few questions. If you taste an egg and think it's delicious, why do you need to know the hen that laid the egg? I'm sorry, sir. There have been many people who wanted to see little Don in the past 2 days, but they were all rejected by him like this. Yes, I think you may not be an exception. A very philosophical statement. Williams opened his notebook and quickly wrote down this sentence. Then he took out something from his arms, pressed it on the counter, and said sincerely, "But I really want to see him." What he pressed on the counter was a golden gold. "This is the fee I gave him for the meeting. Although, it's a bit tacky. It represents my sincerity," Williams added. When he said this, the writer's face was a little shaken, and he even felt that his act of paying out was a bit reckless. Although the other party is a chef who lives in a small place. When I think about Mr. Dorn's extraordinary cooking skills, is it possible that he is an expert who lives in seclusion in the countryside? The kind who don't care about money at all. Or more seriously, you may feel that you are taking money to insult him. Sir, please wait a moment." Gonzalez took a breath looking at the gold, put down what he was doing, and trotted towards the kitchen. After a while, the store manager trotted out again. "Little Dorn said he can see you." After hearing the affirmative answer, the writer breathed a sigh of relief. This chef who lives in seclusion in the countryside is unexpectedly approachable. With a meeting fee of 1 kinner, Mr. Ryder successfully got the opportunity to enter the kitchen and meet Don. Before leaving the counter, he casually took out a few silver coins as a tip for Gonzalez. The store manager was very happy. In the kitchen, Dorn scooped up the last pot of crab meat and lion head. After all the pot was divided, the lion head was officially sold out today. The workload in the kitchen is also instantly reduced. Vivian was standing beside Dorn, twisting her waist and relaxing her limbs. She was exhausted from doing the lion's head just now. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Don?" Williams, who had a mustache and was dressed simply but elegantly, walked into the kitchen and saluted, a gentleman's salute to Don. "Well, I am Hello, sir." When the two met each other, their own thoughts emerged in their hearts. Williams, is this a chef whose cooking skills rival those of a royal chef? Looks too young. Don, is this a wealthy businessman who wants to see me for a gold? He looks very rich. Chapter 16, What is a Scalper from Another World? "Mr. Don, my name is Thomas Williams. I am a writer from the royal capital and a critic. Occasionally I write travel notes and food reviews from various places and publish them in current publications. The crab meat and lion head you make is very delicious. I have a few questions that I would like to ask in person." The writer expressed his intention and purpose sincerely. "A current review publication?" Dorn looked shocked. Is there such a thing in this different world? Is the cultural industry so prosperous? The review time seems to have only emerged in recent years. Many writers will publish comments and articles in it. I have only heard of it when traveling to some big cities, but not in small towns. Vivian, who was standing next to him, noticed Dorn's surprise and took the initiative to explain. In fact, it's not just Miss Fairy's explanation. Various current periodicals in the Dona Empire are issued in small quantities and at very high prices. Only nobles and wealthy businessmen will buy and circulate them. For civilians, it is generally difficult to recognize even the characters, and there is no such need for spiritual consumption. "Is this Williams famous?" Don turned his back, approached Vivian, and whispered close to her small ear. The suddenly shortened distance made Miss Goblin's heart beat faster. "Okay, he seems to be quite famous. I have read his nightly novel, The Legend of Parav." "Mr. Dorn?" From William's perspective, Vivian, who had zero presence, could not be seen. He only saw Dorn suddenly turning around, seemingly still talking to himself. It seems that what the local said just now, that Mr. Dorn seems to be in a bad mental state, is what he meant. However, it is understandable that such a gifted person has a weird personality. "Ah, I was just checking to see if there were any lion heads left in the pot." Dorn turned back. "Mr. Williams, you want to interview me? Right. You can ask any questions you have. I will cooperate with you." Of course, this is for the sake of the gold. Moreover, the other party is a well-known writer after all, so it seems good to write an article to praise himself. Although those publications were only circulated among wealthy people in big cities, they had no influence on small towns like Eton. But what if there is no guarantee that a certain rich kid will come to explore delicious food when he is full? Once this kind of special guest is triggered, it is not impossible to charge a few more gold as a meeting fee. Beautiful. "Interview. Yes, I am going to interview you." For Mr. Writer, it is another coined word. But the meaning is not difficult to understand. After asking a few simple questions that did not involve the method of making lion head and the origin of the name of the crab meat lion head dish, Mr. Writer took his notebook and planned to leave the kitchen with satisfaction. But just as he was about to step out of the door, his eyes fell on a small wooden basin on the side. In the wooden basin, there were 2 small river crabs blowing bubbles. Williams turned around and said, "Mr. Dorn, I forgot to ask just now. Do you still have the ingredients you used to make the lion's head?" "Yes, there are. You can take a look if you want. But they are nothing worth mentioning." Don pointed to the pot of river crabs and a piece of bristled pork on the shelf. "Because pork has other uses. So these were not made into lion heads. These bristle meats are reserved for the restaurant's own meal in the evening. In the past few days, this new chef has been inseparable from the second-generation bristle pork. However, after eating 7 or 8 meals of second-generation bristled pork, his constitution point finally increased by 9 points. And then, there was no movement. For this result, Don already has the answer in his heart. There should be an upper limit on the attribute points that can be added to oneself by the same kind of monster food. For example, if a second-generation bristle pig is used as a food material, the upper limit should be 9 points of physical constitution. After that, eating second-generation bristle pig will not trigger a predator. Therefore, the path to sustainable development is not to catch one kind of monster food that you can eat as much as you want, but to enrich your own monster food range. Williams looked at the crab and pork again, and then his expression seemed to be frozen, and he didn't say anything for a long time. After tasting the crab meat lion's head just now, Williams put Dorn's cooking skills on the same level as the royal chef. But he ignored one premise, which is the cooking environment and ingredients. Mr. Writer is a knowledgeable person, and he can tell the quality of the pork and crabs. For ordinary people, these 2 ingredients are okay. But if you dare to put this crab and pork in front of the royal chefs, especially the crab that seems to have very poor meat quality, they will only give you a big roll your eyes. As for the royal chefs, who are accustomed to using the top ingredients in the country, this kind of civilian ingredients is completely unqualified and not worthy of being cooked by them. But even with a simple kitchen and common people's ingredients, the quality of the dishes Dorn produced was not inferior to that of the royal chefs. "Mr. Dorn, I would like to take the liberty to ask again. Did you use these simple things to make that crab meat lion head?" "Of course." Don had heard the meaning of Mr. Writer's words and pretended to be profound. "Simple ingredients can also be used to cook high-end delicious food. And I have always believed that only delicious food can be enjoyed by everyone. That's the real food. But I don't object to exclusive delicacies cooked with top-quality ingredients." Don added silently in his mind. "Everyone can enjoy it." Williams opened his notebook again and wrote down this sentence with slightly trembling hands. An idea came into Mr. Writer's mind. An idea that made him feel a little palpitated. If the young man in front of him was given the same cooking conditions as the royal chefs, what kind of food would he make? Perhaps the locals here were not wrong. This young man with black hair and black eyes really has a cooking skill that far exceeds that of any other chef in the capital. After looking at Dorn with an extremely strange look for a long time, Williams finally performed a gentlemanly courtesy again, and left the kitchen thoughtfully with a solemn look on his face. "I feel like this interview has had a big impact on Mr. Williams." Vivian narrowed her eyes slightly and watched the writer leave. "It seems so. When he left, his eyes lost their luster." Dorn shrugged helplessly. Dorn himself didn't pay too much attention to this interview. After all, the vague words of praise from the royal capital were just the icing on the cake for him in a small town. In the alley next to the Wishing restaurant, 2 people were talking. It was the 2 young mercenaries who just took Williams 5 silver coins and sold the seats and meal numbers. Calling them young may be a bit inappropriate. After all, these 2 mercenaries are still underage. Among them, the chubby one is called Fat Fox and is 13 years old. The other one is a strong man named Bear Claw, 14 years old. The 2 underage mercenaries are accustomed to deliberately dressing themselves up and appearing more reliable. But even if they dress themselves up, no one will pay to hire them. "I didn't expect that well-dressed man to be so generous. Just 5 pieces of silver." Xiongzhou played with the silver in his hand and couldn't bear to put it down. "I told you to put it away. Put it away. Don't expose your wealth. Idiot." The Fat Fox gave his companion a helpless look. Don't worry. Don't worry. The gangsters nearby don't dare to mess with Brother Hyena and me. Hey, I'm too lazy to care about you. The fat fox touched the silver coin he had hidden in his arms, and the delicate touch of the metal was reflected back to his fingertips. Yeah, it's only 5 silver coins in one hand. It's a pity that it's like this. Good things don't happen every day. Touching the silver coins in his arms, Fat Fox suddenly had an idea. It is known that a crab meat lion head sells for 12 coppers. It is not expensive in itself, but some people are willing to spend 5 silver coins to buy the meal order of the lion head. This order number is valuable and can have a price, and its price can even exceed the crab meat lion head itself. If you, Bear Claw, and Brother Hyena go to the Wishing Restaurant every day to get a seat, and then sell the meal numbers to those who have money but don't want to wait too long, the price doesn't need to be too high. I believe that if a number costs 20 coppers, generally wealthy people will be willing to pay it. There is no shortage of rich people among the people who come to the Wishing Restaurant to eat lion heads. Each person has 1 number per day and will earn 18 coins in a month. It seems very profitable. You make more money than being a mercenary that no one hires. The prototype of a promising money-making plan was formed in the Fat Fox's round little head. If Dorn himself, who promoted queuing to get a number, knew what Fat Fox was thinking now, he would definitely jump up and applaud the 13-year-old boy. You are such a hacking talent. I just came up with a number-taking system, and you little bastard is just trying to make money by being a scalper. The Fat Fox was still excited about the new money-making plan in his mind. But Bear Claw, who was sitting on the broken barrel, suddenly jumped up and touched the Fat Fox with his thick elbow. Look, Fat Fox, Brother Hyena is back. At the entrance of the alley, a lean boy, also wearing rough leather armor, with messy dirty red curly hair and sharp eyes, walked straight towards the two of them. He is Hyena, a little younger than Bear Claw, but in this waif mercenary group consisting of only 3 members, Hyena is the well-deserved big brother. Do you know how much I earned this time? When the Hyena saw his 2 younger brothers, he did not hide the joy on his face and grinned, revealing 2 sharp tiger teeth. The waif mercenary group only took over 1 business this month, from the patrol captain Albert in the town. The patrol captain hoped that someone could help him hunt an adult bristle pig. As it happens, hyenas have very rich hunting experience. Therefore, he spent 3 days searching the secret forest to the east for traces of prey, and finally found the cave where a maned boar was hiding. Today is the day when the hyena takes Albert to the bristle cave to inspect the goods and pay the reward. As for the hunting process, hyenas are not involved. The adult monster bristle boar is not that easy to deal with, and even old hunters will be afraid of it. It is estimated that Captain Albert will do it himself tomorrow or the day after tomorrow after being fully prepared. Do you know how much money he gave in the end? 5 pieces of silver. 1 more than what was agreed upon in advance. The hyena dropped 5 coins on the broken barrel and looked happy. 5 pieces of silver. Our food for the next month is guaranteed. Huh? Wait a minute. What do you two mean by these expressions? TSK. There's something wrong with you. Fat Fox and Bear Claw didn't say anything. They just looked at each other, and then smiled at their elder brother. Their smiles were a little stiff and awkward. If Brother Hyena knew that the 2 of them had just taken a number at the Wishing Restaurant, sat there for a while, and both received 5 silver coins, would it be a shock to him? Chapter 17 Monster Main Boar. 2 more days passed quickly and slowly. It's around 8 p.m. now. The guests in the Wishing Restaurant began to leave one after another. In the store, Mr. Gonzalez was the only one counting today's accounts. More than 100 lion heads were sold today. If the current situation continues, Moonlight's profit from crab meat lion heads can easily exceed 2 gold nuggets. Sure enough, our little Dorn is the best, come on. The store manager was holding the account book and laughing so hard. And then, he was blushing and holding his face in a coy manner. In short, he was completely happy written on his face. Ahem. Good evening. Gonzalez. Good evening. Mr. Gonzalez. There were 2 greetings in the shop that was supposed to be empty of outsiders. One with a strong voice, and the other with a green tone. Gonzalez raised his head and looked up. Standing in the hall were a pair of blonde-haired siblings, the town's patrol captain Albert and his sister Amy. Hey, little Albert and little Amy. Although I haven't closed the door yet, the Wishing Restaurant is actually closed now. No. Gonzalez, we are not here to eat. We are here to see Mr. Dorn. We have something to give him. Albert waved his hand and turned sideways to signal the store manager to look at the door. Well, I'm here to see Big Brother. Amy nodded in agreement. Only then did Gonzalez notice that there was a push wooden cart parked in front of his house. On the cart, a ferocious beast like a hill was tightly trapped with hemp ropes. The beast was not only huge in stature, but also had spear-like manes and sharp and terrifying tusks. The store manager recognized it as an adult monster bristle pig at a glance. The bristle pig was tied to the cart and was motionless. It was probably dead. What a big bristled pig! Is it for little Dorn? Gonzalez nodded thoughtfully. In the impression of the store manager, his new chef is a solid pig lover. Judging from his behavior in the past 2 days, he is particularly concerned about things related to Maine pigs. If little Dorn saw such a big monster bristle pig, he would be amused. The store manager happily greeted the team captain and his sisters to sit down in the hall, while he happily ran to the kitchen to inform Dorn. The backyard of the Wishing restaurant, the courtyard, which was not spacious to begin with, became even more crowded after placing the monster bristle pig. Don, Mr. Gonzalez, brother and sister Albert, and Vivian, whose presence is invisible to others, are surrounding the bristled pig in 2s and 3s. So big refers to the body shape of the bristled pig. So long, so hard refers to the bristles and tusks of a boar. When he first saw the bristle boar, Dorn was shocked by this huge creature, since he has been running to the market these days. Dorn was lucky enough to see the second-generation hybrid bristle pig, although it also has tusks and is covered with hard hair. The second-generation bristle boar looks like a stronger wild boar. Look at this generation of monster bristle boars, with their hill-like body shape. This terrifying and impactful shape. I would believe it if they said it was a pig gang and a hyena. However, although it looks very ferocious, Dorn, who has an intuitive sense of food, can clearly tell that the food grade of this bristled pig is a grade. Good. Very good. Very good. Don was still praising with satisfaction. Well, Mr. Dorn, in addition to the monster Maine boar, I also brought the bounty of the black mercenary Andrew. A total of 60 silver NAR. Watching Don go around and around the wooden cart carrying the bristle pig, Albert beside him finally couldn't bear it any longer. Stepped forward and took out a heavy money bag and handed it to Don. Although Andrew is wanted by the Empire and has a bounty on his head, he is still a minor player in essence. 60 silver is already worth the price of this black mercenary. Don took the money bag generously without opening it to count it. But when he took the money bag, he turned his head and glanced at Vivian. The silver-haired elf lady noticed his gaze and returned a peaceful smile. These 60 silver coins belong to Vivian, Don thought in his mind. After putting the money bag away, Dorn stopped circling the pig. He reached out and patted the pig's belly ribs, which were solid but somewhat elastic. This bristled pig has been dead for a while, but the meat is still in good quality now. I think it's better for us to have a meal while the meat is still fresh. It was already nighttime, and dealing with the bristled pig was undoubtedly a troublesome matter. But no one present objected to Dorn's proposal. Everyone is a good comrade who has also eaten crab meat and lion's head, and they highly admire Don's cooking skills. No one can refuse one more meal of Dorn's cooking. No one. Brother, do you want to eat crab meat and lion's head? Amy swallowed slightly and shook her head, her golden hair swaying gently by her ears. In the past 2 days, Amy also came to the Wishing restaurant several times to eat, and she once again thanked Don seriously for saving her life last time. So the blonde girl Amy has begun to get acquainted with her big brother. Amy, don't talk nonsense. Albert reached out and patted his sister's head gently, while his throat squirmed slightly. We are here to thank Mr. Dorn, not to eat. Oh. The little girl lowered her head slightly aggrievedly. It's okay. It's fun when there are more people eating. Besides, you brought me the bristled pig, so you guys should have a try. Dorn quickly waved his hand at the blonde brother and sister. Then, here's Mr. Loudhorn. Albert's face remained calm, but his throat visibly moved again. Don, why do you always feel like you're being tricked by the patrol leader? Ahem. Dorn coughed helplessly. By the way, because there are only 2 river crabs left. Making lion heads is not enough for the few of us, so I will make something else tonight. What do you want to eat? Don't be too pretentious, little Dorn, the store manager asked bluntly with a sweet smile. Even Vivian was staring at Dorn expectantly, her lake blue eyes piercing. I got a lot of condiments and spices in the past 2 days. Let's make a pan-fried pork rib for everyone. Dorn stopped hiding it. Everyone present looked at each other in shock when they heard this. It's not a special dish with a weird name like crab meat and lion's head that you've never seen before. Pan-fried pork ribs sound a bit ordinary. However, no one has any objections to this. They firmly believe that no matter what dishes Don cooks, they must be delicious. For a time, everyone except Vivian, who didn't want to be exposed in front of outsiders, got busy, slaughtering pigs and cutting meat. Even the Albert brothers, who were not very good at this, were very motivated to attack Don and Gonzalez, because they would have a delicious meal for free. The backyard under the bright moonlight is filled with happy air. This may be the power of delicious food. Chapter 18 Pan-fried pork ribs with caramelized apples. Slaughtering pigs and cutting meat is undoubtedly a troublesome task. But fortunately, Mr. Don and Mr. Gonzalez are both excellent at business. With the help of the Albert brothers and sisters, it only took about 20 minutes to completely cut off the right side of the pork ribs with clear texture. Don took the pork ribs and went to the kitchen to cook first, and Vivian beside him followed him away in a tacit understanding. The remaining uncut pork is handed over to others. Some will be used as ingredients for tomorrow, and some will be preliminarily pickled for easy storage. In the kitchen, let me see, black pepper, butter, rum, and the leftover chicken stock from the night. By the way, Vivian will help me with the pork ribs. Don quickly got into cooking. Status. Vivian took the pork cooperatively, and while cutting the meat, she frequently looked at Dorn's side face with her peripheral vision. It's just like this. Once you get seriously involved in your one and only, no matter how many times you watch it, you will still find it very handsome. 5 pieces of pork ribs, cut into 2-finger thicknesses, with ribs on the tail, an almost perfect shape, were handed to Don. Don, the chief chef of Wish's restaurant, first sprinkled the pork ribs evenly with coarse salt and black pepper and let them sit for a while. Then, heat a frying pan and heat the olive oil. The pork ribs were put into the pot. The sound of sizzling fat was heard, and the aroma of fat and pepper immediately overflowed from the pot. It is indeed an A-rated ingredient. This smell is delicious, although it's still a bit inferior to that portion of jackalope meat. Don commented silently in his heart. Fry the pork ribs until golden brown on both sides and add solid butter. The milky yellow butter is quickly melted by the high temperature, exuding a sweet frankincense. Fry the pork ribs in butter until half cooked. Remove from the pot. Pour over the remaining soup, and set aside. Heat the skillet again and heat the olive oil. This time add minced garlic and small onions and saute until fragrant. Then pour in the sugar wine, and the alcohol will burn under the high temperature. The flames in the frying pan will stir up, bringing with it a unique aroma of the sugar wine. Wait until the flames dissipate and the minced garlic and small onions in the pot are properly browned. At this time, add chicken broth, liquid cream, yellow mustard and mustard seeds. Mix well in the frying pan. Mix and heat until it becomes a thick, fragrant milky yellow sauce. Return the half-cooked pork ribs to the pan at this time and fry until fully cooked. The silver-haired elf lady stood aside, her mouth slightly opening and closing, but still not a single word came out. To be honest, Vivian, who has traveled to most of the miracle lands, is definitely well informed. But Dawn's process of making pan-fried pork ribs was definitely the most complicated and artistic she had ever seen. Oh, and it's also the most luxurious. Black pepper and butter are very expensive. Okay, correct. Extremely expensive spices like black pepper and butter are not available in Wishing Restaurant. These expensive condiments were all purchased and delivered by the writer Mr. Williams, who took the initiative to send people to the nearby large city Silver Shield Harbor the next day after interviewing Dawn. As for Dawn, he collected all the condiments with a shy face, and made a verbal promise that, from now on, Mr. Ryder will be given priority when he comes to dinner. Putting all that aside, if Vivian had to think of a word to describe the pork ribs that were sizzling in the pot, it would probably be perfect. For a piece of food to be made like this, it is simply impeccable and impeccable. Vivian, the pan-fried pork ribs are ready. Please put them on the plate and put them away. I will make caramel apples for everyone as a side dish. Oh, leave it to me. The goblin lady stopped her random thoughts and concentrated on helping Dorn load the dishes. The pan-fried pork ribs with caramel apples that Dorn is going to make tonight are made by combining the dietary characteristics of the Dorn Empire and some dietary concepts of Western food in the Earth period. For natives of the Dona Empire, pork and green apples are a good pairing, both in terms of flavor and acidity. In the past few days, Dawn has not only been making crab meat and lion head, but also learned to make many local Dawn dishes. This genius, with a maximum cooking point of 100 points, has many new experiences and ideas. Green apples bought from Uncle Lucas, peeled, Sliced, cored and turned into apple rings. Season lightly, adding a little salt and black pepper as you would for pork ribs. Next, to bake caramel, add brown sugar to the frying pan. After the brown sugar begins to melt, add the apple rings, star anise, cloves, and cinnamon. The sweetness of the caramel mixes with the spices to create a unique aroma. It's just that Dorn's careless way of spreading spices made the elf lady next to him feel heartbroken. Then add butter, sugar and wine, and the alcohol will burn again until all evaporates. Add butter. Cook for a while to reduce the juice and flavor. And a caramel apple with donut characteristics and earth flavor is completed. Finally, just add a few slices of caramel apples to each plate of pan-fried pork ribs. Drizzle with a little caramel sauce. And you're done. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Vivian didn't really want the Albert brothers to notice her existence. Therefore, Dawn selected the best one from the 5 pan-fried pork ribs that were all in perfect condition and left it to Miss Goblin. He took the remaining 4 portions on the dining plate and went to the restaurant hall to greet others. This was the first time Dorn had the opportunity to cook with the meat of the monster main boar, and he was very excited. By repeatedly eating second-generation bristle meat before, Dorn had already summed up some triggering mechanisms for predator skills. For example, there is an upper limit to the attributes that can be increased by the same type of monster food. Also, the meat on the same bristles can only trigger the predator effect once. But he still knows very little about the triggering mechanism of his synchronic stomach bag, because eating dishes made from second-generation hybrid bristle pork had never triggered it before. But this also made Dorn have some guesses about this passive skill. Is the trigger probability of synchronic stomach originally lower than predator? In other words, obtaining skills from monsters is a low probability event? In other words, besides the level of the dishes, are the triggering probabilities of several of my title skills also affected by other factors? Previously, when Vivian introduced the differences between monsters and ordinary animals, she made this conclusion. Monsters are animals with magic power surging within their bodies. So, will the amount of magic power in the monster also affect the triggering of its own skills? Considering that the second-generation hybrid bristles are artificial breeds made from magical bristles and non-magical domestic pigs, their magical power is generally lower than that of their parents. Therefore, the probability that magic power is an influencing factor is really quite high. I hope these questions can be answered in this plate of pan-fried pork ribs. Chapter 19 New Skills. The door of the Wishing Restaurant has been closed. On a long table in the restaurant, Dorn, the manager, and brother and sister Albert were sitting across from each other. In front of them, they all had a piece of pan-fried pork ribs with an attractive aroma. Except for Dorn. The other 3 people looked at their portions of pork ribs in a daze. Why are you standing there? Eat. Why don't you all eat? Dorn took the lead in picking up the tableware. Let me tell you, little Dorn. Is this the pan-fried pork ribs you're talking about? It always feels different from the dish I know. No, it's too different. The store manager took a deep breath at his portion of ribs, and then swallowed hard. Albert and Amy both nodded in agreement. In the wealthy Donut Empire, pan-fried pork ribs were considered a common dish. It is not impossible for a family with an average income to eat 3 or 2 meals a month. However, in the common people's cognitive concept, the so-called pan-fried pork ribs are just seasoned with coarse salt and then fried in a frying pan. What seasonings? What ingredients go together? Are they good if they don't exist? But look at what Dawn made. The exquisite presentation. The fragrant and thick sauce. The perfect pan-fried pork ribs. A common dish has been made into something that no one can afford. What's the difference? Dorn set an example for everyone. He easily picked up the knife and fork, cut off a small piece of plump pork chop soaked in sauce, and put it in his mouth. The pork was tender and juicy, fried to perfection, and the sauce had a rich texture. Take another bite of the caramel apple, which is sour and sweet, and the taste goes well with the pork. Yes, this pan-fried pork rib is made with A-level monster ingredients, and the final dish can be rated S-level. For Dorn, who has a picky taste, it is a rare delicacy, but it's still not as good as the hand-shredded roast rabbit. Dorn commented in a low voice that only he could hear clearly. Once upon a time, it was difficult to find water in the vast sea. Seeing Dorn move the knife and fork, the remaining 3 people finally started carefully on the pan-fried pork ribs. The pork chops are delicious, but the Albert brother and sister, who seem to have good tutors, are quite honest in their eating habits. Especially the little girl with short blonde hair couldn't help but shake her head slightly while eating. Sitting on the high stool, His feet that were not enough to touch the ground were also swinging slightly, and his mouth made small swallowing sounds of intoxication and happiness from time to time. All in all, it's very cute. But on the other hand, Mr. Store Manager, This tastes great! The pork fried to perfection is smooth, tender and juicy, and paired with the sweet caramel apples. When you bite into it, the aroma of fatty meat is mixed with the sweet aroma of milk and refreshing fruity aroma, and the slight spiciness brought by black pepper and mustard seeds. Incomparable happiness. Incomparable happiness. I feel that my body and soul are filled with you, little Dorn. And first love. I seem to see my first love again. Woo woo woo. When the macho manager swallowed a mouthful of pork, it was as if a certain blessing in his body had been triggered. He opened his mouth to write a short essay on his feelings after eating and kept talking. Dawn, don't mention your first love that you recall by eating pork. Mr. Store Manager. Halfway through the pork ribs, Dorn came and felt like, yes, that's it. System prompts. The effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill, Pig Rush LV0, is obtained, can be upgraded. I'm coming! After eating an S-level pan-fried pork rib, as if in response to Dorn's expectations, the system finally popped up a notification triggering the synchronic stomach pouch. However, at the same time, the Predator effect was not triggered, most likely because the monster bristled boar and the second-generation hybrid bristled boar were determined by the system to be the same type of food, and Dorn had already eaten the maximum amount. But these details are not important right now. What is important is that I finally got a new skill. This is the second skill that Dorn gained when he came to this world through synchronic stomach, which is completely different from the first, Lucky Rabbit's Foot, whose effect is unknown. From Dorn's point of view, the new skill, Pig Rush, apart from the unpleasant name, is actually a very practical skill. Pig LV0, derived from the thrusting impact technique of the bristled pig. It is a powerful rushing impact. During the release of the skill, the speed, defense, and strength are increased. Upgradable combat skills. Finally mastered the first combat skill. If you continue to develop at the current pace, you will definitely become stronger and stronger. Dawn believes so. However, this somewhat proves Dorn's previous conjecture. The triggering probability of synchronic stomach is probably lower than that of Predator, and the conditions are a bit more stringent. In addition to the condition of being delicious, the ingredients made by monsters with stronger magic surges also make it easier to obtain skills. The other three people at the table were still feasting on pork ribs and baked apples, but Dorn was already feeling happy and thoughtful because of the change in his strength. Thanks for treatment. Little Dorn is indeed the best. Big Brother's cooking is really delicious. What should I say? Bad hospitality. The pleasant supper time ended with laughter. Whether it is everyone who has eaten the delicious food or Dorn who has gained skills, it is a satisfying experience. The freeloading brother and sister Albert said goodbye and went home after helping Dorn and others clean up the hall and backyard. It was very late at night, and the entire Eden City seemed to have fallen asleep. The two brothers and sister walked side by side on the relatively spacious main road of the town. The light was dim, and the night breeze was a little cold. Brother, do you think the Wishing Restaurant will get busier and busier in the future? Amy wrapped her clothes tightly and suddenly looked up at Albert. Yes. Mr. Dorn's cooking skills are well known. It is said that people from Wanfeng Town have come to the Wishing Restaurant to have dinner today. If things continue like this, the Wishing Restaurant will probably become busier and busier. Then, wouldn't it be very hard for Big Brother? It's hard work. Of course. Albert responded to his sister, and suddenly seemed to realize something, and his face turned bitter. Amy, it's not me who said it. You never seem to care. Isn't it hard for me to work? Huh? Really? I should have cared about my brother. Right. Amy smiled sweetly at her brother, trying to be cute. However, what she was thinking about at this moment was, when we were just eating, we saw the eldest brother frowning and saying nothing for a while. Surely it's because you're too tired. If my eldest brother will have more and more hardships in the future, should I do something to help him? For example, go to the Wishing Restaurant to help with work. As soon as this idea came up, it took root in Amy's heart and lingered. Then, starting from tomorrow, practice your cooking skills at home. After you master the basic kitchen skills, you will find an opportunity to help in your big brother's restaurant. Chapter 20 Skill Upgrade. System prompts. The effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill, Pig Rush LV0, experience is increased. System prompts. The effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered. The skill Pig Rush LV0 experience is increased, and the skill level is increased. System prompts. The effect of Synchronic Stomach Bag is triggered. The skill Pig Rush LV1 experience is increased, and the skill level is increased. Hiccup. After finishing his breakfast of bacon porridge, which could reach B level, Dorn put down the tableware with satisfaction, as the system prompted him to upgrade his skills. Since acquiring the skill Pig Pork, he has resumed his daily routine of eating second-generation bristled pork. Anyway, he just fry and stew the bristled pork in various ways, and then eat until the corners of his mouth are oily. Because Dorn discovered that eating dishes made with second-generation bristled boar ingredients can increase the Pig Burst experience, and it is much more convenient to gain skill experience than to gain skills, and it can be triggered with almost every meal. The next plan is to get the level of Pig Turtle to full level first, and then find ways to collect other monster ingredients and gain more attributes and skills. But then again, I have lived and eaten for almost a month, but there has been no progress in finding other monster ingredients. In Eden, all you can find is pork. Dorn also asked Vivian to accompany him to the nearby secret forest to try his luck, but at most, he encountered ordinary wild animals without any magic power. According to Vivian, due to human activities, there are very few monster activities in this secret forest. If you weren't an experienced hunter, you wouldn't be able to find traces of monsters here. Dorn never expected that species protection would be so important to him after arriving in another world. Therefore, after these days of frustration, Dorn came to the conclusion that if he wanted to get other monster ingredients besides pork, he still needed the help of Captain Albert. You're full, Vivian. I went out and will be back before opening in the afternoon. Dorn put away his tableware and said to Vivian, who was sitting across the dining table, well, be careful on the road. Vivian was holding a spoon and sipping the salty porridge in her bowl. By the way, Vivian, you made good salty porridge this time. You have made great progress. If you keep up the good work, I will know that you have a talent for cooking. Before leaving, Dorn turned around and added, the bacon porridge this morning was made by Vivian. After listening to Don's words, Vivian was like a student who was praised by the teacher. The joy and pride on her face were visible to the naked eye. Afterwards, Miss Goblin continued to sip the porridge in her bowl carefully, and felt that the taste of the salty porridge really seemed to get better. Yeah, Don is right. I have indeed made great progress. Dorn went directly to visit Captain Albert. He had understood before that today was Albert's day off, and there was no need to go out on patrol. The Albert brothers and sisters live in a small apartment in a townhouse on the west side of the town. The house is not big, with only 2 floors, but the furniture arrangement seems to be quite exquisite, and it feels much more sophisticated than ordinary civilian homes. Albert received Don's visit generously, and Amy, faced with Don's sudden visit, was extremely attentive. She kept bringing tea, water and fruit plates, all kinds of ways to show her presence, which made Albert, his biological brother, shake his head frequently. After the pleasantries were completed, Don and Albert sat down in the living room. So, Mr. Dorn wants to hunt monsters? Albert listened to Dorn's request. Well, it better not be a bristled pig. I want to try to develop some new, monster dishes. Monster dishes? I really want to help Mr. Dorn. Albert did not delve into the reason why Dorn wanted to hunt monsters. After all, it was his unique hobby to not protect all the monsters, and it was not convenient to ask more. Although it is true that I killed the main boar last time, it was someone else who found the traces of that monster. Oh! Don didn't say anything more, and waited quietly for the other party to continue. The street boy in the town is named Hyena. His father was originally the most famous hunter in the town, but then something happened to him. Although Hyena is not very old, he has inherited the skills and qualities of an excellent hunter from his father. Currently, he has formed a mercenary group with other street children in the town and takes on any job. Dorn. Watering mercenary group? Hyena. I understand. So where can I find him? Let me think about it. By the way, hyenas and a few other strays seem to be wandering around your restaurant a lot lately. Albert patted his forehead. In front of our restaurant? After working together for a long time, are people with hunting talents always at your doorstep? After asking about the hyena's specific appearance, Dorn came out of the Albert brother and sister's house and went back to the door of the Wishing restaurant to find someone. Before leaving the house, you can still hear Amy's clear farewell voice. Brother, come and play again when you have time. the entrance of the Wishing restaurant. There was still an hour before the restaurant opened, and people were already waiting to take orders outside the store. The 3 members of the wandering mercenary group were scattered among the waiting crowd. At this moment, Fat Fox, the think tank of the Waif mercenary group, was talking to a middle-aged man wearing a hat and a mustache, dressed in business attire. As before, give me a number. I'm going to eat the lion's head in about 2 hours. Here are 20 coppers. The man handed over 20 coppers in a familiar manner. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I guarantee you can eat the steaming lion's head. The Fat Fox accepted the money with a smile on his face. Previously, Fat Fox told Hyena and Bear Claw about the scalper money-making plan, and all 3 of them thought they were up to something. So they spent all day outside the Wishing restaurant taking numbers and reselling them. Each number sells for 20 copper nulls, which is not too expensive. Generally, it can be accepted by people who have a little money and want to enjoy delicious food quickly. After going back and forth, the 3 of them have initially mastered the scalper market outside the Wishing restaurant. In the past 2 days, there have been regular customers and repeat customers who have made reservations to buy numbers in advance. And the business is booming. Hyena, the little leader of the Wanderers mercenary group, was sitting cross-legged on an empty wooden box on the street, squinting at the Fat Fox making deals with people. A number is 20 coppers. 3 people can earn at least 60 coppers a day. That's a month. How much is that? Forget it. You can make a lot more than usual anyway. I heard Fat Fox right. These days, Fat Fox is still clamoring to develop more manpower to help take numbers, saying that sooner or later there will be competitors in this business. I don't understand these things, so there is nothing wrong with leaving it to him. The Hyena watched. Bien was thinking this way in his mind. But then again, although you can make more money than usual by selling meal numbers, it is still really boring. Yawning out of boredom, the Hyena retracted its gaze from the Fat Fox and glanced casually towards the street. At this glance, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. He has pure black hair and dresses like an adventurer, but his true identity is Dorn, the chef of the Wishing restaurant. Of course, the Hyena knew Don because the chef was a celebrity in the town recently. From the Hyena's perspective, it was impossible for Don to know him. Moreover, Fat Fox said that if you see people inside the Wishing restaurant, avoid them if you can. Although reselling the restaurant's order number is not a big deal. After all, it is a business that is dependent on the birth of the Wishing restaurant. And the Waif's mercenary group does not know the Wishing restaurant's attitude towards this matter. What if the restaurant knows that there is profit in taking the meal number, and takes some measures that are not conducive to making money? If the restaurant really finds out about the reselling of meal numbers, then, just what to do? The Fat Fox didn't say, and the Hyena didn't know either. Anyway, if you can make 1 more day's money, just make 1 more day's money first. Therefore, the Hyena's first reaction, when he saw Dorn, was to turn away and only look at the young chef from the sidelines. But he never thought that after Dorn stood at the door of the store, he looked around at the crowd. Then his eyes fell on the Hyena, and he walked straight towards him. Chapter 21: The Waif Mercenary Group. What happened? The Hyena was a little surprised. He thought he had no connection with the young chef. So his first reaction was that the restaurant had already known about the reselling of meal numbers. As Dorn got closer, the expression on the Hyena's dark face began to become unnatural. Are you the Hyena? Dorn finally asked as he stood in front of the Hyena. The Hyena still kept his head down and said nothing. Hello? I'm here to tell you something. I heard that you... Seeing that the boy in front of him didn't respond, Don lowered his voice and continued to speak. At this time, the Hyena's dark face was already a little red from holding back. Sure enough, the selling of meal numbers has been known? But these 3 brothers are obviously quite careful these days. So the restaurant got the news a little too quickly. I don't know why. Although there is no stealing or robbing when selling meal numbers, the Hyena feels a little guilty when facing the people at the Wishing restaurant. But now that the matter has been exposed, the Hyena's slightly arrogant temper does not want to wait for others to fully reveal it. He just slapped his neck, jumped down from the empty wooden box, and admitted angrily before Dorn. It's true that I'm selling your restaurant's order code, but the order rules you set up already have such loopholes. Even if I don't sell it, someone else will sell it sooner or later. The Fat Fox analyzed the loopholes in the rules for taking meal numbers. But the Hyena only remembered a rough idea. But being caught made him somewhat embarrassed. So he just said whatever came to his mind. What? Dorn looked confused. The Hyena looked at the confused expression on Dorn's face and didn't realize that he had said the wrong thing. The other person probably didn't want to ask for a meal number at all. But aside from the matter of getting a meal number, what could the chef have to talk to like a little mercenary wandering the streets? The two were awkwardly silent for a few seconds, and Dorn began to realize the meaning of the hyena's words. Good guy. After I just implemented a queuing up mechanism at the wishing restaurant, did the scalpers from another world emerge at the right time? Before Dorn could say anything else, two more boys about the same age as Hyena squeezed out of the crowd nearby. Naturally, it was Fat Fox and Bear Claw, the two remaining members of the waif mercenary group. They had just seen Brother Hyena arguing with the cook in the wishing restaurant, and their faces were red. How could they not have guessed that the matter of selling meal numbers was exposed? Moreover, looking at Brother Hyena's excited expression, the situation is definitely serious. Dorn was looking up and down at the two newly minted boys when he saw the fat little one among them speaking in a measured tone. It was my idea to sell your order number. Brother Hyena did it after listening to my words. The stout Bear Claw next to him wanted to take over all the responsibilities when the Fat Fox opened his mouth. Immediately, a passionate spirit surged into his heart, and he puffed out his chest. It's not just Fat Fox. I'm also involved. If anything happens, come to me. Dawn. These brothers all appear in self-destruction trucks. It's okay that the three of them rushed to take responsibility without saying anything. However, does being a scalper in another world really require you to take responsibility? What about that? Let's talk about selling meal tickets later. I originally wanted to talk to you about hunting. After taking a deep breath, Dorn tried to speak in as calm a tone as possible. Hunting. The three street boys were completely confused now. Come into the restaurant with me and let's talk. This is not the place to talk. Dorn looked around at the crowd watching the excitement and waved to the street children. The three street children are standing there. You look at me, I look at you. Finally, under the affirmative look of their big brother, the hyena, they quickly followed Dorn. Within the restaurant, since the restaurant has not officially opened yet, there are not many people in the lobby. Only the store manager is doing some pre-opening preparations behind the counter. Mr. Gonzalez, I want to find a place to chat with my three friends in the store. Don greeted the store manager. Okay. Gonzalez answered very readily. Dorn took the three boys to the backyard of the restaurant and gave an overview of his need to hunt monsters to the members of the waif's mercenary group. After listening to Dorn's description, the hyena understood why the chef who came to the wishing restaurant knew him. It turns out that the bristled boar hunted for Patrol Captain Albert a few days ago was to be given to Dorn. The street children looked at each other in confusion. After a while, it was the fat man among them who broke the silence. Mr. Dorn, about the matter about us selling meal numbers. Don, did you hold it in for a long time and say something like this? Why are these unlucky kids still thinking about being scalpers? You won't get anywhere by being a scalper. Dorn blurted out. What scalper? Oh, I mean, there's no point in reselling meal numbers. So why not just follow me? Don corrected his wording again. Although Dorn originally planned to only hire hyenas to help him hunt monsters, he changed his mind now. This boy named Fat Fox was able to think of reselling meal numbers for profit in a short period of time, and put it into action, which at least shows that he has a very flexible mind. And this one named Bear Claw, looking at his strong back and waist, is definitely not weak in strength. He will always be useful. In addition, the three street children are not very old. Only 14 or 15 years old. If you need to hire people, the younger ones are relatively easier to control. So Dorn put it all together and simply packed up this small mercenary group. And looking at the bromance that the three brothers just staged outside, the success rate of hiring them together should be higher than hiring just one. We follow you? The hyena was surprised at first after hearing Dorn's words. And then he slightly opened one corner of his mouth with a half smile, revealing a tiger tooth. The Fat Fox said nothing, but stared at Dorn's face with a pair of small eyes. And Bear Claw, perhaps realizing that Dorn's attitude towards his group was quite friendly, did not embarrass them in the matter of selling meal pickup numbers. The tall street kid's expression had become more relaxed, and he muttered in a low voice. You can actually make a lot of money by reselling food orders, and it doesn't feel so worthless. Don looked at the unlucky kid helplessly and asked, How much money can you three make selling meal numbers? About 60 copper coins a day. 18 silver coins a month. The Fat Fox answered this question, and he was not lying. Then let's do this. Accept my employment. Help me, and I will give you 30, or not 45 silver nards a month. Dorn roughly calculated his monthly income and gave the 3 street children his salary. I think the salary is quite generous. Even though Dorn's monthly basic salary in Gonzales is only a dozen silver dollars. He does get commissions, calculated in a month. The stable income is about 60 to 70 silver, not counting the tips given by some generous customers to the chef. In addition, Mr. Gonzales provides food and accommodation here, and he usually relies on reimbursement for food purchases. So Don basically has no expenses. Therefore, with a monthly employment fee of 45 silver nails, he could afford it. Chapter 22. Don't you have any dreams? When they heard the price offered by Dorn, the hyena and the fat fox were not in a hurry to answer. Instead, they were thoughtful and made frequent eye contact. As for Bear Claw, he still looked relaxed, obviously leaving the decision-making power on this matter to his 2 good brothers. The fact that he didn't refuse immediately showed that the reward of 45 silver coins was attractive. In order to increase the success rate of recruitment, Dorn planned to add fuel to the fire in the hearts of the 3 young people. Listen to me. Don't you have dreams? Dorn spoke again at the right time during everyone's silence for a while. Of course. Brother Hyena, Fat Fox and I, the 3 of us hope to be able to afford a townhouse of our own in the future, so that we no longer have to live without a fixed home. It was Bear Claw who responded to Dorn's question. Although he didn't know why Dorn suddenly asked this, he still answered it naturally. The hyena and the fat fox on the side originally wanted to stop Bear Claw from talking. But then I thought about the dream of buying a house of the 3 brothers, and it seemed that there was nothing shameful about it. So it didn't matter if they said it openly. Very good. A very good dream. Dorn cast an encouraging and affirming look at Bear Claw. In fact, the question he just asked was just the beginning, and it didn't matter if no one answered. But since the good comrade Bear Claw is here to support him and increase the interactivity, the effect of Dorn's impromptu speech will undoubtedly be better. But I have to say something to shock you. Take our town of Eaton as an example. As far as I know, the cheapest townhouses cost more than 100 kanar. Based on your current income level from selling meal tickets, it's 18 gold nails a month and 2 gold nars a year. That means you have to work for 50 years to realize your dream, even if you don't eat or drink. Don casually asked about the price of the townhouse apartment when he was a guest at Albert's house this morning. It is a mid-range apartment like the one where Albert's brother and sister live, and the price is much higher than 100 gold. But even if I accept your employment and earn 45 silver coins a month, it will take decades to save 100 gold coins. After hearing what Dorn said, the fat fox nodded in agreement, and then quietly raised his doubts. Yes, you are right, but you ignored an important factor, the room for improvement. Dorn looked at the fat fox with piercing eyes, and his words were loud and unquestionable. What upside? It's the path you choose. How much improvement can be achieved in the future? And what is the upper limit of improvement? Don showed off his usual smile for the camera when he was making gourmet meals on Earth, and tried to make his next speech more contagious. For example, if you choose to continue selling meal pickup numbers, your future room for growth will be very small. The best business situation for you in the future is nothing more than developing a certain number of downlines, improving the efficiency of taking meal orders, and then you will sell unified meal numbers. But how much can a meal pickup number be sold for? I guess the price is about 10 or 20 copper nails. Right. By the way, the salary paid to your downlines will have to be deducted in the future. In this way, your future income in the best case scenario will probably be higher than 45 silver nanar. But no matter how high it is, it won't be anywhere near that high. Can you understand what I say? At this point in Dorn's words, the reaction of Hyena and Bear Claw may not be too big, but the fat fox's full attention has been firmly attracted. It is no exaggeration to say that the best future, described by Dorn in a few words, is almost exactly the same as the plan that Fat Fox recently conceived in his mind. Of course, the above situation is only the best result. There are many bad results. For example, in the near future, when more and more people realize that selling meal pickup numbers is profitable, you will face a very strong situation. Industry competition. At that time, you should carefully consider how to improve the competitiveness of the industry. What's even worse is that if there is some small force with relatively strong ability and means that is also interested in the profits from selling meal numbers, what I said is not the right person, and only one of the 3 of you will be eliminated. The fat fox listened carefully to every word of Dorn's words, while still chewing and analyzing, trying to understand the specific meaning of several words that sounded a bit weird but felt inexplicably powerful. He frowned, but his heart became more and more excited. Bingo! Hit again! Don once again analyzed his recent concerns. Although Fat Fox could think of everything Dorn said, it took him several days to think about it based on his practical experience after he officially started selling scalper tickets. But the original God is above. Don just learned about their money-making model of selling food pickup numbers more than 10 minutes ago. What an amazing imagination and analysis ability. Ahem. Dorn cleared his throat and glanced at the three street children with the corner of his eye. The faces of Hyena and Bear Claw were nothing more than expressions of surprise and thinking. But Fat Fox was different. The little fat man looked at him with obvious admiration. It seems that this little fat man has been impressed by his super strong logical brain and analytical ability. Yes, this is the effect we want. Lastly, there is the most important point. In the final analysis, your current source of income depends on our restaurant's order number system. I can implement this system with a slap on my head, and I can modify the system at will or cancel it directly. At this point, the three street boys exchanged glances with each other, regardless of whether Dorn intended it or not. These words sounded more or less threatening to the three street children, but there was nothing they could do, because the truth was exactly what Don said. So, Mr. Dorn, as long as we follow you, our room for improvement will be much greater? The Fat Fox summoned up the courage to ask, looking very much like a timid student asking a question to the teacher. Of course. This is the point I want to tell you. Dorn nodded affirmatively towards the Fat Fox. These young men know how to support each other very well. Very nice. The current business status of the Wishing Restaurant should be obvious to all. Right. You three should be able to see it. Right. Not only in Eden Town, but also in the surrounding Wanfeng Town, Shimu Town, and even Silver Shield Port. More and more people are coming to our restaurant because of its reputation. You guys, what do you think the future of Wishing Restaurant will be like? Don struck while the iron was hot, and his speech seemed to become more passionate because of the feedback he received from the audience. Perhaps it will become one of the most outstanding restaurants in the entire southern part of the empire? It was Fat Fox who answered the question. The nod of affirmation given to him by Don seemed to have transformed this little fat boy from a timid student into an active student who took the initiative to answer the teacher's questions in class. Small. I mean, the layout is smaller. Don's voice rose again. Have you ever wondered why I only introduced a meal order system for crab noodle and lion head? Is the only dish I am good at is crab noodle and lion head? Wrong. Big mistake. Currently promoting one dish is just a marketing tool. Use a representative main dish to focus the topic and maximize the popularity of our restaurant in the neighborhood. And for unique dishes like crab noodle and lion's head, I will make more. So many. It won't be a problem to open dozens or even hundreds of restaurants with different characteristics. These words are not just bragging. After all, there's really no telling what kind of food there is in Great China, even if we divide the cuisines into light. In addition to the 8 major cuisines of Shandong, Sichuan, Cantonese, Jiangsu, Fujian, Zhejiang, Hunan, and Anhui, there are also Chaozhou cuisine, Northeastern cuisine, local cuisine, Gan cuisine, Shu cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Hakka cuisine, and Xinjiang cuisine wait, etc. The list goes on. During the years when Don was working on a food show, he traveled all over the country to shoot and study, and he had a basic understanding of most cuisines. Now in the land of miracles, the cooking points are full again, and the cooking skills take off to reach the peak. It would not be a problem for him to become proficient in the dishes he only had a vague understanding of before, as long as he reviewed them a few times. This does not include the foreign dishes that Dorn has mastered. Therefore, based on the types of dishes that Dorn currently has on hand, there is really no problem in opening 100 or so restaurants with different styles. So, our goal, our ambition, is far more than just the best restaurant. What we want to build is a unique and unparalleled food city. So, just follow me. Now I will let you earn 45 silver NAR a month. And from now on it will be 90 silver NAR. 180. 360. After all, I am a generous person. Extremely generous. That's how I am. There is a saying that suits me well. If I betray my employees, I will give them 1 million. If my employees are loyal to me, they will receive hundreds of millions in the future. When talking about the emotional point, Dorn waved his hand vigorously. Although Dorn's last sentence did not include the unit of measurement of coins, even a few 100 million coppers would be enough to buy many townhouses. Therefore, After this grand blueprint was drawn up and matched with the atmosphere of the live speech, Hyena and Xiongniao were inexplicably excited. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about the fat fox, who has an admiration for Dorn. In his eyes, in the direction of Dorn's finger, there seemed to be a food city with various restaurants rising from the ground. Chapter 23, If you win, you will be the big brother. Don has always had a certain degree of confidence in his verbal expression ability. After all, after being an Instagram host for several years, I always have to talk to the camera by myself when shooting videos. However, the effect of this impromptu speech was much better than Don expected. It can only be said that the combination of drawing cakes and successfully learning speech skills has an effective effect on people from other worlds who have never suffered similar beatings. Outstanding! All three street children were obviously deceived and became lame. Don's speech was great. After the speech, Vivian's soft tone came from Don's side. What Don was talking about just now was so passionate and forgetful that he even attracted Miss Goblin from the kitchen without paying any attention to her. Moreover, the store manager Mr. Gonzalez was also attracted by Don's impassioned words. After listening to the speech, the store manager nodded towards Dorn, and then walked back to the restaurant hall with a thoughtful look on his face. Don! Giving some advice in front of the current boss, and expressing his ambition to go it alone. Seems like it's not good. Right now, though, Dorn is hungry for talent. In addition, I know the store manager well. Even though the macho store manager looks slovenly, he is actually very smart on the inside. It won't take long for him to come back to these chicken soup and pancakes. After everything is done here, just ask the store manager for a few explanations. It won't be a big problem. But, Dorn, do you really plan to build a food city in the future? Vivian's voice came again. And of course only Dorn could hear it. It's just a cake painting. Don leaned close to Vivian's small ear and whispered in a voice that could not be heard by street children. Painting cake? Again. Strange. Incomprehensible garrulousness. Vivian shrugged helplessly. But then she leaned closer to Don and said in an extremely serious tone, no matter what you want to do, I will fully support you. The wave here. In fact, after listening to Dorn's speech, the street children had already made a general conclusion on whether to follow Dorn or not. Fat Fox even directly acted as an internal lobbyist. Brother Hyena, Bear Claw, we think we should listen to Brother Dorn. Unconsciously, the little fat man's name for Dorn changed. The hyena said nothing. The look on his face was shaken. After about half a minute, the young leader of the team bit his lip and said word for word, there is no danger in selling meal numbers. But hunting monsters is very dangerous. Like the main boar that Captain Albert asked me to help hunt last time. The three of us combined cannot be its opponent. It must be a strong warrior like Captain Albert to kill it. He said this to Don. I won't let you do such dangerous things. Just use your experience and talent as a hunter to help me search for traces of prey. If you really encounter a powerful monster, leave it to me to defeat it myself. Dorn answered very accurately. Originally, these three street children were not yet adults. On Earth, they would be child labor. Dorn would not be able to bear it if they were allowed to take risks again to fight monsters. After all, he was not a devil. You? The hyena looked Dorn up and down again, and raised the corners of his mouth again, showing his fangs. Well, if you want to be our boss, you can fight with me to prove that you can indeed defeat powerful monsters. Strength. No, I don't want to be your boss. Strictly speaking, I just want to establish a healthy and positive employment relationship with you. Dorn waved his hand. I'm not a fat fox. I don't understand that much. And I can't control that much. I only have one request. Fight with me. Once I agree, you will be our boss. Good. Dorn looked at the determination in the hyena's sharp eyes, and knew that there was no point in refusing. So he agreed after thinking for a moment. From yesterday to today, due to the fact that he has been eating bristle pork dishes, Dorn's pig burst skill has risen to level 2, and is even close to level 3. It just so happens that he hasn't tried the actual combat level of this skill yet. Moreover, this kid named Hyena doesn't seem to be that strong. No matter how strong it is, can it be better than the previous black mercenary elite monster that can cast magic skills? Those black mercenaries were all defeated by himself, and Vivian's men. So even if you really can't beat him, you still have his substitute Vivian. Thinking of this, Dorn winked at the elf lady beside him, since she had the experience of fighting against the black mercenaries last time. Vivian understood Dorn's meaning instantly, and trotted to get her ebony staff. Looking at Miss Goblin's back, Don only had one thought in his mind. If Vivian were to take action, she wouldn't be as heavy-handed as she was against the gangster mercenaries, right? Since the two sides were just playing a friendly match at the end of the day, it was to determine whether Dorn could truly assume the role of the eldest brother. So the venue was in the backyard of the restaurant, and there was no formal preparation before the fight started. The hyena moved its body with simple movements, while Dorn waited until Vivian came back with a heavy staff. Vivian, if I really want you to take action later, I will make this gesture. Also, when you take action, remember to be gentle, Dorn whispered to Miss Elf. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I won't let Dorn lose. The latter patted his chest with confidence. Although Vivian is very reliable in Dorn, does this guy have acquiesced that he will play as a substitute? In her eyes, can't she even defeat a minor? The battle officially begins. The rules are also very simple. Both sides are only allowed to have empty hands, and the side that knocks the other side to the ground wins. The hyena got into an attack stance, but there was no health bar on his head. Dorn has verified this before. After he fought against the black mercenaries, he tried to spar with Vivian and simulated actual combat. But it turns out that in this state of competition, the combat assistance system cannot be triggered. Dorn has analyzed that it may have to be a real battle involving death or injury, or a battle in which the opponent has clear hostile killing intent before the health bar will be displayed. The hyena struck first. At the moment the battle began, it used the force from its feet and rushed towards Dorn. Not to be outdone, Dorn took an offensive stance and at the same time thought, Pig Burst activates. Almost the moment Dorn moved, Vivian made a slight sound of surprise. This was the first time Miss Goblin saw Dorn use his new skills. Moreover, even if the two sides have not formally contacted each other, Vivian, who has good combat experience, has already judged the gap in strength between the two, as well as the tilt of the balance of victory and defeat. The result was a little different from what she had thought. Dorn would win, easily without her taking any action. Look carefully. The magic power in Dorn's body is much greater than when I first met him. It's strange. When did Dorn quietly become stronger? Chapter 24 Limited Time Copy. Dorn's label in the hyena's heart was originally that of a weak and ordinary person. The hyena, who has rich experience in street fighting and has almost never lost a fight with ordinary people, is almost confident of knocking him down. But who would have thought that such an ordinary person, who looked so frail, could charge with the momentum of an adult boar? Who dares to confront the monster-maned boar head-on? Seeing Dorn charging towards him, the hyena's immediate thought was to roll sideways to dodge. But what he didn't expect was that Dorn not only charged with the momentum of a bristled boar, but also charged as fast as a bristled boar. Before the hyena could dodge, the opponent was already close to him. Why so fast? The hyena's heart was confused and his steps were also confused. It's over. If you can't avoid it, no matter what you think, you will be smashed by the opponent. Right? In an instant, Dorn rushed in front of the hyena. Just when the hyena's mind went blank, he felt a strong wind whistling past him. The hyena's footsteps finally stopped completely. He was not knocked away or torn apart. Just when the current little mercenary leader was confused, a loud noise came from behind him. Boom! Half of the stone wall in the restaurant's backyard collapsed. The hyena quickly looked back. At this glance, all he could see was the flying dust and stone debris, mixed with the light and shadow at noon, making the man's back look extremely majestic, as if it were insurmountable. Looking at the scene in front of him, the hyena couldn't understand why. Just before the two were about to collide, Dorn deflected the direction in time and passed him by. So this rather arrogant boy was stunned for a few seconds, opened his mouth, closed it again, and finally took a deep breath and spoke again. Brother! Fat Fox and Bear Claw, who were also stunned next to them, calmed down and said together, Brother! The mercenary group of wandering children with hunting talents was successfully recruited. It's just that the current situation needs to be explained to store manager Gonzalez, and it probably won't be over in just a few words. After Dorn tried it several times, he has become more comfortable controlling LD0 and LD1, Pig Throttle. But this is the first time I have used the upgraded Pig Burst. Unexpectedly, the power increased so much when he upgraded to another level, which directly caused him to be unable to take back his steps and knock down the courtyard wall. Dorn looked at the collapsed stone wall and scratched the back of his head helplessly. On the day, he conquered the mercenary group of waifs. In order to show that he was really a generous person, Don directly paid their wages for more than 2 months in advance with a gold reward from the previous writer Mr. Williams. Then he arranged for them to be led by the hyenas to help him go to the secret forest to search for traces of monster ingredients. As for the collapse of the courtyard wall, store manager Gonzalez had no other too many emotions other than surprise. He just said that the cost of repairing the courtyard wall would be deducted from Dorn's future salary. As for Don's explanations for his passionate speeches in order to collect the street children, Gonzalez just smiled and nodded, and didn't seem to take it to heart. Sure enough, the macho store manager is very kind-hearted. All is well. Facts have proved that Dorn was right to conquer the mercenary group of wanderers. After the hyenas led the team to search for traces of monsters in the secret forest, they had brought back to Dorn a monster that looked like a golden pheasant, 2 monsters that were similar to crucian carps, and several plant monsters that looked like cherry tomatoes. Fruit. These monster ingredients have one thing in common. That is, they are very weak in attack. So after the hyena team found them, they came back from hunting and gathering. And Dorn was not polite. And all these monster ingredients were made into dishes. However, after eating these monster dishes, they only added a few attribute points to Dorn. The effect of synchronic stomach bag was not triggered. It is probably true as Dorn had guessed before. The more magic power in the body, and the stronger the combat power of monster ingredients, the more likely it is that dishes made from monster ingredients will trigger the synchronic stomach pouch and learn new skills. However, according to the hyena's intelligence report, the number of powerful monsters, like the previous monster bristled boar, in the secret forest is very rare. Whether you can find traces depends on good luck. But Don was not discouraged. If the quality is not enough, just make up for the quantity. Changes in quantity will inevitably lead to changes in quality. This is the same as the card-drawing mobile games on the Earth. No matter how low the explosion rate of SSR is, a few orders of 648 Krypton will eventually come out. However, the current problem is that due to surrounding human activities, the ecological structure of monsters in the secret forest is not very good, and the number of weak monsters, like those that look like golden pheasants and crucian carp, is not too many. Therefore, Dorn has already begun to think about monster breeding. Farming is the instinct engraved in the DNA of the Chinese people. Whatever delicious ingredients are available, they can be raised. And the people in Edentown can breed bristled pigs. But I, Dorn, can't? However, monster breeding does not happen overnight. Dorn has no experience in this area at all, and the startup funds and manpower are not sufficient. So he must make a complete plan. Just when Dorn was formulating a sustainable monster breeding plan, an unexpected incident directly disrupted his plan. This was a week after conquering the mercenary group of wanderers. Don got up early as usual and washed up as usual. Just when he was planning to go to Vivian to buy ingredients at the morning market as usual and spend quality time together in the morning, he received a system notification that made him feel even more surprised. System prompt: you have a new email. Please process it in time. When Dorn initially couldn't find the game logout button in the Land of Miracles, he discovered that all the modules in the game system, except for the personal attributes panel and an email address, were in an unusable state. There is no information in the mailbox. In the following more than a month, Dorn also checked his game system many times, and the results were the same. This made him have no expectations for this email function. But just today, Don actually received an email, with a look of confusion and suspicion on his face. Dorn opened the mailbox panel, and sure enough there was an unread email inside. After clicking on it, the content of the email is as follows. The limited time dungeon, Venomous Swamp, will open in 30 days. Please go to the guide to get generous limited time rewards. Poison Swamp, this is a breeding ground for poisonous monsters. Toxin, miasma, corrosion, and decay are the main themes here. It also comes with a map, marking the coordinates where the instance will be opened. Looking at the location marked on the map, it is the east side of an oval lake in the central region of the Dona Empire. There is also a small town named Rhine Town on the edge of the lake. Once you find this town, you can find the dungeon opening point. Limited time copy? Dorn stared at the unfolded map and was stunned for a long time. Chapter 25: Why are you banning people? Due to the authenticity of this world, Dorn is now convinced that he has traveled through time and is not simply trapped in an immersive game. But what he couldn't ignore was that both the game system he had on him and the health bar that appeared on his opponent's hand during actual combat showed that this world had a gameplay and data side. At least for me, an outsider, this is the case. Now a limited time dungeon has appeared. If this dungeon really exists, Does that mean that the game system on your body can affect the reality of this world to a certain extent? In other words, the game system is at least closely related to this world? No. This seems to be nonsense. Dawn thought for a while. The game system can actually make me stronger in this world, which means that it must have some connection with this world. If I can find this connection, maybe I can find the truth about my time travel. Following this train of thought, Dawn thought of the delicious jackalope that he had picked up during the novice tutorial. I don't know if the jackalope was created by the system or if it really exists in this world. Dawn couldn't help but think this way. But fortunately, he still retained the pink skin and horns of the jackalope at that time. So it was not completely out of the question to pursue the problems that existed in the jackalope. As for this limited time copy, Venomous Relic Swamp, Dawn made the decision almost without thinking. It was definitely going to be cleared. To put it 10,000 steps back, even if you don't brush, the day the dungeon is opened, you still have to wander outside the opening point. Limited time only. Rich. Award. Just use this word. What gamer can refuse it? However, Dawn still needs to be fully prepared before downloading the dungeon. Through the pitifully short introduction to Poisonous Relic Swamp, Dawn at least knew that poison and corrosion were the main themes of this copy. And he had to make advanced preparations for these two troublesome abnormal buffs. I just don't know how strong this limited time copy is. Dawn twitched his chin and thought for a moment. Why don't you just say hello to Mr. Gonzalez and stop working in the restaurant starting tomorrow? Focus on brushing up your experience and attributes to increase your strength. And then go back to work when I come back from the limited time dungeon. Moreover, this limited time dungeon does not say that you cannot form a team, as long as you bring Vivian. When he thought of the elf lady, who was weak in appearance but strong in strength, and could easily swing an adult man 7 or 8 meters away with a staff, Dawn felt a lot more at ease. So he turned off the expanded copy and opened the map, planning to talk to Vivian immediately. However, at the moment when the map was zoomed out, Dawn caught a glimpse of several lines of small notes below the email. Note: limited time dungeons refer to objectively existing ruins, mazes, and treasure places in the Land of Miracles. Note: the opening time and location of some limited time dungeons that have not been cleared have been discovered and mastered by the indigenous residents of the Land of Miracles. Please be mentally prepared to download the dungeon with others. Note: this limited time instance prohibits teaming up with the companion character Vivian, with a bust of Vivian. Note: due to force majeure, companion characters are not allowed to approach the limited time dungeon. If there is any violation, you will be responsible for the consequences. Thank you for your cooperation. Dawn? No. I won't tell you whether there will be other people exploring the dungeon with me. Why am I banning people in the next limited time dungeon? After finishing the day's work in the kitchen, Dawn and Vivian met to take a bath and relax. There is the only public bathhouse in the town, and Dawn and Vivian often come here to bathe together recently. In the bathhouse, you can shower or bathe in the public bath. And there is also a very original sauna. Compared to taking a bath in a big wooden bucket in your own room, the bathhouse is undoubtedly a top-notch enjoyment. Of course, this bathhouse is separated for men and women, which is reasonable and normal. Although Vivian could not be seen by others, when she came to take a bath, she still entered the women's bath alone, which was also reasonable and normal. Speaking of which, after the Wishing restaurant closed and completed the closing process, the bathhouses in the town were actually almost closed. But Mrs. Midgetai, the proprietress of the bathhouse, is always very enthusiastic about Dawn's arrival. As long as you tell her in advance, she will open a meeting door for Dawn, partly because Dawn is a big hit in town, and Mrs. Majetti herself is a big fan of crab meat lion heads. On the other hand, it's because in Mrs. Majetti's eyes, Dawn is a generous person. Every time a person comes to take a bath, he always insists on paying for 2 people, and can't stop him. Dawn and Vivian came out of the shower and put on looser clothes. They didn't speak and just walked side by side on the way back to the restaurant. The night breeze blew over, bringing the soft scent of the girl beside him to the tip of Dawn's nose. The two of them walked halfway, and Vivian's pace suddenly slowed down. She raised her face slightly and looked at Dawn beside her. Dawn! Are you not happy today? That's right. Did I show it so obviously? Of course. You have looked gloomy all day, and you haven't smiled much, Vivian muttered. During the day, Dawn had already taken about a month's leave from the store manager Gonzalez. Dawn did not elaborate on the specific reasons. He just said that in 30 days, he will do something that must be completed, and he must prepare carefully from now on. The Wishing Restaurant is currently in a period of booming business. But at this time, the indispensable chef Don wants to take a long vacation for a vague and strange reason. No matter how you think about it, this request is very unreasonable. But it was such an unreasonable request. Store manager Gonzalez just thought about it silently for nearly a quarter of an hour, and then gave Dorn a positive answer. Other than that, he didn't ask anything else. Of course, Dawn didn't hide the fact that she was leaving the restaurant in 30 days from Vivian. And compared to the store manager Gonzalez, Dawn talked to Miss Goblin more. That is, after 30 days, he will leave alone without Vivian. When she first heard this, Miss Goblin's expression at that moment was extremely lonely and aggrieved. Fortunately, Vivian didn't let that pitiful expression stay on her face for too long. And then she adjusted herself. Vivian tried to act very normal throughout the day, and she helped Dorn as always. From time to time, he also took the initiative to find topics to chat with Dawn, and told Dawn seriously about the interesting things he encountered and the funny jokes he heard during his long trip. She didn't want to see Dawn moping around. Dawn could understand Miss Goblin's thoughts, and at the same time understand her true thoughts. But he was helpless about this. If he could, he would definitely take Vivian with him. But the problem was that the email sent by the game system banned her. And Dawn is a very obedient person. After all, if Vivian is brought near the entrance of the instance against the system's wishes, no one can tell what will happen. May be punished by the system. It's also possible that Vivian stay away from her was a kind warning given by the system. Otherwise, some other bad things will happen that have nothing to do with the game system. In short, Dorn did not want to go against the prompts given by the system until he learned more about the game system and the hidden truth behind this world. Chapter 26 Little Pig Story. Vivian. Dawn also slowed down and pointed to the stone bench on the side of the road. Would you like to come with me and sit there? The two sat down on the long stone bench. The moonlight tonight is very bright, illuminating the street very brightly. It's just that the moonlight is a little cold, and the stone chairs are also a little cold. Vivian, don't you have any questions to ask me? For example, what am I going to do, and why don't I want you to go with me? Dawn still felt a little sorry when he thought about Vivian's behavior during the day. After hearing this, the goblin lady just lowered her head and focused her gaze on her thin and straight legs together. She was silent for a while, and then gently shook her head. I won't ask anything that Dawn doesn't want to talk about. This reaction did not stop Dorn. Is this kid a little too well behaved? And I can feel it. Vivian continued to speak, word by word. What Dorn is going to do is very important to you. Yeah, it's very important. Maybe I have to go. Dorn nodded, agreeing with Vivian's statement. But to be honest, he didn't know why he identified with Vivian so much. Are limited time copies really important to you? After all, the game system banned the powerful thug on his side. If it's just for the limited time generous rewards, maybe it's not necessary to take unknown risks. But facing Vivian's soft words, Dawn couldn't help but say such words. Why must we go? Dawn asked himself in his mind. He raised his head. The moon in the night sky was very big and bright. The two sat in silence for a while. Dawn. Vivian. I suddenly thought of a story. Do you want to hear it? The story goes like this. There is a farm that raises a group of piglets. One piglet among them is very smart. It is different from its brothers and sisters, who only know how to eat and sleep and are happy all day long. It thinks about why it is on the farm every day. Why do people eat and drink well and take care of itself every day? What will be its future destiny? Yeah. Vivian listened quietly, although she didn't know why Dawn started telling stories. In her opinion, such stories with animals as the protagonists were relatively beautiful fairy tales or fables, and she quite liked them. But how much does Dorn like pigs? This little pig is really smart. He relied on himself as a pig and through unremitting efforts, he investigated the truth behind the farm. It turns out that humans are raising them in order to wait until they reach adulthood and then send them to be slaughtered and eat their meat. Then what? At this point in the story, Vivian has roughly guessed the subsequent development. This smart little pig will lead her brothers and sisters to escape from the farm and regain freedom and new life. Fairy tales are all so beautiful. There is no more. Although the smart little pig knows the truth, it still can't leave the farm. When it grows up, it will be sent to the slaughterhouse like its brothers and sisters who are happy all day long. Some of them were made into ham. Some were made into sausages. And some were made into bacon. The only good thing is that they all taste pretty good. End of story. Vivian was stunned for a moment and blinked at Dorn. Dorn, how did you come up with such a strange story? That's not the point. The point is Vivian. Do you think there is any difference between that smart little pig and its brothers and sisters? Miss Goblin thought for a while, then looked at Dorn. She could see that Dawn seemed to have a lot to say, so she chose to remain silent and listen quietly. I have always felt that there is not much difference between this smart little pig and its brothers and sisters, since the ending is the same. Instead of knowing the truth and suffering alone, it is better to be silly and happy like other pigs all day long. But now I don't think so. I seem to feel for that smart little pig. Do you feel the same way as a pig? Vivian opened her mouth, but in the end, she held back the words. She knew that Dawn needed to vent his emotions now, and what he needed was an audience. She just had to be responsible and listen. Moreover, the ending of the story is not necessarily so desperate. It may be possible for the clever piggy to lead the brothers and sisters to escape from the farm with their own wisdom and accumulated strength. The prerequisite for achieving this happy ending is that this little pig must understand the truth. Dorn was still talking alone, but the more he talked, the calmer and clearer he seemed to feel inside. Looking at it this way, I don't want to be a pig that dies inexplicably. Perhaps because he was facing his heart. Dorn discovered that this was the reason why he had to go to the limited-time dungeon to find out what the truth about the game system and this world was. Wei Wei waited quietly for Dawn to finish speaking. Dawn's story seems to be talking about Piggy, but in fact it is talking about himself. Miss Goblin still has this ability in reading comprehension. However, I don't know what the truth is that Dawn is eager to know, and how it is related to the big things he will do in 30 days. However, one day he will tell himself. Vivian believes so. Dorn, can I ask you a question? The two were silent for a while, and then the elf lady suddenly spoke. It seemed that she could not ignore Dorn's affairs at all. As she said, just ask. Is what you are going to do next dangerous? There may be danger. I'm not sure. At this point, Dawn didn't want to deceive Vivian. I know. Miss Goblin nodded obediently and stopped talking, as if she was thinking about something. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Vivian, let's go back. The night wind is starting to get stronger. If you sit down again, you might catch a cold. Dorn stood up from the long stone chair first, but at this moment, he felt a delicate and soft touch coming from the palm of his right hand. Vivian took Dawn's hand. Her head was still lowered. Her slender legs were stiff and tightly pressed together, and her petite body was trembling slightly. Vivian? Dorn did not let go of Miss Goblin's hand, letting her hold it. However, whether it was because of nervousness or other reasons, both of them had just taken a bath. But Vivian's hands were a little cold. Dawn, Miss Goblin said. You know, no one can see me, and I rarely have the opportunity to communicate with others. Therefore, I am not very good at speaking or expressing myself own emotions. This time it was Dorn's turn to remain silent and listen quietly. But Dawn is the only one who can see me, the only one who can hear me, the only one who can feel my presence. I'm always happy when I'm with you, because I feel like I'm no longer alone. So I want you to know, Dawn, you are very, 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 very important to me. I will listen to what you say, and if you need my help, I will do my best. But if you don't need me, I will listen to you. I will wait for you here and wait for you. If you don't come back, I will wait forever and ever. So must be come back. Okay? Because she had just taken a shower. Vivian's long silver hair was naturally spread over her shoulders. The night breeze carried the soft fragrance on her hair, which smelled very good. She raised her head and looked straight at Dawn. The lake blue eyes flashed, and their eyes were full of seriousness. If Dawn never came back, she would probably wait here forever. Since Miss Goblin was still sitting on the bench, Dorn simply squatted down. I promise you, I will come back. Not lying? No lie. Let's pull the hook. In Miss Goblin's understanding, there is no such gesture as a hook. That's it. Dorn first let go of Vivian's hand and stretched out his little finger. In my hometown, anything you say to go is not a lie. Vivian let Dawn play with her fingers and just murmured, I don't want to be alone anymore. Yes. Dawn nodded. I won't let you be alone. The night wind became stronger. The bright moonlight filled the street, and the two people's little fingers were tightly linked. Chapter 27 Experience in the Secret Forest. The next day, Dorn had a rare nap and was about to go out to wash up. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Vivian running towards him. Dawn! Can you lend me some money? Vivian got straight to the point. As much as you need. Dorn was also very cheerful. It looks like 50 silver coins. My money bag is at the bottom of the wardrobe in the room. Speaking of which, the reward for the black mercenary was 60 silver NAR. And that was your money. Then I want those. Vivian nodded happily. Do you need to buy anything? I might help you. Dorn suggested thoughtfully. I need an unenchanted mithril ring. I can't find it in Eden City. I have to go to the big city nearby and find a silversmith shop. No problem. Just leave it to me. Dorn took on this kind of errand work without any pressure. He had 3 younger brothers under him, so he didn't need it in vain. Okay. Please. Dorn. Vivian nodded reassuringly, and quickly went back to her room. Vivian seems to have been busy with something since she came back from taking a shower last night. An unenchanted mithril ring. This prop sounds very magical. Isn't Vivian going to do some evil magic experiment? She finally looks like a mage? Don did not bother Vivian, but went downstairs while talking to himself. Due to the long-term leave of the chef, the Wishing restaurant will be closed for a long time, so there is no need to purchase ingredients this morning. The specific closing announcement will be posted before noon, and store manager Gonzalez will also stay in the store, trying his best to appease the diners at noon. In the backyard of the restaurant, Dorn gathered his 3 little men. He first took out the well-preserved jackalope fur and horns and displayed them, asking everyone if they had seen similar creatures. After passing it around, the 3 street boys all shook their heads. Don had also shown Gonzalez and Vivian the fur of the jackalope before, but received the same reply that they didn't recognize it. It seems that it is not that easy to investigate the identity of the monsters in this novice tutorial. At least, the residents of Edentown may not have seen this kind of horned rabbit. But Don didn't force anything. I just plan to put the horned rabbit's fur and horns behind the bar as a display from now on. There are many merchants and adventurers coming and going in the Wishing restaurant every day. Maybe someone knows this creature. The second thing is to help Miss Goblin buy a mithril ring. Dorn handed over this errand work to the fat fox, with the most flexible mind in the mercenary group of waifs. After telling the little fat man about Vivian's need for the ring, Don directly took out 80 silver coins and handed them to him. After you buy back the mithril ring, just give it to Mr. Gonzalez directly. Don told him again. 80 silver coins was barely a huge amount of money for street children. But Don was not worried at all that the little fat man would run away with the money. After all, his monthly salary to the street children was 45 silver. And he also obtained Gonzalez's permission to allow the street children to enjoy 2 free lunch and dinner meals in the restaurant. In addition, the little fat man's admiration for him is still visible to the naked eye. The double insurance, both material and spiritual, made Dorn feel at ease with Fat Fox. After arranging everything, Fat Fox took the money bag alone and went to the surrounding cities to look for the mithril ring. Dorn, on the other hand, personally led the hyenas and bear claws and set out for the secret forest. On this trip to the secret forest, at the request of eldest brother Dorn, the 3 of them all brought foodies with them. It is a guy who eats in the true sense, including kitchen utensils such as pots and pans, as well as many condiments. Even the strongest bear claws were loaded with materials needed to build tents in the wild. Dorn's purpose of going to the secret forest this time was to maximize his experience, attributes and skills. It would be a waste of time to go back and forth every day, so he planned to live in the forest for the next nearly 20 days. And Dorn had no plans to bring Miss Goblin with him. On the one hand, it's because Vivian seems to be preparing something mysteriously, and seems to be unable to escape for a while. On the other hand, Dorn has now upgraded his pig-tough skill to LV2 by eating bristled pork, coupled with the hyena's rich hunting experience. There is basically no danger in this trip to the secret forest. Secret forest. Under the leadership of the hyena, the 3 of them chose a relatively open area beside a creek as a base. Dorn and Bearclaw packed up their things and set up their tent. The hyena carried his long bow and quiver on his back, preparing to look for any traces of monsters in the surrounding area. Wait a minute! Little hyena! Come back! As soon as the hyena opened its legs, Dorn's voice came from behind. Tisk! The hyena twitched the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Dorn, brother! When the hunter boy called Dorn brother, he was far less natural than the other 2 children. I want to ask, are there any poisonous monsters in this forest? Or monsters that are not afraid of poisons? Dorn put the things on hand on the ground for the time being. Poisonous? Poisonous snakes? Poisonous insects and other monsters? The hyena frowned. If you are not afraid of poison, As far as I know, many of these poisonous monsters seem to have a certain degree of resistance to poisons. Toxin resistance? That's the best. Let's catch these poisonous monsters. It's best to find those that are not so poisonous first, so as not to cause any trouble during the capture process. The hyena was still frowning, thinking about monsters that met Dorn's requirements. Fortunately, he finally nodded. Deep in the forest, there are several common poisonous insects that also have magic power surging in their bodies. They seem to meet the requirements. Very good. Dorn patted the hyena on the shoulder with satisfaction. Bearclaw next to him was carrying rocks from the stream to build a bonfire. Hearing the conversation of his two eldest brothers, he couldn't help but interject. Brother Dorn, I don't understand. Didn't you say you want us to hunt monsters to make food? Can poisonous insects also be eaten? Compared with other types of monsters, the number of monsters and poisonous insects in the secret forest is still relatively large. However, even if the hyenas saw the monsters and poisonous insects a few days ago, they did not try to catch them. The reason is simple. Because Dorn's instructions were to hunt some monsters used as food. In the original understanding of street children, bugs cannot be classified as food. You don't have to worry about this. Just leave it to me, Dorn said perfunctorily to Bearclaw, then turned to the hyena and warned. Little hyena, starting from today, we won't catch those monsters like golden pheasants and crucian carp. After the tents and boiler stations are set up, we will try our best to catch poisonous insects. Tisk! The hyena glanced at Dorn and finally nodded. Although this request is very strange. When Dorn recruited their mercenary group before, it seemed that they wanted to build a unique food city together. Isn't it a little off track to catch poisonous insects? But the hyena is used to leaving this kind of brain-consuming thing to the fat fox. Moreover, after the point-and-click sparring in the past few days, and seeing Dorn's impact intensity as strong as a mane, the hyena has temporarily recognized this big brother in his heart. Whatever the eldest brother says, that's what it is. Just do it yourself and be done with it. Chapter 28 Catching Bugs. On the rotten soil, among the damp grass, a scorpion with a black body and a body length of almost 20 centimeters was crawling among it. Its tail is held high, and the barbed tail needle reveals a watery green color if you look closely. Being able to grow like this is basically out of the category of ordinary creatures. This is a monster poisonous scorpion with a surge of magic power in its body. At this moment, the monster poisonous scorpion is moving towards its dinner, which is a normal wild gray rat. I don't know whether he was frightened or the monster poisonous scorpion used some tricks. When the poor gray rat saw the monster poisonous scorpion, it was just like seeing a cat. It just froze in place and just kept trembling. Escape. The monster poisonous scorpion stepped forward calmly and pierced the venomous tail needle into the gray rat's abdomen. The squirrel twitched twice more, laid down on the mud, kicked its legs, and then stopped moving. It was probably dead. And just when the monster poisonous scorpion opened its front claws, it was ready to have a feast. A long wooden stick with an extremely sharp head penetrated from top to bottom, piercing the monster scorpion's chest fiercely. The poisonous scorpion that was originally a hunter suddenly became someone else's prey. The person who pierced the monster scorpion was a hyena. He had been ambushing the scorpion for a long time. After stabbing the poisonous scorpion to the ground, the hyena was not in a hurry. After all, the scorpion was still struggling with its front claws. So the hyena waited until it was sure it was dead before putting it into its barrel. Brother hyena, this scorpion is so big! When Bearclaw on the side saw the hyena's success, he came up to join in the fun and even picked up a small wooden stick to stir up the dead scorpions in the barrel. Idiot! Don't touch its tailpin! However, before Bearclaw could make a move, he was slapped on the back of the head by the hyena, and he had to retract his hand angrily. It was dusk now. The sun was setting in the west, and half of the sky was red. And Dorn, hyena, and Bearclaw really spent a whole day catching poisonous insects deep in the secret forest. Not to mention, after a busy day, I gained a lot. The current situation is that Dorn is bringing the captured poisonous insects to the camp to make a fire for cooking. The two wandering children were idle, so they decided to try their luck near the camp. But this time, it really happened, and I caught the largest monster poisonous scorpion I have ever seen. Hyena, go to the bear's claws. Do you see the branch over there? There are 2 pupae hanging on it. Go and poke them off, and then we will go back to the camp. Okay, brother hyena. Xiongyao rolled up his sleeves. Although he had been catching bugs for a day, he seemed to still have a lot of energy left. Camp by the creek. Dorn was preparing charcoal fire in a bonfire circle built with stones. This is how he prepares the bugs. Not over an open flame, but over a gentler charcoal fire. On Earth, there are many countries that put all kinds of bugs on their menu, including China. Don didn't know much about how insects were cooked abroad, but he had eaten roasted silkworm chrysalises in the northeast, and had a feast of hundreds of insects in Yunnan. At the same time, because he wanted to shoot videos, he also had a certain understanding of how these bugs were made when he was on Earth. A general understanding of the dishes in the Earth era is enough for Dorn now. After all, in the land of miracles, Dorn is a genius whose culinary attributes have reached the limit of human beings. According to Dorn's understanding, most of the cooking methods of insects in China are fried and roasted to ensure that this somewhat dark ingredient maintains a crispy and fragrant taste. Therefore, Dorn also planned to follow tradition and roast these bugs over charcoal fire. When it comes to the soul of barbecue, apart from the ingredients, it is the seasoning. And the most important seasoning is cumin. The spices given to Don by the writer Mr. Williams previously contained cumin, which Don could use after grinding them into powder himself. In addition to cumin powder, Don also brought coarse salt suitable for barbecue and homemade dried chili powder on this trip. When it comes to dried chili peppers, although you can find chili peppers of acceptable quality in Eden, people here don't seem to have the habit of drying chili peppers. But this is not a problem for Dorn. No matter how important it is, you can do it yourself if others don't. As early as the first week after working at the Wishing restaurant, Don had already started to select better quality peppers by himself and move them to the roof of the restaurant to dry them. After more than 2 weeks of drying in the sun and shade, the first batch of dried chilies are ready to be used as ingredients. And this time, the dried chili powder was fried and ground by Dorn himself. In terms of taste and freshness, it is definitely several grades higher than the common chili powder sold on the market during the Earth's time. As soon as Dorn prepared the charcoal fire, the hyena and bear claw emerged from the small woods on the side. "Brother Dorn, look what Brother Hyena caught!" Bear Claw stupidly carried the barrel, and came up to show off to Dorn the monster poisonous scorpion, which was only slightly smaller than the Boston lobster. When he saw this lobster, no, a poisonous scorpion, Dorn felt extremely excited, because his ingredients intuition told him that this poisonous scorpion is a high-quality ingredient that can reach a quality. "I have been busy in the depths of the forest all day today, although I have caught a lot of monsters and insects. The quality of these ingredients is really worrying. The quality of ingredients for most monsters and bugs hovers between F and E, with relatively few reaching C and D levels. Just because the insect ingredients are of relatively low grade, even F-level Dorn accepted it with pinched noses. Having reached level F, you have finally crossed the threshold between food and non-food. Right? Among all the monster ingredients captured so far, except for this dead scorpion, the silkworm chrysalis is the highest grade. This kind of silkworm pupa was introduced by the hyena. The adult will grow into a moth that can release poisonous powder, so it is also classified as a poisonous insect. At the same time, these silkworm chrysalis in the secret forest seem to be good ingredients in themselves. The grades Dorn and the others found are basically around B grade, and a few of them are good, and can even reach a grade. The silkworm chrysalis and this scorpion are the main dishes tonight. Dorn clapped his hands with satisfaction. But at this time, Bear Claw felt a little guilty. "Brother Dorn, are we really going to eat only these bugs tonight?" Dorn only gave Bear Paw a teasing look. "Just kidding. I eat all these bugs myself to improve my skills. Okay, even if you want to eat them, I won't give them to you." Dorn pointed to some supplies beside the tent behind him. "We brought a lot of bristle meat with us when we came here. I will roast a few pieces for you two tonight, and you can eat that." Bear Claw heard that his big brother was not going to cruelly force him to eat strange bugs, which was like an amnesty. Even the hyena, who had been standing next to him with a stern face and said nothing, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, those bugs are inedible no matter how you look at them. Chapter 29 Charcoal Grilled Insect Banquet. Before cooking, you must first process the ingredients. Because of his food intuition, Dorn was able to handle these monster insect ingredients with ease. He knew exactly which bugs should have their heads and wings removed before roasting, and which bugs had better to remove their poison glands. There are even some monsters with relatively weak toxicity. When Dorn removed the poison glands, he deliberately retained a trace amount of the poison, which was not enough to cause adverse reactions in the body. Dorn had heard rumors in the past that some people would deliberately retain a trace of toxins when eating puffer fish, pursue the numbing taste brought by toxins, and the great psychological stimulation when eating it. But Don didn't do this kind of thing just for the sake of excitement. He just thought that maybe leaving a trace of toxins on the ingredients would make it more likely to produce skills related to it. This kind of mentality is similar to playing the timeless song, "Good Luck," before drawing cards. After the ingredients are processed and sorted and skewered with the help of hyenas and bear claws, the grilling officially begins. The first thing that is put on the charcoal fire is the best quality silkworm chrysalis. These monster silkworm chrysalis are very big, and after living in the cocoon for a long time, their skin will become very hard. Dorn, who can accurately grasp the characteristics of any ingredient, knows that it takes a lot of patience to roast this monster silkworm chrysalis thoroughly. Moreover, the roasted silkworm chrysalis is difficult to taste, so it must be heavily seasoned and sprinkled with cumin powder and dried chili powder. The charcoal fire made a crackling sound, and the oil-soaked silkworm chrysalis was roasted to a sizzling sound. Dorn took great pains to control the heat. Turn over, rinse with oil, and sprinkle with seasonings. The aroma of roasted food mixed with cumin powder began to fill the small camp. This smell was something that Dorn missed quite a bit. In front of the supper stalls and food stalls in Tianchao late at night, there would always be a similar aroma that made people feel excited. The two brothers, Hyena and Bear Claw, who were sitting quietly beside Dorn, were attracted by the alluring fragrance emanating from roasted silkworm chrysalises early on. Although they had previously rejected these monster bugs as food, the roasted silkworm chrysalises really smelled so good that they actually wanted to taste them. After a period of patient frying, several strings of silkworm chrysalis were finally cooked and thoroughly roasted. After all, silkworm chrysalis is a rare high-quality ingredient today. Once it was roasted, Dorn himself couldn't wait to taste one. When you enter the grilled silkworm chrysalis, you bite open the crispy skin on the outside, and a stream of salty juice mixed with the roasted solid protein all slides into your mouth. It is crispy, delicious, and very chewy, coupled with a good cumin and homemade dried chili powder to enhance the flavor. It is simply delicious. This charcoal grilled silkworm chrysalis can be rated S level. Although the taste was good, the only drawback was that neither the predator nor the synchronic stomach were triggered when this silkworm chrysalis was swallowed. Is it because monsters of the size of bugs carry less magic power? Dorn thought as he bit off another silkworm chrysalis. However, Dorn was not too depressed. Ingredients like bristled pork. A whole piece of pork comes from one monster individual, and only one prize is drawn per dish. In this charcoal grilled insect feast, one insect can draw a prize once. Although the probability is not high, the winning number is that the base number is large enough. While Dorn was happily eating the roasted silkworm chrysalises, he was preparing to roast other monster bugs. At this time, Bear Claw came over from the edge, stretched out his hand, and pointed pitifully at the remaining strings of grilled silkworm pupae on the plate. "Well, Brother Dorn, is this pupa delicious?" Dorn mercilessly slapped Bear Claw's hand away and pointed to a cloth bag beside the tent. "Among the ingredients we brought, there is a piece of bristle pork. Take it out and see where the knife is. Cut the pork into slices and skewer it. I'll grill it for you too." Xiongja nodded and went to look for pork happily. The hyena on the side also picked up the kitchen knife without saying a word and went to help. After sending away the two younger brothers, Dorn began to concentrate on roasting monster bugs. Different types of insects, depending on the characteristics of the ingredients, required different details during charcoal grilling. The second one on the charcoal fire was a winged moth with poisonous scales on its wings. So when Dorn was dealing with them, he simply cut off their wings, leaving only the torso. When roasting, fan the fire first to make the outer skin crispy, and then use a slow fire to fry the inside to create a crispy outside and tender inside. There are also caterpillars that can be eaten by removing the heads, and the protein content is 6 times that of beef. All the internal organs are removed, leaving only the caterpillar's skin on skewers. When grilled, the fire penetrates and the moisture dissipates. Only by seizing an extremely delicate opportunity to skewer the caterpillars can the grilled caterpillars be crispy to the bone. There are also spiders, scorpions, centipedes. Each has its own roasting details that need to be mastered. Fortunately, Don is a man with top-notch cooking skills and is familiar with the characteristics of any ingredient. To cook these monster bugs, you only need to grill a bunch first experimentally, and then you can roast the same kind of bugs with ease. Just as Dorn was in full swing, Bear Claw came over in a humble manner. "Brother, hee. Brother Dorn, the pork skewers are ready. Look." Dorn didn't say much. He grabbed a large handful of pork skewers from Bear Claw's hand and stretched them over the charcoal fire. System prompt. The predator effect is triggered, and the mental attribute is enhanced. System prompt. Predator effect is triggered. Agility attributes are enhanced. System prompt. Predator effect triggered. While roasting and eating, there were more and more monsters and bugs in the roasted food. The predator had been triggered for several rounds, but the synchronic stomach had not moved yet. Dorn began to turn his attention to the scorpion, which was as big as a lobster. He pried open a piece of the scorpion's carapace neatly, and the red flesh was exposed. Wait a minute, should the scorpion's meat look like this? If it were sliced and plated separately, I would have thought it was salmon or lobster sashimi. I don't know if this extremely large scorpion has mutated, or if the surge of magic power in its body has the effect of changing the quality of its meat. Anyway, Dorn stared at the exposed scorpion meat for a while, but didn't get any bad feedback. This scorpion was still an excellent grade A ingredient. Dorn even concluded based on his intuition of ingredients that the texture and quality of the meat of this monster scorpion is somewhat similar to that of lobsters on Earth. As long as the ingredients are okay. Since the meat of this scorpion is like lobster, why not roast it with garlic? Dorn rubbed his hands, chopped the garlic into minced garlic, and cut into several sections of fresh chili peppers. The scorpion's thick shell itself makes a suitable grilling vessel, which can be placed directly over the coals. When the faint aroma of barbecue comes out, top with minced garlic and chili pepper segments, and then sprinkle with some coarse salt. Apart from this, no other processing is required. Just carefully control the heat to the appropriate level. After a short period of charcoal grilling, the moisture in the scorpion meat seeped out with the power of the fire, turning into small blisters that made a soft popping sound. The originally red meat turned into a plump white color, looking more like lobster meat, and mixed with the unique flavor of minced garlic. It was a perfect match. Chapter 30 Food Carries Memories. As the garlic scorpion meat comes out of the oven, all the monsters and poisonous insects have been roasted. Bear Claw and Hyena chewed the roasted pork skewers they were given with relish while approaching Dorn again, because this kind of scorpion meat mixed with minced garlic smells so fragrant. Brother Dorn, let's can we have a taste of this? Bear Claw's mouth was filled with oil as he chewed the crispy and delicious roast pork, but his eyes were bright as he looked at the garlic scorpion meat in Dorn's hand. The hyena's gaze is similar to that of a bear's paw. It's just that he has more thoughts in his mind than Bear Claw. The hyena still remembers that Dorn said before that he could open hundreds of restaurants with different styles. We can put aside such a long-term goal for the time being. But with these barbecues in front of us, there is no problem in opening an independent restaurant. And based on the roasted pork I ate, the taste is completely comparable to that of crab meat and lion head. Did you really follow the right person? Don didn't try to guess the thoughts of the two wanderers. He placed the roasted scorpion meat on a simple small dining table and grabbed a table knife. The portion of this garlic scorpion meat is large enough. It's no problem to share a few pieces with you to taste it. The street children became energetic when they heard this, and their previous insistence on not eating monsters and bugs was forgotten. It smells so good. Bear Claw couldn't wait to reach out and throw the scorpion meat that Dorn had cut for him into his mouth. After portioning out the garlic scorpion meat, Dorn sat down at the small dining table, picked up a skewer of roasted pork belly, and started chewing it. You still have to eat the bristle pork. After all, Dorn's pig throat skill hasn't been maxed out yet. The charcoal grilled pork belly is exceptionally crispy, and due to Dorn's precise control of the heat and ingredients, it is very tasty. After one bite, the unique taste of grilled food and cumin spices fills the lips and teeth, which always brings back some memories of Don. It's about a summer night, with 3 or 5 friends, wearing slippers and big pants, sitting at a roadside stall, playing skewers, drinking, and bragging, talking about whose lofty ambitions are about to be realized, and whose girl he likes is about to be caught up. This was not the first time tonight that Dorn recalled his hometown. Food can carry some unique memories, especially for people in a foreign land. If it weren't for the bear paw who kept playing with treasures, and the hyena who always pretended to be serious by his side tonight, Dorn would have started to cry while grilling the skewers. Hey, Bear Claw, go get the ale. After eating a bunch of roasted pork belly, Dorn began to direct Bear Claw again. How can you not have a barbecue without a drink? Brother Dorn, why didn't we bring wine? Besides, the wine is so heavy and it's inconvenient to carry. Who can carry it? Bear Claw was busy feasting on the last piece of garlic scorpion meat that he got. I brought it with me. I secretly stuffed the unopened ale in a small wooden barrel into your bag this morning when you weren't paying attention. Go and look through it. Bear Claw stopped chewing and turned his head to look at Dorn with disbelief. Is this what Big Brother is like? You obviously did something bad. But you can calmly say it? However, there seems to be nothing Bear Claw can do about it. No wonder the package felt so heavy this morning. Bear Claw muttered and got up obediently to find ale. Who makes Don the eldest brother? The ale was unsealed, and Dorn poured a glass for both Bearpaw and Hyena. There wasn't much ale in the small barrel, and even one share among 3 people wouldn't amount to much. However, because they were camping outside, the 3 of them had to take turns keeping watch, so they were not allowed to get drunk. And the reason why he wanted to drink was simply because Don wanted to find and restore the feeling of home and hometown in his memory. Just having fun is enough. As the night gets darker, the bonfire in the small camp is still flickering. The charcoal is still burning, and the aroma of roasting food mixed with cumin lingers in the air. System prompt. The effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill spinning LV0 is obtained. System prompt. The effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill corrosion resistance LV0 is obtained. After finishing this dinner and supper, it was already late at night. Dorn had almost killed all the monsters and poisonous insects by himself, while the 2 hyena brothers spent most of the time eating roast pork. In this way, Dorn finally used 2 skills. Sure enough, quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. At this moment, the camp had been cleaned up after dinner, and both Hyena and Bearpaw were getting ready to get into the tent and sleep. Brother Dorn, let's go to bed first. Call us if anything happens. Before entering the tent, Bear Claw said this to Dorn, who seemed to be in a daze in front of the campfire. The hyena also nodded towards Dorn. The 3 people arranged the night watch like this. Each person would be on duty for 3 hours. If they waited until the fat fox came back, each person would only be on duty for 2 hours every night. Dorn is the first to watch the night, and the hyena is the last to watch the night until early morning. At these 2 points, everyone who watches the night can get a complete sleep. The worst thing was that Bear Claw, who kept watch during the middle time, slept for 3 hours, was woken up and kept watch for 3 hours, and then went back to the tent to sleep for another 3 hours. There was no way, since the person responsible for hunting was Hyena, and the person responsible for cooking was Dorn. Bear Claw could only pay more for keeping watch, and since he was mainly responsible for being a henchman during the day, Dorn could allow him to fish to catch up on his sleep, which would not be regarded as abusing this unfortunate child. Go to sleep. I will call you in 3 hours, Dorn said, after Hyena and Bear Claw entered the tent. Dorn finally had time to carefully study the 2 new skills he had acquired tonight. Among them, this spinning silk skill was obtained from a grilled spider with a B-level dish. The skills of low-level dishes exploded, which was considered a success. Spinning silk activates. A white crystalline spider silk condensed out of thin air from Dorn's palm, and then shot out. Although this was not material conservation at all, it at least made Dorn's heart fall back into his stomach. Fortunately, the spider silk didn't come out of my mouth, belly button, or any other organ with holes on my body, otherwise this skill would really be useless. There is also this corrosion resistance passive skill, which is eaten from the garlic scorpion meat with a level S dish. When this passive skill was used, Dorn's spirit was lifted. Passive skills such as special resistance can really be cultivated through the synchronic stomach bag. So since you can have corrosion resistance, can toxin resistance be far behind? You know, the limited time dungeon, Poison Swamp, is introduced in the introduction. The main focus of this dungeon is poison and corrosion. If the corresponding resistances of these 2 abnormal conditions can be fully maxed out, Dorn will directly target this copy. In this way, the chances of winning are greater. And there's more than one good thing about this skill. After obtaining corrosion resistance, Dorn successfully gained corrosion resistance experience when eating a grilled scorpion that was also black but smaller in size. In other words, this monster poisonous scorpion, which is as big as a lobster and has mutated or become a spirit, is the same species as this relatively common little black scorpion. Corrosion resistance can be upgraded by eating small black scorpions. Chapter 31 New Skills, Hardening Toxin Resistance. There are still 26 days until Poison Swamp opens. It was on this day that the fat fox, who went to the nearby city to buy a mithril ring, came back. In Silver Shield Port, which is about a day's journey from Eden Town, Fat Fox bought a good quality mithril ring for 48 silver gnarls through argument and bargaining. The Fat Fox handed the ring and the remaining money to the store manager Gonzalez. And now it is estimated that it has been handed over to Miss Goblin to complete her mysterious experiment. And this morning, when Bear Claw went back to the town's morning market to purchase ingredients, he found the fat fox waiting at the wishing restaurant. So along the way, he took the little fat fox back to the camp in the secret forest. Dorn's 3 underage men were assembled again, and there was one more person to catch bugs. That night, when Dorn used charcoal fire to roast the caught bugs, the hyena and Bear Claw, who were already accustomed to strange things, behaved very calmly. Although the fat fox had made some mental preparations, he was still shocked when he saw it. He was afraid that Dorn would force him to eat a few sticks of roasted worms. They were relieved to find that Dorn had prepared roast pork and all the other more ordinary dishes for them. It turns out that the eldest brother ate all the roasted bugs by himself. As expected of the eldest brother, he can eat such scary-looking things without changing his expression. What kind of courage does this take? Can anyone else do it? The little fat man sighed, feeling that Dorn's already tall image in his heart became even more majestic. Also tonight, the synchronic stomach that had been dormant for 3 days was triggered again. And Dorn gained the third skill he gained after going to the secret forest. System prompt: the effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered. And the skill, hardening LV0, is obtained. Harden LV0, within a certain period of time after the skill is activated. The defense attribute becomes 1.2 times the original value. This hardening skill was developed from the roasted silkworm chrysalis that Dorn had always had high hopes for. It was obviously a dish with an S rating. But it took me 3 or 4 days to develop the skill. This can only be explained by a black face. Sure enough, probabilistic events are very mysterious. Hardening, this skill is pretty good based on its effect alone, although it is only 1.2 times now. And Dorn's own defensive attributes are pitiful. But as the skills are upgraded, it will definitely become twice as hard. And the hardening time will probably last longer. I will brush up the defense attribute in the future, and combined with this skill, I should be able to achieve good results in battle. Although it's good, the name of the skill, hardening, is too strange. Is this thing I'm eating an armored pupa? There are still 18 days until Poison Swamp opens. This was a day worth remembering. In the past 10 days, the Dorn team had almost eliminated all poisonous insects near the camp. So in order to find more monsters and poisonous insects, they even moved their base twice, barely digging 3 feet into the entire forest. After more than 10 days of persecuting the poisonous insects in the secret forest, Dorn finally acquired the skill he dreamed of. System prompt: the effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill, poison resistance LV0, is obtained. Toxin resistance is brushed from a colorful stinging caterpillar. This kind of colorful stinging caterpillar is relatively toxic. The poison glands must be carefully handled before roasting. The grade of the processed stinging caterpillar ingredients is probably between F and E. Even if Dorn tried his best and was in good condition, he could barely upgrade the finished roasted stinging caterpillar dish to C level at most. With such a low level of food, it's no wonder that the skill, poison resistance, is so difficult to master. Fortunately, this skill finally came out, and there are a lot of these monster stinging caterpillars in the entire secret forest. As long as the skill has been used, it is not difficult to improve the skill level. The most important thing is to change the camp location a few times in the next time. The formula for victory has been gathered, and now it's all about eating. There are still 10 days left. Try to get the toxin resistance to full. R&M is on fire. Dorn is preparing to leave for Rhine Town on the 8th day before the limited time dungeon opens. By showing the map given in the copy email and combining it with the experience given by some merchants and adventurers, it takes almost 5 days to travel from Eden Town to Rhine Town in the middle of the Dona Empire. If you can catch a caravan with a smoother route, the time spent on the road will be shorter. As for the specific caravan near Rhine Town, Gonzalez has already arranged it for Dorn these days. It was a businessman named Chambers. Mr. Chambers is a fan of the crab noodle line head at Wishing Restaurant. Every time a businessman passes near Eden Town, he will definitely come to eat a few. So he was happy to give the chef Dorn a ride without charging any fees. Just as a tribute to the food, Mr. Chambers will pass by Eden again on the 8th day before the dungeon opens. So Dorn has plenty of time to go to Rhine Town. There are still 10 days until Poison Swamp opens. Name, Dawn. Level, LV3. HP, 300. Blue amount, 205. Attack, 7. Defense, 9. Physique, 18. Agility, 21. Mental strength, 22. Title, Chinese player. Skills, food intuition. Synchronic Stomach, Predator, Lucky Rabbit's Foot, Pig Throat LV5, full level, Silking LV3, Corrosion Resistance LV5, full level, Hardening LV3, Dexterity LV2, Toxin Resistance LV4, Corrosive Acid Liquid Level 3. Compared to Dorn, who had eaten monsters like poisonous insects and Maine pork for 20 days in the secret forest when he first arrived at Eden. His personal data now is much more gorgeous. It wouldn't be a problem to beat him up with 13 or 4 jackalopes in one go. After triggering Predator, most of these bugs in the secret forest added agility and mental strength attributes, which made Dorn's 2 attributes directly exceed his original outstanding physical constitution points. However, with his eating method that can almost cause regional species extinction these days, most of the poisonous insect monsters have been eaten to the upper limit and no longer trigger Predator. In addition, Dorn can also gain a small amount of experience when dealing with and killing monsters and poisonous insects these days. It may not be because monsters such as common bugs are too weak, and all the experience added together only gives Dorn a level up. Level 1. Finally, when he used the resistance passive before, Dorn happened to use 2 additional skills like Spitting Silk and Hardening. They are Dexterity and Corrosive Acid. Dexterity, during the skill release process, the speed is increased and the body coordination is improved. Corrosive Acid, the green caterpillar's life-saving skill. It sprays acidic liquid with a corrosive effect to repel enemies. One of these 2 skills comes from a monster with very long legs that looks like a jumping spider. The other is obtained from an acid-spraying green caterpillar. All in all, Dorn gained a lot from practicing in seclusion in the secret forest this time. There are 2 days left. Let's work harder. Now the poison resistance is almost full. Nowadays, the first thing Don does when he wakes up in the morning is to give himself a pep talk. Another day full of hope. Chapter 32 Mushrooms. The street children have gone out to catch bugs as usual, and Dorn stayed alone in the camp this morning. He needed to continue cooking the spotted caterpillars he didn't finish last night. After all, I still hope to max out poison resistance as soon as possible. Now, Dorn can directly deal with these stinging caterpillars. The toxicity of the colorful stinging caterpillars can no longer cause any real harm to Dorn, who has Corrosion Resistance LV5 and Toxin Resistance LV4. The barbecue continues. By noon, Dorn had finished cooking all the ingredients that were left over from last night and had a full meal. He also made a hearty and normal lunch for the street children. But after waiting and waiting, his 3 younger brothers did not come back. It's strange. At this time, they should have come back for dinner. Dorn raised his head and looked at the position of the sun high in the dense forest. After waiting alone for a few more minutes, a figure stumbled out from the dense woods on the edge. It's the fat fox. But he's the only one. Why did you come back alone? Where are the hyena and bear claw? Dorn stepped forward to help the panicked little fat man. Brother Dorn, it's not good. It's not good. Something happened to Bear Claw. Where? Under the leadership of Fat Fox, Dorn crossed several dense jungles and found the hyena and the bear's claw leaning on the tree trunk and falling into a coma. When he found the 2 wanderers, Dorn saw blood bars above their heads. Not only the 2 of them, but also Fat Fox and Dorn who were traveling with him. The health bars above their heads also lit up when they approached this area. Need to fight? Don's heart was on alert. The health bars of the waist are all green, which means they are friendly units. Among them, the hyena's HP limit is 360 points. The bear's claw's HP is 250 points. And the fat fox's HP is only 100 points. The only person with unhealthy blood volume is Bear Claw. His 250 health points now only have over 160 points left, and they are still slowly declining. What's going on? Dorn squatted down to check the state of the bear's claws. It was found that there was a large gray-white patch on the back of Bear Claw's right hand, roughly in the shape of an irregular circle with a diameter of 6 centimeters. On top of the gray patches, there seemed to be clusters of tiny mycelium. This should be the culprit that caused Bear Claw's blood volume to continuously decrease and fall into a coma. I don't know, but we seem to have been attacked by a cluster of mushrooms. The hyena looked at the unconscious bear paw on the ground, his face anxious, but he still responded to Dorn's question in a clearer manner. Mushrooms? Take me to see them. Dorn made the decision almost without thinking. That mushroom is very weird. It should be a monster, but I have never seen it before. The hyena hesitated. You have to look at weird things. Dorn interrupted the hyena directly, and then turned to the fat fox and said, "Little Fat, you should go back to the town immediately and find a doctor if you can. And go to the restaurant to inform Gonza. Mr. Reese, tell him to tell Vivian that we are in trouble. Vivian? Just go. No." The fat fox had already been running back and forth from the camp. Now after listening to Dorn's instructions, he didn't bother to take a breath and ran towards the town again. Sweating profusely, the hyena next to him looked at the bare paw on the ground, whose expression was getting worse and worse, then looked at Dorn, and sighed. "Follow me, Brother Dorn." From behind a bush about 20 meters away from where Bear Claw was unconscious, Dorn saw the strange cluster of mushrooms. It was a cluster of gray-brown mushrooms, a large number, but the most conspicuous and largest one stands in the center of the entire fungus. It is more than 30 centimeters high, and the diameter of the top cover is nearly half a meter. Next to this big mushroom, the smaller gray-brown mushrooms look relatively normal, only slightly larger than normal mushrooms. At the same time, Dorn also saw a health bar on top of the big mushroom, with a blood volume of 180 points. Red health bar. This thing is the enemy. Dorno looked at the big mushroom for a few times, but did not act rashly just because the mushroom's health was low. The strange patches and hyphae on the back of the bear's claws are still vivid in his mind, and the cost of underestimating the enemy may be very high. Another point is that after seeing this strange cluster of mushrooms, Dorn's ingredients intuition moved. These mushrooms are actually ingredients, and their grade can reach this level, which is comparable to the high-end ingredients of jackalope before. At the same time, Dorn also gained a series of methods for handling this kind of food through his intuition of food intuition. This is normal. This is how the skill, ingredients intuition, has always worked. Therefore, it helped Dorn a lot in cooking. "We found this cluster of mushrooms here. Bear Claw wanted to get closer and take a look, but I caught him in time. But then, the mushroom just ran away." The hyena was originally introducing what happened to Dorn, but stopped mid-sentence. There is no need to go into the specific details of what happened, because the mushroom very considerately came to reenact the case. A line of brown smoke began to float out from under the umbrella of the big mushroom, filling the air. These are its spores. The previous Bear Claw was hit because he was standing closest to the front, and the back of his hand was stained with these tiny spores while running. Due to his previous experience, the hyena led Dorn to stand farther away this time. As soon as the mushroom sprayed the spores, he quickly grabbed Dorn and ran away, so both of them were safe. "That's it, Brother Dorn. What should we do now?" After pulling Dorn and running all the way back to Bear Claw, the hyena stopped, with a frustrated look on his face. This small leader of the group, who usually has strong opinions but doesn't like to express himself, rarely has any ideas. "Don't worry. I seem to have found a way to save the bear." Just when the hyena was frowning and anxious, Dorn's voice reached his ears. It was such a simple sentence, but Dorn said it very calmly, with a confident aura. This made the hyena feel that this new eldest brother seemed to be able to save his brother's life. But is there really a way? That was a strange monster mushroom that I had never seen before. After this period of contact, it stands to reason that Brother Dorn should have no experience in surviving in the wild. "Right. I have brought flint. You go to the edge to collect dry grass branches, and we will make a fire on the spot," Dorn ordered. In the eyes of the hyena, Dorn is like a real big brother who is calm when dealing with problems. In comparison, he himself was far behind. "Okay." Although he didn't know what Dorn's intention was in making the fire, the hyena chose to listen to his elder brother. The hyena went to the side to collect hay and branches, while Dorn squatted next to the unconscious bear's paw, looking at the gray and white patches on the back of the bear's paw in trance. Bear Claw's HP is now 150 points. Chapter 33. As long as it is judged as food material. Snap. The impact of the flint produced sparks that easily ignited the dry grass. Using dry grass as a kindling, a small fire was successfully lit. The flame stirred and crackled. After the fire was strong enough, Dorn picked out a burning log from the fire. "Lit Bear Claw's right hand." The hyena did as he was told. Dorn put the burning wood directly on the back of Bear Claw's hand. If you look closely at this time, you will find that as the flames approach, the clusters of mycelium on the patches on the back of the bear's claws quickly curl up until they are burned to ashes by the high temperature. In order to completely kill these hyphae, Dorn was cruel and placed the firewood directly on the back of the bear's claw. The sickly and weird gray-white plaque quickly disappeared and was replaced by a burn wound of similar size. But it's better to get burned than slowly bleed to death. After removing the plaque, Dorn observed the blood strips on the bear's claws for a while. The blood volume stayed at 142 points and was no longer falling. It seemed that Dorn's emergency treatment was effective. "How's it going, Brother Dorn?" The hyena's face was still anxious. He didn't know how Dorn came up with the idea of using fire. But now, he could only treat the dead horse as a live doctor. "It seems like it's okay. Let's take the big bear back to town. The burn on the back of the hand needs to be treated by a doctor. Otherwise it will be easily infected." Don said this while extinguishing the newly lit fire on the ground with his feet. "Okay." The hyena chose to trust Dorn. If Dorn can really save Bear Claw's life today, then from now on, he will trust Dorn unconditionally. The two of them lifted Bear Claw, who was still unconscious, from the ground, and carried him back to Eaton Town, one on the left and the other on the right. As he walked, Don was still reviewing everything that had just happened in his mind. He was able to think of the method of burning, all because of the information given by Ingredients Intuition. After seeing this weird mushroom for the first time, Dorn used Ingredients Intuition to intuitively get a series of ways to deal with this S-level ingredient, which includes a little. When the mushroom reaches adulthood, it sprays spores. The spores must be inactivated by high temperature or open flame before further cooking. From this, Dorn got accurate information that mushroom spores are not resistant to high temperatures. To further speculate, the tiny hyphae that have just grown from the spores are very likely not resistant to high temperatures. As a chef, if you don't even know these basic characteristics of the ingredients, how can you handle the ingredients, and how can you further cook them? It seems that as long as the enemy is judged as food, I have a high probability of knowing the opponent's characteristics or weaknesses through food intuition, and I can use this to directly target during the battle. Dorn felt a surge in his heart. A wonderful feeling comes. Intuition for ingredients. This skill is simply amazing. Rounding up, it's approximately equal to my special attack on enemies judged to be food. When the two of them managed to get the bear's claws out of the secret forest with some difficulty, they happened to run into the fat fox, who came with the doctor and Vivian. Of course, Vivian, who could not be noticed by others, followed the fat fox all by herself after receiving the note from the store manager Gonzalez. Because the message sent by the fat fox was not very detailed, Vivian, who was unable to communicate directly with others, was not sure whether Dorn was injured or not, which made Miss Goblin very anxious. It wasn't until she saw Dorn alive and kicking outside the secret forest that the Goblin lady's heart fell back into her stomach. Fortunately, he is fine. Vivian thought so in her heart. But then I thought about it. Wasn't this idea disrespectful to the wounded man named Bear Claw? So, Vivian hurriedly apologized to Bear Claw in her heart. Everyone sent the Bear Claw to the clinic, and the doctor performed a simple burn treatment on him. After confirming that the Bear Claw was basically intact, Dorn left the clinic and planned to return to the forest. There are still a large number of harmful S-class ingredients in the secret forest that have not been processed. How can we let them go? The hyena originally planned to stay and look after the bear's paw, but when he heard that Dorn was going back to deal with the strange cluster of mushrooms, he immediately volunteered to go back with him, leaving only the fat fox to guard him. How could he let go of the monster that had caused such misery to his little brother? Finally, there was Miss Goblin. After repeatedly confirming that Dorn and others could deal with the monster in the secret forest by themselves, Miss Goblin decided to return to the restaurant. Her experiment was just one final step away from completion. "Before you set off, I will give you a surprise," Vivian said to Dawn. Afterwards, the two people, who had not seen each other for almost 20 days, said goodbye again and went to work on the things at hand. Secret forest. "Brother Dorn, how are we going to deal with that mushroom?" It seems a bit natural for the hyena to call Dornish brother now, like the other two waifs. "You saw it just now. Those mushrooms are afraid of high temperatures and fire." Dorn was rummaging through the bags in the camp at the moment. "So we're going to burn them." "That's right. Little hyena, how is your throwing skill?" "Throwing? It should be pretty good." "Well, you will be the main attacker." Dorn finally found what he was looking for in the bag, picked it up, and waved it in front of the hyena. "This is a barrel full of oil, which I just returned from the town 2 days ago to restock. As a chef, it makes sense to take a bucket of oil with you when you go out." The two of them brought everything they needed to prepare, and returned to the growth point of the strange mushroom. The large cluster of mushrooms was still the same as before, standing there quietly. This is the sad thing about these immobile monsters. If it had been another movable monster that had not killed the opponent, it would have dragged the family and everyone away by now. How could it be left to wait for the enemy to come fully armed to seek revenge? The two people, who were already quite experienced, stood a dozen meters away from the mushroom bush. At this distance, even if the big mushroom sprays spores, the two of them will have enough time to escape. Don opened the oil drum, took out the cup everyone used to drink from, and filled it up. Okay, it's up to you. It's best to pour all the oil on the biggest mushroom. If you hit it accurately, I'll reward you with half a caddy of sweet potatoes. Dorn handed the cup to the hyena. Oh? What kind of thing? Don't worry so much. Just get on with it. Oh. The hyena took the cup in his hand, took a rough aim, threw it away with his arms. The cup filled with cooking oil drew a perfect parabola in the air and landed just on the cap of the big mushroom. The cooking oil poured on the big mushroom. Good. As soon as Dorn started to praise the hyena, he saw brown spore smoke starting to spray out from under the umbrella of the big mushroom. Let's go. Let's retreat first. Dorn held the oil drum with one hand, pulled the hyena with the other, and ran away. When it finishes spraying the spores, we will come back and smash it. Chapter 34 Mushroom Soup. Smash a full glass of oil and make a tactical retreat. Smash a full glass of oil and make a tactical retreat. After repeating this cycle several times, the largest mushroom was covered with greasy and sticky liquid. Don feels almost done. Dorn even felt that the spores stored in the mushroom had been almost exhausted in the process of going back and forth. However, it is not advisable to be careless, and the necessary procedures must be followed. Are you ready, little hyena? Dorn held a lighted log in his hand. Yes. At this moment, the hyena has set up his long bow, and the arrowheads of his arrows are wrapped in oil-soaked hay, ready to go. Wow! When the burning firewood touches the hay balls, the fire is so intense that it ignites at the first touch. The hyena's hand is very steady, and his aim is also very steady. So steady that there is almost no possibility of missing. The burning rocket flew towards the mushroom bush and shot into the big mushroom's umbrella handle without any suspense. The high temperature brought by the flame quickly ignited the cooking oil on the mushroom, and in an instant, a raging fire ignited. Tisk! Looking at the rising flames, the hyena raised one corner of its mouth, revealing its fangs. The culprit, who caused Bear Claw so much harm, has finally been eliminated. But at this moment, Dorn, who was standing next to him, moved and was about to rush towards the burning mushroom bush. Brother Dorn, what are you going to do? The hyena was startled. What are you doing? Of course you're collecting ingredients for tonight. The big mushrooms are already burning and can't spray out spores. Those small mushrooms haven't grown up yet and won't spray out spores. These are all top quality ingredients. Come on. Come on. Help. Ah? The hyena was in a daze. Do these strange things, which almost killed the bear's claw, actually be ingredients in the eyes of Brother Dorn? But after being stunned for a while, the hyena still chose to follow Dorn to collect those relatively small mushrooms. Whatever Big Brother says is whatever it is. It's almost done. Put out the fire. I want this big one too. Don't burn it. I want them all. Good. In this way, the S-level unknown ingredient, gray-brown mushrooms, was successfully collected. After the two collected all the mushrooms that were not burned, they also found a bird skeleton under the largest mushroom. According to the hyena's judgment, the skeleton should belong to a raptor such as a peregrine falcon. Seeing this raptor skeleton, it makes sense why this mushroom monster, which hyenas have never seen before, appears in the secret forest. It seems that this peregrine falcon was parasitized by the spores of the mushroom somewhere. After flying to the secret forest carrying the spores, the peregrine falcon died and became nutrients for the growth of mushrooms. And this kind of exotic mushroom, whose origin is unknown, has also taken root and sprouted in the secret forest. The two of them picked all the mushrooms they could, leaving no one behind. After all, the spores of this kind of mushroom are so weird that if ordinary people don't know how to deal with them, they may just wait to die. However, it is not certain that there is only such a cluster of mushrooms in the forest. There may already be other wild animals or monsters carrying spores that have begun to grow in other parts of the secret forest. When we go back, we need to tell Albert the news about this mushroom and the method of dealing with spore parasitism, and let him publicize it in the town to prevent others from falling victim to it. Dorn was carrying a bucket full of mushrooms, and said this to the hyena while walking. The hyena thought for a while. Then I will also inform the hunters I know to be more careful when entering the forest. Yes, Not bad. Dawn nodded and thought that if the Wishing Restaurant had not closed down, it would have been the most crowded place in Eaton Town. Information about this mushroom sport can be posted in a conspicuous place on the wall of the restaurant to remind everyone of prevention and control. However, now that the restaurant is closed, this kind of thing should be done in the future. Dorn took the hyena and returned directly to Eaton Town. He wasn't planning on camping in the hidden forest again tonight. After returning to the town, the hyena went directly to the clinic to visit Bear Claw, while Dorn went to Mrs. Majetti's place to take a long-awaited bath. Oh! And this time he only paid for one person, which made Mrs. Majetti doubly curious. After feeling refreshed, Dawn returned to the Wishing Restaurant. It's time to cook today's main dish. What Dawn planned to cook today was a large mushroom that was 30 centimeters tall and had a cap that was almost half a meter long. When the hyena carried this thing into the town, it really attracted the attention of passers-by, due to Dorn and Hyena's timely rescue. After cutting off all the burnt and unusable outer skin, the inner flesh of the big mushroom was not damaged in any way. Even though it has grown so big, the meat has not aged at all. I can only say that maybe this is the unique charm of S-level ingredients. Through food intuition, Dorn can feel that this kind of gray-brown mushroom has a special fragrance, and its meat is relatively tender, somewhat like the chicken wolfberry mushroom on Earth. Therefore, Dorn simply cooked it the way the Chinese cook chicken fur. Since Vivian was still in the room tinkering with a little surprise she was planning to give Dawn, Mr. Gonzalez's assistant was Dawn, and Dawn was not used to it, so he might as well prepare everything for today's meal. First, prepare the dishes. Regarding the selection of ingredients, Dorn selected a duck that is more than 2 years old, an old hen that is more than 1 year old and has yellow wool, a bristled boar's thigh bone, and a Crucian carp. The above are all today's ingredients. Cut the chicken, duck, and pork leg bones into pieces and put the soup in a pot under cold water, without adding anything. Reduce the heat to medium and boil for 5 hours. Finally, turn to high heat and cook for 2 hours until the soup becomes white. Just one step of making white soup allowed Dawn to stay up from day to night. But it doesn't matter. Dorn has always been very patient with cooking. Only with sufficient patience can he produce top-notch delicious food. When the soup comes out of the pot, it has a pure and rich aroma. This is the best reward for Dorn's half-day effort. Place Crucian carp in the frying pan and fry until golden brown on both sides. The function of Crucian carp is mainly to further enhance the flavor of the soup. Place 2 eggs in the frying pan and fry them until golden brown on both sides, keeping the yolks from runny and semi-solidified. Change the pot. Add the fried Crucian carp and eggs. Add the ginger, green onion, and the gray-brown mushrooms torn into small pieces. Finally, pour in the cooked stock and add a little salt. Do not add any other seasonings. This ensures that the inherent umami flavor of this rich ingredient is not confused by other tastes. Control the heat and slowly turn it from low to medium so that the umami flavor of the soup can completely penetrate into the mushrooms. After simmering for another 20 minutes, remove from the pot. By the time this complicated dish was completely prepared, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. It smells so good. Dorn, just by smelling this smell, I know you must be back. What are you cooking this time? Vivian appeared in the kitchen without knowing when. The goblin lady stood there with a graceful figure, but her eyes almost blinked into stars, looking at Dorn and the fresh soup just out of the pot with joy and expectation. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Little Dorn, did you make another dish that makes me miss my first love? Sure enough, I saw you right. The store manager Gonzalez also smelled the smell and got into the kitchen. Dawn, dare to love the store manager. Is your first love more than just pork flavored? I don't know if it's because of Dorn's craftsmanship, but I feel like the members of the Wishing Restaurant are always very active when it comes to cooking. No need to call. Just find the taste and come. After smiling helplessly, Dorn presented the whole pot of soup in front of everyone. Mushroom soup. Try it while it's hot. Chapter 35, waiting for you to come back and build a food city. After entering the mouth, the first thing that stimulates the taste buds is the crispness and tenderness of the mushrooms. Just bite it lightly, and the delicious soup bursts out from the meat of the mushrooms. The umami of chicken, duck, and fish. The mushroom and umami flavors blend together in a harmonious way. The taste is unparalleled. It's fresh. This is an experience I've never had before. I feel it. I feel the determination and love you put into this dish. Little Dorn. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. After tasting the mushroom soup, As usual, Mr. Gonzalez made a long comment. Although the store manager's evaluation of the dishes can be considered reasonable, it is not even an exaggeration to say it is appropriate. But this form of expression still has a bit of a big impact on most people. It tastes great. All in all, it tastes very, very good. And Mr. Gonzalez has said all that I want to say. In short, it's very good. Dorn is amazing. While Vivian was drinking the soup with a happy look on her face, she stopped the spoon and gave Dorn a few words of affirmation in a hurry, and then continued to drink the soup happily. Ah, I always feel that compared to the macho store manager, the fairy lady is a bit of a cultural desert. Seeing others drinking so happily, Dorn also picked up the bowl of soup in front of him and savored this complicated dish that took him nearly 8 hours. The umami flavor of chicken, duck and fish is concentrated in a pot of stock, and finally absorbed by the delicate meat of mushrooms, giving it a smooth and delicious taste. This mushroom soup can reach SS level. It's comparable to the previous hand-shredded roast rabbit. In fact, the previous roasted rabbit seemed a bit rough and wild in terms of seasoning selection and cooking techniques. This intensively cultivated mushroom soup is also SS level, and the quality of the dish may be even better than the hand-shredded roasted rabbit. Click. My hard work in the kitchen for so long was not wasted. Dawn breathed a sigh of relief, very satisfied with the quality of the finished dishes. System prompt, the predator effect is triggered, and the mental attribute is enhanced. System prompt, the effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill, parasite spore LV0, is obtained. Parasite spores, spray spores with parasitic ability. The spores will absorb physical strength and vitality from the parasitized target for a long time, and feed back to the skill releaser. Coming! Dorn looked at his skill panel, and didn't even bother to drink the SS level soup. This parasitic spore is so strong. Literally speaking, as long as someone is parasitized by spores, you can continuously gain physical strength and vitality from the other party. No wonder the blood volume of Bear Claw would continue to drop when he was attacked before. It turned out that the big mushroom was gaining his vitality through spore parasitism. It seems that I will cook all the remaining mushrooms tomorrow to increase the level of parasitic spores as much as possible. Dorn tapped his fingers on the table and muttered in a low voice that only he could hear clearly. Moreover, today this pot of soup may be shared with everyone. After all, the whole pot of soup contains one big mushroom, which is considered a monster. If you drink it, you can win the prize. But those little mushrooms tomorrow will have to be eaten alone. Thinking of this, Dawn looked apologetically at Vivian and Gonzalez, who were still enjoying the soup. Next time, do something good to compensate them. By the time everyone was full, there was still a lot of soup left in the big pot of soup. After all, it was made from a 30-centimeter tall mushroom. Even if you remove the burnt parts, there is still a lot of mushroom meat for the soup. So Dorn simply packed up the remaining mushroom soup one by one and planned to deliver it to the 3 Street Boy brothers, who were still in the clinic. Then, he also sent some to the Albert brothers and sisters. If there is more, give it to Uncle Lucas who sells fruit, and Mrs. Midgetai who runs the bathhouse. After all, the soup won't taste as good when it's cold. If you can't drink it yourself, you might as well give it to these friends, who have taken care of you to some extent. Moreover, I will be leaving Eden soon to download a limited-time dungeon. Before leaving, it would be nice to give everyone some delicious food and say goodbye. Dorn was starting to pack the fungus soup, and Vivian, who was beside him, seemed to have seen what he was thinking, and silently stepped forward to help. Although Mr. Gonzalez couldn't see Vivian, he saw the dishes flying around Dorn from time to time, and left the kitchen in a wise manner. Now, only Dawn and Vivian were left in the kitchen. Neither of them spoke, quietly doing what they were doing. Since the two have been working together in the kitchen for a long time, they have a tacit understanding of their collaboration. The warm yellow candlelight flickered, warm and quiet. There are still 8 days until Poison Swamp opens. Today is the day when Dorn sets off for Rhine Town. Yesterday, Dorn focused on poison resistance again, and now it has reached the full level LV5. Moreover, after eating a large pot of mushroom soup alone, Dorn's parasite spore skill was successfully upgraded to LV2. By noon today, the caravan of businessman Mr. Chambers also arrived at Eden successfully. Inside the Wishing Restaurant at this moment. Little Dorn, after you finish your great work, remember to come back. I'm still waiting to build a unique food city with you. It was store manager Gonzalez who spoke farewell to Dawn first, and Dawn was a little at a loss as soon as he spoke. What? What food city? It's the one you and Little Hyena promised. Have you forgotten? I forgot. But I haven't forgotten. Dorn looked confused. To be honest, if possible, Dorn would be happy to build a world-class food city in the Dorn Empire. However, this goal is currently too ambitious. But Don was embarrassed to admit that his original purpose in saying this was to trick the 3 miners into joining the gang. It's so embarrassing. It's good that you haven't forgotten it. Gonzalez's face showed a rare serious expression. Little Dorn, you are one of the very few people I admire from the bottom of my heart. You have unique insights and knowledge that ordinary people don't have. His superb cooking skills can be said to be a gift. I rarely misjudge people. I have a feeling that as long as I follow you, I can make a lot of money. I don't know how many times more money than I make now. As Don has learned over the past month, store manager Gonzalez is indeed a rough man on the outside but delicate and shrewd on the inside. After hearing Dorn talking to 3 naughty children in the backyard, Gonzalez was already considering the possibility of building a food city. In Dorn's words, after thinking about it for a while, he only came to one conclusion: if it was Dorn, it might actually be feasible. So if it's possible, why not take a gamble? So at the moment of separation today, Gonzalez expressed his thoughts regarding Dorn's dream of building a food city. He also wants to join. Don stared at Gonzalez in surprise for a while, and finally nodded helplessly, looking at the serious look on Mr. Store Manager's face. It was clear that he was serious about it. Unexpectedly, after I made an impromptu pie painting, the person who was most immersed in eating the pie was actually the shrewd store manager. It seems that after I return from the limited time dungeon, my relationship with Mr. Store Manager will no longer be that of boss and employee. From what Gonzalez said, he seemed to want to help Dorn build the food city he was still dreaming of together. In other words, Gonzalez will be more like an employee or a partner of Dorn in the future. Chapter 36. The chef goes out to study. After Mr. Store Manager, it's time to say goodbye to Vivian. The elf lady took out a bright silver ring and handed it to Dorn. This should be the mithril ring that Fat Fox bought from running errands earlier. Don observed the ring for a while. The surface of the ring was engraved with simple and thick patterns. At first glance, it seems to be somewhat similar to Vivian's ebony staff. Apart from that, nothing else can be seen. Dorn, I have engraved 2 spells into this ring, namely strong attack protection and defensive protection. As long as you direct the surge of magic in your body into the ring and cooperate with a short chant, you can trigger it. It seems that this is the surprise that Vivian has prepared for Dorn in the room with her head covered for most of the month. An enchanted ring that can actively release skills. Dorn is also very familiar with these 2 skills, having used them before when this goblin beat up the black mercenaries. Among them, defending protection can activate the wind wall to protect friendly units, which impressed Dorn deeply. If these 2 skills can be released, Dorn will have more attack and defense methods after he downloads the dungeon. It seems that Miss Fairy has really prepared a big surprise. Even if people are banned by the game system, they can still do so much for themselves. Move. However, because the magic circuit needs to be cooled down, each skill in the ring can only be used 3 times a day. Moreover, the magic power will be exhausted if used too much. After about a month of continuous use, you have to bring it to me to recharge it. Vivian gave a detailed introduction to the use and maintenance of the ring. Yeah, I understand. Thank you. It's really helpful. Vivian. Also, and Dorn, I don't want to give this ring to you just yet, because you said that the 60 silver nards are my money. So, this ring is still mine, but lend it to you. Since I lent it to you, you must return it to me with your own hands. Vivian looked at Dawn while talking. The reluctance in her eyes was clear. Of course I will. We have hooked you up. Whatever you hooked up with, go. You won't lie to others. After hearing Dawn's words and thinking of the hook gesture under the moonlight, which meant sticking to the oath, Vivian's expression relaxed a little. By the way, Vivian, why did you choose these 2 spells to be engraved into the ring? I'm not saying they are bad. I'm just curious. Is it because with my current magic level, I can only drive these 2 spells? Dorn thought for a while, and the skill, defense protection, was easy to say. But considering Vivian's use of the strong attack protection skill last time, it feels like it doesn't suit her well. Dorn is not a strong player now, and he doesn't even have a handy weapon. How should he use this skill? The spells I entered were weakened. Part of the reason is your magic power level. Miss Goblin blinked and answered seriously. The other reason is that I only know these 2 spells. Dawn? Only know 2 spells? Are you sure that Miss Goblin is really a mage? After a long silence, Dorn suppressed the urge to complain and silently put the mithril ring on the middle finger of his right hand. It's almost time to set off. After Dorn nodded to the 2 of them again, he walked out of the restaurant. Little Dorn, after you finish your work, you must come back quickly. Otherwise, I will miss you very much. The store manager waved his hand to Dorn and said goodbye loudly. Vivian next to her looked at the store manager, then at Dawn's back, then lowered her head and murmured in a small voice, "Me too." Outside the restaurant, the businessman Mr. Chambers is already waiting, along with the 3 brothers from the Wanderers mercenary group. Among them, Bear Claw had woken up from a coma the night before. They also came to say goodbye to Dorn. "Brother Dorn, be careful on the road." Fat Fox and Bear Claw both said this, and stepped forward to give Dorn a man's hug. The hyena next to him just stood still, but inexplicably felt that his 2 little brothers were expressing their feelings. Was he a bit unsociable by not doing anything? Seeing that the hyena was frozen and motionless, Dorn just smiled and reached out to touch his messy head. "Tisk!" The hyena did not dodge. He opened his mouth and only said, "Be careful on the road, Brother Dorn." When Chambers' caravan drifted away, the 3 wanderers also dispersed. At the corner of the street, a girl with short blonde hair hurriedly ran over. It was Amy. Amy carefully held an exquisite food box in her hand and ran all the way into the Wishing restaurant. But Gonzalez was alone in the lobby. "Mr. Gonzalez. Has Big Brother left?" Amy realized something. Yes. Knowing that she missed saying goodbye to Dawn, Amy was very depressed, and she didn't know whether to continue holding the food box in her hand or put it down temporarily. In the food box is a pan-fried cod, which Amy carefully cooked this morning. He wanted his eldest brother to at least taste the fruits of his hard work for a month before leaving. "It's all because of my clumsiness that I'm late." Amy shook her head and said to herself, her golden hair rubbing her ears, "Little Amy, don't be so depressed. It's not like little Dorn isn't coming back." Upon seeing this, store manager Gonzalez walked out from behind the bar. Amy nodded. "Yes, it's not like the eldest brother won't come back. Next, I have to work harder and try to make a dish that can be approved by my eldest brother when he comes back." Amy held a food box in her arms and looked at the door of the Wishing restaurant. There was a small notice posted there. "The chef is away studying and the restaurant is temporarily closed." This announcement has been posted here for more than half a month, and the wording seems to have been written by Dorn himself. "Chef," Amy muttered silently, then turned back to look at the store manager. "Mr. Gonzalez, can I help in the restaurant in the future? I have been practicing my homework in the kitchen very seriously recently." After more than a month of serious practice, Amy is confident that she can be an apprentice in the kitchen, and she will have no problem getting started and can help. "Okay, we just need more people to help." Gonzalez smiled. This strong man, who is 1.9 centimeters tall, walked to the door of his store, and his eyes fell on a store diagonally opposite that was about the same size as the Wishing restaurant. This shop belonged to an old man in the town and ceased to operate a long time ago. Gonzalez calculated his savings over the years, and it seemed that he could barely afford to buy the store outright. Of course, for the sake of safety, you can also rent it first. "When little Dorn comes back, let's give him a surprise," Gonzalez said. "Can chapter 37 take up a little of your precious time?" 4 days later, Mr. Chambers' caravan arrived near the small town of Rhine, because there were not too many stops along the way, and the mercenary team hired by Chambers. The caravan encountered no trouble along the way, and it arrived near the Rhine one day faster than expected. Dorn was carrying large and small bags, which contained various kitchen utensils and spices, and a large black pot on his back. When he jumped off the caravan carriage, the bells in his outfit jingled. "Brother Don, next time I come to Eden, remember to make a delicious meal for me." Chambers, who was slightly chubby, waved goodbye to Don with a smile. Don promised with all his heart, and then watched Mr. Chambers leave, still muttering silently. "A good man will live a safe life." 3 carriages and a caravan of more than a dozen people raised dust along the way and slowly disappeared from Dorn's sight. The town of Rhine is located in the middle of the Dona Empire. It turned out to be just a village, because the local viscount discovered mineral deposits nearby and then vigorously mined them. Many miners began to work nearby, and Rhine gradually grew into a town. However, even so, Rhine Town is still very small. Even smaller than Eden Town. And the facilities in the town are also lagging behind than those of Eden Town. For example, there are no paid public baths in this town. Dorn stayed at a tavern in the town called the Noisy Turtle Dove, which was one of the few taverns in Rhine Town that could provide accommodation. The conditions of the tavern were also very poor. Not only was the room small and dark, it was also very damp. Mold could be seen on the wooden boards in the corners, and the air was mixed with the smell of alcohol and sweat. Dawn began to miss the room in the Wishing restaurant. Although the room was not big, it was clean and bright, and there was a beautiful silver-haired girl living next door. After sighing slightly, Dorn stored most of his luggage in this small room. There are still 4 days until the limited-time dungeon, Venomous Swamp, opens. It is best to go to the lakeside marked on the map as soon as possible. The lake on the edge of Rhine Town is about 6 or 7 kilometers away from the town. The locals call this Lake Renali, and the name probably means holiness. The road to Lake Renali is very secluded. There is only a small winding dirt road that can barely be called a road, and there are not many people along the way. Following the map in the email, Dorn spent a lot of effort to successfully reach the lake and find the marked point where the ruins would be open 4 days later. Of course, there's nothing special about the actual marked point. It's just a normal lakeside location. However, the view from here is pretty good, since the trails in the wild were difficult to walk. It was already dusk when Dorn arrived here based on the map. Half of the crimson sun has sunk to the west of the lake. The vast red lake surface is shining with sparkling waves, and it really feels a bit holy and quiet. If the information in the game email is correct, the limited time copy will be opened here in 4 days. I don't know what will be waiting for me inside. When Dorn was still setting foot on Lake Renali, the second floor of the Noisy Turtle Dove Tavern, next to Dorn's room, the person living in this room is an old man with silver-white temples who looks to be in his 60s. At this moment, the old man was sitting on the edge of the bed with his eyes closed tightly, as if he was trying hard to listen to something, as if something invisible was whispering in his ear. After a while, a look of pain began to appear on the old man's face. He opened his mouth with difficulty and only spat out a few words intermittently. Salvation will finally come. Salvation will finally come. Then the old man's closed eyes opened, as if he had woken up from a nightmare. His head was covered in sweat, and he was breathing heavily. After resting for a while, the old man's pale face regained some color. I can still only hear a few words. The silver-haired old man sighed with regret. What the old man was listening to just now was a vague murmur of unknown origin, as if coming from the void. However, the old man with silver temples firmly believed that these nonsense words were oracles and teachings from God. Listen to the oracle, and salvation will come to an end. This is the tenet adhered to by the Tantric Apocalypse sect to which the old man belongs. Tuck tuck tuck. Knocking. The old man with silver temples stood up and opened the door, and 2 of his students came in. There is a boy and a girl. The female student is called Galena, and the male student is called Kalma. Teacher Silver Lizard, we have contacted the owl side. Everything is normal there, and everything is going according to the original plan. We will explore the ruins of God together on the shores of Lake Renali in 4 days. The person who reported the situation was the female student Galena. I know. Silver Lizard waved his hand. Teacher. Galena stared at Silver Lizard's face for a while. Have you tried listening to the oracle again? You look very bad. I know. Silver Lizard paused, and the skin under his cheek suddenly twitched inexplicably and unreasonably. It seems that I need fresh flesh and blood tonight. The new flesh and blood that Silver Lizard refers to is not dinner, but people, and they must be living people. Silver Lizard has been like this since a long time ago. Listening to the oracle for a long time caused abnormalities in his body. About every 1.5 months. If the Silver Lizard is not nourished by living human flesh and blood, it will become extremely crazy and violent, and eventually lose its rationality completely. If the frequency of listening to the oracle is too frequent, the period of his madness will be further shortened. Neither Galena nor Korma showed any surprises regarding Silver Lizard's request. After all, they have done too much hunting of living people and are too skilled at it. Teacher, as for fresh flesh and blood, the black-haired guy who lives next door today seems to be a very suitable partner. Galena licked her lips, and there was a clear blush on her face. She was excited. Silver Lizard said nothing more and just nodded. It seems that he also noticed Dorn, who just checked into the tavern today. Living in a tavern, alone, there is magic power flowing through him, but his strength is weak. Is there a more suitable target to hunt? Dorn sighed. After trekking 6 to 7 kilometers of winding mountain roads, Dorn returned to Rhine town at about 9 p.m. The nightlife in Rhine, a town mainly composed of miners, is even scarcer than in Eden. There was no one on the street at this point. There were only a few horseshoe lanterns hanging on the outer walls of several houses, emitting weak yellow light. A silent night. A rundown town. I always feel like nothing good will happen in this environment. Dorn shrank his neck. After walking a few steps further, before reaching the noisy Turtle Dove Tavern, Dorn saw a few figures standing vaguely under a horseshoe lamp on the roadside in front. You're not afraid of what's going to happen, are you? Dorn quickened his pace, planning to get past these people as quickly as possible. But all I could see was the few people under the horseshoe lamp, who seemed to be exchanging, "Okay," in a low voice. Then, they dispersed and walked toward Dorn in a vague encirclement posture. Dorn saw clearly at this time. There were 3 people opposite him. An older man with silver-white temples. 2 young men remained. A man and a woman. The 3 of them were dressed like ordinary businessmen and looked very ordinary and ordinary. Sir, can I take up a little of your precious time? I want to tell you about the suffering and salvation of the world. The end of the world and a savior. The elder among the 3 stopped directly in front of Dorn and said this in a soft and friendly tone. Dorn, just by listening to the opening remarks of this Amway-style missionary, Dorn understood the identities of these 3 people. Regarding the religion in the land of miracles, Dorn had heard some popular science from Vivian. According to Vivian, several grand duchies, including the Dona Empire, have only one official sect. The original sect. The general terms Church and the Holy See refer to this sect. The historical origin of the original sect's existence in the land of miracles cannot be verified. Anyway, it seems that it existed logically from eternity. The Holy See worships the original creator and regards him as the only true God in the world. The 3 people on the opposite side obviously do not belong to the Holy See. After all, the people in the Holy See are not so depressed that they go to the streets at night to recruit people to preach. Even if these 3 people are not cultists, they are still members of a secret cult. But then again, this person, who doesn't know anything about the esoteric religion, still has to go to the streets to stop people from preaching to improve his performance at this point? So diligent? Sorry, I still have some urgent matters to deal with. I'll listen to you next time when I have the chance. Dorn doesn't want to have anything to do with any secret sect at the moment, and wants to leave after casually dealing with it. Just kidding. The Holy See is the only one in the entire land of miracles, and has a monopoly. Being associated with some secret sect, wouldn't it be tantamount to setting yourself on fire? And it was so late at night that he surrounded people on the street where no one else could be seen. No normal person would believe that you really just want to preach. Okay. Sir, I think you need to listen carefully. When the end comes, we all need redemption. The older esotericist's tone of speech was still cordial, but he had no intention of making way for Dorn. At the same time, through the dim light from the horseshoe lamp, Dorn clearly saw the old believer's face twitching abnormally a few times, as if something was scurrying under his skin. Not good. Very bad. I encountered something strange while walking at night. Dorn was crying in his heart, but he was highly focused and ready to fight. Whether it was triggering the spell in the mithril ring or unleashing his own skills, Dorn was ready. Sir, I don't think you need to be so nervous. We have no ill intentions, but we just want you to be saved. The elderly tantric cultist was still talking, and at the same time, the shocking twitching under his skin became more intense. Not only that, at the moment he finished speaking, Dorn saw the blood bar above the opponent's head. Bright red blood bar. Damn, old man. I believe you. The health bar is showing. Are you telling me that there is no harm? Chapter 38 Breakout. The elderly esoteric cultist has a full 2,300 health points. Looking at it from a close distance, such a long health bar is very impactful. In comparison, the 2 young believers should not be ruthless characters. The male's HP is 320, and the female's HP is 430. The moment he saw the enemy's health bar, Dorn, who was already ready to attack, took action. Rather than being passively beaten, it is better to take the initiative. Pig Rush Level 5, activate. The target of Dorn's attack was the young male cultist with only 320 HP. Judging roughly from the blood volume, he is currently the best breakthrough point. The 3 secret cultists obviously did not expect that Dorn would attack them first, especially the 320 HP, who was regarded as the target of the attack by Dorn. Before he could realize what happened, he found that the prey that had been surrounded by them had rushed towards his face. Moreover, the opponent is obviously a normal human being. But when he charges, he looks like a beast as tall as a hill. The strong sense of oppression brought about by this charge made the young esoteric cult spontaneously produce a bad emotion called fear. Boom! The young esoteric cultist didn't even have the thought of dodge before he was knocked into his chest by Dorn, who was in a sudden state. The relatively strong-looking body was like a kite with its string broken, flying lightly for a long distance, and finally fell heavily to the ground and stopped moving. The encirclement formed by 3 esoteric cultists successfully broke through. Dorn didn't even look back, and continued to run forward in a hurry. After running forward a few more steps, and putting a certain distance between himself and the 2 people behind him, Dorn clearly felt the tearing pain coming from his right shoulder and back. He glanced at his blood volume of 220 points. Lost 80 blood points. It seems that when he just broke through, he was also attacked, most likely from the old esoteric cultist with 2,300 HP. If it weren't for the defensive effect during the release of Pig Burst, it is estimated that the blood volume would have dropped even more. However, considering the strength gap between the 2 sides, it was lucky that he didn't give his opponent a second. That's a blood volume of 2,300. I just managed to get a fraction of what others had. So what a big deal. So Don ignored the pain in his shoulders and back and kept running at the same high speed. At the same time, he did not forget to shout at the top of his lungs. Help! The cultists are killing people! I didn't steal or rob. I walked upright and sat upright. When encountering a sudden malicious attack, it is reasonable to call for help. Right? The loud cry for help echoed over the otherwise silent Rhine town, sounding particularly loud. However, the first thing that responded to Dorn's call for help was not the righteous people drawing their swords to help, but the barking of dogs in the whole town, one sound drowning out the other. After shouting a few times, Dorn stopped shouting and focused on running. After all, we are not out of danger yet, and shouting loudly consumes energy. A few shouts would be enough if they could deter the opponent. It would be even better if they could attract some righteous friends to help. Of course, if neither of the above 2 points can be achieved, it will be in vain to continue shouting. Behind Dorn, Galena, who had 450 health points, looked at Dorn running away and licked her lips. Teacher Silver Lizard. Us? Silver Lizard just looked at Korma, who was dying on the ground and could no longer be saved. His strange face, that was already twisting and squirming, seemed even more terrifying. Around the body of the Silver Lizard, there were still obvious masses of black air floating. Just now, when Dorn suddenly used Pig Burst to attack, Silver Lizard also used this black air mass to hit him. However, the speed of Dorn's Pig Dash was a little faster than Silver Lizard expected, and the black air mass just brushed Dorn's shoulder. If it hits directly, it remains to be seen whether Dorn can break out of the encirclement. Let's take Kalma with us first. For now. As Silver Lizard spoke this way, the flesh and blood under his face continued to squirm, seeming to have brought him great pain. After taking a few deep breaths, Silver Lizard spoke again, but the friendly and calm tone before was completely gone, and his tone had a hint of madness. No! Let's catch him. Tear his mouth out. Kill him. Drink his blood. And eat his flesh. After saying this, the Silver Lizard chased Dorn straight away. Galena knew that probably due to the accident that occurred during tonight's hunting, Teacher Silver Lizard, who was already in an unstable state, was stimulated and fell into madness in advance. Looking at the teacher's back, Galena licked her lips, and then glanced at Korma, who was still breathing weakly on the ground without much emotion. The only thing to blame is your bad luck tonight, Korma. From Galena's point of view, Dorn's breakout just now was just a result of luck and the dissatisfaction of his classmate Korma. Teacher Silver Lizard can definitely kill him easily next. The way you run away is so ugly. Like a mouse. Galena looked at Dorn's back in front of her and followed her. Run! Let me see how far you can run while the teacher is chasing you. Dorn, who has always maintained the pig-like state, is very fast. But the Silver Lizard is not slow either. Originally, Dorn ran ahead and was already a long distance away from the 2 secret cultists. But in almost 7 or 8 breaths, the Silver Lizard narrowed the distance between them to about 20 meters. Galena, who was familiar with the teacher's attack methods, knew that the enemy had entered the attack range of the teacher's corrupted aura. Almost at the same time, the black air masses floating around the Silver Lizard shot towards the fleeing Dornson. We succeeded. The unlucky guy is going to die. Galena, who was lagging behind, watched the aura of corruption pouring towards Dorn with joy from the bottom of her heart. After all, she likes to see her enemies die in helplessness and despair. And she likes to see their miserable state after being tortured by the teacher's corrupted aura. The blood-soaked scene always makes her feel very satisfied. This is also the main reason why Galena is willing to follow Silver Lizard. But then, something unexpected happened. Just when those violent depraved auras were about to hit Dorn, a substantial wall of wind suddenly appeared around his body. All the depraved aura hit the thick wind wall, and finally disappeared without a trace together with the wind wall. However, even though the attack missed, the powerful air wave after the collision between the corrupted aura and the wind wall still blew firmly on Dorn's body, causing him to fall forward violently. Just when Galena thought that Dorn would fall down like this and be killed by the Silver Lizard teacher who caught up later, something strange happened again. Dorn quickly put one hand on the ground, and with a kind of body coordination that was beyond comprehension, he abruptly completed a somersault, and then continued to escape forward at a faster speed than before. What happened? What is going on? Even Galena was beginning to feel confused at this moment. Why is it that Teacher Silver Lizard hasn't killed the opponent as usual even though the opponent is as weak as an ant in comparison? He should be helpless, should be desperate, should be dripping with blood, and should be broken into pieces. It should become the nourishment in Teacher Silver Lizard's mouth, and become a piece of rotten meat for his own pleasure. Why not dead yet? Why haven't you died yet? Dorn in the front couldn't hear Galena's morbid inner monologue. He just ran faster and faster, and the distance between him and the Silver Lizard slowly lengthened again. But just when he passed an alley, he suddenly slowed down and stayed at the alley for a while. It seemed that after making some judgment, he plunged into the alley. Silver Lizard, who was losing his mind continuously, kept walking and plunged into the alley. Galena had no choice but to follow. What was he doing just now? This psychopathic female cultist instinctively sensed something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. So she could only continue to chase and run as hard as she could in the alley. What is the difference between running into an alley and running on the road? Apart from the narrower alley, it might be the wind. On the road, the night wind blew at my side, but after turning into this alley, I could feel the wind blowing in my face. Wind? Galena's mind seemed to grasp something, but at this moment, she saw a brown, faint smoke appearing in front of her. It seemed like extremely small particles of matter were scattered in the air, floating towards Teacher Silver Lizard and himself. What is that? Chapter 39. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we pursue. Pig LV5. Dexterity LV3. After activating these two speed-increasing skills at the same time, Dorn took the lead and ran at the front, and the distance between him and the Silver Lizard was once again widened. It's obvious that this old thing is not the agile type. Therefore, when dual-activating acceleration skills, Dorn has a certain advantage in speed. But Pig Rush and Dexterity, two skills similar to physical skills, although the mana consumption is not very large when they are turned on, Dorn can clearly feel that his physical strength is draining faster. Keeping running like this is definitely not a good idea. So Dawn turned into this alley, and after confirming that both enemies were chasing into the alley, he released the skill, Parasite Spore. The wind tonight was blowing head-on in the alley, and the alley itself was small, so there wasn't much room for dodge. Occupying such a favorable location, Dorn believed that the parasitic spores would definitely be able to fool the faces of the two people behind him. Succeeded? Not long after the spores were released, Dorn felt that his declining physical strength seemed to be replenished, and the pain in his right shoulder and back also eased. Look at the blood volume above the head, which is 230 points. The blood volume has been restored by 10 points, and his blood volume is still slowly rising bit by bit. This cheered up Dorn's spirits. Originally, all he could think about was how to escape. But now, Dawn has a bold idea. The problem of excessive physical loss has been solved through parasitism. Now, as long as you control the distance between you and the enemy, don't rush into the attack range of those black air masses, and then the parasitic spores will continue to drain the enemy's blood volume. The little boss, with 2,300 health points behind him, may really be beaten to death by himself. Keep chasing, and see who is the prey, and who is the hunter tonight. The first person who couldn't hold on was Galena, who had 430 HP. Before she could run out of the alley, she felt obviously exhausted. It wasn't exhaustion, but it was as if something was constantly draining her energy. So she slowed down, and then she realized something strange about her body. There were strange gray and white patches on her face, arms, neck, under the open collar, in short, on the exposed skin. What's even weirder is that on these gray-white patches, there are clusters of tiny mycelium growing. Teacher Silver Lizard, I feel very bad. My body. Even Galena finally started to panic at this moment. Silver Lizard, who had been running in front of Galena, heard the direct student's call, slowed down his pace, and turned around. At this moment, due to the wriggling of flesh and blood, the Silver Lizard's facial features were no longer distinguishable. And not only the flesh and blood under the face is squirming, but now every part of the Silver Lizard's body is twitching and twisting strangely. He no longer looks like a human being, but a monster with vaguely humanoid outlines. And because Silver Lizard has been running in front, he has been exposed to more spores. And there are many more traces of parasitism on his body than Galena. Blood, meat, I want blood. I want meat. Give it to me. Give it to me. The Silver Lizard that stopped murmured at first, and then turned into an almost crazy roar. His already blood-red eyes were staring directly at his student. He could no longer think, and had no sense at all. The indescribable aura of depravity and evil was surrounding him, making him just instinctively long for fresh food, blood and flesh. But when it comes to fresh flesh and blood, isn't it what's in front of you? So, Silver Lizard grabbed Galena's neck. Galena knew that the teacher had completely lost his mind. Oops. I want it! Give it to me! Give it to me! Teacher, teacher! Save, save, aha! Chewing and gnawing, blood dripping from it. This was Galena's favorite and most enjoyable scene. But she can no longer see it. After eating fresh flesh and blood, the Silver Lizard finally began to regain its sanity. He first looked at the lifeless Galena on the ground in shock, and then he understood what had happened. However, he did not spend much time sentimentalizing and remembering his students. Now is not the time to do this. The prey he is targeting tonight is very wrong. 2 of his students have now been killed by this so-called prey. There are also gray and white patches on his body, and those tiny hyphae. The Silver Lizard can feel that these hyphae seem to be sucking his physical strength and vitality. We can't chase him any further. This guy's abilities are too weird. We need to find a place to get rid of these mycelium first. Even if you use a dagger to cut off all the skin with hyphae, you can't let them continue to suck your life force. Silver Lizard glared at Dorn in the distance fiercely, and made the wisest decision in the current situation, retreating. But just when he turned to leave, he discovered that Dorn from a distance had actually followed him. What is that guy going to do? Silver Lizard was ready to face the enemy. Although the black-haired young man has strange abilities, and although the Silver Lizard has begun to become weak under the influence of the parasitic spores. But as long as the opponent no longer flees and starts a head-on battle, Silver Lizard is confident that he will kill the opponent after paying a certain price. However, the head-on battle that Silver Lizard was waiting for never happened. Although Dorn took the initiative to approach the Silver Lizard, he stood still not far away and stopped moving forward. When the Silver Lizard gathered the aura of corruption and wanted to take the initiative to attack him, Dorn ran away without any hesitation. But when Silver Lizard had the idea of retreating again, he turned to leave. Dorn came back again, still keeping a certain distance from the Silver Lizard, just standing there. How could Silver Lizard not understand Dorn's intention after repeating this several times? That kid wants my life. Silver Lizard was furious, but there was nothing he could do against Dorn. The difference in speed between the two is a flaw. Finally, the Silver Lizard finally figured it out and turned around and began to run away, regardless of whether Dorn was getting closer or not. He seems to be planning to escape. Behind him, Dorn looked at the embarrassed back of the Silver Lizard, his eyes burning. But after chasing me for so long, how can it be so easy to leave? Old thief, you will become my next experience package before copy. Dexterity, activate. Dorn increased his speed, but deliberately controlled to keep a certain distance from the Silver Lizard fleeing in front, and followed it like a piece of dogskin plaster that couldn't be shaken off. In a small town where the barking of dogs was overwhelming, Dorn, who only had 300 health points, was running wildly after the Silver Lizard, which had an upper limit of 2,300 health points and still had 1,500 health points left. Under the moonlit night, the original identities of hunter and prey are reversed. Chapter 40 Spoils of War. Silver Lizard escapes and Dorn pursues him. The two of them ran one after another, but always maintained a distance of 20 or 30 meters, and ran all the way out of Rhine Town. There are no lights outside the town. Once you enter the wilderness, it is pitch black. Logically speaking, the visibility range is very low. But fortunately, The residual blood bar on the top of the silver lizard's head was still obvious in the dark night. Like a beacon, it guided Dorn's pursuit from beginning to end. He only has more than 500 blood points left. The more Dorn chased, the more confident he became in winning. Due to the effect of parasitic spores, he continuously gains physical strength from his opponents, making it extremely easy to pursue them. The situation of Silver Lizard is getting worse and worse, and his speed is getting slower and slower. It's not like Silver Lizard didn't think about turning around and fighting back, trying to kill him with his remaining health. But Dorn never gave him such a chance, and always firmly controlled the distance between the two. He is so stable, so the development of things is so paradoxical. Dorn, who obviously has almost no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation, is relentlessly pursuing the Silver Lizard. Obviously he is as weak as a bug. How dare he? The Silver Lizard was filled with hatred and resentment, wishing to eat Dorn alive behind him. But everything was in vain. He could only watch his body getting weaker and weaker, but could do nothing. Although the hyphae growing on his body did not cause him any pain, they seemed to be eating his flesh and blood, consuming him bit by bit, just like when he ate those innocent people before. Slowly, Silver Lizard began to be unable to hold on any longer. His weak body and increasingly heavy brain found it increasingly difficult to support his desire to survive. God, the end. I haven't been saved yet. His body suddenly sank and he fell. Dorn, who was behind, saw the Silver Lizard fall to the ground, but did not rush forward rashly, still maintaining a distance of about 30 meters. Just wait until it is confirmed that the blood volume on the top of Silver Lizard's head is completely cleared. System prompt: the battle is settled. The damage output is 2,887. The experience point is gained 18,660 points. And the level is improved. Dorn opened his attribute panel and took a look. After this protracted battle, his level rose directly from the original LV3 to LV18. The benefits brought by the level up are that the blood volume has increased to 630 points, and the mana volume has reached 300 points. There are also 5-dimensional data related to combat, which have also increased by an average of 6 to 7 points. I originally thought that I couldn't obtain attack, defense, agility, and other attributes with 0 talent points through upgrading. Now it seems that's not the case. I should just get lower attribute points through upgrading. Dorn summed up himself for a moment. As for the specific algorithm for increasing combat attribute points, Dorn did not delve into it. Anyway, being able to gain attribute points by upgrading is already better than expected. Good thing. After confirming the benefits of the upgrade, Dorn returned his attention to the Silver Lizard's body. Is there something wrong with me? What's going on with the attribute improvement next to the corpse in a serious manner? Think about it carefully. Isn't this a bit perverted? In fact, Dorn noticed this during the battle just now. Dorn considers himself a kinder person. At least that's how he was on Earth. But in the battle just now, in the chase with the Silver Lizard, he only had one thought in his mind. Kill him, and never let him run away. Dorn asked himself, if it was Shin Yu in the Earth era, he would never have such an obsession with killing, let alone take killing a person as a matter of course. There is also his psychological quality. Dorn never thought that he was an overly strong person. But whether he was facing the body of the Silver Lizard at this moment, or when he witnessed the Silver Lizard eating Delina before, the blood and death did arouse his emotional resistance, and even some nausea and fear. But that's all. Dorn was only emotionally resistant, but he didn't have too many adverse reactions on the physical level. This is why Dorn still remains calm when facing the body of the Silver Lizard. It can be said that he hates killing, but he is not afraid of killing. Perhaps I am still treating this different world more or less with the same mentality as I treat games. Dorn habitually asked questions by himself and analyzed and answered them by himself. This should be the most direct reason. If it's a game, players can break into houses, rummage through boxes, kill people and buy goods without any psychological burden. Dorn currently has more or less this mentality. Although Dorn instinctively felt that this mentality was not good, he could not adjust it. Moreover, maybe this kind of mentality can help him survive better in this world? He shook his head and put all these complicated thoughts out of his mind for the time being. Dorn glanced at the Silver Lizard on the ground and saw that there were gray and white traces of parasitism everywhere on the body. But the hyphae on it were gone. The spores and hyphae released by the skill should belong to magic or energy. The parasitic object disappears when it dies and cannot really grow into mushrooms. Don deliberately thought and analyzed what he could see in front of him. Speaking of which, Should I look through his body and search for loot? Isn't this common sense in battle that the spoils belong to the victor? After thinking about this idea, Dorn immediately took action. After some looting, the loot Dorn obtained is as follows. A money bag. There were 2 gold nars, and several silver nars inside. A brass key. The style looks similar to the guest room key of the noisy Turtle Dove Tavern that Dorn carries. So Dorndo was careful, and kept the key. Isn't this old cultist also staying in my tavern? Then I'm afraid I'll be targeted by them when I check in the afternoon. I'll try to use this key to open the doors to other guest rooms when I go back in the evening. There is also a black pendant shaped like a scale. Considering that the mithril ring given to him by Vivian contained 2 spells, Dorn was still very interested in this kind of portable accessories. When you touch this balance pendant, you will feel a unique cold feeling, which makes people feel that this pendant may contain some magical power. Dorn tried to direct his magic into the scale pendant, as he had done when triggering the spell in the mithril ring. After spending about 5 mana points, Dorn received feedback from the pendant, and his brain began to become unusually calm, clear and focused. It seems that this is the effect of this balance pendant. It can give the user a buff that will make him mentally clear. Considering that Silver Lizard was chasing Dorn in a crazy state while shouting, "Give me blood! Give me meat!" This buff that can clear his brain is quite useful for him. It's just that the sobriety buff added by this pendant didn't stop him from going crazy in the end. What has this old guy experienced? Finally, there is a letter that has been opened. The letter was placed close to the person, as if it was important. Dawn took out the letter paper inside. There were only a few words on the large piece of paper. On the 28th of this month, Rhine Town, on the east side of Lake Renali. If ordinary people saw such information that has no beginning and no end, they would be confused. But Dorn was different. After Dawn read the line on the letter clearly, he felt as if a muffled thunder exploded in his mind. The 28th of this month is 4 days from now. The time and place are all right. And the information on this letter points directly to the Poison Swamp, limited time copy. Chapter 41 Priests of the Holy See. Although I had been told when I received the system email before that there might be indigenous forces in the Land of Miracles participating in the exploration and contention of the dungeon. But Dorn, who suddenly discovered the existence of a competitor, still felt bitter in his heart. These people I killed were all cultists. Right? Since they are cultists, they exist as an organization no matter what. Right? In other words, my competitor for downloading the dungeon is most likely a cult group. This made Dorn feel a little desperate. Dorn was still feeling disappointed, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed like there was an inexplicable pressure coming from his side. He turned his head violently, and discovered that there was an extra person appearing less than 10 meters away from his right side. The person who suddenly appeared was a girl, but because she was standing with her back to the moonlight, her specific facial features could not be seen clearly. She was slender and tall, wearing a silver-white light plate armor, and holding an extremely simple-looking ordinary long sword in her hand. But she did not wear a helmet. Behind her is a bright full moon in the night sky. A female swordsman stands with a sword in her hand, her long hair fluttering in the night wind. It looked like a pretty beautiful scene, but Dawn didn't take it lightly. That strong sense of oppression came from this female swordsman. This man is definitely dangerous. Hello? It's so late. Are you going for a walk alone? Dorn casually greeted the opponent with a stupid preface, and at the same time took a step back, ready to release skills or trigger the effect of the mithril ring. Female swordsman. Silence. It has to be said that in many cases, the pressure brought by silence is far heavier than any verbal threat. What about that? If nothing happens, I'll leave first. See you soon. Since it was really impossible to tell whether the female swordsman who suddenly appeared was an enemy or a friend, Dorn just wanted to flee the scene quickly to stay safe. And he didn't dare to turn his head and expose his back to this strange female swordsman, but chose to retreat carefully step by step. But before Dorn could take a few steps back, the oppressive feeling transmitted from the female swordsman broke out. It was like a barrel full of explosives was suddenly detonated, catching people off guard. At this moment, Dorn even felt a real fighting spirit on the other side. Then, the health bar appeared. Another bright red blood bar. The female swordsman's HP is 9,527 points. Isn't this thicker than Vivian's blood? This was the second time tonight that Dorn was shocked by the enemy's health bar that suddenly showed up. Did you forget to read the almanac when you went out today? What kind of monsters are we encountering here? Not to mention each one is stronger than the last. But the one in front of me is obviously ridiculously strong. This guy is obviously an accomplice of the cult. What kind of cult is this? Crouching tiger. Hidden dragon. Pig burst activates. Dexterity activate. Defense protection activates. After seeing the female swordsman's health bar clearly, Dorn's first reaction was to run. And while driving 2 accelerations in a row, put a shield on yourself. And then run non-stop. At this time, it doesn't matter whether you expose your chest or back to the opponent. Because no matter what, as long as you get an attack from the opponent, Dorn will definitely be killed instantly. Seeing Dorn running away without looking back, the female swordsman, whose health bar was already on, did not pursue him. The female swordsman, with a health bar of 9,527 on her head, took 2 steps forward in silence and began to examine the body of the silver lizard on the ground. Just now, when Dorn was not escaping, he blocked the female swordsman's field of vision, preventing her from clearly identifying the corpses on the ground. She could only take a rough look at them. Female swordsman. After the female swordsman identified the appearance of the silver lizard on the ground, Dorn had actually just ran out more than 10 meters away. However, because he was so focused on escaping, he did not notice it immediately. The blood bar above the female swordsman's head disappeared. After fleeing forward for more than 30 meters, Dorn stopped. Or rather, froze. In the wilderness, 3 figures appeared in front of him and on his left and right sides, surrounding him in an outflanking posture. The people who appeared on the left and right sides were all wearing long robes with white hoods. There was no visible physical appearance, but none of them seemed to have weapons. As for the one directly in front, there are also not many physical features visible, because the opponent was wearing chain armor, a plate armor chest protector, and an iron bucket helmet on his head, and he was completely protected by heavy armor. Not only is the armor equipped with it exaggerated, but the opponent's weapons are also eye-catching. It was a huge, heavy cross made of metal. It was probably used as a blunt instrument, the kind that would kill someone if hit. However, compared to the 2 wearing white hoods, this heavily armored warrior is smaller in size. No wonder the monster with more than 9,000 HP behind didn't catch up. Did they set up an ambush here a long time ago? Dorn stopped and looked at the newly appeared trio. The 3 people have the same health bar on their heads. The 2 white-hooded ones have about 2,500 health points, while the heavy armored warrior has more than 4,800 points. No need to fight. Hey, heretic! This road is blocked, the heavily armored warrior on the opposite side said as he walked. The other party's voice originally seemed to be very clear, but because it was covered in an iron bucket helmet, it had a somewhat dull feeling, which sounded a bit funny at first. It sounds like the other person is a girl and not too old, since the clarity effect of the balance pendant that was triggered just now was still there. Dorn's mind was unusually clear at the moment, and he caught the stranger points in the other party's words almost instantly. Heresy? I am a cook who has never done anything harmful to nature. So how can I become a heretic? Wait! I think there may be a misunderstanding between us. Dorn made a pause gesture on the spot. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Attack? The heavily armored girl dragged the cross in her hand to the floor and slowed down a little. It should be said to be a purge. Right. A purge. As a clergyman of the Holy See, isn't it right to purge the cultists? I'm not a cultist. No. You're mistaken, Dorn argued loudly. Don't make excuses. I heard it with my own ears. Someone shouted, cultists are killing people. In Rhinetown. I could hear it clearly. The more than 4,800 health points above the heavily armored girl's head are still eye-catching, judging from Dorn's experience in several battles. This shows that the opponent has not given up its fighting spirit and hostility towards her at all. The help you heard was me calling for help. I am the innocent person who was attacked by the cultists for no reason. Dorn argued with reason. It turned out that these priests of the Holy See were attracted by his calls for help. But why did you come here after everything was done here? Do righteous people always wait until the end of the matter before appearing? Do you think we are fools? Don't try to fool us. Ji Xiu's dog nose has already smelled it. You killed at least 2 people tonight and seriously injured 1 person. Humph! You told me that you were an innocent person? The heavily armored girl raised the huge cross in her hand and pointed it at Dorn. When she said, Ji Xiu's dog nose, the body of the White Hood standing on the left visibly trembled. But the White Hood did not make any sound or make any other movements. Obviously he could endure it. Dawn, can the performance status be detected through the nose? Also, why did I suddenly feel that what this heavily armored girl said made sense? Chapter 42. This wave is driving away tigers and devouring wolves. Well, If I told you that I was surrounded by 3 cultists and saved myself through reasonable self-defense counterattack, would you believe it? Dawn tried to summarize what happened tonight in the most concise words possible. But the bright red blood bars on the heads of the 3 people on the opposite side showed their attitude. They did not believe in Dorn. However, even so, they did not attack Dorn rashly. Maybe this is the self-cultivation of these decent people in the Holy See, when there are still some doubts and uncertainties about things. Even if the health bar is showing, I still choose to endure myself. Just as Dorn was thinking about how to convince the 3 people in front of him, a rustling sound came from behind him. The eyes of the 3 clergymen also fell behind Dorn at the same time. Dorn looked back warily. It was the female swordsman with more than 9,000 health points from before. She was holding a sword in one hand and dragging the body of the silver lizard with the other hand towards everyone. The rustling sound was caused by the body of the silver lizard rubbing against the ground and grass. And Dorn also discovered that the blood bar on the female swordsman's head was missing. In other words, the female swordsman's hostility towards him disappeared. It's been saved! Dorn breathed a sigh of relief. Female swordsman. Bang. The female swordsman threw the body of the silver lizard in front of the 3 priests. Then pointed the sword at the silver lizard on the ground. And then pointed at Dorn. At this time, at this distance, Dorn finally got to see the appearance of this female swordsman. Her facial features are very 3-dimensional and her appearance is beautiful. But she is not pretty or delicate like ordinary girls, but has a bit of heroism in her beauty. At the same time, everything he does is solemn, giving people a feeling of awe and fear of looking directly. The remaining 3 priests all surrounded the silver lizard's body. After a while, the health bars on the heads of the 3 people also disappeared. Danger removed. Isn't this person the silver lizard? The little leader of the apocalypse religion? Jishio, look. He is also among the people we are tracking these days. Right. The girl in heavy armor spoke first. As she spoke, she turned to gesture to the white-hooded man named Jishio. But I don't know why. Her gesture always makes people feel malicious. Ahem. Cross. This time it was the white-hooded one on the right who coughed awkwardly, as if to remind the girl named Cross not to talk too much in front of outsiders. If you don't want to tell me, I won't tell you. Cross stopped talking. Sorry. It seems that there is indeed a misunderstanding between us. Which frightened you? We are all priests of the Holy See. You can call me Yuval. It was the white hood on the right who spoke. While speaking, he also took off the hood on his head, revealing a handsome and feminine face. However, what worried Dorn more was Yuval's eyes. I don't know whether it was because he was too small or something, but he seemed to be squinting like a smile, which in layman's terms means squinting, since he felt that squinting his eyes was not easy to provoke. Dorn subconsciously took a step away from Yuval. My name is Cross. The heavily armored girl also took off the iron bucket helmet she was wearing. Under the helmet, Cross wears a high ponytail, and her face is a little childish. At first glance, she looks like a very energetic little girl next door. But this little girl next door is the type who can hold a seemingly heavy cross with one hand. Just thinking of this made Don swallow his saliva involuntarily. The white hood on the left also took off its hood. Under his short brown hair, there was a face that looked slightly unruly and impatient. Dorn had already heard this guy's name just now. Jishio looked at Dorn suspiciously. Hey, did you really kill the silver lizard? Just listening to the other party's tone, Don felt that this dog nose seemed to be a little unhappy with him. It's so good. Why? Let me tell you. Jishio fought against the silver lizard alone a long time ago, but he was completely defeated and ran away in embarrassment. Originally, he wanted to use this clearing operation to defeat the silver lizard and take revenge. Cross directly gloated, answered Don's confusion. Don understood instantly. It was his revenge for cutting off this dog's nose that made him unhappy. Hey! I've become a lot stronger now. Okay. Besides, who cares about revenge like a child? After being defeated, I secretly make up my mind, work hard every day, and swear that one day I will defeat my former opponent. I will not do these childish things. I don't care. Jishio obviously couldn't stand Cross's ridicule, and he got angry at the slightest moment. Don, well, this story sounds quite inspiring, but it's not childish. Besides, it sounds like you care a lot about me. Gubi-san. Cough. Cross. Yuval coughed again. Female swordsman. If you don't want to talk about it, let's stop talking about it. Cross laughed playfully, and walked to the silent female swordsman in a few steps. Also, This is Sister Adele, the only sword holder in our holy see. But? Incredible. Adele. Dawn. How powerful this Adele was. Dorn had already experienced it firsthand when he saw the more than 9,000 health bars. No need for introduction at all. Although I don't know why. Several people who were at war with him before now began to introduce themselves harmoniously and enthusiastically. But Dorn thought about it and decided to cooperate with them. You can just call me Dorn. I apologize to you again, Mr. Dorn. Yuval put one hand on his chest and saluted Dorn. Since it was you who killed the silver lizard, I will report it truthfully when I go back. You should be able to receive a bounty from our holy see. Dorn nodded upon hearing this. He has experience with receiving bounties. There should be no difference between those who led the empire last time and those who led the church this time. The other three priests waited for Yuval to finish speaking. And then with different expressions. They all saluted Dorn with one hand on his chest to express their apology. Because the other party's apology is sincere. In addition, strictly speaking, these four priests did nothing. At most, they only showed their health bars. Therefore, Dorn didn't intend to argue with them. Moreover, Dorn, who is still thinking clearly, has also started to think about other things. Currently, there is a cult team as a competitor for my limited time dungeon. Right? And the four people in front of me are all from the Holy See. Right? Then why not bring all four priests into the exploration and competition of the limited time dungeon? Conflict will definitely break out between the Holy See and the cult. Once there is a conflict, the situation will inevitably become chaotic. Once the situation is chaotic, you can fish in troubled waters and reap benefits in the dungeon. This wave is driving away tigers and devouring wolves. However, judging from the information revealed in crosswords just now, it seems that these four priests of the Holy See were originally tracking the cultists of some apocalypse religion and appeared near Rhine town. Dorn must find out how much they know about the cultists preparing to form a group to launch a dungeon. So Dorn spoke. And he spoke sincerely. As a good citizen who abides by public order and good customs, I feel it is necessary for me to report the evil deeds of the cultists to everyone in the Holy See. Chapter 43, I am inseparable from evil. Everyone, do you know why I was attacked by cultists tonight? Dorn looked around at the people present. Because I discovered the secret of these cultists gathering near Rhine town through some private channels. Cross just said that the cultists tracked by several of their priests included Silver Lizard, which meant that it was not just Silver Lizard's group. In addition, the limited time copy will be opened soon. Through reasonable guesses, Dorn is almost certain that there must be a certain number of cultists gathering secretly near Rhine town. At the same time, the second half of Dawn's sentence was not a lie. The information given through the system email, coupled with my own speculation. Isn't this my own private way to obtain information? Oh! Yuval's narrowed eyes seemed to open a little. We have received news that cultists are active in this area, but we haven't figured out the reason why they gathered. If Mr. Dorn can tell us, the Holy See will be paid more. From Yuval's point of view, whether Dorn really knew the reason for the gathering of cultists or not, there was no harm in hearing about it. As for the specific channels of Dorn's private information, Yuval has no control over it. After all, everyone needs to have secrets. If what you said is true, you have helped a lot. Not only is it a reward from the Holy See, but you can also gain friendship with a few of us. Isn't it a good deal? Cross beside him added. According to the information I received, the cultists gathered here for the relics and treasures. The information notes given in the email mention that the so-called limited time copies are objectively existing ruins, mazes or treasures in the land of miracles. So Dorn was not worried at all that there was anything wrong with his statement. Relics? The four priests seemed to be a little surprised by Dorn's statement. It seemed like they didn't really understand this. So Dorn decided to strike while the iron was hot. That's right. And I also seized this from the cultist. He took out the letter paper with the information about opening the limited time copy. The four priests circulated the letter and seemed to exchange glances with each other. They all seemed to believe the relic story. Mr. Dorn, thank you for providing the clues to the Holy See. After I return this time, I will definitely highlight your contribution in the report. Yuval caressed Dorn's chest again. Dawn! Right. You really got a valuable clue. From today on, the two of us are friends. Cross seemed to be seriously fulfilling her promise to let Dawn gain friendship. It should. Dorn laughed dryly, then observed the expressions of the four people opposite him, and tentatively said, By the way, judging from the information on the letter, the cultists of the apocalypse religion will enter the ruins in 4 days. And today is about to end. There are 3 days left. If you don't have time to go back and ask for support, I thought I could help. Support? Why do we need to ask for support? According to the plan, the 4 of us were supposed to eliminate this group of cultists. With Sister Adele here, you are not afraid of fighting or anything like that. You don't have to worry about us. Cross was full of confidence and slapped her solid breastplate loudly. Dawn, aren't we 2 friends? Why can't you see that your friend wants to get in your car and team up to play a dungeon? However, what Cross said makes sense. With Adele, who has nearly 10,000 HP, wouldn't it be possible for him to surround all the cultists by himself? You? How can you help us? Jishio looked at Dorn, with an impatient look on his face again. There are a lot of them. First of all, my cooking is delicious, Dorn said, and then paused. Secondly, I single-handedly killed 3 cultists, including the silver lizard. Huh? Jishio snorted and stopped talking. Cross beside him snickered happily, while Yuval shook his head helplessly. Okay. The one who spoke this time was Adele, who had been silent all this time. It was obviously just an ordinary speech, but her voice seemed to be very loud. Thanks for your help. This heroic female swordsman has not said a word since her appearance until now. Dorn originally doubted whether the other party was mute. This sudden speech made Dorn feel at a loss what to do. Oh, Sister Adele just doesn't like to talk. It's not that she can't talk. Seemingly reading something from Dawn's expression, Cross took the initiative to explain. Is that so? Then she is a little too talkative. Right? However, from what Adele said, it seemed that she agreed to let Dorn join their team. Yuval and Jishio looked at each other and said nothing. It seemed that Adele's speech had direct decision-making significance. That's right. The cult forces seek people's money, harm people's lives, and destroy many families. Everyone is responsible for fighting cults. Not to mention that I am sworn in with evil, Duoin said righteously. Later, Dorn exchanged his current address with several clergymen. I learned that they did not live in Rhine Town, but were just moving around in secret. So we agreed to meet at an abandoned hunter's cabin about 2 kilometers due west of Rhine Town every afternoon in the 3 days before the ruins were opened. Share intelligence to prepare for the siege of cultists and exploration of ruins. Yes, the priests also made it clear their intention to explore the ruins. After all, it would be a pity not to go in and explore a ruin like this that is said to contain rich treasures. After confirming these matters, Dorn said goodbye to several clergymen and returned to Rhine Town. After Dorn left, Jishio, who had short brown red hair, spoke up. Lord Adele, why did you agree with him to explore the ruins with us? He obviously just wants to use our power to gain benefits for himself in the ruins. Obviously, Jishio was still a little dissatisfied with this. His ability is very strange. Adele pointed to the body of the silver lizard on the ground. The remaining 3 people began to look at the silver lizard's body carefully. There were no wounds on the body, only many strange gray and white patches, which they had noticed before. If you look closely, this silver lizard doesn't look like he just died. There is no trace of life force left on him. Did Dorn drain his life force? Yuval quickly discovered the problem. Adele nodded. Yuval, he can kill 3 cultists by himself, and his ability is very weird. I can understand Lord Adele. Such a person appears near Rhine Town during this time, and he still stays with us and accepts our instructions. Surveillance is better. Hey. Although Jishio was very dissatisfied, he had no choice because what Yuval said made sense. Oh, why do you always treat everyone as a bad guy to be wary of? I think Dorn is quite a good guy. Besides, he provided the information about the ruins. Isn't it reasonable for us to take him with us? Cross defended her new friend a little bit. I completely forgot that when she first met Dorn, she was carrying a big cross but was on the verge of breaking out, and would smash the other person's head open if she made a disagreement. Chapter 44 Antidote. Noisy Turtle Dove Tavern. Don was lying on the wooden bed that creaked whenever he turned over, eagerly waiting for time to pass. Just like this, he waited until late at night, and after making sure that no one was moving in the corridor, Dorn left the room, took out the door key he found on the silver lizard, and tried to open the rooms one by one. But I never thought that the key to the first one I just tried, which was the one next to me, opened the door smoothly. Do you think the silver lizard lives next door to me? Dorn entered the room in a flash. The layout of this room was not much different from the one in Dorn, and it was also damp and smelly. All I can say is that it's not easy for anyone outside the home. After searching the silver lizard's room for a while, Dorn didn't find many valuable things, just a simple change of clothes. The only special thing was a small locked suitcase that Dawn found under the bed. Corrosive acid level 3, activate. A ball of water glowing with a dangerous green light condensed out of thin air in Dawn's palm, and then landed on the lock of the suitcase. Several balls of corrosive toxin were smashed down, and with its acidic corrosive ability, the metal lock was quickly damaged, and Dorn opened the suitcase easily. This small suitcase was filled with soft cotton. Among the cotton wool were glass tubes as long as thumbs, with the mouths of the tubes sealed with wooden stoppers. These containers that look like test tubes contain liquids of different colors. Dorn has no discerning ability about this. He only knows that these liquids cannot be used as food. However, although there was no way to clearly identify it, Dorn already had some guesses in his mind. These liquids are likely to be various detoxification agents. According to the information provided in the email, some limited-time copies have been opened by the natives of the Land of Miracles. In this case, it is normal for others to have downloaded the copy before. Assume that the Apocalypse Order has previously mastered the opening time and location of Poison Swamp, and has done a certain degree of exploration to understand that this dungeon is mainly poisonous. It makes sense to prepare antidote potions for future explorations. If these things are really antidotes, it means that the people of the Apocalypse religion have already explored the Venomous Relic Swamp, but they have not yet cleared it. Dorn made a guess in his mind. And I plan to give this suitcase to the clergy when I meet with them tomorrow to see if I can get any valuable information. The next day, a hunter's cabin outside Rhine town. You mean these boxes were found in Silver Lizard's room? The priests took turns inspecting the suitcases that Dorn took out. Yes, I just discovered last night that the Silver Lizard lives next door to my room. Dorn briefly explained the process of discovering the suitcase. That's amazing. But how did you find out? Cross didn't wear her iron bucket helmet and winked at Dorn. From the look on her face, it seemed as if she was really simply asking Dawn the question itself. Dawn, aren't we friends? What's the difference between asking me like this and asking me to confess that I secretly hid the key found on Silver Lizard? Shouldn't this kind of thing be tacitly understood? Ahem. Yuval coughed and brought up a new topic. I checked. This box is full of detoxification potions. Is it the antidote? Although it was exactly as Dorn guessed, he still asked in pretense of surprise. Well, the preparation of the antidote by the cultists should be related to the ruins. There may be strong toxin interference in this ruins. If we want to enter the ruins, we must make corresponding preparations in advance. Yuval said. Not bad. Your discovery has made a great contribution. Cross patted Dawn on the shoulder very familiarly, and it seemed that she really regarded Dawn as a friend. Adele, who had been silent all the time, held a long sword inserted into the scabbard and stared at Dorn for a long time. But in the end, she didn't say anything. In this way, under the guidance of Dawn, the clergy began to discuss and plan what work should be done to resist the poison. During this period, Cross said something that deeply impressed Dawn. Hey! Why didn't you consider my role when you were discussing? I am a priest, and there is a priest who has seriously studied detoxification with Teacher Meyer. Dorn's pupils trembled when he heard this. You are a strange girl who wields a heavy cross in battle, and your profession is actually a priest? But think about the fact that there is a mage at home who wields a staff and fights. Could it be that in this different world, professions that should have stayed in the back row like to rush into the enemy's face and deal damage? The next few days were relatively uneventful. In a blink of an eye, time came to the 28th of this month, the day when the limited time copy was opened. The time now is 12 noon. From midnight today, several clerics led Dorn to ambush in the dense forest outside Lake Renali. While Dorn was in ambush, he also brought his own large and small bags, which contained his kitchen utensils and spices. Even if you want to download a limited-time dungeon, you can't give up cooking. After all, monster dishes are attribute points, and monster dishes are skills. I'm so sleepy. After watching for too long, Dorn yawned a little dejectedly. In fact, the email Dorn received contained a prompt for the specific time when the copy would be opened. The current time display is, there are still 8 hours until Poison Swamp opens. In other words, the limited time copy will be opened at approximately 8 o'clock in the evening. However, regarding the time, the information on the letter on Silver Lizard only stated that it was today, and did not specify which time period it was today. Dorn couldn't give the priests too detailed reminders about the time, so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion before downloading the dungeon. So he had no choice but to accompany the 4 priests and stay by the lake for almost a whole night, blowing the cold wind all night. Also, because the location given in the letter was on the east side of Lake Renali. But the east side was also a large area of land. Dorn and the priests were spread out and guarded everywhere in the dense forest. Of course, Dorn very casually and coincidentally chose to set up an ambush near the dungeon opening mark. Also choosing to be near here is Cross. The distance between Dorn and her was either close or far. It was a distance that allowed the two of them to know each other's positions and watch each other. I really suffered from the vague information, Dorn complained and looked in the direction where Cross was hiding. Cross was neatly dressed in heavy armor and an iron bucket helmet. She was currently behind a bush. Her posture seemed to be staring at the east side of the lake seriously. These priests have different physical constitutions than ordinary people. Don't they need sleep? Dorn withdrew his gaze from Cross and began to carefully follow the location of the marker on the lakeside. Although there are still 8 hours until the dungeon opens, it is still unknown when the cultists will gather at the lakeside. It is best not to take it lightly at this time. Chapter 45 Singing. It was dusk, about 6 o'clock, and the sun began to slowly sink into Lake Renali. At this time, people began to move around the lake. At first, there were only 3 people dressed as adventurers, sitting quietly by the lakeside fishing. As the sky darkened, another caravan of about 7 or 8 people appeared. This caravan stopped the carriage directly on the east side of the lake and raised a bonfire, as if they were going to camp here for the night. However, Dorn, who was following closely, was not fooled by these superficial appearances. He knew very well that those who appeared at Lake Renali at this sensitive time were basically members of the Apocalypse Order. Time passed by, and it was about a quarter of an hour before 8 p.m. At this time, there was a rustling sound next to Dorn. Dorn, who was nervous, reacted quickly, raising his hand to trigger the effect of the mithril ring to give himself defense protection. But after he saw the source of the noise clearly, he silently lowered his raised right hand. Crouching down and cautiously approaching him was Cross, who was wearing heavy armor. Why are you here? Isn't the spot you chose over there? After Cross came to Don's side, he asked in a low voice. Oh, isn't your view better here? I can't even see what the people in this caravan are doing. Cross waved her hand. Of course Dorn's view was good. After all, he chose the position where he could most intuitively see the marked points on the mail. However, because the area of the bush where Dorn was hiding was not very large, it was a bit difficult to hide 2 people. So Cross twisted her body again and squeezed toward Dorn's side. Close? You're squeezing me, Don warned in a low voice. Don't be so stingy. Move those big and small bags on the floor so they won't be crowded. Cross said this, but her body was still pressed against Don. If you care about everything, no woman will children like it. It is impossible to say that if other girls were to approach Don at such a close distance, Don would not be disillusioned. But Cross is different. This guy is fully armed, wearing heavy armor. Except for the pair of flashing eyes and the iron bucket helmet, no other part of his body is exposed. Being pressed against her like this, Dorn simply felt panicked and didn't think anything wrong. After playing tricks with Cross for a while, the time finally reached 8 o'clock. A faint blue light suddenly flashed at the marked point on the shore of Renali Lake. Afterwards, a magic guide array with complex textures was silently generated. Dorn. What is that? Magic circle? Portal? Although he knew in his heart that this should be the entrance to the limited time dungeon. But the way to open this dungeon was too gamey. Right? Don't you know? Cross whispered, taking over Dorn's words. All powerful ruins are like this. People are sent to the ruins through the teleportation magic array. Teleportation magic array? Dorn really doesn't know much about this aspect, so he hopes to hear more from Cross. Then how do people who enter the ruins get out? Stay in the ruins for a while. And when the ruins are completely closed, the people inside will be forcibly sent back to the real world. Cross continued to explain. Forced return? Sounds domineering? Then why do these ruins exist? In other words, who created them? Of course, it was created by the original creator. The ruins are all creations of the gods in ancient times. But they collapsed into unknown space gaps one by one as time passed, and were only connected to reality through the teleportation magic array that appeared in a specific place at a specific time. Anyway, that's what the Holy See's book says. A god? Dorn thought about it. Don't think about it. Look. Look. Someone has entered the magic circle. Cross used her armored elbow to poke Dorn in the ribs. Pain, However, Cross's elbow also brought Dorn's attention back to the lakeside. After the magic teleportation array came out, the caravan camped nearby turned a blind eye to it, and just did whatever it was necessary to do. But the three adventurers, who had been fishing for a long time, all stood up and walked into the magic formation in a grand manner. After a flash of blue light, the three adventurers who stepped onto the magic array disappeared. Then, four people dressed as miners appeared out of nowhere, walked into the magic array in a natural manner, and disappeared. The cultists entered the ruins in batches. It seems that we have to follow the second plan. After they all enter the ruins, we will catch them all. Cross whispered about the encirclement and suppression plan made before. At present, it seems that this can only be the case. If the priests attack rashly now, they will only alert the enemy. When 6 groups of people entered the magic array in batches, after a brief exchange between the merchants who had set up camp, 4 of them also entered the ruins. Only 3 men were left to guard the camp. Having communicated with the clergy before, Dorn probably knew that based on the information the clergy had, there were 13 leaders of the Apocalypse religion operating in the area. One of the Silver Lizards has been killed by Dorn. If these 7 groups that entered in batches each represented a small leader force, the cultists wandering around Rhinetown were far from all present. But the longer we wait, the weaker the blue light of the teleportation magic array becomes. Dorn also knew from the information in the email that the teleportation array was about to close. Maybe the cultists noticed that Silver Lizard was missing and sensed danger. So some people stopped this dungeon exploration? However, if they sensed danger, why didn't the entire Apocalypse religion abandon this dungeon exploration? Can't people advance and retreat at the same time? Dorn was silently analyzing the possibility of the situation in front of him. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the originally silent dense forest, blowing straight from one end to the other. Whistling past, Jishio sent the signal. Fight! Cross's spirit was lifted. Cross, who was still lying close to Dorn, picked up her huge and heavy cross, leaped up like a swift leopard, and rushed towards the camp below with a strange scream. The heavy armor did not affect her agility in action at all. At the same time, the blood bar above her head also lit up. Still over 4,800 points. But this time, it's a reassuring green health bar representing friendly units. What? Why did you send a signal? Dorn froze on the spot, completely like an outsider. But considering that Cross, a little girl, had already charged out, he should also express his feelings. Just when Dorn was about to use the 2 acceleration skills, Pig Rush, and Dexterity, to start a team battle, he suddenly thought that his health total was only 630 points. And he hadn't even reached a fraction of Cross's. Compared to Cross, I seem to be the one who needs to be cared for. So Dorn decisively gave up using skills, and used normal running speed to follow Cross and rush downward. The 3 people stationed at the camp, after noticing the enemy attack, the bright red blood bars above their heads also showed up. 2 of them had around 400 health points, and the remaining one had a high point of 1,300 points. Not an enemy at all. The first reaction of these 3 enemies was not to confront the enemy, but to run straight towards the magic array. The one closest to the magic circle is only 5 or 6 meters away, and it can be almost run in 2 steps. At this moment, a song sounded in the dense forest. A soft lullaby-like tune, rippling on Lake Renali. At this time, the snowflakes are falling and the trees are gray. Thrush's sad song is like complaining or crying. My lover is dead. Let me sleep quietly against his ankles, like a white dove with broken wings. Dorn could vaguely discern that it seemed to be Yubel's voice. The moment he heard this tearful song, Don felt a strange feeling from the bottom of his heart. There is uncontrollable sadness spreading from the bottom of my heart. For almost no reason, Dorn thought of his family and friends who were still on Earth, and thought that he would have to survive alone in a different world. Sadness, depression, and negative emotions enveloped Don, making him completely forget how to act. Chapter 46 Poison Swamp. After being in a daze for a while, Dorn finally regained some consciousness. He understood that this singing voice should be the ability of Yubel squinting, and the singing voice had a strong control effect. Sure enough, if you squint your eyes, you will be a monster. Don stretched out his hand to hold the scale pendant on his neck. The magic power was transmitted to the pendant, and a cold and sober feeling spread in his body. Under the influence of the pendant, Don's thoughts became clear, and he was able to successfully escape from the control of the singing. The fate of the 3 cultists in the camp was not so good. They all stood there in confusion, with sadness on their faces. completely forgetting what they should do. Then, a bright white figure arrived at the camp before the rampaging cross. The extremely ordinary-looking long sword flew up and down several times, and all 3 people in the camp who were grieving fell to the ground. It's Adele. Behind Adele, there were also Jishio and Yuval who followed slowly. Drink! Huh? Sister Adele is so fast! Cross arrived waving a cross but caught nothing. The 5 people who had been scattered in the dense forest for a night met again. However, before Dorn could speak to them, Jishio, who had short reddish-brown hair, sang first. Wind! Find for me the person who is still sad at this moment. Another strong wind passed by everyone and blew directly to somewhere in the dense forest. Without any communication at all, Adele and Cross moved and followed the direction of the wind. Especially Adele. Her speed was so fast that she left an afterimage. After a while, the 2 came out of the dense forest again. Adele's long sword has been sheathed, and she, a slender figure, is holding a cultist in one hand with an indifferent look on her face. Cross, on the other hand, was carrying his own cross and dragging a cultist out of the jungle with one hand. The 3 left in the camp are open sentries, and the 3 in the forest are secret sentries. These should be all the personnel of the Apocalypse religion left by the lake. System prompt: the battle is settled. The damage output is 0, and 350 experience points are gained. Dorn was so shocked by the fighting methods of the priests that he was speechless. There is control. There is output. There is assistance. And the abilities of each other are linked and coordinated perfectly. If you join a team like this, isn't it safe? This copy is done. All the monsters encountered in the dungeon were handed over to the priests. And he followed behind and cooked the monsters killed by them into dishes. Simply perfect. Dorn, you are very powerful. You are worthy of being the man who killed the silver lizard in 1-on-3 strikes. You were able to break free from being controlled by Yuval in a short time. Cross let go of the cultist in her hand, patted Dawn on the shoulder. Indeed, although Dorn finally got rid of the control effect completely, with the help of the clarity effect of the scale pendant, he was already very good compared to the few cultists who stood there and cried secretly after listening to Yuval singing. But I don't think the rest of you were affected at all? Dorn recalled the scene of the battle just now. It seemed that Adele and the others were not affected by the singing. I am familiar with the auras of the 3 of them, so I deliberately avoided them when singing. As for Mr. Dorn, Yuval explained. Dawn? Is this because you are not familiar with my aura? So you are trying to hit me together? Good guy. So you are saying that you are the only one in the audience who was injured by friendly forces? The mood suddenly became very subtle. Others roughly inspected the belongings of the 6 cultists and the goods carried by the caravan and found nothing unusual. Dorn also returned to his previous crouching spot in the jungle and picked up his kitchen utensils and seasonings. The group of people was finally ready to step into the teleportation magic array and head to the ruins. Yuval, we are about to enter the ruins. Is there anything else you want to say? Dorn, pay attention to check the antidote potion on you. Are you prepared for a head-on conflict with the cultists as soon as you enter? Jishio, hey, why are you giving orders like the captain of our team? Dawn, I clearly made immature suggestions in a questioning tone. Cross, report to Captain Dorn. My detoxification technique is ready. Let's rush in and have a big fight. The real team leader Adele, stepping onto the teleportation magic array. A blue light flashed, and the figures of the 5 disappeared from the shores of Lake Renali. System prompt: enter the limited time dungeon, Venomous Swamp. And the dungeon will automatically close after 5 days. You can leave the dungeon only after surviving for 5 days, or defeating the final boss of the dungeon. As soon as he stepped into the poison swamp, Dorn received a prompt from the system. So, are there 2 ways to escape from the dungeon? Dorn muttered in his mind. After confirming this prompt, Dorn had time to survey his surroundings. When we were at Lake Renali just now, it was already night, and the moon was rising high. But now it's still daytime in Venomous Relic Swamp. However, it is impossible to judge based on this alone whether the teleportation magic guide array just took everyone across several time zones, or whether it really threw everyone into an unknown time gap somewhere. Looking at it, everyone seems to be in a rainforest at the moment. It is very humid and has lush vegetation. Various twisted branches and branches almost cover the entire rainforest. Adele, the leader of the clergy team, looked around and then gave Jishio a look. Jishio immediately understood. Wind! Search for traces of human beings around me. In an instant, A strong wind centered on Jishio and blew in all directions. I wanted to ask before. What kind of ability is Jishio's? And why is it so magical? Dorn knocked on Cross's iron bucket helmet next to him and asked in a low voice. Jishio is an elementalist. He has an affinity with the wind attribute and can control the wind elves in nature to a certain extent. Cross revealed Jishio's trump card without hesitation. I see. Then why did you call him Dog Nose before? Huh. Because he communicates with the wind elves through smell. But it seems that the more vague the information Jishio gives to the elves, the more vague the information the elves' feedback will be. What exactly it is, you may have to ask him me. Cross shrugged. Dorn nodded upon hearing this. Elementalist. Affinity with wind attributes. Driving elves. It sounds very powerful. As expected, these priests are not fuel-efficient lamps. The people nearby are scattered. The nearest one is about 5 kilometers away from us, and the farthest one is beyond the detection range. Jishio sniffed the smell in the air and read the feedback from the wind elves. The last 5 kilometers. Dorn carefully savored the information revealed in Jishio's words. First of all, the area of the poisoned swamp must be astonishingly large. No wonder the exploration time limit is as long as 5 days. Secondly, the people who enter the dungeon in batches seem to have different birth positions in the dungeon, at least near the birthplace of his group of people. Dorn saw no traces of human activities. Only in this way can we explain why the personnel of the Apocalypse religion were so scattered in a short period of time. Did they deliberately enter in batches, trying to explore the entire ruins to the maximum extent in a short period of time? Dorn touched his chin. In this way, after the 5 days are over and they are forced to leave the dungeon, everyone will gather the collected dungeon information together. Wait until the next time the copy is opened again, and continue in the same way. Once you have mastered most of the information about the ruins, you can concentrate your efforts to conquer the entire ruins in one fell swoop. The more Dawn thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Isn't this like a game guild teaming up to open a dungeon to open up Wasteland? Dorn was thinking about the enemy's logic from his perspective, while the clergy were discussing specific plans to destroy the cultists. In fact, there is nothing to discuss in the current situation, since the positions of the cultists are very scattered. Then use Jishio's ability to find them one by one, and then defeat them one by one. Chapter 47 The Gorgeous Poison-Feathered Rooster. After walking through the rainforest of the ruins for a whole day, under the guidance of Jishio's detection, the clergy team attacked 2 batches of cultists. Due to the huge disparity in strength, there were almost no battle losses on the side of the priests. In these 2 small-scale team battles, Dorn was all paddling. In fact, he really wanted to participate in the battle, but his strength did not allow it. The situation on the battlefield is that Adele, holding a long sword, has often chopped down several cultists before Dorn can release a decent skill. In this way, Dorn's output was 0 in 2 team battles, and he only gained more than 800 experience points. For Dorn, whose level has reached LV18, 800 experience points can no longer make a splash. After dealing with 2 batches of cultists, the clergy's plan to eliminate them slowed down, because the remaining 5 batches of cultists are very far away from their current location. And the clergy team also began to encounter attacks from ruins monsters during the exploration process. He can only be forced to fight in the wild. Be careful! About 40 meters northwest, a monster with strong magic power is approaching. A loud reminder came from Jishio. Everyone in the clergy team immediately entered a fighting state. Only Dorn, who was paddling, looked at Jishio. Isn't this dog-nosed classmate's detection ability comparable to that of Radar? If he was around, hunting monsters wouldn't be so easy. Want to? The little hyena at home suddenly lost its scent. Jishio, who was focusing on detection and early warning, had already been very sensitive with the blessing of the wind elves. So he naturally felt Dorn's fiery and longing gaze beside him. Hey! Jishio's face showed a look of confusion and disgust. Adele and the others, who have entered combat mode, are already ready to face the enemy. From the depths of the rainforest in the northwest, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out. This is a monster with distinctive bird characteristics. The body is very huge, and its wings are about 1 meter long when fully extended. At the same time, its crest, head, chest, wings and tail feathers are all black. Its back is brown, and its belly is orange. In short, the feathers all over the body are extremely bright. At this moment, this bird monster was holding its chest high, stretching its neck, and the bright feathers on its neck stood up, as if it was about to launch an attack. The health bar on top of its head has also been displayed, with 1,800 points. It might be difficult for Dorn to deal with it alone, but with the priests, it can only be said to be easy.
This thing looks like a rooster, his, and it's also an ingredient. A monster ingredient with an S-level rating.
While Dorn was observing this monster, he was preparing to guide the magic power into the mithril ring to trigger defense protection to avoid injury. At the same time, through food intuition, Dorn also got some information about the characteristics of this gorgeous rooster. For example, the colorful feathers on this chicken are poisonous and must be carefully removed before cooking. In addition, chicken beaks can eject venom. The venom glands that produce venom are lymph glands in the pharynx, which must be removed before cooking.
Oh!
The monster yelled and attacked everyone. But listening to its cries, it really is a chicken. Adele, the most powerful warrior, faced the enemy with a sword and took the lead. However, just as she was about to slash the monster chicken's neck with her sword, the chicken opened its beak violently, and a stream of purple mist spurted out. This mist spanned between Adele and the monster chicken, and it was obviously poisonous. Faced with such a situation, most people would definitely choose to give up attacking for the time being and avoid the poisonous fog. But Adele did not do this. Her movements did not stagnate at all. She still maintained her original sword-wielding posture and allowed herself to be swallowed by the poisonous mist. The silver sword shadow flashed, although the rooster, which was still full of fighting spirit, still maintained its fighting posture with its wings spread. The head of the rooster separated from its body in the next second. Chicken blood spurted out like a fountain and splashed on Adele's fair face. But Adele didn't seem to care. After wiping her face with her hand, she put the simple long sword back into its scabbard. Her already very heroic face, coupled with the random bloody war lines, only made people feel more and more unapproachable. At this time, Dorn could see that Adele's original 95-27 health had lost about 17 points. At the same time, the originally green blood bar turned into a strange dark green, and the blood volume was weakly decreasing little by little. It must be poisoning.
Sister Adele, don't move.
Cross raised her huge cross.
Protect the holy light.
In an instant, a soft, white light flashed from Adele. Then her blood bar returned to normal green, and her blood volume was back to full. It seems that what Cross said is true. She is indeed a priest. The kind of priest who can fight in close combat. At the end of the battle, Dorn, who had not helped much throughout the whole process, had gained 180 experience points. But compared to these trivial gains, what worried Dorn more was the corpse of the poisonous rooster on the ground. S-level ingredients found another treasure. Along the way, the clergy team has killed 4 or 5 monsters. Counting this gorgeous poisonous rooster, there are 2 with an ingredient rating of S. The other one is about 30 centimeters tall, has legs and can walk. The walking mushroom fell to the ground motionless after being crossed by Cross, and its blood volume was also cleared. He should be considered dead. Dorn tried to cut open the mushroom to check the structure inside, and found that it was the same as ordinary mushrooms. After cutting, it was filled with white mushroom meat, and no other extraneous things grew. If placed on Earth, this thing would be a miracle in the biological world. But in a miraculous place where magic exists, no one would question its physical structure. Then again, when outside the ruins, S-level monster ingredients seemed to be hard to come by. In total, Dorn only encountered 2 types, jackalopes and parasitic mushrooms. But in Poison Swamp, 2 monsters with ingredients rated S appeared in one day. Maybe the monsters in the ruins are more delicious themselves? Anyway, Dorn loves it here. So, Dawn, who was excited, stepped forward, took out an empty linen bag, and planned to put the chicken in it.
Dorn, are you collecting corpses of monsters again? Is this some strange hobby of yours?
Cross came forward. She had wanted to say it before. Along the way, Dorn would always look at the killed monsters with strange eyes. They even collect the corpses of individual monsters. Look at Dorn carrying a lot of bags and a pot on his back. Therefore, Cross had a reasonable suspicion that this guy might be planning to eat these monsters. But can monsters eat it too? Will it be delicious? Chapter 48 Beggar Chicken.
These monsters are tonight's dinner.
Dorn answered as if it was a matter of course.
It's almost dark now in the ruins. Counting the time outside, we haven't had a good rest for almost a day and a night. Let's eat something.
It's not too good. Right? Eat something, okay?
It's not too much. But Cross really couldn't connect the monster on the ground with something delicious.
Don't show such a distrustful expression. As I said, I'm a very good chef.
Dorn saw the suspicion in Cross's expression.
Hey.
Jishio heard the conversation between the two.
If you want to eat well, you have to go out. We only eat dry food and water in the ruins.
Dawn!
No. Eating solid food is not nutritious. It doesn't matter how many times you eat, Jishio. But you see that Cross is still so young and is still growing. Cross lowered her head after hearing this and looked at her breastplate. Then she tapped her iron bucket helmet twice.
I am indeed still growing. Hey, there should be a limit to the nonsense. We are tracking the people of the Apocalypse religion. If the fireworks for making fires and cooking are noticed by them, it will increase unnecessary trouble. Don't you understand such a simple truth?
Although the people of the Apocalypse religion are now relatively far away from Dorn and his party. However, there is some truth to what Jishio said. In the strange and dangerous ruins, everything should be done carefully to avoid trouble.
I know. But aren't you here? As someone who has affinity to the wind element and can control the wind elves, you must be able to dissipate the smell of fireworks and food. Right.
Dorn said this because he was asking for help. His tone was very friendly. Jishio was speechless for a moment, because he thought about it seriously and realized that he could really do it. And facing Dorn's extremely friendly tone, Jishio's tone softened instinctively.
I have no obligation to help you. I just need to eat solid food. Jishio. Handsome boy Jishio. Handsome boy Jishio. Please help me. Hey, go away. Don't scream so affectionately. We don't know each other well.
Dawn soaked for about 5 or 6 minutes. The final result of the negotiation was that the frustrated Jishio agreed to help with a dark face. Although Cross felt that the monsters were inedible or unpalatable. Out of curiosity, she kept following Dorn to see the novelty. Adele looked at her teammates, who were making some noise because of Dorn, and said nothing. However, since she didn't speak or move, it meant that she allowed Dorn to light a fire and cook on the premise that Jishio could dissipate the fireworks and smell. After a busy day and night, everyone is indeed tired. If you can really have a good meal, why refuse it? Therefore, the priest team prepared in place until tomorrow morning.
Everyone, I'm not bragging. You are in for a treat tonight.
He put down his bags and took out the necessary kitchen utensils and seasonings. Everything is ready. Due to the deep, moist rainforest, water is not hard to find. Through the detection of the wind elves, Jishio discovered that there was a flowing stream not far away. The stream water has been identified by Dorn and is non-toxic and safe to use. Therefore, it is a good place to complete the preliminary processing of poisonous feather roosters. Dorn carried the rooster to the creek alone. When he came back, the poison-feathered rooster's gorgeous feathers had been stripped off, and the gushing chicken blood had been treated. The poison-feathered rooster, which originally had a rather ferocious dead appearance, turned into a whole piece of meaty chicken that looked plump and firm. Adele stared at Dawn for a moment. After all, Adele killed the poisonous feather rooster with her own hands. During the short battle, Adele had a vague feeling that the chicken's gorgeous feathers were poisonous. It only took Dorn such a short time to clean up all the poisonous feathers, and he didn't know what method he used. It's impossible to pull it out directly. Right? That's quite fast. But it will definitely cause poisoning. Adele was thinking about something quietly, while Dorn was about to start cooking. Get a kitchen knife and some ingredients. Chop the onions, ginger, garlic, peppers, and onions into a bowl and set aside. Then add star anise and fennel to the bowl. Pour wine into the sauce. S-grade chicken is marinated in the prepared sauce. After the chicken was marinated, Dorn took out several dried lotus leaves from his package.
Dorn, what is this?
Cross, who was watching the excitement on the side, couldn't help but speak, since she had already entered a resting state. Cross took off her iron bucket helmet, so Dorn could clearly see the shock on the little sister's face.
You don't know me? Of course I know you. I mean, why would you go out with these lotus leaves? Isn't this too strange?
Dawn,
is it weird? As a chef, isn't it normal to take a few dried lotus leaves with you when you go out?
Cross, is there any connection between the two? In fact, the reason why Dunn went out to bring dried lotus leaves was very simple. It was nothing more than preparation in advance. Because considering this time-limited copy, there will definitely be a picnic. And if you want to have a picnic, you can't avoid the classic Beggar series. You know, the Beggar series can not only be used to make Beggar chicken, but also can be used to make beggar rabbit, beggar pork chops, etc., using the same production method and controlling the difference in heat. If you encounter a suitable monster, just beg it. Dorn's inner thoughts when he went out were so simple and pure. Because I wanted to make it, I brought dried lotus leaves. It's that simple. Fill the open belly of the chicken with the sauce and ingredients such as onions, ginger, and garlic. Then wrap the marinated chicken with pieces of dried lotus leaves and tie them with strings. Next is the mud. The red mud taken from the rainforest is very sticky and is very suitable for making beggar's chicken. Pour water into the red mud and mix the mud evenly like dough until it becomes sticky to your hands. Evenly coat the lotus leaf chicken with red paste and spread until smooth. Finally, dig the earth pit. Fill the bottom with cooked charcoal and put the chicken wrapped in red mud. Then cover the chicken with firewood and add some soil. You're done. Now just wait for the simmering charcoal to slowly penetrate into the red mud and slowly simmer the chicken. Due to the large size of the poisonous feather rooster, Dorn roughly estimated that this process would take about 2.5 hours. He could use this time to cook another dish. Cook the walking mushroom with the same ingredient rating of S and make it into milk mushroom. Don took out the walking mushroom that he had cut open. And at the same time, he grabbed a handful of various fresh mushrooms out of nowhere.
Wait, where do these ordinary mushrooms without magic power come from?
Jishio, who was beside him, had been secretly watching Dorn's every move, and immediately became wary after seeing this handful of fresh mushrooms.
I just picked it when I was processing chickens by the river. I don't know why, but there are a lot of them growing on the river bank. How can you pick the mushrooms in this ruins casually? What if they are poisonous?
Jishio frowned.
Not everything in this ruins is poisonous. I have checked that these mushrooms are safe. And the walking mushroom is not poisonous either.
Don-in answered Jishio while minding his own preparation of food.
That chicken is quite poisonous, but it can be eaten after being treated by me.
Are you kidding me? Will the mushrooms I pick be poisonous? I am a man who fully understands the properties of any ingredient. Okay. And it doesn't matter even if it's poisonous. Don't I still have poison resistance LV5? The toxin probably decomposed in my body without consuming a few drops of my blood. As for other people, if they are really poisoned, there are still many antidotes and cross-detoxification technique. Very stable. Chapter 49 Milk Mushroom. Dorn sliced all kinds of common mushrooms he had just picked from the stream. Different mushrooms have different textures and flavors, which you can feel intuitively when slicing them. For example, brown coffee mushrooms have an earthy aroma when cut open. They taste like nuts and have the aroma of coffee beans. The fan-like oyster mushrooms smell like seafood and taste a bit like oysters. There are also king oyster mushrooms, which have the aroma of almonds and a chewy texture, a bit like abalone. Finally, it was Dorn who cooked the protagonist of this dish, the monster walking mushroom. When you cut the walking mushroom, you can clearly smell a slightly sweet aroma, and the meat looks very delicate. With its S-level ingredient rating, there is no problem in making this dish a C-level one. The dish of milky mushrooms is a relatively classic Western food on Earth. The key to making this dish is to skillfully combine the textures and flavors of the different mushrooms used. With universal seasoning and cooking, place the pot over a campfire and add olive oil. When the pot is hot, add assorted mushroom slices. Stir fry to allow the flavors of the mushrooms to initially blend together until they are browned. Add seasonings, black pepper and sea salt. Cut some thyme and add it to enrich the taste of the dish. The aroma of several kinds of mushrooms mixed together and fried together has overflowed from the pot. There is also the beggar's chicken that has been roasted underground. The chicken has begun to be penetrated by the fire. There is a light but extremely attractive meat aroma, which is constantly seeping out from under the small mound where Dunn was raised. At this time, it wasn't just Cross who had been watching Dorn cook. The other 3 priests, including Adele, swallowed slightly after smelling the aroma of these foods. Thinking about it carefully, from the time they ambushed in the dense forest outside Lake Renali the night before, until now, the members of the priest team have never eaten anything serious. It was fine when I was always in battles and actions. If I didn't think about it, I wouldn't have anything to worry about. But now when they were resting, their withered intestines and stomachs began to protest strongly after receiving such olfactory stimulation, and their appetites were ready to seduce. Dorn's 2 dishes have completely aroused the clergy's desire for food. Of course, because Jishio had already used the wind elves to block the atmosphere at a distance of more than 10 meters with the bonfire as the center. As long as the aroma of food spreads more than 10 meters, it will be dissipated by the wind Ls. The sky above the camp was also briefly blocked with wind Ls, and the fireworks would be dissipated after they rose to a height of 2 to 3 meters. From this point of view, in addition to being a radar, Jishio can also become a very powerful range hood. Dorn was still busy cooking. After the mushrooms are fragrant, find the right moment and add white wine. Let the alcohol evaporate over high heat, leaving only the sweet aroma of fruit wine in the pot. At this time, add light cream and fan it. Increase the fire power and let the cream condense to absorb the aroma of the mushrooms. This is another process of merging the flavors of different mushrooms. At this time, pull some parsley leaves and add them to the bubbling cream mushrooms, finally adding a bit of vanilla flavor to the dish. Creamy mushrooms are ready. Close, who had been watching Dorn cooking, looked extremely shocked at this moment. On the one hand, it was because of the superb cooking skills displayed by Don. Just watching him cook was a pleasant feeling. On the other hand, it's because the various condiments prepared in Dorn's bags are too complete. Would anyone really bring butter, thyme, and parsley to a fight?
Dorn, the ingredients and condiments you prepared are too complete. Isn't it awesome? No, actually I'm not complimenting you at all.
Cross said this, while taking a deep breath of the rich aroma of food in the air. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva.
Okay, actually, you can interpret it as a compliment.
When Dunn prepared the milky mushrooms, he deliberately slowed down the early preparation so that after the mushrooms were out of the pot, the beggar's chicken was almost done baking. Nearly 3 hours have passed since the clergy team made a fire and rested in place. But during the several hours of waiting, no one came up with dry food or water to fill their stomachs. Under the temptation of the rich aroma of food, dry food can no longer satisfy their appetites. Even Jisoo is the same. However, although he did not eat dry food and water, Jishio's expression was still very stubborn. Don could even read this sentence from his unruly expression. Even if I, Jishio, starve to death and die outside, even if I jump from here, I won't eat anything from you.
It's been a long wait. Let's get ready for dinner. Today's dinner is beggar's chicken and milky mushrooms,
Dorn said.
What does beggar mean?
Cross repeated the somewhat awkward pronunciation in Dorn's mouth.
You can be understood as a beggar. Beggar's chicken? What a strange name. Don't worry about the name being weird or not. I'm just happy to call it that.
Dorn shrugged, and at the same time dug out the red clay blocks that had been burned into a rough pottery texture from the pit. Crack the red clay SHL, and the hot lotus leaf chicken wrapped in it will be exposed. Suddenly, a strong aroma of rotten meat, with a hint of sweetness from lotus leaves, burst out from the beggar's chicken like a bomb exploding. The cooking method of beggar's chicken is fire cooking, which can retain the aroma of food better than water cooking. In addition, the thick red mud locks the release of umami substances to the maximum extent. So the impact of the beggar's chicken dish on the sense of smell is definitely ranked among the world's food circles. Under the impact of the strong aroma, several priests who were originally scattered around Dorn couldn't help but take another step forward. Everyone sat around the bonfire, and Dorn distributed beggar's chicken and milk-flavored mushrooms to everyone. Cross couldn't wait for these two monster dishes, and the question of whether the monsters could be eaten was forgotten by her. Although Adele and Yuval also had a strong urge to cook, they still looked very restrained when accepting the food handed to them by Dawn. Finally, there was Jishio, faced with the 2 pieces of food handed over by Dorn. He wanted to take them, but also didn't want to. But he hesitated and couldn't say a word of rejection. In short, it was extremely contradictory.
You deserve it, Gishu. I have to thank you for using the sylph to lock away the smell and fireworks of the camp.
After Don finished speaking, Jishio's expression relaxed, and he took the 2 pieces of food, and he turned his face slightly and whispered,
"Thank you."
Under the glow of the blazing bonfire, everyone finally enjoyed the long-awaited dinner. Chapter 50. I just like eating with these people. The milk-flavored mushrooms, mainly made from mushrooms, are delicious. The cream perfectly blends the texture and flavor of various fungi, and the addition of vanilla elevates the already rich taste to another level. The whole dish can reach SS level. There is also the beggar's chicken made from the poisonous feather rooster. The surface is smooth and shiny, and the marinades such as onion, ginger, and garlic has also been flavored. The hot meat is crispy, tender, smooth, as if the bones are crispy, coupled with the faint sweet smell of lotus leaves. The taste of the chicken is not greasy and monotonous, adding a different flavor. This beggar's chicken dish is also rated SS. And if you break it down, the quality of beggar's chicken is slightly better than that of milky mushrooms. The above are Dorn's own thoughts on tasting the two dishes. However, things are not like this among the clergy.
This mushroom is delicious. My original god. This chicken is also good. Good. Eat it. Why is there such delicious food in the world? What do the chefs of the Holy See usually feed me?
At this moment, Cross had taken off her protective iron gloves, holding a shiny chicken leg in her hands, chewing it with gusto, completely ignoring the smell of oil staining her hands. The smooth and plump chicken, coupled with the happiness and pleasure brought by eating meat, almost made her little head go blank and her taste buds climaxed. Looking at Cross, whose face was flushed while eating chicken, Don awkwardly stretched out his hand to block his sight. Good guy. Why does it always feel like Chloe is going to burst out of her clothes in the next second?
Mr. Dorn, your milky mushroom dish is almost comparable to any palace chef's specialty. And this one is called beggar's chicken. I have never tasted such a special and delicious food.
Yuval squinted his eyes as he ate. Although his behavior was still dignified, the speed of food entering his mouth was getting faster and faster. As for Adele, her performance is much more free and easy than Yuval. After finding it delicious, I started using it directly like Cross. But my hands and face were not stained with oil like Cross. When she put the chicken into her mouth with her fingers, Adele unconsciously licked her fingertips. Perhaps because the taste of the food was too delicious. Like a cat eating. Miss Adele, who usually seems to be aloof from the world, suddenly made this little move, which is quite tempting. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Dawn looked away again. Finally, there was Jishio, who was not much better than Cross when he was devouring his food. However, Jishio, who was eating in a hurry, noticed Dorn's sight. So he looked directly at Dorn. After their eyes met, Jishio nodded towards Dorn. This reaction seems to mean that I, Jishio, recognize that you are an excellent chef. Of course, it may also mean that it smells so good. Looking around at the eating scenes of the priests, Dorn suddenly felt that the mushrooms and chicken on his hands seemed to be more fragrant. Ah, I just like eating with these people who have never eaten anything delicious. The atmosphere is not too good. Dorn's appetite increased to another level. System prompt, the predator effect is triggered, and the attack, mental power, and agility attributes are enhanced. System prompts, the effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill poison mist LV0 is obtained. System prompt, the effect of synchronic stomach bag is triggered, and the skill sweetness LV0 is obtained. After eating 2 SS level dishes, Dorn's attribute points experienced another wave of growth. At the same time, he mastered 2 more skills. Poison mist, derived from the poison control skills of poison feather chicken. It can spread the poison out in the form of fog to attack the enemy. Sweetness, the unique sweet aroma derived from walking mushrooms can effectively stimulate the lust and reproductive desire of living creatures. Among them, the skill poison mist is very serious, and it seems to be a more suitable attack skill. Anyway, the poison matches well with Dorn, whose current fighting style is sloppy and vulgar. But that walking mushroom sweetness skill stimulate biological lust and desire to reproduce? Huh? This mushroom is lustful. However, when Dorn and the others encountered the walking mushroom, the mushroom did not activate the sweetness skill. Maybe he was hit by Cross with a cross before he could even open the car. But then again, how should I use this sweetness skill after I master it? Use it as a control skill in combat? It seems to work. But after using sweetness, the fighting style may become very strange. Use in daily life? It seems possible. If you want to engage in monster breeding in the future, the sweetness skill may play a big role in the reproduction of monsters? Thinking about it this way, this seemingly unorthodox skill turns out to be surprisingly practical. But then again, whether sweetness or poison mist, there is a problem with these 2 skills. The level of skills is not particularly easy to level up. After all, Venomous Relic Swamp was closed after only opening for 5 days. Gotta find a way. While Dorn was meditating on his newly acquired skills, the clergy had almost finished their dinner.
Hiccup, you're full. Dawn, you have to be responsible for me.
Cross's face was filled with immense happiness. She sat on the ground and patted her slightly bulging belly contentedly. Because she was eating so happily, Cross had already taken off the breastplate and chain armor on her upper body, leaving only the light clothes. Dorn was thinking about matters related to the sweetness skill at this time. He suddenly heard Cross say this, and couldn't help but throw away a look of disdain. Girl, your belly is made of mushrooms and chicken. It has nothing to do with me.
After eating your cooking, I may never be able to eat the Holy Sea's food again.
Cross patted the ground angrily.
If you can't eat, you won't be able to replenish your nutrition. And you won't be able to grow. You have to be responsible. How can I be responsible? Will I cook for you every day from now on? Okay.
Cross clapped her hands.
Seriously? Come back to the Holy See with us. With your cooking skills, you will definitely have the final say in the Holy Sea's kitchen from now on. After taking control of the kitchen, you can put those things you like in the Holy See. Get rid of all the chefs who put green peppers in their dishes. Sorry, I still have a lot of serious things to do. And I don't want to go back to the Holy See with you.
Regardless of whether Cross was joking or serious, Dawn refused without thinking.
Oh, you are so boring. Dawn! Well, no girl will like this.
Perhaps she was tired from talking. After scolding Dorn, Cross gently leaned on the tree trunk behind her, narrowed her eyes slightly, and hummed a tune in her mouth. Afterwards, Jishio and Yuval also finished their portions of chicken and mushrooms. Their actions were surprisingly consistent, and they both said to Dorn seriously and sincerely,
Thank you for your hospitality.
Finally, there was Miss Adele, who sat opposite the bonfire to Dawn. Adele's eyes crossed the bonfire and landed directly on Dawn's face. After a short moment of silence, she spoke.
It's very delicious. Thank you.
To be able to make this usually taciturn sword-wielding lady open her mouth to praise her, Dorn felt that her cooking skills were really great. Also, I felt that through this dinner, I gained a lot of favorability among the members of the clergy team. The bonfire was roaring, and although everyone was in a dangerous ruined rainforest, perhaps it was the power of delicious food that made the atmosphere unexpectedly quiet and beautiful. Chapter 51L.
Wind, sweep over my enemies. Drink. The holy light will wash away your sins.
This is the third day that Dorn and his party entered the poison swamp. Under Jishio's tracking, the priests successfully attacked another batch of cultists. The resistance of this group of cultists was relatively fierce compared to the previous ones. The blood volume of the little cult leader is almost over 2,300 points, which is about the same as Silver Lizard. However, even if the little boss tried his best, he could barely hold on for a few rounds before being killed by the sword-wielding lady with a clean slash. In total, this is the fifth group of cultists that the priests have exterminated after entering the ruins. After the battle, everyone began to clean up the battlefield.
It's easy. The people of the Apocalypse religion are weaker than expected.
Cross poked Yuval next to her with her elbow.
Only 2 groups of cultists are still active. That priest owl must be among these 2 groups. Right.
As the goodwill between Dorn and the priests further increased, he also slowly learned the details of Adele and others' encirclement and suppression mission. The focus of the mission is to kill the priest owl in Cross's mouth.
Theoretically, it's like this. Jishio did feel the owl's breath entering the ruins.
Yuval narrowed his eyes and nodded.
As I said before, as long as we kill this owl, even if a few other little bosses run away, the mission will be considered a success. Right. That's the theory.
Yuval nodded again.
Okay. Teacher Meyer said that as long as I successfully assist Sister Adele in completing the cleanup mission, I will be rewarded with a week's leave.
Cross waved her big cross happily, then turned her head, her eyes shining under the iron bucket helmet.
Dorn, after the mission is completed, can you reward me with a delicious meal? I really want to eat those milky mushrooms and beggar's chicken again.
Dorn on the side. What does it have to do with me if you complete the mission of your Holy See? Dorn and his party simply cleaned the battlefield and found some valuable loot. They left the corpses of the cultists and left, continuing to explore the ruins and track the remaining cultists. Before leaving, Jishio also used the wind elves to eliminate the auras and traces left by everyone at the scene. Wait until everyone left for almost half an hour.
Goo goo.
From the sky above the rainforest, a brown owl fell down from a gap covered by branches of vegetation. The owl stopped on the branch of a monstera tree, tilting its head, as if it was carefully looking at the corpses of the cultists on the ground. An owl with dull brown feathers soared silently over the rainforest. Its head twists at a 180 degrees angle from time to time, overlooking the rainforest below, capturing all the breath that can be captured. And everything it sees, and all the breath it captures will be shared simultaneously with a man wearing a gray cotton fur deep in the rainforest.
There is not only one owl like this that acts as a mobile camera in the sky above Poison Swamp, but there are 4 in total. Owls flying in different directions are like a monitoring system with a wide coverage, controlling information in the dense forest in real time. Deep in the rainforest, the man in gray cotton fur was looking up at the sky, his eyes extremely empty. After waiting for a while, the man lowered his head, and his eyes regained some sinister look. But his face became extremely ugly. This man is one of the priests of the Apocalypse Order, and he manages the affairs of the Order in the central region of the Dona Empire. His codename is Owl, but no one seems to know his real name. Standing beside the owl were 7 or 8 congregants, as well as a tall, thin man with a red rosacea nose. This man is the only small boss who is still alive in the ruins. Others generally call him Red Pete. At present, Red Pete has joined the owl and moves together.
Master Dean? How is it?
Red Pete and a group of churchgoers were a little nervous when they saw the solemn expression on the owl.
The Ore is a black horse and his group can no longer be found, as well as Fire Wolf and his group. I found their bodies.
Owl looked solemn. Everyone held their breath and stopped talking. Everyone knows the seriousness of the matter now. In the past 3 days, including Fire Wolf and Black Horse, 5 groups of people have disappeared into the rainforest. Generally speaking, there is only one result for one's own people who cannot be detected by owls, and that is death, like the Fire Wolf group. This is the 3rd time that the people of the Apocalypse religion have explored this relic of God. Although there are dangers in the ruins, and there were casualties in the first 2 explorations, it has never happened before that we lost 5 teams and nearly 20 people in just 3 days.
Still haven't found the whereabouts of the attacker.
The owl was silent for a long time, and said this sentence almost through gritted teeth. The situation is now clear. He had just used his servants to examine the bodies of Fire Wolf and his party, and the wounds on their bodies were obviously caused by man. But the strange thing is that the attackers who killed the Fire Wolf group did not leave any traces of themselves at the scene. This shows that there must be someone among the attackers who has the ability to eliminate aura. Also, the members of the Apocalypse religion were relatively scattered in the ruins, but 5 teams were wiped out in just 3 days. It can be inferred from this that either the number of attackers is large, or there are people among them who have the ability to accurately track. No matter what the situation is, the Apocalypse Order is in a very dangerous situation now.
Master Dean, are the attackers from the Holy See?
Red Pit said anxiously, his face already covered with sweat. Of course, it's all a cold sweat. For these cultists who hide in Tibet all day long, their relationship with the Holy See is like the relationship between a mouse and a cat. The owl didn't answer, and the sinister feeling in his eyes became a little stronger.
A bunch of idiots. Even if you don't tell me, you will be buried with them.
There was obvious resentment in his tone. However, this emotion was not directed at the attackers, but at the little bosses under his command. Of course, the Red Pete in front of me is also included. In the Land of Miracles, due to the Holy See's absolute control over religion, secret cults like the Apocalypse cult, which has a cult nature, live in an extremely harsh environment. In addition, the Holy See has a strict guard against cults and has cultivated a large number of clergymen and secret cult hunters. The activity of these Holy See officials has directly made it extremely difficult for cultists to communicate with each other. Like Owl's current situation, gathering a dozen or so cult leaders in the area to play the dungeon together is already considered a grand event among cult forces. It is difficult for the organization to develop, and the members are not closely connected with each other. The internal structure of the Apocalypse Order is actually extremely loose, and a loose internal structure will inevitably lead to insufficient cohesion and sense of belonging among members. In addition, the Teaching Owl's ability is biased towards assistance and investigation. In frontal combat, he may not be able to compare with some of his subordinate bosses. To sum up, you can imagine how difficult it is for Owl to control these little bosses. Even in the past few years, 3 groups have been able to gather so many people to play the Relics of God, all because the ruins are profitable and related to the small bosses. After all, many rare magic materials can be found in the ruins, which can effectively enhance the strength of these little bosses. The scale pendant like the silver lizard was made from materials found in the ruins. As for the appeal of the owl himself, the role it plays in the next copy is probably minimal. There is no way. The cult organization is not easy to manage. Chapter 52 Temple. In fact, as early as 2 days before entering the ruins, the owl discovered that the silver lizard had lost contact. He also promptly conveyed the news to his subordinates.
The little bosses had different reactions to this incident. Some thought there was something fishy and became cautious. Some simply dismissed it and ignored it. However, as early as 3 years ago, when the team entered the ruins of God for the first time, there was a small boss who left without saying hello the day before going down to the ruins. This kind of unorganized and undisciplined phenomenon is quite common under Owl's rule. Therefore, the final result of the Silver Lizard's loss of contact was that several cautious leaders left first and gave up the opportunity to form a team to explore the ruins. However, some stubborn bosses who were reluctant to give up the profits from the ruins insisted on exploring according to the original plan. According to Owl's own character, he wanted to give up this exploration after Silver Lizard lost contact. But once you give up, you will have to wait more than a year for the next start. Moreover, as a priest, he cannot ignore the little bosses under his command who insist on entering the ruins. Otherwise, he will definitely be further ignored by these little bosses in the future. At that time, the organization that is already difficult to lead may not be able to lead it at all. It's hard to get off the tiger. Therefore, Owl had no choice but to bite the bullet and accompany these people to explore the ruins as originally planned. But right now, there is no point in resenting these reckless men who insist on exploring the ruins. After all, except for a Red Pete, they are basically dead. After thinking for a while, the Owl's sinister eyes showed a bit of determination.
Let's go to the temple deep in the rainforest. Also, be prepared to open the stone door of the temple. Temple? Master Priest, didn't you say that there might be extremely dangerous monsters inside the temple?
Red Pete became even more nervous. Normally, Red Pete would never be so submissive to an owl. But the current development of the situation has become serious enough to completely exceed his expectations. Red Pete has no choice but to rely on the owl.
Isn't our current situation in danger?
The owl asked.
People from the Holy See are surrounding us in the ruins.
Similar to what Red Pete thought, Owl also believed that the current attacker was someone from the Holy See.
I have examined Fire Wolf's body and found the sword wound that killed him with one blow. Although the aura of the attacker was artificially eliminated. Such a sharp sword strike was probably the handiwork of the pale sword wielder from the Holy See. Do you think we can survive her?
Owl still has some self-awareness. He knows very well that if they, a ragtag group of people, clash head-on with people from the Holy See, there will be absolutely no chance of survival. Red Pete stopped talking, but his face was pale, and even his originally red rosacea seemed to have a pale color at this moment. The temple that the owl was talking about is located in the deepest part of the rainforest. Members of the Apocalypse religion discovered this magnificent temple when they explored the ruins for the second time. However, through perception and exploration, the owl came to the conclusion that there was a very powerful monster in the temple, and warned his men not to open the ruins. But now, this extremely dangerous temple has become the last straw for the owl. If people from the Holy See really find them, then releasing the monsters in the temple and causing chaos can bring them an extremely slim hope of survival.
The remaining 2 groups of cultist relics have gathered together. There are 9 people in total, not far ahead. And our main target owl is also among them.
Jishio led the way, and the rest of the people were alert and ready for battle. After passing through a dense rainforest, everyone's vision suddenly became clear. A huge building appeared in the field of vision, with various rainforest plants climbing on the surface.
What is this?
Dorn stopped and looked at this building that stood abruptly here.
It seems to be a temple.
Yuval narrowed his eyes and expressed his opinion. Cross.
Kizu, is that all hiding in the temple?
Jishio sniffed the smell in the air carefully.
No. They seem to have been staying at the main entrance of this temple.
Dawn was confused. Then what is the priest owl doing at the door of the temple? As a security guard? Cross.
Kizu,
can you smell what's in the temple? It's not smell. It's communication. Communication.
Jishio glanced at Cross helplessly.
I don't know what's going on inside yet. The wind can't blow it in. Maybe we need to get closer.
At this time, the silent Adele rarely took the initiative to speak to everyone.
I feel that there are very dangerous enemies here.
When the sword-wielding lady spoke, her expression did not change. But she tightened her hand on the simple long sword with a little force. The main entrance of the temple is 2 extremely thick arched stone doors. The stone doors are about 5 meters high, as if they are a courtyard for giants to move around. In front of the stone gate, there are several huge stone pillars erected, which cannot be surrounded by several people. The owl and his group of 9 people were under one of the stone pillars.
They're here,
the owl said as he broke off the vision sharing with his several servants. Red Pete swallowed, exhaled heavily, then kicked a congregant next to him hard, and cursed.
Didn't you hear what the rector said? Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting for everyone to die together? Open the door for me.
Several congregants had no choice but to set out and try to open the stone door. However, just when they put their hands on the stone door and tried to push hard, the stone door, which was supposed to be extremely heavy, slowly opened as if it was being sensed. The dust that had been sealed for who knows how many years on the stone gate was shaken off. Immediately afterwards, these congregants pushed open a gap in the stone door that should have been extremely heavy without spending much effort. Then, Owl and others heard the sound coming from the temple behind the stone door. Moo. The sound was unusually low and loud. It seemed to be the cry of a huge monster. The cry even caused the ground to tremble slightly.
What's that inside?
Red Pete, who was already very panicked, was now completely occupied by fear.
How do I know?
Owl was calmer than Red Pete. He did not waste time and energy to find out what the monsters in the temple were. Instead, he lowered his body and activated the magic power in his body to make his body change rapidly. In a few breaths, the man originally wearing a gray cotton coat turned into a fat gray owl, fluttered his wings and flew away, completely ignoring the still confused Red Pete and the several congregants in front of the stone gate. After discovering that the owl was escaping, the shocked congregants reacted and took steps to escape from the stone door. Moo. The low and loud monster cry came from behind the door again. Then, in a flash of lightning, a pink strip of meat shot out from behind the door. If someone could look carefully at this time, they would find that the rear end of the meat strip was thick. The front section was bifurcated and slender, and the surface was covered with mucus. This is a tongue. The tongue of a monster. Chapter 53 and Boss. The tongue shot out quickly and hit the congregant who was running at the front. The tongue that should have been softer actually pierced the body of the cultist like a sharp blade. This unlucky member of the congregation was dragged behind the stone door by this long tongue before he even had time to let out his last cry. Moo. The scream of the monster in the temple continued, and it was getting closer and closer to the stone door. The sound echoed for a long time. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, the cultists all wished they had 2 extra legs to escape. But the next second, the thin, long, extremely dangerous monster tongue shot out from behind the stone door again, dragging back a cultist. The heavy stone door was pushed open only through a gap. And through this gap, only darkness could be seen inside the temple. But because of this terrifying monster tongue, the current huge stone door is like a half-open mouth of a giant monster, ready to devour all living creatures around it at any time. Dorn and his party also heard the moo cry of the monster. Compared to the priests, Dorn knew more information at the moment when the stone gate was opened. System prompt: the room at the end of the limited time dungeon, Venomous Swamp, has been opened. Please defeat the boss at the end of the level as soon as possible.
Dawn understood instantly what was happening. The priest who called the owl must have deliberately opened the temple and released the final boss of the ruins, causing chaos to prevent the priests from continuing their encirclement and suppression. This cultist who suffered 1,000 cuts also used his skill to drive away tigers and devour wolves. Adele, who was wearing silver-white light plate armor, held a simple long sword horizontally and stood in front of everyone. After hearing the second cry of the monster in the temple, the taciturn sword-wielding lady trembled slightly, almost instinctively. But this slight tremor was quickly suppressed.
"Run!"
Adele shouted to the people behind her. Dawn was not polite. After hearing Adele's voice, he threw down his large and small bags, put aside all the kitchen utensils, spices, etc., turned around and ran away. The monsters in the temple are not even willing to face Adele, who has more than 9,000 health points. A small character like me, who doesn't even have 1,000 health points, should not show off. Not only Dorn, but also the remaining clergy had similar reactions. After Adele gave the order, everyone retreated as quickly as possible and dived back into the dense rainforest.
"Lady Adele, something is chasing you."
After everyone walked through the vegetation in the rainforest for a while, Jishio gave a reminder with the help of his sense of the wind elves. Moo. The monster's low and loud cry came over again. At the same time, rainforest plants were being crushed, and the sound of beeping came from behind. The sound of the vegetation breaking and collapsing showed that the monster behind him must be a giant.
Tough luck. Tough luck.
Dorn had already activated Pig Rush and Dexterity at this time. While rushing all the way, he still maintained superb body coordination and ran ahead. However, this was already his fastest speed so far. But then I thought about it. Wasn't it the Apocalypse Order who opened the temple? Why did the boss, at the end of this level, come towards my group? Could it be that this boss is targeting the cultists? No. It's impossible. How do you think about the monsters in the ruins? They should treat outsiders equally. What is more likely is that the remaining members of the Apocalypse religion were almost wiped out by this boss not long after opening the temple. Dorn was still trying his best to escape, but from the depths of the rainforest behind, a pink monster tongue shot out. The tongue, which was thin and long at the front, flew straight towards Dorn, who was the fastest runner. Just when the tongue was about to hit the defenseless Dorn, a bright white figure flashed past. It's Adele. Although the sword-wielding lady didn't say a word, her body rushed out like a lynx, knocking Dorn away, and swung the long sword in her hand, slashing the monster cleanly. Tongue. Bang! The long sword collided with the front end of the tongue, which was made of flesh and blood, and produced a sonorous echo that sounded like metal collision. You can imagine how hard the front part of this tongue is. The monster's long tongue was blocked by Adele's sword and quickly shrank back into the depths of the jungle. And Dawn felt uncomfortable after being hit by Adele. Even though the sword-wielding lady is slender, her plate armor, coupled with the increase in speed and strength, makes her slam into people, which is really unbearable for most people. After being hit like this, Dorn was going to fall to the ground hard. But fortunately, with the physical coordination brought by the dexterity skill, he just rolled around on the ground twice. It hurts. Dorn quickly got up from the ground. Apart from a little pain, there was nothing serious. The remaining priests stopped running and stopped one after another, assuming a fighting stance. There was no way. Everyone was already within the attack range of the monster behind them, and the rainforest terrain restricted everyone's movement. At this time, it would not be very wise to expose your back to the monster running behind you. Oh wind! Bless our friends and make them feel what you feel! Jishio unfolded the palm of his right hand, and a breeze gathered in his palm and flowed out, carrying some green fluorescence visible to the naked eye, attached to the bodies of Adele and Cross. At the same time, Yuval, who had narrowed his eyes, opened his arms, assumed a posture as if asking for a hug, and sang quickly in an excited and high-spirited tone. Why silence? Everything is mute? Listen to that ancient heroic spirit, just as noisy as a distant waterfall. They answered, as long as there is one living person. Climb high and call. We will come. We will come. But the living people ignored it. Along with Yuval's singing, Dorn felt that his strength was obviously increased, and his body became lighter. Looking at the other people, their bodies seemed to be enveloped by a faint, almost transparent flowing air. The same thing happened to Dawn himself. It seems that the current situation is that Jishio has blessed Adele and Cross, the two close attackers on his side. Yuval, on the other hand, gave everyone a positive buff through his singing. Moo! The monster's cry was not far behind. And at the same time, the beeping and rustling of overturned vegetation became louder. Within everyone's field of vision, several relatively tall rainforest trees were toppled together. Finally, Dorn faced the final boss of Venomous Swamp. This was a huge monster that was just lying there, almost 5 meters tall. It looked greenish-brown, with dark brown markings on its back. The top of the head is bright green, with 2 huge eyes on the left and right, staring directly at the people below. The air sac part under its throat is golden yellow. The huge air bag is constantly inflating and contracting. And the deep and loud, moo, sound comes from here. Compared to the huge and ugly appearance, what shocked Dorn's senses more was the bright red blood bar on the top of the boss's head. The blood volume is 25,666 points. Dorn swallowed hard, feeling mixed. Is this boss a bullfrog? And it's also an ingredient. An SS-level ingredient I've never seen before. Chapter 54 Fierce Battle. Let's not talk about whether this boss bullfrog is food. After all, with its blood volume of 25,000, it is more likely to eat Dorn now. The priests were ready for battle. The moment the boss bullfrog revealed his true identity, the team's main outputs, Cross and Adele, launched an attack simultaneously. There was no communication between them, and their tacit understanding of working together was average. Judgment! Cross raised her huge cross high, and after briefly chanting a word, an incomparable holy power quickly gathered above the rainforest. This holy power condensed into pure white light visible to the naked eye, and took the lead in bombarding the boss bullfrog who had just appeared. The holy light hits the bullfrog's head, causing about 20 to 30 points of damage per second. Although the damage is not high, the skill is released for a long time. It seems that if Cross does not put down the cross, the holy light will continue to condense over the rainforest, even if the boss at the end of the level is rough and fleshy. This kind of continuous blood cutting should be avoided if possible. So the bullfrog twisted its fat body and began to escape from the striking range of the holy light. At the same time, it opened its big mouth and prepared to stick out its tongue to attack Cross. However, the bullfrog's attack was interrupted, because as soon as it got rid of the holy light that continued to cut blood, a bright white figure flashed past, and then jumped high. The Holy Sea's pale sword holder, Adele, holding the simple long sword, took advantage of the bullfrog's attention to be attracted by Cross, and jumped directly onto the bullfrog's smooth and sticky back, without any unnecessary movements. Adele relied on her extraordinary body coordination to maintain her balance on the frog's back. She held the sword in both hands and stabbed straight into the center of the bullfrog's back. The damp outer skin was easily penetrated by the sword blade, and the sword body sank into the bullfrog's torso. For a moment, some fishy yellow and fishy green liquid with a peculiar smell burst out from the wound. These fishy-smelling liquids splashed on Adele's plate armor, sizzling and emitting tiny bubbles, and seemed to be highly corrosive. At the same time, Adele's health bar, which was originally green and healthy, also turned into a strange dark green, and starts losing blood at a slow rate. She was poisoned. Moo! The boss bullfrog was in great pain after eating Adele's attack. He screamed and twisted his body desperately, trying to throw Adele off his body. There was almost no obvious change in expression on Adele's face. She just calmly held the hilt of the sword and used the power of the bullfrog's body to draw a long wound on its body before pulling out the sword, falling lightly back to the ground. Adele attacked the middle of the bullfrog's back, heading towards the spinal cord. After all, theoretically speaking, as long as the bullfrog's back nerves can be cut off, the behemoth will be directly paralyzed and unable to move. But the bottom boss is a bottom boss after all. Its huge size and the rich oil under the skin cushion the sword wounds. The high double resistance attribute also prevents its internal structure from being easily destroyed by Adele's sword skills. From Dorn's perspective, Ms. Swordholder's attack caused more than 2,600 points of damage. The damage is very high, very effective, but far from fatal. The moment she landed, Adele's eyes were fixed on the bullfrog. At the same time, she took out a small tube of antidote from her waist with her left hand, opened the cork with one hand, and drank it all in one gulp. The dark green blood bar once again returned to a healthy green. Conviction! Cross stopped releasing judgment and stepped forward waving a huge cross. Boom! This strangely powerful girl priest slammed the heavy cross onto the ground of the rainforest, causing a large pit to appear in the soft mud. At the same time, on the top of the bullfrog's head, a huge illusory cross appeared out of thin air and hit the bullfrog's head with great force. The virtual image fell, but the damage caused was solid. The bullfrog, who was hit hard, gave up its pursuit of Adele, and the pair of huge eyes above his head stared at the people at his feet. The air sacs in the bullfrog's chin bulged, making it even bigger. The long sword wound on its body was still leaking out fishy yellow-green liquid, making it look even more terrifying. Moo! The bullfrog screamed like this, and a thick purple poisonous mist began to seep out from the moist skin on its back. The poisonous mist was generated very quickly. In almost a few breaths, it filled the center of the entire battlefield and enveloped both Cross and Adele. These purple poisonous mists directly blocked the line of sight, making the situation inside the battlefield unclear. Only a sonorous clang sound could be heard, which should be the sound made by the constant collision between Adele's long sword and the front end of the bullfrog's tongue. There is also the sound of Cross, as the second main attacker, constantly casting spells and chanting loudly. Holy light protects. Judgment. Conviction. From Dorn's perspective, although the center of the battlefield was wrapped in purple poison and could not see the specific situation, he could still see the changes in the health bar. The bright red blood bar is slowly deducting blood volume in stages. However, Boss Bullfrog seems to have taken precautions, and it seems that such high damage as 2,600 points can no longer be dealt. The two friendly health bars are constantly jumping between green and dark green, and the blood volume is also constantly decreasing. Adele and Cross obviously don't have much resistance to toxins, being wrapped in poisonous mist and fighting. Even if Cross knew the detoxification technique and the two of them carried a lot of antidote, they were still in a disadvantageous situation. The poisonous mist continued to spread, and soon reached the Dorn trio, who were on the outer circle of the battlefield. Neither Jishio nor Yuval had any intention of retreating. Jishio's blessing of the wind greatly improved Cross's and Adele's intuitive judgment when fighting, and Yuval had already chanted several different poems at this time, adding various buffs to the friendly units present. Buff. Whether it's Jishio's blessing or Yuval's buff, the effect will be correspondingly weakened the further away from the casting unit. For the sake of Cross and Adele, who were still fighting fiercely in the depths of the battlefield, the two assistants must not retreat. To retreat would be a direct betrayal of their comrades.
Wind! Drive them away!
Jishio ordered. From behind Jishio, a strong wind current was generated, fighting against the poisonous mist that was constantly pressing from the front, ensuring that the poisonous mist would no longer approach the three people in the back row. Each priest has a clear division of labor and performs his own duties in battle. Dorn was the only one on the fringes, standing aside and doing nothing to help. He just stood there, neither attacking nor turning around to run away. He just stared at the bright red blood bar in the poisonous mist without moving.
Ingredients, if they are ingredients.
Chapter 55. I am still me. Time passed by minute by minute. Adele's physical strength continued to drain, but the damage she could cause to the giant bullfrog became increasingly limited. At the same time, she had to continue to move at high speed and block, restricting the bullfrog's flexible tongue and preventing it from hitting herself, Cross, or the three people on the outer edge of the battlefield. Adele only had the last two antidote pills she had with her. As for Cross, after fighting for so long, the pastor's sister's brain had begun to become dull, and it became increasingly difficult to concentrate. Frequent casting of spells consumed a lot of her mental energy, and she had fallen into a state of mental deprivation, and soon she would have no energy left. Cross had used up all the antidote on hand, and could only rely on the detoxification technique to repeatedly dispel the toxins that invaded the body. Both Adele and Cross know very well that the current situation is not good for them. If they keep fighting like this, they will definitely lose.
Holy light protects.
Another soft white light flashed from Cross herself, dispelling her poison state. At the same time, her brain has become more and more drowsy, and without effective rest, even if she no longer casts spells, Cross may faint and lose consciousness soon. The severe mental lack also directly dragged down her physical condition.
No, you can't fall. Sister Adele is still fighting. I can still.
Cross shook her head and raised her cross high.
Judgment!
The pure holy light bombarded from above again, hitting the bullfrog's torso, slowing down its attack speed, allowing Adele to effectively avoid the bullfrog's tongue attack this time. Stop casting spells. Cross, who was wearing heavy armor, stumbled and barely supported her body by punching the cross on the ground.
Not yet. Don't fall down.
The priest girl said this, but her arm seemed to be unable to use any strength anymore. The cross that could be easily swung at ordinary times was now extremely heavy and difficult to lift again. The toxins in the poisonous mist began to invade her body again, but this time, she no longer had any mental power to release another detoxification technique. His attention began to fade, and his field of vision, which was originally limited under the influence of the poisonous mist, began to become increasingly blurry. Cross could only see a bright white figure, still reluctantly jumping and shuttle.
Sister Adele, I'm sorry.
Boom. The heavy cross fell to the ground, and the priest girl in heavy armor also fell heavily to the ground. Cross originally had more than 4,800 blood points, but now she still had 1,236 points left. At the same time, the color of the blood bar is dark green, and the blood volume is still decreasing. Moo. The bullfrog's huge eyes looked back and forth between Adele, who was still fighting, and Cross, who was unconscious. Then he quickly opened his mouth and shot out his long tongue towards Cross. Bang! Adele's long sword reluctantly opened the bullfrog's tongue again. After so many collisions, the front end of the bullfrog's hard tongue has left some slender wounds. However, Adele's long sword with a simple handle was still intact. Moo! The bullfrog's golden air sacs inflated, and the eyes on the top of his head began to focus only on Adele. From under the sticky, moist skin on the bullfrog's back, a steady stream of purple poisonous mist is produced. It seems that the toxins in the boss at the end of this level are endless. Adele, the sword wielder's chest was rising and falling, and she was panting while looking directly at the giant bullfrog. The purple poisonous mist became thicker and thicker, and a man and a frog briefly confronted each other in the mist. Outside the battlefield, Jishio is still working hard to drive the wind elves to resist the spread of poisonous fog. Due to Jishio's efforts, the three of Dorn were not affected by the poison for a short period of time. Although Dorn couldn't see the specific situation in the purple mist, he could still make a rough judgment on the battle situation through the blood bar. Cross's blood volume was only 1,300, and she was in a dark green poison state. Moreover, the priest's sister's health bar stopped at the same position and had not moved for a while. Dorn judged from this that Cross was probably in a coma and unable to fight. Adele's blood volume is still about 7,100 points, and she is also in a dark green poison state, and has not yet returned to a healthy green color. The antidote has probably been exhausted. The situation is unfavorable. Don knew that the situation was on the verge of collapse, and he had to do something at this moment. The choices before him were nothing more than two: either escape or fight.
Want to escape?
This thought flashed through his mind, and Dorn could feel his heart beating violently in his chest, and his right foot unconsciously took a small step back. However, if the clergy team was completely wiped out here, could he really escape? Through food intuition, Dorn knows the boss bullfrog's body structure very well. The poison glands under the skin of the bullfrog's back are very developed, and can consume its rich subcutaneous fat to continuously synthesize toxins. Dorn even suspected that the bullfrog could fill the entire poison swamp with poisonous mist if it wanted to. In other words, without Jishio's strong wind as a defense, no matter where you go in the ruins, you are likely to be attacked by the bullfrog's poisonous mist indiscriminately. Although Dorn has poison resistance level 5, the full level of resistance is not complete immunity. There are still 2 days until the ruins are closed. Within such a long period of time, Dorn, who has a weak health, can be killed by poisons all over the map. Of course, this is if you escape without being discovered by the bullfrog. If he was found by this boss at the end of the level, Dorn should be able to die a more peaceful death. The fingertips touched the scale pendant on his neck, along with a slight transmission of magic power and consumption of mana. A cold sense of wakefulness swept through Dorn's body. My heart stopped pounding, and it calmed down a little.
So, if I escape at this time, the probability of me surviving until the ruins are closed is not too high. And
Don's eyes fell on the dark green health bar belonging to Adele. Moreover, this silent sword-wielding lady just saved her own life. And Cross. Although Dorn knew very well that the reason why the clergy team was willing to take him to the dungeon was that they wanted to keep him around to monitor them. But after getting along with her for the past few days, Dawn could feel that at least this carefree and quirky priest sister seriously regarded him as her friend.
Friends, speaking of it, are these priests and I friends?
Dorn asked himself in his heart. He looked at the 2 dark green blood bars in the poisonous mist that were still losing blood, and then at the serious-looking Jishio and Yuval beside him. For almost no reason, Don's heart was completely calm and relieved.
According to my previous view on friendship, people who laugh and have dinner together can be regarded as friends.
As early as a few days ago, Don was still a little overwhelmed because of his indifference towards death. But at this moment, because of the decision made in his mind, he felt an indescribable and strange sense of relief. Chinyu, in the Earth era, may not have been a brave and fearless person, but he was definitely not a person who would turn around and run away to protect himself when his friends were in danger.
Isn't that nice? In a way, I'm still me.
So, Dorn grinned unconsciously and took the first step towards the thick poisonous mist separated by Jishio. Chapter 56. Do what a hero should do. The first person to notice Dorn's strange behavior was Jishio.
Hey! Stop! Idiot! What are you going to do? Stay away from the poisonous mist.
Jishio wanted to reach out and grab Dorn to prevent him from rushing into the poisonous mist. But before he could grab the corner of Dorn's clothes, Dorn, who turned on dexterity, dodged him from a very tricky angle.
I'm going to do what a hero should do.
Due to the speed increase brought by dexterity, Dorn only left such a slightly teasing sentence before his figure flashed and entered the poisonous mist.
This guy!
Jishio originally wanted to do something, but Yuval on the side paused the singing of poetry and spoke calmly.
Jishio, let Mr. Dorn go.
Yuval opened his squinted eyes, stared at Dorn's blurry back in the poisonous fog for 2 seconds, and then started singing a new poem again.
Hey!
Jishio glanced at Yuval and stood up helplessly, but he was still so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Why are you trying to be a hero at this time? The more you help, the more help you get. Bastard.
After briefly complaining, the cleric with short red hair and an unruly face locked his eyes on Dorn's back that was receding in the poisonous fog, and sang,
Wind, bless my friend and make him feel what you feel.
In the poisonous fog. Less than 10 seconds after stepping into the poisonous fog, Yuval singing sounded again behind Dorn. I don't know what kind of positive buff this squinting eye has. At the same time, there were some small green fluorescent lights visible to the naked eye, drifting in the breeze and attached to Dorn's body.
Did Jishio give me a blessing? This guy is really a sharp-tongued person.
These small green fluorescent dumplings should be the visual state of the wind elves driven by Jishio. Accepting the Sylph's blessing seems to grant a certain degree of speed bonus, as well as increased perception during combat. Exactly how effective Dorn will be is unclear. Anyway, when the battle just started, I saw Jishio giving this kind of blessing to Adele and Cross. Pull your thoughts back to reality. Dorn could see Bullfrog's huge bright red health bar about 100 meters away. You can also hear the clanging sound of metal, which shows that Adele is still fighting the boss at the end of the level. At the same time, the toxins in the poisonous mist also began to invade Dorn's body, turning his blood bar into dark green. Dorn observed the rate at which he was losing blood when he was poisoned. Because poison resistance LV5 exists, Dorn's health will only drop 1 point every 10 seconds. With Dorn's current blood volume of more than 600 points, he can survive in the poisonous mist for about an hour and a half even without taking antidote. Reference to Cross and Adele. After being poisoned, Cross lost more than 30 blood points every 10 seconds, and Adele lost more than 20 blood points. In this limited time copy, the importance of toxin resistance is evident. After weighing his own condition, Dorn did not take the antidote, but activated his acceleration skills and rushed straight towards the position of Cross's health bar. Cross's blood volume is only over 800 points, so she must be rescued first. He was about 7 or 8 meters away from Cross. Dawn smelled a very subtle smell. At the same time, the small green dumplings attached to his body were trembling slightly. Judging from a chef's profession, the smell seemed spicy. Intuitively, this spicy smell represents danger. It is extremely dangerous to lose your life if you are not careful. Dawn's brain reacted quickly. Cross once said that Jishio communicated with the wind elves through smell. The person who received the blessing from the elves has a high probability of gaining the perception of the wind elves through smell. The wind elves are warning themselves in this way. In the purple poisonous mist beside him, the thin and long bullfrog tongue with a small fork at the front and a surface filled with viscous liquid thrust towards Dorn. So fast. Although I got the early warning and activated the acceleration skills, I also received several positive buffs that increase speed. But objectively speaking, even so, it is still very difficult for Dorn to avoid the bullfrog's tongue attack. Bang! At a distance of 3 or 4 meters from the bullfrog's tongue to Dorn, a silvery figure flashed. The sword wielder Adele was once again unable to block this flexible tongue.
Take Cross out!
Miss Swordholder didn't even look back, and she didn't care why Dorn appeared on the frontal battlefield. Dorn didn't hesitate. He first threw all the antidote on his body on the ground, then stepped forward to pick up Cross and ran away. As for the huge cross, Dorn ignored it and left it where it was. The priest's sister herself is not heavy, but the heavy armor she wears is really astonishing in weight. And in an emergency, Dawn didn't have time to help her take it off. Fortunately, Dorn, who had activated Pig Thrust, had a strength bonus, so he could barely manage to escape with Cross wearing heavy armor. The heavy armor in his arms was harsh and a little cold to the touch.
Hold on! Cross!
At this time, Cross's blood volume had almost dropped below 1,000 points. With the cover of the sword-wielding lady, Dorn rushed out of the poisonous fog with Cross in his arms. He placed Cross gently on the ground. Upon seeing this, Yuval quickly stepped forward, opened Cross's iron bucket helmet, took out an antidote, and poured it into Cross's mouth. At this point, Cross's blood volume returned to normal green, and she no longer lost blood. Seeing that the priest's sister's life was temporarily saved, Dorn breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned around to return to the thick poisonous fog.
Hey! What are you going back for?
Jishio shouted. But this time he made no move to stop Dorn.
I said, I'm going to do what a hero should do. Hey! This guy!
In the poisonous fog, Dorn's hands trembled slightly unconsciously as he returned to the poisonous mist. This means that he is in a state of uncontrollable tension, anxiety, and excitement. So Dawn reached out and pressed the scale pendant around his neck. A cold sense of clarity and calm swept through him again, clearing his mind. Dawn forced himself to focus on the bullfrog information fed back by food intuition.
The nutritional value is very high. The meat is delicious, and the protein and fat content are high. But these are not the focus. The point is, I know the anatomy of this bullfrog.
Dawn analyzed the information fed back by food intuition. The biggest trump card of this bullfrog boss is probably its poison glands that can secrete poisonous mist for a long time. And its flexible tongue. Among them, Dawn focused on the bullfrog's tongue. The front end is slender and extremely hard. It belongs to a special cuticle and can theoretically easily pierce thick steel armor. The conclusion is, you can't eat it. The thick back end of the tongue is made of relatively ordinary flesh and blood. And the muscle tissue is rich and strong to support the flexible movement of the entire tongue. The conclusion is, you can eat it. And because it is rich in muscle tissue, it is best to consider grilling it. The above is pretty much the information Dorn currently has about bullfrog tongues. Chapter 57. Can I trust you? Adele still has more than 6,600 health points. However, due to the lack of support from Cross for a long time, it became increasingly difficult for her to resist the bullfrog's attacks. His physical strength was literally doubling. And facing that extremely flexible and agile tongue, Adele couldn't find any chance to attack and could only defend blindly. There is also this extremely annoying thick poisonous fog. The poisonous fog became thicker and thicker, and Adele could no longer see the specific location of the bullfrog, due to being completely exposed to the poisonous mist. The violent toxins invaded the body of the sword-wielding lady all the time. Although the antidote potions that Dorn just left for her temporarily solved her urgent need. But this is only temporary. There will always be a moment when the antidote is used up. If the bullfrog cannot be killed before the medicine is used up, it is self-evident what the outcome will be. Due to the presence of the thick poisonous mist, resistance seems to be all Adele can do at the moment. Judging from the current situation, it seems that all resistance will be in vain, and it will just linger. The current situation is almost a dead end. When she thought about this, Adele's body couldn't help but tremble slightly.
Huh? Don't be so cowardly. Adele.
Miss Swordholder spoke softly and said to herself,
even if you can't kill it, you can definitely injure it again if you use that move.
Maybe it was because she was alone at the moment. Adele was more willing to talk. After cheering herself up for a short time, the sword-wielding lady concentrated her energy again. She knew Bullfrog's next tongue stroke was coming. Due to his concentration, the physical discomfort and tremors were forcibly suppressed. At this time, Adele suddenly felt Dorn's footsteps and breath coming from the thick poisonous fog on the right side. The sword-wielding lady frowned. Why is he back? At the same time, Adele also keenly captured the direction of the bullfrog's tongue's next attack, which was from Dorn. Adele moved quickly. Bang! The slender tongue tip collided with the simple long sword blade again. The bullfrog drew back its long tongue again.
Get out! Run away!
Adele didn't care why Dorn was involved in danger again, but just said this in a tone that left no room for denial.
Dawn!
Miss Adele was as concise and to the point as ever.
The poison of this bullfrog is likely to fill the entire ruins. Escape is obviously not the optimal solution to the current situation. If we want to survive, we'd better defeat it.
Being in the battlefield, Dorn expressed his thoughts as focused as possible.
When?
Adele's heroic and beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Bang! While speaking, the lady holding the sword blocked another tongue attack. At the same time, she took out an antidote from her waist, removed the cork and drank it in one gulp to relieve the poisoning. This antidote was what Dorn left for her when she entered the poisonous fog for the first time. After drinking an antidote, the sword-wielding lady seemed to think of something. She thought about the whole process of Dorn entering and exiting the poisonous fog, and it seemed that he did not take any antidote. He also thought of the poison-feathered rooster that Dorn had stripped of its feathers in a short time. If that's the case, could this guy? At this time, in the poisonous mist ahead, that slender tongue struck again. Bang! Adele's response, this time, was much more powerful than the previous ones.
Miss Adele, the damage caused by the poison to me is very limited. If you can cut off the bullfrog's tongue from the back end, maybe we will have a chance of winning.
Dorn had no intention of deceiving his teammates at this juncture, and told the truth about his situation. Bang! The simple long sword once again collided with the front end of the bullfrog's tongue.
Cut off! Rear end?
Adele repeated Dorn's words. In fact, after fighting the bullfrog for so long, Miss Swordholder more or less understood the characteristics of this difficult tongue. The front end is extremely hard, but judging from the flexibility of the back end of the tongue, it seems to be just ordinary flesh and blood tissue. There is the possibility of cutting off from the back end. But the bullfrog, which had become very vigilant, would never expose the back end of its tongue to Adele's attack range.
Unless, it only took 2 or 3 seconds for Adele to make a decision in her heart. Then she looked back, looking directly at Dorn with amber eyes. The sword-wielding lady spoke, her tone calm and word by word. Can I trust you? I can't say for sure. In fact, I'm not completely sure either. But compared to being dragged by this bullfrog, consumed with toxins, and dying slowly, I think I'll give it a try. Adele shook her head and signaled Dawn not to continue. Don't let everyone die, she said. Don't know if it was an illusion, but Dorn felt that the corners of the sword-wielding lady's mouth were raised when she said this. There was a feeling of relief. Would this sword-wielding lady, who looked completely inhumane, also show that kind of expression? Ahead, in the thick purple mist, that annoying tongue struck again. Adele stood in front of Dorn as usual, but this time, the familiar and boring clanging sound did not sound. On the contrary, Dorn heard the sound of steel being broken, the sound of flesh being pierced, and a rust-like smell coming towards him. Faced with this tongue attack, Adele did not block it with her sword as before, but only turned her body sideways, allowing the bullfrog's tongue to hit her left shoulder. The breastplate was shattered and the flesh was pierced. The special cuticle at the front of the bullfrog's tongue easily penetrated Adele's left shoulder and left chest side. The success of this attack seemed to surprise the boss bullfrog. However, after its tongue froze for a few tenths of a second, it exerted force again, trying to pull Adele back into its mouth completely and swallow it. At this moment, Adele's left hand suddenly pulled the bullfrog's tongue. At the same time, a white aura visible to the naked eye was boiling on her armored hands and feet. Perhaps because of these white boiling breaths, Adele remained unmoved in the face of the pull of the bullfrog's tongue. Not only that, she also dragged her tongue and actively ran in the direction of the bullfrog. The boss bullfrog realized something was wrong and tried desperately to pull back his tongue. But Adele's left hand didn't even show the slightest bit of looseness. It seemed that as long as the white aura in her hand didn't boil to the point of exhaustion, her strength could compete with this behemoth. Where the sword-wielder lady ran, there was only a boiling smell of blood. The ability Adele is currently using is called God Prayer, which is a powerful combat skill mastered by very few priests in the Holy See. During the process of use, it can significantly improve the user's physical parameters by several times. However, the price is that this skill will consume the user's vitality, and it is a skill that requires overdraft of lifespan as the activation condition. After running for more than 10 steps through the thick fog, Adele could already see the back end of the thick tongue and the outline of the bullfrog in the fog. There was no hesitation. The simple long sword in his right hand flipped cleanly from bottom to top. The blade cut through flesh and blood, and the clear touch of cutting muscle tissue was transmitted back to Adele's palm. Got it. The front and rear ends of this long tongue suddenly separated. Warm blood mixed with some fishy yellow and green liquid spurted out from the thick tongue base wound, splattering on Adele's body, face, and hair. At this time, the sword holder's left hand loosened, and the boiling white aura on her body disappeared. She fell forward, relying on the long sword for support, and half knelt on the ground. The front part of the bullfrog's tongue that she had severed was still embedded in her shoulder, and the wound was shocking. This was a sudden, injury-for-injury attack. The bullfrog whose tongue was cut off lost nearly 4,000 points of blood. Adele, whose shoulders and chest were pierced with shocking wounds, lost more than 3,000 points of blood. However, Bullfrog still has around 19,000 HP. And Adele, even less than 3,000. Chapter 58 Don't Let Everyone Die. Adele was seriously injured, and the situation on Boss Bullfrog's side was not much better. Having half of the tongue cut off is not only extremely painful, but also deprives it of its most commonly used and effective means of attack. Moo. The fat body of the bullfrog kept twisting, and the golden air bag on its chin was inflating violently. At the same time, the pair of huge eyes above its head stared hatefully at Adele, who was half kneeling on the ground. It was already a giant beast in a state of rage. The bullfrog shook its fat body and jumped up awkwardly, trying to crush Adele to death with its flippers and its huge weight. After losing its tongue, this may be its simplest and most brutal form of attack. The boss bullfrog is a frog after all, and jumping is its strong point. If you jump hard, it can jump very far, which is why it can catch up with Dorn and others in a short time. However, because its body is too large, it is not particularly flexible when jumping, and its forward swinging movement is obvious and somewhat lengthy, making it easy to understand what it is going to do at a glance. So,
At the moment when its fat body just jumped up. Dexterity, activate. Pig burst, activates. Dorn on the side rushed over like a discharged cannonball. And relying on the strength increase given by Pig Rush, and the body coordination given by Dexterity, he smashed the person on the ground without even slowing down. Miss Sword Holder hugged her. Then, run wildly. Boom! The mountain of meat behind him fell to the ground. And the attack failed.
Miss Adele, hold on. I'll take you to Jishio's side right away.
While running, Don only glanced down at Adele. He could feel that his hands were covered with warm and sticky liquid. And he couldn't tell whether it was Adele's blood or the blood of a bullfrog. The half of the bullfrog's tongue was still embedded in the shoulder of the sword-wielding lady. The tongue was very long, and a large part of it was dragged on the ground. But it was impossible for Dorn to stop and deal with it now. Dorn saw the whole process of Adele getting injured just now. But everything happened too suddenly. From the time when the tongue pierced Adele's shoulder to when Adele cut off the tongue, it only took less than 10 seconds. The suggestion to cut off the bullfrog's tongue was correct. But he never expected that Adele would achieve this goal so quickly, and in such a tragic way.
Look! I did it!
Adele's amber eyes stared directly at Dawn. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss. Her eyes were a little blurry, and her mind was a little sluggish. So for no reason, the image of Dorn holding her in Adele's eyes overlapped with the image of an important man deep in her memory. But to be honest, Dawn and that man had absolutely nothing in common. If I had to say it, it would probably be that in Adele's nearly 20 years of life experience. Only that man and Dawn had hugged her like this.
Dad,
Miss Swordholder murmured.
Dad?
Dawn heard the last two words of Adele's murmur clearly. It's really bad. Miss Adele lost too much blood and is obviously dizzy. Outside the poisonous fog, Jishio was still meticulously controlling the strong wind and resisting the purple mist. However, the increasingly dense poisonous mist has begun to spread around Jishio's wind zone in an arc. Jishio and Yuval. One controls the wind, and the other sings poetry. As for Cross, whose life is no longer in danger, she has woken up from her coma. And I don't know what methods the priests used, but Cross's blood volume recovered to more than 1,800 points in a short period of time. And it was still rising slowly. However, her current overall condition is still very weak, and she is unable to join the battle. At this time, Cross was kneeling on the ground in a posture similar to that of a duck, with her eyes closed tightly and her hands lightly clasped in front of her chest in a praying posture. At this time, a figure suddenly rushed out from the thick poisonous mist. No, to be precise, it was two. Dorn plus Adele in his arms.
Save her! Quick!
Dorn shouted. The remaining 3 members of the clergy team looked at Adele's condition, and they were all extremely shocked and stunned.
Lady Adele! Sister Adele!
Adele's body was covered with dripping blood. Her eyes were closed, and she fell into coma. Only her right hand was still holding the simple long sword tightly. Adele, the pale sword wielder who made them extremely proud, was so seriously injured and defeated in such an embarrassing manner. And if someone as strong as Adele loses, what's the point of them fighting? However, no matter how frustrated or desperate, Yuval, the narrow-eyed one among the 3, did not seem to intend to just sit back and die. While guiding Dawn to carefully put Adele down, he took out a blood-red potion from the inner pocket of his arms. Dorn had never seen this potion, but it definitely seemed impossible to be the antidote prepared before. Yuval poured the blood-red potion into Adele's mouth. Adele, who was still losing blood due to bleeding, gradually stabilized her blood volume. At this time, Cross also stepped forward and began to treat the shocking wound on Adele's shoulder.
There is something coming from the mist!
Everyone was silently treating Adele. And Jishio, the only one standing to resist the poisonous mist, shouted. Boom! From the purple poisonous mist, there was a sound like a heavy object falling to the ground. And at the same time, the rapid moo cry was also approaching. The boss bullfrog is coming. Dorn didn't say anything. He squatted down and reached out to pull out the sword in Adele's hand. The lady holding the sword had been holding the sword tightly, and did not let go even after she fell unconscious. However, with Dorn's pull, the sword body trembled slightly, and she easily pulled out the sword. This sword is not too heavy. It looks like an ordinary long sword, and weighs like an ordinary long sword. However, after all, it is Adele's sword. And coupled with the performance of this sword in previous battles, Dorn believes that this sword is definitely not as ordinary as it looks.
Hey! Dorn! What do you want to do?
Cross raised her head and said. At this moment,
The pastor's sister was still very weak, and her voice was also very weak. But when she said this to Dawn, she was trying to increase her volume, trying to achieve the effect of stopping. In fact, even a fool could see what Dorn was doing. Is it hard to see? Of course, I went to take care of that bullfrog. Don't let everyone die. Dorn held the sword in one hand and looked at the huge outline that gradually became clearer in the poisonous mist. Dexterity, activate. Pig burst, activates. After finishing speaking, Dorn's figure flashed and rushed towards the poisonous mist. Bang! Chishio, who was standing at the front, bared his teeth in displeasure. As Dorn crossed his side, the unruly priest spread the fingers of his right hand and chanted, Wind! Bless my friend and make him feel what you feel. The tiny green balls that were originally surrounding Cross and Adele began to fly, following the airflow, slowly drifting towards the direction where Dorn was running. Chapter 59 Yuval's Helplessness. In the poisonous fog, many bright green sylphs floated and rotated around Dorn's body. The moment Dorn rushed into the purple poisonous mist, almost all the wind elves trembled slightly. The pungent smell, representing danger, once again filled the nasal cavity. With the experience from the last time, Dorn almost didn't think about it, and quickly rushed to the side and forward, with the body coordination given by dexterity. He rolled twice on the ground and quickly stood up. Boom! Where Dorn was standing just now. After a loud noise, the ground collapsed into a large pit. This was the collision attack launched by the boss bullfrog using its own weight. However, the attack failed. There are 2 acceleration skills, plus several buffs stacked by Yuval's chant. Although Dorn's speed was not enough to deal with Bullfrog's previous flexible tongue attack, it was more than enough to roll to avoid the slightly clumsy impact. After a roll, Dorn came to Bullfrog's back. Parasite Spore activates. A cluster of small brown particles appeared out of thin air from Dorn's open palm and spread in the purple poisonous mist. Many of them floated onto the bullfrog's legs and back. Moreover, the spores that fell on the bullfrog formed into gray-white patches at a speed visible to the naked eye, and tiny hyphae began to grow. Succeeded. The spores successfully parasitized, and Dorn could feel that most of his physical strength was slowly being replenished. Moreover, Dorn went back and forth in the poisonous fog to save people. Although he relied on poison resistance level 5, his blood volume was somewhat depleted. After the first shot of parasite spore was fired, his health status had changed from slowly decreasing to slowly increasing. Moo. After Bullfrog missed a hit and landed, there was an obvious stiffness state similar to that in the game. After a pause of about a second, it twisted its fat body and turned to stare at Dorn. In the huge eyes on the top of the bullfrog's head, the anger seemed to overflow. Have you run out of skills? Launch a useless attack on me again. Assess ingredients. Dorn looked at Bullfrog with his sword, and at the same time stretched out his hand to make an international friendly gesture, regardless of whether the other party understood it or not. Moo. The bullfrog seemed to really feel Dorn's provocation and jumped towards where Dorn was standing again. Another death tumbling move. After Dorn stood up from the ground, he swung his sword forward and launched a physical attack on the bullfrog for the first time. Speaking of which, Dorn didn't know how to use a sword, and this was even his first time holding a sword, so there was no way to attack. But it doesn't matter. This kind of bladed weapon will always cause damage as long as it is wielded on the enemy. The long sword struck the bullfrog's fat right hind leg. The sharp blade penetrated the skin and made a slender gash. However, there was no blood and no yellowish-green liquid splashed out. It was obvious that the wound was not deep. The boss bullfrog's health is reduced by 63. The current blood volume is 19,327. After striking with his sword, Dorn relied on his speed advantage to quickly pull away before Bullfrog launched his attack. During his time on Earth, Dorn often played games in the Soul series. The combat experience of this series of games can be summed up in one sentence: don't be greedy for the knife. And now in the battle with Bullfrog, Dorn also plans to carry forward this principle. After all, this Bullfrog could make thousands of mistakes. But Dorn had no chance of making a mistake. One mistake could cost him his life. After pulling away, Dorn put his hand on the scale pendant on his chest, letting the cold clarity sweep through his body again. The damage of 63 points of blood is a bit small, but the attack method of this SS ingredient is very simple, and the effect of toxins on me has been completely offset. Even if it is a pedicure today, I will kill you here. Moo. The bullfrog was furious, gathered strength in his legs, and jumped up to where Dorn was standing again. Dorn relied on rolling to dodge, casting
parasite spores, combined with unorganized sword slashes, fighting and retreating, luring the bullfrog back into the depths of the poisonous mist. Outside the poisonous fog, Jishio still maintained his original standing posture, struggling to resist the poisonous mist in front of him. On the side of the wind blast he set off, poisonous mist had already begun to seep in, slowly flowing towards the priests in the form of two sides.
That guy actually lured that huge poisonous frog away.
With the Wind Elf's perception ability, Jishio can also judge the current battlefield situation. Cross had just finished treating the shocking wound on Adele's shoulder. I don't know what the ingredients of the blood-red potion that Yuval took out with narrowed eyes were, but after the sword-wielding lady drank it, the wound on her shoulder slowly grew blood and flesh. Although the flesh and blood is growing again, judging from the current situation, even if the pierced wound heals, it will leave an unsightly scar on Adele's shoulder. But at the very least, Adele is no longer in fear of her life.
Close? Can you barely run now?
Yuval said from the side.
Next, I will carry Lady Adele on my back. And we...
You don't need to finish Yuval's words to understand the meaning. Cross had already taken off his iron bucket helmet and was still kneeling on the ground. She raised her head, her flashing eyes filled with grief and anger.
Yuval, what are you talking about? Dorn is still in there and hasn't come out yet.
In fact, after getting along with each other for this period of time, the clergyman had somewhat figured out Dorn's situation. Although this young man who did not know why he appeared near Rhine Town did have some strange abilities. Frankly speaking, his overall combat ability was not strong, and could even be said to be a bit weak. Now he faced the huge poisonous frog alone, coupled with the ever-present invasion of the thick poisonous mist. Objectively speaking, Yuval believes that Dorn's probability of survival is 0. The optimal solution to the current situation is to use the time Dorn has delayed to retreat as a whole. Even if the poisonous fog from the poisonous frogs will slowly engulf the entire ruins in the end, as long as they make good use of Jishio's wind formation, Cross's detoxification technique, and the antidote on hand, the priests can avoid encountering bullfrogs again. The probability of survival after being dragged down until the ruins are closed is not small.
Mr. Dorn, we can't let him down and waste the time he desperately delayed.
Yuval's words were weak, revealing deep helplessness.
Don't listen. Don't listen. Dorn saved my sister Adele and me. I don't care what you do. I will never leave until he comes out.
The pastor's sister shook her head resolutely, and there was no room for negotiation in her tone. Yuval sighed, then turned to look at Jishio. Jishio, who had superior perception, naturally noticed Yuval's gaze, but he did not look back. He still stood at the junction of the wind array and the poisonous mist, resisting the poison with all his strength. The red-haired cleric just stood there, struggling to maintain the wind formation. He gritted his teeth and remained silent without saying a word, like a stubborn pine, but also like a fearless shield. Chapter 60 Jishio's Decision.
Forget it, Cross. Why are you Jishio?
Yuval originally wanted to say,
why are you also having a childish temper?
But after all, I couldn't say the second half of the sentence.
Yuval, we two are best friends. Right.
Jishio still didn't look back.
Certainly. Then you should be able to understand how unhappy Dorn is when I see him. Right.
Jishio stared straight into the poisonous mist.
Jishio.
Yuval didn't understand the meaning of his best friend's words at this moment.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
A slightly sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Jishio's mouth. This smile matched his unruly face perfectly. He first muttered in a low voice, and then his tone became more and more serious.
Silver lizard. That silver lizard. When I was beaten by the old cultist and ran around with my head in my hands, do you know how I felt? Unwillingness. Shame. Yes. Shame.
Jishio pronounced the word shame very strongly.
You know, I often have nightmares at night, dreaming about the silver lizard and the lingering black aura of depravity that lingers around him. They are grinning and want to tear me apart, and in the dream I am very timid and cowardly. He would just cower in the corner and tremble. I looked down on myself like that. So I made an oath in my heart. I will definitely seek revenge from Silver Lizard, and return the shame to that old cultist. So I keep working hard, redouble my efforts, and try to make myself stronger.
Yuval listened silently, and Cross beside him was also silent. Neither of them interrupted. As Jishio's friends, they all saw how hard Jishio practiced after his tragic defeat to Silver Lizard.
But when I finally became strong enough and finally had the opportunity to face the Silver Lizard again, the guy named Dorn appeared out of nowhere. And then he executed the Silver Lizard lightly.
At this point, Jishio's tone had become very fluctuating, and his emotions were fluctuating violently.
So you can understand how unhappy I am with that guy from Dorn. What the hell, that guy looks very weak. Doesn't he? Why can he kill the Silver Lizard? The Silver Lizard's opponent is obviously me. The one who is tormented by the fear brought by that old guy and wakes up from nightmares every night is obviously me. Why does Dorn have to do it? Why does he?
Jishio gasped, his chest heaving, and he gritted his teeth tightly.
If you're going to kill the Silver Lizard on your own, then show the awareness to become my new opponent. Bastard.
Jishio shouted into the poisonous mist.
You are obviously weak, but you saved Cross and Adele. And now you have to overestimate your capabilities to challenge that poisonous frog by yourself. You are saying,
do something a hero should do.
It's really funny he's dead. Are you kidding me? You're trying to be a hero. But, if I turn around and run away, if I can't even defend this place, if I can't even maintain the blessing I gave him, then wouldn't I completely lose to him? This is the only thing I can't accept. Bastard.
Jishio exhaled heavily, calmed down his emotions, and then said every word in an extremely firm and decisive tone.
So, as long as I am alive and breathing, I will not retreat even one step.
After Jishio finished speaking, everyone was silent for a long time. Cross, who was kneeling on the ground, had a stern look on her face at first, and then suddenly laughed, with a brisk tone.
Jishio, sometimes you still look like a man.
If in normal times, Cross said similar words to Jishio, it would probably be teasing and ridiculing among friends, in a weird way. But at this moment, the pastor sister's words came from the bottom of her heart. Jishio did not respond to Cross, but turned around and said to Yuval,
I'm sorry. Yuval, maybe your suggestion is the most correct. Take Lady Adele and leave quickly.
Yuval remained silent. He looked at Cross, who was kneeling on the ground, and then at Jishio, who was standing upright. These two people probably said that they would not retreat today. Were these two of my teammates such impulsive and uncool people before they met Dorn? Taking Lady Adele to retreat first may be the most reasonable and rational choice at the moment. Then, the cleric with a soft and handsome face and narrowed eyes sighed and shook his head helplessly. He took a step forward, stretched out his arms, and sang softly.
I believe that every raindrop falling, there is a flower growing. I believe that even the darkest night, there are also candles that give off a faint light. I believe that every person who is lost, someone will give him direction. I believe.
Accompanied by Yuval's soft, serenade-like singing, both Cross and Keith present, as well as Dorn, who was fighting the bullfrog in the poisonous fog, felt a sudden sense of calm. At the same time, everyone's mental strength has been significantly increased. Slowly, the thick poisonous mist that filled the sides of the wind formation began to attack the priest from behind. Jishio, who had gained the spiritual power of singing, raised his hand, and another strong wind centered on him and blew in all directions. The wind controlled by Jishio resisted the poisonous mist coming from all directions, forming a safe area about 5 meters in diameter, surrounding the priests. And outside this wind area, it was gradually engulfed by thick poisonous fog. Priests, there is no way to retreat. In the poisonous fog, Dorn was still repeating a set of rolling and slashing movements tirelessly. The boss bullfrog's health is consumed with almost scraping damage. Dorn heard Jishio's high-pitched shouts outside the poisonous fog, but his attention was all focused on the bullfrog, and he did not hear what Jishio was shouting. Then not long after, he felt the spiritual amplification brought about by Yuval singing.
It seems that my teammates on the outside are sparing no effort to cheer me up.
Such a thought flashed through Don's mind. Encouraged, he rushed forward, and with the help of his dexterous body coordination, he jumped up and struck the bullfrog's right knee with a sword. The bullfrog's blood volume is reduced by 103. This is the highest damage Dorn has done so far.
I'm afraid this sword may not be a critical strike.
After having such an idea in his mind, Dorn landed on the ground, then rolled quickly and distanced himself from the bullfrog again. Moo! The boss bullfrog's golden airbags were inflating violently, and the eyes on the top of his head were staring at Dorn fiercely. The emotion of wanting to eat Dorn alive was self-evident. If this bullfrog could talk, he would probably have greeted Dorn's family tree from top to bottom with the most intense words at this time. It's a pity that it can't be said. As for Dorn, he found it quite useful that Bullfrog clearly disliked him, but couldn't kill him. Unlike the 3 teammates on the periphery, who are still awake but have a pessimistic attitude towards the battle situation, and are even ready to return to the embrace of the original god. Dorn's current mentality is still relatively optimistic. In fact, the more he fights, the smoother he becomes. And the more he fights, the more confident he becomes. The effect of the toxin was perfectly offset by parasitic spores, and the bullfrog was still losing blood due to the parasitic effect. On the other hand, the mycelium is still continuously absorbing the bullfrog's physical strength and supplying it to Dorn. As long as he does not squander it too much, Dorn will still have a surplus of physical strength even if he repeats rolling and slashing movements over and over again. At the same time, Dorn's sword strikes were mainly focused on the bullfrog's right hind leg. At this moment, the bullfrog's right hind leg was covered with dense small wounds, although each wound had very little impact on the bullfrog. But as the saying goes, a drop of water will pierce the stone. Quantitative changes to a certain extent will definitely bring about qualitative changes. The bullfrog's right leg was obviously no longer as flexible as before, and the movements of this huge beast became further sluggish. Therefore, although the health gap between the two sides is still huge, Dorn feels that his chances of winning are getting bigger and bigger.
Come on! Do you want to be made into a griddle bullfrog or a flavored bullfrog?
Chapter 61 Dorn's Victory. The purple poisonous fog is still thick, but the giant boss bullfrog, the culprit that released the poisonous mist, was in a very miserable situation at this time. The two hind legs of the bullfrog were covered with dense scars, many of which had begun to ooze green and yellow liquid. Because its two hind legs were severely damaged, the bullfrog could no longer jump. Moo! The bullfrog's golden air sacs inflated violently. This furious giant beast may simply not understand why the seemingly very weak human being in front of him can freely shuttle among the toxins he releases for a long time without being affected at all. At this moment, Dorn is gradually taking the initiative in the battle, because the frequency of the bullfrog's attacks was getting lower and lower. Dorn simply learned what the sword-wielding lady had done before, using the body coordination given by dexterity to jump onto the bullfrog's moist and smooth back. One time, twice, Dorn squandered his still abundant physical strength and slashed wantonly. The blade of the simple sword cut through the bullfrog's green skin and sank into the flesh. The feeling of the flesh being torn apart was clearly transmitted back to Dorn's palm. At the same time, green and yellow liquid splashed out from the newly added wounds. These strangely colored liquids were corrosive and toxic. But Dorn, who was blessed with double resistance and parasitic effects, ignored them and allowed them to splash on his body. In fact, Dorn's slashing movements became more and more fierce. The bullfrog's blood volume is reduced by 234. The bullfrog's blood volume is reduced by 368. The damage caused by a cut on the back is much higher than the scratches on the bullfrog's hind legs. This one-sided killing lasted for about 10 minutes. At first, the bullfrog struggled to twist its body and throw Dorn off its back. But Dorn is like a piece of dogskin plaster that is hard to get rid of. Even if he is thrown off, he will climb back onto the bullfrog's back with his dexterous movements after finding the right opportunity. In the end, the boss of Venomous Relic Swamp no longer had the strength to resist, and its originally loud moo cry became weaker and weaker. The boss bullfrog's health is down to just over 3,000 points. At this time, Don stepped on the bullfrog's head for the first time. His body was covered in yellow and green bullfrog body fluids, giving people an extremely violent feeling. But his eyes were extremely calm, like the eyes of a chef staring at live food to be slaughtered.
I'm sorry,
Don said to the dying bullfrog without mercy. The simple-looking long sword was raised high. The long sword stabbed down from top to bottom. Flesh and blood penetrated, and the skull was broken. The sharp sword blade went directly into Bullfrog's brain. This is an execution-style attack. The boss at the end of Venomous Swamp had his blood volume cleared, and his huge body collapsed. System prompt: the battle is settled. The damage output is 19,397. The experience point is gained 125,371 points. And the level is improved. System prompt: you have a new email. Please process it in time. After this boss battle, Dorn gained a total of 120,000 experience points, which is a considerable amount. With these 120,000 experience points, Dorn's original level of L18 jumped to L34. Upgrading to level 16 in a row is already a very big gain in this battle. After all, the experience required for upgrading in the system also increases in a gradient as the level increases. Leveling up Dorn will only get harder and harder in the future. There was also the newly received email after killing the bullfrog. Dorn hesitated for a while, and then chose to open it. The specific content is as follows. The limited time dungeon, Poison Swamp, has been conquered. Due to your outstanding performance in the boss battle at the end of the level, 1. The highest damage output to the boss. 2. The last kill. You have been judged as the attacker of this dungeon. Please go to the boss room at the end of the level to receive exclusive rewards. Note, after the dungeon raider reaches the boss room at the end of the level, the teleportation magic array will be opened. Through the magic array, the dungeon can be ended early. Note, dungeon raiders have the right to take any items in the dungeon, including living creatures, out of the dungeon. On the side of the clergy, Adele's blood volume has been completely stabilized. But perhaps due to excessive injuries and excessive consumption, she has not yet woken up. Ji Xiu was struggling to maintain the wind formation. The wind formation, which was originally about 5 meters in diameter, had shrunk to about 3 meters, barely able to accommodate 4 priests. More than an hour had passed since Dorn returned to fight the bullfrog in the poisonous fog. To be honest, none of the 3 clergymen, who were still awake, initially believed that Dorn could defeat the extremely ferocious beast on his own. But as time went by, the battle in the poisonous mist never ended, which gave rise to a seemingly unrealistic thought in the hearts of the priests. Maybe Dorn can really kill that terrifying beast by himself? Although I can't figure out what kind of unique abilities and methods he used. Maybe he really can? So during this long waiting time, the priests did not say any unnecessary words. Ji Xiu tried his best to maintain the blessing and wind formation. Yuval took the trouble to chant various poems. And Cross, who was temporarily unable to fight again, stayed by Adele's side, folding his hands on his chest and praying quietly. The first person to understand the outcome of the battle was Ji Xiu, who had superior perception. The unruly priest noticed the moment the boss bullfrog lost his vital signs.
Hey, that guy Dorn did a good job. Even if you win this time, I shouldn't have lost too much.
Ji Xiu's originally solemn expression relaxed, and his body no longer tight. He fell forward softly. Due to maintaining the blessing and wind formation for too long, Ji Xiu's physical and mental strength have actually been overdrawn. The reason why he can still stand is nothing more than the blessing of Yuval's singing buff and an inexplicable willpower. Hold on. As Ji Xiu fell, the wind formation lifted, and the oppressive poisonous mist around them surged toward the priests.
Kizyu!
Yuval quickly stepped forward, supported his friend, and at the same time took out several antidote potions. The priests prepared a lot of antidotes before launching the dungeon and distributed them evenly among everyone. The 2 portions of Cross and Adele had been consumed in the previous battle, but Yuval and Ji Xiu still had a certain amount of antidote on them. Now that the bullfrog is dead, these medicines should be able to last until the poisonous fog dissipates. Just as Yuval fed Ji Xiu an antidote, he saw a figure walking through the poisonous mist. As the figure came closer, Yuval was sure it was Dorn. At this time, Dorn was dragging the simple long sword in his hand, and his face and body were covered with a strange-smelling yellow and green liquid. It was difficult not to think of evil spirits crawling out of H.L. Seeing this scene, Yuval and Cross had a look of astonishment on their faces.
Mr. Dorn? Dorn really won!
Chapter 62 The Secret Medicine of the Holy Sea. It is now the 4th day that Dorn and his party have entered the Poison Swamp. Counting the rest of the day, there is still a whole day plus a dozen hours before this limited time instance closes. After Dorn killed the boss bullfrog, the thick poisonous fog finally began to dissipate. Relying on the last antidote potion and the occasional detoxification technique released by Cross, who finally managed to recover a little, the cleric and his party managed to survive smoothly. At the same time, there is good news. Adele and Ji Xiu are recovering from coma. However, both of them are not in good condition and need more rest. So Dorn temporarily accompanied the priests to repair the situation in place. And at the same time, he cleaned up the unpleasant-smelling bullfrog bodily fluids on his body. During this process, Don's attention would fall on Adele from time to time. Miss Swordholder's breastplate was severely damaged after she withstood the bullfrog's tongue attack, so she had taken it off, revealing a lighter white silk shirt underneath. The wound on her left shoulder and chest had also been bandaged by Cross. Perhaps because the whole person looks relatively weak, Adele's previous heroic and unapproachable temperament has been greatly reduced. Her long chestnut brown hair is scattered on her shoulders, but it shows a soft tone.
I gave Lady Adele the secret medicine of the Vatican, so she is fine now. By the way, I also gave Cross one before.
You will notice Dorn's frequent gazes. Take the initiative to speak. Secret medicine? Dawn nodded. It should be the blood-red potion that Yubel took out before. However, is this Holy Sea's secret medicine so magical? Not only can bloodlines be stabilized in a short period of time, but it also seems to have the effect of regenerating flesh and blood? Donan thought about it.
So, does this medicine have any side effects? Side effect? Oh, that's it. What's the price? No. I should say yes. Is there any price?
Well, Yubel was speechless, as if hesitating whether to continue talking.
Yubel, it doesn't matter if you tell Dorn about this. Right.
Close beside him waved his hand. Regarding the details of this secret medicine, it's not that Yubel is stingy and unwilling to talk about it. Speaking of which, this secret medicine does have side effects. However, although there are no explicit regulations, it is better not to proactively inform outsiders of the effects of this kind of thing. Moreover, both Cross and Adele are currently suffering from the side effects of this secret medicine, and it would be irresponsible for them to say anything casually.
Divine Grace Potion can heal serious injuries in a short period of time, but it is temporary. After Cross and I take the potion, although we can carry out actions and follow up short-term battles, our combat strength will drop to less than half of the original. Moreover, within 10 days after taking the medicine, we must return to the Holy See to receive corresponding treatment. Otherwise, it will leave permanent serious trauma.
This time it was Adele who spoke. Miss Swordholder, who was usually taciturn, rarely spoke a long paragraph to answer Dorn's doubts. The truth is just as Adele said. If Dorn could see the health bars of his teammates at this time, he would find that the blood volumes of the sword-wielding lady and the priest's sister were both half full, while the remaining half-empty blood bars were in an abnormal gray-red state. Without special means, this half of the blood volume cannot be restored.
Also, there are conditions for this potion to be effective. I have been forced by Teacher Meyer to drink some very bitter potions since I was a child, just to prepare for taking the Divine Grace Potion in the future.
Close beside him added. Yubel beside him opened his mouth, but in the end he said nothing. Since Lady Adele and Cross were both willing to tell Dorn about the secret medicine, he naturally had nothing to say.
That's it.
Dorn nodded. It sounds like this Divine Grace Potion does have certain side effects, and the trouble is that it needs to be used together with the preliminary preparations within the Holy See and some kind of systematic follow-up treatment. As a result, Dorn has no need to purchase this magical potion. After all, his contact with the Holy See was limited to the 4 clergymen in front of him. However, it feels like the side effects of this potion are a secret within the Holy See. Right? Is it really okay for Miss Adele and Cross to tell themselves this? Do these two people trust themselves so much now? Or is it that, after the bullfrog battle, the favor of these priests towards him has increased significantly?
Dorn, I can tell by your expression what you are thinking right now.
Cross smiled evilly and shook her ponytail.
Many outsiders know about the existence of the Divine Grace Potion. It's not a big secret. I won't tell you anything that is really related to the secrets of the Holy See.
Dawn, is it like this? Also, perhaps the preliminary preparations for this secret medicine and the subsequent supporting treatments are the secret patents that the Holy See firmly grasps and cannot be divulged to others. In this way, it seems that I am being sentimental. However, even though he was told what he was thinking, Dorn still glanced at Cross as if it didn't matter, and put on a,
"You didn't read my mind,"
look to hold on. After all, as long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. After repairing for a period of time, both Adele and Jishio regained their mobility. At this time, Dorn suggested going to the temple to find out. According to the email, Dorn's exclusive rewards have not yet been collected in the temple. As for the fresh SS-grade bullfrog meat as big as a mountain of meat, it's not too late to wait until evening to cook it. And Dawn was curious. From the current exploration process of the dungeon, it can be basically determined that this so-called limited-time dungeon is very closely related to Dorn's game system. This can be proven from the system prompts in the limited-time copy and the 2 email notifications. But other than that, no very definite information about the truth of this world of miracles can be deduced for the time being. Therefore, Dorn was even more curious as to whether the exclusive rewards mentioned by the game system would appear in the temple in a form that was consistent with the world's cognition. The group returned outside the temple. At this time, Jishio briefly communicated with the Wind Elf and then spoke.
The auras of the previous cultists, including the Red Peter, suddenly disappeared outside the temple. They should have been attacked by the poisonous frog and died, but the owl seemed to be still alive.
After listening to Jishio's words, Dorn instantly understood.
The priest owl must have taken advantage of the opportunity when the bullfrog attacked other cultists to create the opportunity and time for himself to escape. Moreover, the subsequent attack by the boss bullfrog did cost the priest team a huge price. If it were not for Dorn's presence, the priest owl would probably be the final winner of this copy. I have a hand. Everyone looked at each other briefly. It seems that the clergy's campaign against the cultists has not yet come to a successful conclusion. Chapter 63 Exclusive Rewards. Why are everyone so serious? Even if the owl is not dead, when the ruins are closed, he will still be sent back to Lake Renali with us. Right. Then we can seize the opportunity to kill him. Everyone was silent for a while. But Cross was the first to speak. And this was a rare and constructive suggestion made by the pastor's sister. As Cross said, even if the owl is not dead, even if he is hiding somewhere in the rainforest at the moment, but as long as the ruins are forced to close tomorrow, he will still be teleported back to Lake Renali. When the time comes, it won't be a problem for the priests to make him into a square or a round shape. After all, the gap in strength is there, even if the combat power of Adele and Cross has dropped by half. Jishio and Yuval are still there, in a direct conflict with the priests. The owl has no chance of winning. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Cross's statement. Next, everyone passed through several huge round stone pillars and entered the half-open stone door like a giant's courtyard. The interior of the temple was still damp. There are many fungi and moss growing densely on the ground and on the surrounding towering stone walls, emitting a faint blue-purple light. This faint light makes it possible to see things inside the temple. It also fills this originally closed space with a fantasy and magnificent atmosphere. Dorn took a cursory look at the fungi and moss. Either the ingredients were of very low grade, only F or E grade, or they were simply inedible, of little value. The temple is filled with a faint poisonous miasma, but compared to the poisonous mist of the bullfrog, the toxins of this poisonous miasma are not enough. As long as Cross occasionally releases a poison-repelling spell, everyone can travel and explore smoothly. At the same time, the huge space of the temple was densely covered with purple poisonous swamps. These thick poisonous swamps would occasionally bubble up from the bottom up, making Dorn easily think of the strange potion stewed in the evil witch's cauldron that he had heard about in fairy tales when he was a child. It seems that the specific direction of the limited-time dungeon name, Poison Swamp, should be here, although the final boss of the limited-time dungeon has been killed by Dorn. Poisonous bullfrogs half as tall as a man can still be seen inside the temple. However, the blood volume of these bullfrogs is only around 1,000, and the food grades range from A to S. There is no comparison at all with the end-of-level boss, with an astonishing amount of HP and SS-level ingredients. So Dorn and his party cleared these bullfrog monsters without any hindrance, and successfully arrived at a huge purple poison swamp in the center of the temple. There is something inside this poisonous swamp, Jishio reminded everyone with his keen insight. Everyone looked in the direction pointed by Jishio. The poisonous swamp was filled with a faint poisonous miasma, which somewhat blocked the view, but they could still see a platform composed of black stones. There is indeed something on the platform. I'll go take a look, Dorn said, and then stepped directly into the poisonous swamp. He could feel that the things on the black stone platform might be what the system said were his exclusive rewards. The priests watched Dorn poison the marsh and did not stop him. After the battle with Boss Bullfrog, it was impossible for these four priests not to notice that Dorn had extraordinary resistance to toxins. The deepest part of the poisonous swamp was probably close to Dorn's waist, so he used his hands and feet to walk through the thick poisonous swamp and climbed onto the black stone platform. During this process, the poison caused very limited damage to Dorn. On the black stone platform, there is a square gray stone that is very conspicuous. Embedded on the gray stone was a long sword with an ordinary appearance. Half of the sword's blade was not embedded in the stone. This is my exclusive reward. Why does it look so ordinary and familiar? And I thought it would appear in a cooler way. Dorn stepped forward, holding the hilt of the sword in his hand, and tried to pull the sword out of the stone. The moment Dorn's hand grasped the hilt of the sword, the long sword trembled slightly, and the long sword that originally seemed inseparable from the gray ashlar stone was easily drawn out. System prompts, exclusive rewards are obtained, and the magic teleportation array is about to be opened. Dungeon raiders can choose to leave the dungeon immediately, or wait for the dungeon to be forced to close. As the long sword was pulled out, a magic guide array with complex magic lines was outlined around the gray ashlar stone, shining with mysterious blue light. As a dungeon raider, Dorn has the authority to end the dungeon early after setting foot on the magic circle. But of course, he didn't choose to do that.
Dorn took 2 steps back and stared at the sword in his hand.
It is indeed true.
At the same time, after seeing the long sword in its entirety, Dorn finally understood what the inexplicable feeling of déjà vu was about. Doesn't this sword look exactly like Adele's long sword? From the appearance point of view, Adele's sword is actually not much different from the ordinary long sword on the street. However, because he had used it personally, Dorn knew very well that Adele's sword was definitely not as simple as it looked on the outside. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a magic weapon. And is the sword in his hand a copy of Adele's? Or is it just a stupid ordinary long sword?
Also, I just wanted to complain about the way this sword appeared. King Arthur's sword in the stone in COS.
Looking at the sword in his hand, this thought involuntarily crossed Dorn's mind. At the same time, Dorn quickly thought of the image of the sword in the stone. The sword has a dark blue and gold patterned hilt and guard, a sharp golden sword body, and complex inscriptions engraved on the sword body. This is the image of the sword in the stone in a game that Dorn played during his time on Earth. It left a deep impression on him. So I thought of it almost involuntarily. As the thoughts in Don's mind flashed, the simple long sword in his hand began to change. The hilt and guard with alternating dark blue and gold patterns, the sharp golden sword body, and the complex inscriptions were engraved on the sword body. S inscription, sword in the stone.
This thing.
Dorn was startled. And at the same time, he also had a guess in his mind. As a result, Dorn began to picture other weapons in his mind. Vivian's thick ebony staff. As Dorn's thoughts changed, the
sword in the stone
in his hand also began to change. The weapon that was originally made of metal changed into wood, and finally turned into a black and thick sword. Large and ingenious. Full of power. Staff. From the appearance point of view, it is exactly the same as Vivian's ebony staff. However, Vivian's staff is very heavy, even though he has been upgraded to LV-34 and his strength has been greatly increased. Dorn is not sure that he can swing the original ebony staff calmly, but with the one in hand, Dorn could wield it effortlessly.
As expected,
Dorn exclaimed in admiration. This exclusive reward is not an ordinary long sword, but a magical weapon that can change its shape according to the user's will. As for why it looks the same as Miss Swordholder's simple long sword when it first appears, it's probably because that long sword was the last weapon Dorn used. Chapter 64 transformed into the shape of kitchen utensils.
If you could change your shape at will, could you turn it into a gun?
Dorn did not rush back to the priests. Instead, he stood on the black stone platform and seriously studied what other ways to develop the newly acquired weapons. So Don sketched the shape of modern firearms in his mind. But this time the change failed.
Is it because there are no modern firearms in the land of miracles? Or is it because I don't understand the internal structure of firearms?
Dorn thought of the possibility of failure.
Well, if you can't change it into a thermal weapon, a kitchen knife can be used. Right.
He began to sketch the shape of the kitchen knife in his mind again. To Don's surprise, this change also failed. Dorn could even feel that the weapon, which still looked like an ebony staff, was trembling slightly in dissatisfaction and protest.
Huh? Why do I feel that it is not willing to become a kitchen utensil? Does this weapon still have a certain degree of self-awareness?
Dorn was a little surprised. But as the saying goes, magic weapons can choose their own masters. The weapons have a certain sense of self, which seems pretty cool.
Okay, let's keep the kitchen knife and turn it into a single-edged dagger.
Dorn changed his thoughts and began to outline the appearance of the dagger in his mind. The change went smoothly this time. The ebony staff shrank into a single-edged dagger, exactly the same as the image in Dorn's mind. It seems that I am very willing to turn into various weapons, exclusive rewards, but I am not willing to turn into kitchen utensils. This is probably due to the self-esteem, persistence, and bottom line of this exclusive reward.
Not bad. Now make the handle of the dagger wooden so that I can hold it easier.
Dorn began to outline and add some details to the dagger in his mind. The dagger changed again to meet the owner's needs.
Very good. Let's make some changes to the blade of the dagger. Make it larger and become a rectangle. And then the top will be thicker.
Dorn continued to add in his mind. Dagger did as he was told. Although during this change process, it no longer looks like a dagger. Change is completed. Dorn nodded with satisfaction and weighed the weapon obtained through the new transformation in his hand.
Can't this be turned into a kitchen knife?
The blade of the kitchen knife trembled slightly again, as if it had just reacted.
Let's turn it into a buckler again.
Don still didn't stop, and once again sketched the styles of other weapons in his mind. The kitchen knife couldn't wait to transform into a buckler.
Well, great. Then the shielded should be raised higher, and the curvature of the shield body should be more curved. Oh, and also, it would be better to turn it into jet black, which is cooler.
Dorn added again. Change is completed. Dorn looked at the newly transformed black cauldron and nodded with a smile. It seems that I can significantly reduce the luggage I bring with me when I travel in the future, because this magical weapon can be trained into any kitchen utensil. And this black pot, also as an afterthought, began to tremble slightly again.
Change back into a kitchen knife and let me see it,
Dawn continued. The appearance of the black pot changed again, because it had already changed into a kitchen knife once. And this time the change of kitchen utensils was smooth without any hindrance.
Well, then change back to pot.
It was still going smoothly without any hindrance. The principle that this magical weapon proudly adhered to at the beginning, after being broken through twice by Dorn, seems to no longer be necessary to adhere to it. However, during the process of switching between the kitchen knife and the black pot, both the blade and the pot were trembling helplessly and slightly with a sense of sadness. It already doesn't matter anymore. It has turned into the shape of a kitchen utensil. After playing with this magical weapon for a while, the smile on Dorn's face became brighter.
I think the two of us will get along very well in the future.
In the end, Dorn made the weapon look like Adele's simple sword, returned to the poisonous swamp, and returned to the priests.
Sister Adele, Dorn's sword looks like yours. No, it seems to be exactly the same.
Noticing the long sword Dorn brought back, Cross was the first to speak.
Pale Justice only has one handle.
The lady holding the sword shook her head.
Pale Justice? Is this the original name of Miss Adele's sword?
Dawn glanced at Adele's scabbard. The swordsman lady just nodded.
Justice is pale and humble, but by no means powerless. This sentence was told to me by Sister Adele. It's very handsome, isn't it?
Close beside her rushed to speak again. Dawn nodded. Very handsome indeed. Combined with the extremely simple shape of Pale Justice, the sharp inner essence, and Justice is pale and humble, but by no means weak. This sentence fits perfectly.
So the sword in my hand just looks like Pale Justice?
Dorn waved the sword in front of everyone again.
Not only do they look alike, they also look alike in other aspects, but I can still feel some indescribable differences.
Adele shook her head. As the holder of Pale Justice, her speech is still very authoritative.
They are similar in other aspects too.
Dorn tasted Adele's words carefully.
Then which one is stronger? My sword or yours?
According to Adele, the weapon in Dorn's hand seems to have not only copied the appearance of Pale Justice, but also copied its essence. So strong.
Mine.
Adele said the truth straightforwardly. All right. It is also acceptable. There is a certain rationality in the fact that pirated copies are not as good as genuine ones.
It is said in the Holy Sea's book that people recognized by the ruins can receive gifts from the ruins. So, Dorn, the gift you received is the weapon that will weaken Sister Adele in the future?
Cross looked at the weapon in Dorn's hand. Sword. Looking very interested.
A gift from the ruins?
Dorn did not rush to answer Cross's question. Sure enough, the exclusive rewards mentioned in the game system are also explained in the Land of Miracles in line with its world view. The expressions of several other clergymen were very natural at this moment, because of Dorn's outstanding performance in fighting the bullfrog. They almost all agreed that Dorn was the person recognized by the ruins, and he should receive the gifts from the ruins. Dawn looked at the expressions of the clergy, thought for a moment, and then turned his gaze to the huge cross in Cross's hand. Then, the long sword in his hand began to change its appearance. An identical cross appeared in his hand.
That's amazing! It's my communist of benevolence. It looks exactly the same. I knew the gift from the ruins wouldn't be that simple.
Seeing this sudden change, Cross almost shouted in excitement. Pastor Sister is always interested in new things. Dawn, communicator of kindness? Is that the name of the big cross in your hand? Isn't this name a bit inconsistent with its rugged appearance and violent uses? Cross's, charity spreader, is actually very heavy, but the handle in Dawn's hand is still very easy for him to use personally.
Is there any difference between this one in my hand and your, communist of benevolence?
Dorn asked Cross.
At first glance, they seem to be exactly the same, and yours also seems to have the effect of improving the user's mental power.
Cross carefully looked at the weapon in Dorn's hand.
But if you look closely, there seems to be something different.
Indeed, after holding the pirated, publisher of benevolence, in his hand, Dorn did feel an increase in his mental power. This further confirms that the change in this exclusive reward is not just about appearance.
Or is yours stronger? It seems like this, but it's only a little stronger. I feel that your improved mental power is about 2/3 of the spreader of benevolence.
Cross nodded sincerely. Chapter 65 Wishful Thinking. According to visual inspection, it can probably exert 2/3 of the effect of the copied original weapon. This effect is already very strong. If Dorn can see more of the magical weapons in the land of miracles in the future, it will be like having a powerful arsenal of weapons with you.
Dorn, can I touch your weapon?
Close beside her looked at the pirated version of the Communist of Benevolence in Dorn's hand, her eyes almost shining. Dorn handed the weapon to Cross without any hesitation. The priest's sister put down the genuine weapon in her hand and excitedly picked up the pirated one and waved it.
It's strange. It seems to be completely different from the spreader of benevolence. I can't feel any increase in mental power. Is it only effective when you hold Dorn in your hand?
Cross waved it a few times before she made a confused sound and handed the weapon back. Sure enough, after the pirated publisher of benevolence returned to Dorn's hands, it regained its inner spiritual power.
Mr. Dorn is recognized by this ruins. So the gift of this ruins only recognizes Mr. Dorn?
Yuval half opened his eyes and put forward his own opinion.
Hey!
Jishio expressed his dissatisfaction. But there was no hint of jealousy in the eyes he looked at Dawn at this moment. Now, the priests were even more convinced that Dorn was the person recognized by the ruins. But originally Dorn was the so-called dungeon raider. So it was a sure thing whether he was good or not. Dorn pondered for a moment, took the pirated version of the spreader of charity, and thought about it again. Following the thoughts in his mind, the weapon in his hand changed again. This time it was a sword in the stone with a dark blue and gold patterned hilt and guard, and complex inscriptions engraved on the blade.
Where is this sword? Do you have any comments?
Dorn asked.
The appearance is very good, but in essence it is just an ordinary long sword.
Yuval resumed his squinting eyes and gave the most pertinent evaluation with a smile. Dawn? All right. It seems that the weapon in my fantasy is just a fake. After some exchanges with the priests, Dorn roughly summarized the characteristics of this magical weapon. It can transform into weapons that Dorn has touched, and exert about 2/3 of the effectiveness of the original weapon. Weapons created out of pure fantasy are just superficial. From this, it can be speculated that even if Dorn can really guide this magical weapon to become a modern firearm, it is probably just an unusable modern handicraft. After all, Dorn had never really come into contact with any firearms during his time on Earth. However, for Dorn, the effect of simply changing the appearance is still very useful. After all, kitchen utensils and other items can be used normally as long as they are in good condition.
Dawn! Don't you give your weapons a resounding name?
At the end of the exchange, Cross said this.
Like Sister Adele's Pale Justice and my Charity Spreader. Dorn Handsome, isn't it?
Dawn, forget about your charity spreader. However, Cross's words still make sense. This exclusive reward should indeed be given a name. Moreover, in a short time, Dawn thought of a suitable one. This kind of weapon that can grow bigger, smaller, and more beautiful at will is hard not to remind Chinese people of Brother Monkey's Rui Golden Cudgel. Right? So Dorn quickly decided on the name of the weapon.
Call it Rui.
The clergy took a moment to taste Dorn's naming. In the Dona language, Dawn selected 2 words to form a new coin word. It sounds a bit hard to pronounce at first, but it makes people understand its meaning. Weapons. Don't they have to have names like this to look cool? After finalizing the name, Dorn could feel the Rui in his hand trembling slightly. But this time, it was not a negative emotion conveyed to its owner. It's happy with the new name. The time came at night. The clergy and his entourage stayed at the gate of the temple, lit a bonfire, and sat together. Dorn had already informed them about the magic teleportation array generated in the temple, in order to prevent the owl from entering the magic array in the temple and slipping away. The priests planned to guard this place firmly. At this moment, Dorn was busy cooking SS-level bullfrog meat. After winning an exciting battle, how could you not treat yourself to a good meal? Rui constantly changes into the shape of a skinning knife and a meat cleaver. The handy tools make Dawn's cooking work go very smoothly. Not long after, the venom glands in the epidermal tissue were peeled off, and a large piece of tender bullfrog hind leg meat was completely cut out by Dorn. Such a large piece of bullfrog meat is enough to feed 5 people tonight.
Okay, let's turn it into a kitchen knife. We should go back to cooking.
Dawn skillfully sketched the image of a kitchen knife in his mind. Rui executed The master's order almost numbly. The dish Dawn plans to cook tonight is griddle-fried bullfrog. As for thinking about the salivating bullfrog when fighting against the bullfrog, Dorn gave up. The reason is simple. He doesn't have pickled peppers on hand. Without the taste of pickled peppers, a bullfrog has no soul. It's not just pickled peppers. In fact, in the land of miracles, condiments commonly used in Chinese food, such as soy sauce and cooking wine, are also unavailable, which greatly limits Dorn's cooking options.
It seems that after returning to Eden this time, it's time to put the production of condiments such as soy sauce and cooking wine on the agenda.
Dorn muttered to himself while preparing the dishes. After washing the bullfrog meat, cut it into pieces and add a little salt and sugar. Add a small amount of ale instead of cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. After stirring evenly, add a small amount of starch to coat all the seasonings and marinate for later use. Later, Dorn took out other ingredients from his bulging luggage. Cut the ginger and garlic with a knife and set aside. Then cut the green onion into sections. Chop perilla, coriander, green and red bell peppers, and dry your own dried peppers for later use. At the same time, Dawn also took out a few potatoes, peeled them, and cut them into long strips, which will be used as a side dish for the bullfrog later. Cut out a few more onions to make a base for the dry pot. After the food preparation was completed, as Dorn's thoughts changed, the shape of the kitchen knife in his hand changed into a large pot. Although Dorn brought his own pot this time, he decided to use Rui directly. After all, Rui will be a good helper for him in cooking from now on. It's good to get used to it early. Put the pot on the fire. Then add a wide amount of oil and heat it to high heat. At this time, the curious baby Cross had come over to watch Dorn cooking.
Dorn, are you using Rui as a pot?
Cross blinked.
What? Are you worried about it getting burned? How could something like this be burned by ordinary flames?
Cross waved her hand.
I just think it's a bit pitiful.
The object of sympathy on the fire, Rui, reacted very calmly. It accepted its fate. Maybe this is the fate that follows a chef. Chapter 66 Grilled Bullfrog. After casually dismissing Cross, Dawn continued to concentrate on cooking. After the oil pan is heated to high temperature, add the marinated bullfrog and fry it for only about a minute to lock in the moisture and maintain the freshness and tenderness of the bullfrog meat. Remove the bullfrog and use the remaining oil to fry the potatoes. After the potato strips are slightly brown, remove them and set aside. Add a little more oil to the pot. First add ginger and garlic. Then add dried chili peppers and green onions and stir fry until fragrant. Add green and red pepper. And then add a small amount of ale to enhance the flavor. Pour in an appropriate amount of water to bring out the flavor of all the ingredients in the pot. Then add a little sugar to enhance the flavor. Remove the juice over high heat. After frying the water, add the bullfrog and stir fry directly over high heat so that the bullfrog meat can fully absorb the soup. After the bullfrog meat was stir fried to the right degree, Dorn took out another ordinary pot and placed it on the fire to heat it. Place onions and potatoes on the bottom of the pot, and then pour the bullfrog cooked in Rui. Rui's mission has been completed, and Dorn transformed it into the form of pale justice. Rui, which was originally stained with oil, became as smooth as new after transforming into a long sword form. This is the advantage of using Rui as a pot. There is no need to wash it afterwards. Place chopped coriander and perilla on top of the bullfrog. Then sprinkle some sesame seeds, and the steaming hot pot bullfrog is full of flavor. And it's done. Cross, who was watching Dorn's cooking carefully, had a look of disbelief on her face. The three clergymen sitting a little further away frequently cast their eyes on Dawn during the process of making the pot of bullfrog. The reason is simple. As natives of the land of miracles, Dorn's cooking techniques for Chinese cuisine are something they have never heard of or seen before. The same method was used to make the beggar's chicken last time.
Dorn, I always feel that the dishes you cook are completely different from those made by other chefs.
Cross swallowed her saliva. Her eyes already fell on the hot pot bullfrog, and she couldn't move.
What's the name of this dish? Griddle bullfrog. Eat it while it's hot?
Dorn greeted everyone. Cross didn't worry about the name of the dish at this time. Dawn's words,
eat it while it's hot,
were like the seductive whisper of a devil in her ears. Dawn said, it's time to eat. The clergyman on the side also quickly gathered around after Dorn finished speaking. Dawn, why are these people so active and working now? Dorn gave some forks to the priests, and he used the dagger transformed from Rui to cut out two symmetrical small wooden sticks to use as chopsticks. At this time, The priests didn't bother to ask Dorn what he intended to use the two small wooden sticks in his hand. Cross and Jishio even looked fiercely, holding their forks and attacking the hot pot bullfrog. When eating bullfrog in a hot pot, a dish that is kept warm in a hot pot, the best tableware to use is of course chopsticks. But asking the priests to eat with forks was a helpless move. After all, it was impossible for the natives of these miracle lands to master the use of these two magical little wooden sticks in a short period of time. When it comes to eating bullfrog meat with a fork, the lady with the sword has the most advantage. Her hands were very steady, and with every fork, she could accurately poke a piece of bullfrog meat and put it into her mouth calmly. The situation of the other three people was not so good. The fork would be stuck frequently, and the bullfrog meat would slip away. It looked a bit funny, but the three of them had different expressions, and repeated the fork-taking action endlessly. The reason is simple. The original god is above. After this damn big poisonous frog is made into a dish, it will be too bad. Good. Eat. Got it. Bar. The bullfrog meat fully absorbs the concentrated aroma of the ingredients and soup and is very tasty. Fresh and spicy. The tender and smooth texture of the bullfrog meat itself is completely preserved by Dawn's proper cooking methods. This unique, spicy and tender taste that has never been experienced before is like a taste bomb, impacting every priest's mouth, making them unable to stop. What's more, the meat used in Dorn is rich in meat, coupled with the pleasure of chewing bullfrog meat. There is only one word to describe eating this griddlepot bullfrog. Enjoyable. Dorn looked at the eating faces of the priests, especially Cross and Jishio, and smiled helplessly. Then he picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of bullfrog meat easily and calmly, and put it into his mouth. Chew and swallow. A piece of tender and spicy bullfrog meat was eaten. Dawn frowned slightly. It's not that the taste of this dish didn't meet Dawn's expectations. On the contrary, the taste of this grated bullfrog was very good, and Dawn was very satisfied. But what really made Dawn frown was that after taking a bite of bullfrog meat, Dawn could definitely conclude that the grade of this griddled bullfrog dish was still SS. But if you break it down further, the SS level dish of hot pot bullfrog is at the top of all the SS level dishes he has made. It felt like I was close to reaching the threshold of SSS level dishes, but I just missed the mark. I thought I could make SSS level dishes. Dorn felt a little regretful, but then he was relieved. As a man with a cooking talent of 100, Dorn's cooking skills are probably the best in the entire Miracle Land, and no one can match him. The reason why the hot pot bullfrog cannot reach the SSS level is probably mainly due to the limitations of the ingredients themselves, which is not the fault of anyone. And that's exactly what happened. Refer to the top chefs in the Land of Miracles, who are very famous and have cooking skills that match their reputation. If you give them a B-level ingredient to cook, they will probably be able to raise the final dish to A level through their unique cooking techniques. But if you take a piece of A-level ingredients and ask them to cook it into an S-level dish, there are only a handful of top chefs who can barely do it. And people like Dorn, who can make S-level ingredients into SS-level dishes, are unique in the entire Miracle Land. All those few top chefs can do is maintain the quality of the S-rated ingredients themselves and make a corresponding S-rated dish. Further up, if you ask them to cook with SS-level ingredients, there will be only one result, and the final dish will be downgraded to S. Yes, downgrade. Because the ingredients above S are almost perfect. SSS grade ingredients are more directly synonymous with perfection. When chefs prepare these nearly perfect ingredients, they are no longer using cooking techniques to upgrade them. Instead, they are cautiously walking on thin ice and using up their lifelong learning to maintain the original characteristics of the ingredients. Any tiny detail that cannot be counted as a mistake during the cooking process may destroy the original perfect characteristics of these top-quality ingredients. This is like if someone could find a piece of rough jade with extremely perfect material. Then no jade carving master would dare to carve it, because the act of carving itself is destroying the extreme perfection of this piece of rough jade. Of course, this is an extreme and outrageous situation that cannot be deduced using common sense and is simply impossible to encounter in reality. However, if Dorn could find an SSS-grade ingredient one day, he would have to face an impossible situation that cannot be surmised by common sense. It is SS-level ingredients, but I can make it into a finished product that is just one step away from SSS level. In other words, while maintaining its original characteristics, I have also slightly improved its quality to a certain extent. Then if I can really find an SSS level ingredient in the future, I should be able to maintain its original perfect characteristics and make an SSS level dish. With this thought, Dorn's remaining regret disappeared, and was replaced by expectation. I look forward to the day when I can encounter SSS-level ingredients. But speaking of it, are there really SSS-rated ingredients in the Land of Miracles? Chapter 67 Composite Upgrading of Skills. Dorn had just finished thinking about the level of dishes, but the clergy's food carnival was still going on. The hot pot bullfrog is spicy and refreshing. This special spicy taste is very addictive for people who are not into spicy food. And these 4 priests are obviously the type who can't eat spicy food. At this time, Cross was already eating so much that she was sweating on her forehead and temples. Her face was red, and there were even tears in the corners of her eyes. She opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue from time to time, trying to dispel the irritation of the spicy taste in her mouth. Even so, the movements of her hands did not stop. After initially mastering the skill of forking bullfrog meat with a fork, she ate faster than at the beginning.
Hiss ha, ss ha, bullfrog meat is delicious. Potatoes are delicious too. In the name of the original god.
Should such delicious food really exist in the world? Mom, hiss ha, okay it's so spicy. But it's so delicious. Wu Duan. You are so cunning. You can't resist it.
Dawn! Please don't use strange words. As if I added some strange medicine to the food. The other priests were not much better than Cross. They all continued to enjoy the delicacies in the dry pot with sweat on their foreheads. Dorn shook his head helplessly. Then he stood up, brought over the ale left over from the cooking, and silently poured everyone a glass. The dish of hot pot bullfrog is a perfect match with wine. However, everyone had to take turns guarding the gate of the temple tonight, and there wasn't much ale left. So Dorn just poured some symbolically for everyone. Cross took the cup handed over by Dawn, and after swallowing the food in her mouth, she picked up the wine glass and drank it down in one gulp.
Huh.
Then the pastor's sister let out a long sigh of relief, her face full of joy and satisfaction. After giving Dorn an approving look with a flushed face, Cross continued to attack the bullfrog meat in the pot. The situation is similar for Kish and Yuval. Only Adele, after taking the ale, just drank a small sip, and then slightly raised her eyes to look at Dorn.
Hiss, thank you.
Due to the strong stimulation of the spicy taste, the sword holder's face turned crimson, and her eyes were even a little blurry. It can be seen that Adele enjoyed this dinner very happily and could not resist. But Miss Swordholder herself has a somewhat ascetic temperament, and it is this expression that clearly feels very refreshing, but seems to be trying to restrain itself, which makes it easier for people to have wild thoughts.
You're welcome.
Dorn looked away angrily. Speaking of which, as a chef, Dawn knew very well that spiciness was not actually a taste sensation, but a special pain stimulus. The current situation of the priests is that they are ravaged by the pain in their mouths, and at the same time, they are unable to restrain themselves from actively seeking the stimulation brought by this pain. Will this awaken any strange attributes in them? And strictly speaking, the person who is controlling all this behind the scenes is himself. Gee, it's quite evil to think about it this way. Dawn hurriedly interrupted his thoughts. Use chopsticks to pick up a piece of hot bullfrog meat. Put it in your mouth. Chew and swallow. Then take a sip of fresh ale. The smooth and spicy bullfrog aftertaste and the mellow taste of ale blend and collide in the mouth, bringing an ultimate pleasure experience. Sure enough, eating bullfrog meat like this is very enjoyable and enjoyable. Dawn also breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with satisfaction at his dish. Another great day that lived up to the delicious food. System prompt, the Predator effect is triggered, and the attack, defense, physical fitness, agility, and mental attributes are enhanced. System prompts, Synchronic Stomach Bag effect is triggered. The same type of skills are retrieved, and the skills are comprehensively upgraded. System prompt, the superimposed skills are Corrosion Resistance, Toxin Resistance, Poison Mist, and the skill, Poison Frog, not upgradable, is obtained. After finishing a meal of fried bullfrog, Dorn also successfully triggered the 2 skills, Predator and Synchronic Stomach. Among them, it is probably because the surge of magic power contained in the boss bullfrog itself is extremely amazing, and the attributes Dorn obtained through Predator are also very impressive. Almost each of the 5-dimensional attributes of combat has been increased by about 20 points. And this time, the Synchronic Stomach Bag, the compound upgrade of skills, is something Dorn has never encountered before. Poison Frog 1. Corrosion Immunity 2. Toxin Immunity 3. Master the superb toxin control skills from poison frogs. 4. Summon a poisonous frog condensed from toxins. Good guy. 1 skill is worth 4. Moreover, the original resistance to corrosion and toxins has suddenly become immunity. This bullfrog is worth the fight. However, Dorn still needs to study this newly triggered skill compound upgrade function. From the analysis of the current situation, it is probably that when Synchronic Stomach Bag acquires a skill that partially duplicates the effect of the skill it originally mastered, this effect may be triggered. Combine newly acquired skills with old skills to upgrade them into more powerful skills. Moreover, the skill, Poison Mist, was acquired by Dorn after entering the ruins by eating a poisonous feather rooster, and he had not had time to upgrade it. It can be inferred from this that the skills participating in the compound upgrade do not need to be upgraded to the full level. Dorn believes that through the third ability of the Poison Frog skill, he can easily control the toxins and release the poisonous mist, and it is even possible to do more. As for the fourth ability of the Poison Frog skill, which is to summon a poison frog condensed with toxins, Dorn may have to wait until he has tried it before he can fully understand the effect. But no matter what, this time I download the limited time copy of Venomous Ruins and make a lot of money. Ah! Dorn! I can hold on so well! Don had just closed his system panel when Cross opened his mouth. Tell you not to eat so much. I can't help it. Because it's so delicious. Although my stomach says it doesn't want it anymore. My mouth says it still wants more. At this time, Cross was leaning under the big stone pillar outside the temple, almost in a paralyzed posture. At this time, dinner had just been finished, and only 3 people, Cross, Adele and Dorn, were left outside the temple. Yuval and Jishio took the initiative to help Dorn pack the ingredients and clean the kitchen utensils. After all, people have short tongues, so they have to do something. I said, Dawn, how about I marry you? Woo-woo-hoo. I want to follow you every day and eat delicious food. Cross still leaned under the stone pillar and spoke with an expression of sighing about life. Dawn, does this guy Cross start talking nonsense every time he's full? Moreover, don't give yourself away just because of a bite to eat. Aren't you a clergyman of the Holy See? Can clergymen also marry? Dorn glanced at Cross helplessly. With Cross's joking tone, there was no way that what she just said could be true. Moreover, the priests of the Holy See must devote their lives to the original God, never marry or have children, and serve the original God every day. Dorn had heard similar anecdotes from Vivian before. Chapter 68 brings some souvenirs out. Actually, I'm not a formal priest yet. I haven't sworn an oath in front of the original God. Cross still had the same paralyzed posture and expression. Although I was raised by Teacher Meyer since I was a child. As long as I don't take the oath. Strictly speaking, I am still a hunter of the Holy See and can marry. However, if I told Teacher Meyer that I wanted to marry you, I would have been scolded. No, I would have been beaten first. And you might even be beaten. Don't look at Teacher Meyer. It hurts a lot when she hits someone. Cross seemed to think of something and shrank her neck. Dawn, wait a minute. Is this guy seriously analyzing what he will go through before marrying him? Seriously? Dorn couldn't help but look down at the mithril ring on the finger of his right hand. Wrong. With Cross' quirky personality, no one would be surprised by anything she said. What's more, it's still the current atmosphere and the current tone. And even Adele was sitting next to her. So no matter how much she thought about it, Cross's words should not be taken seriously. If you respond to her seriously, you will definitely be laughed at by her in the future. Absolutely. However, before Dorn could speak, Cross had already continued speaking. Alas, but I have been growing up in the Holy See. In fact, I don't have much power to choose on my own. I will probably become a priest. If I have a chance, I will definitely marry you in my next life. Dorn. After Cross finished speaking, she raised the corners of her mouth with a smirk and sighed with pretense of regret. Dawn. Good one. Definitely next time. This guy is really joking. Fortunately, I didn't fall for her just now. Adele, who was sitting next to the campfire, quietly watched the interaction between Dorn and Cross with her eyes through the dancing flames. As he watched, the usually stern sword-wielding lady suddenly raised the corners of her mouth, outlining a brisk arc. Adele's smile was caught by Dawn's gaze. I have to say that under the firelight, the sword-wielding lady smiled really beautifully. Sure enough, a beautiful girl like Adele should smile more. Perhaps due to the infection from the smile of the sword-wielding lady, Dorn also smiled unconsciously. Speaking of which, the ruins will be forced to close tomorrow. If nothing else happens, we will be separated from these priests tomorrow. The four of them are all very good guys,
Dorn thought in his heart. After a while, Jishio and Yuval also cleaned the kitchen utensils and returned to the campfire. Everyone began to arrange vigil and rest step by step. The firelight danced, and the night became heavy. Early the next morning, using the last time before the ruins were closed, Dorn planned to raid the venomous relic swamp again and bring some local products out to maximize profits. The souvenirs that Dorn wants to search for are the monsters in the ruins. After entering the ruins, Dorn discovered that for some reason, the food ratings of the monsters living in the ruins were much higher than those of the monsters in the outside world. As a dungeon raider, Dorn has the right to take out the monsters in the ruins. Since there are such good rules here, why not take advantage of them? So after waking up from his sleep, Dorn took Ri and returned to the interior of the temple to talk about which monsters in the ruins are worth bringing back and trying to breed. The first is the poisonous bullfrog in the temple. The meat of these bullfrogs is tender, and half of them are graded S. They are all rare and valuable ingredients. Just catch it and that's it. However, most of the adult poisonous bullfrogs are half a person tall, and even if captured, they are difficult to transport. So Dorn focused on the juvenile poisonous bullfrogs. It's the bullfrog tadpole. After entering the temple yesterday, Dorn discovered that there were many fist-sized bullfrog tadpoles living in the poisonous swamp inside the temple. These bullfrog tadpoles are less aggressive than adult bullfrogs and are easier to transport. After turning Ri into the form of a cauldron, Dorn fished out some of the thick liquid from the poisoned swamp. Then I caught 4 bullfrog tadpoles and put them in it. Through food intuition, Dorn was able to identify the gender of these 4 tadpoles. 2 male and 2 female. Moreover, the 4 tadpoles he chose were of high quality. If they could be raised, it would not be a problem to turn them into S-class poisonous bullfrogs. After capturing the bullfrog tadpole, Dorn left the temple with satisfaction. Oh, Rui may not be so satisfied with it becoming a container. But it doesn't matter. It has no choice. After placing the bullfrog tadpoles, Don took Jishio with him to capture other monsters. With this human flesh radar, the hunting work will definitely be more effective with half the effort. The priests did not show much surprise at Dorn's capture of monsters. After all, these monsters are really delicious. It might be a good thing if Dorn could take them out and breed them. In the end, Jishio agreed to Dorn's request without much hesitation, leaving the other 3 priests to continue guarding the temple gate. So, Dorn and Jishio returned to the dense rainforest.
Kizu, I need to find that kind of walking mushroom. The kind I use to make milk mushrooms.
Walking mushrooms are another monster ingredient that Dorn is very concerned about. Not only is the level of the ingredients high, but it is also directly related to whether Dorn can master the sweetness skill.
Let me look for it.
Jishio followed Dorn's request and communicated with the wind elf for a while, and soon found the target.
Follow me.
Under the leadership of Jishio, the 2 walked around in the rainforest. After about half an hour, Dorn saw his target. There is a gray-brown mushroom cap on the top of the head, and 2 walking mushrooms with small fleshy legs, like steamed buns, grow on the lower end of the mushroom stem.
Oh wind! Sweep my enemies away!
Without Dorn's instructions, Jishio raised his hand and chanted, launching an attack. A small tornado formed and roared towards the location of the walking mushroom. Before the slow-reacting walking mushroom could figure out what was happening, it was wrapped up in the powerful small tornado and carried 2 meters in the air to spin. No way up. No way down. No way to break free. The walking mushroom was captured successfully.
It went very well.
Dorn nodded with satisfaction. But then he thought of something again. Wait a minute. By the time Don realized that he needed to explain the situation to Jishio, it was already too late. A sweet smell filled his nostrils. This walking mushroom has skills. After smelling that delicious sweet smell, Dorn soon felt that there was something abnormal in his physical and mental state. It was an indescribable feeling of heat and restlessness, like agile ants crawling all over his body. Sweetness, the unique sweet aroma derived from walking mushrooms, can effectively stimulate the lust and reproductive desire of living creatures. Dorn himself has mastered this unique skill, and he certainly knows what effect this sweet smell will bring. Moreover, although Dorn mastered the sweetness skill, he did not have the corresponding resistance to resist this skill. In layman's terms, the sweetness produced by walking mushrooms can affect Dorn, but not yourself. The sweetness prescribed by Dorn can also affect the walking mushrooms without affecting yourself. It's just so amazing. Chapter 69. The copy is closed. Don looked up at Gishu. Sure enough, The red-haired cleric was in a similar state to himself, with an inexplicable blush on his face, and his originally unruly facial features showed a strange look and feel similar to constipation. The two looked at each other, and an indescribable awkward atmosphere naturally spread. But the only good thing is that the hot impulse brought by sweet taste did not change Don's orientation. At least, he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about Jishio in front of him. Just in my mind, I can't help but fantasize about some inexplicable and beautiful scenes that make people's blood flow.
If that's all, okay.
Dorn sighed with difficulty. And fortunately, he was out hunting with Jishio. If it was with Cross or Adele, the situation would probably be even more embarrassing. Don pressed his hand on the scale pendant on his chest, and a deep sense of clarity swept through his body, dispelling the abnormal state caused by sweetness. The sweetness effect released by this walking mushroom is not too strong, and Dorn estimates that it is about the same as his LD1 level. You can resist it with the Qingming effect of the balance pendant.
If this sweetness reaches level 5, I don't dare to think about it.
After the abnormal state was lifted, Dorn thought to himself with some fear. Then, he took off his scale pendant and handed it to Jishio. After Jishio looked at Dorn with a very strange look, he reached out and took it, along with a deep sense of clarity. The restless feeling in Jishio's body was also dispelled.
Wind! Block its breath!
After returning to normal, Jishio quickly raised his hand and chanted, forcing the wind elves to block the scent of the walking mushroom. Monsters like walking mushrooms themselves are not very strong, so it is easy for Jishio to do this. This time, the sweet smell around me was finally gone.
When you go back, don't tell them what happened just now. Especially don't tell Cross.
Jishio turned around and warned Dorn. Don, can you please tell me that I won't even say it? Subsequently, with the help of Jishio, the human radar, Dorn successfully captured 2 more walking mushrooms. Of course, after the first experience, as soon as Jishio came face to face with the 2 mushrooms, he quickly blocked the aura around the mushrooms, and then used a small tornado to roll it up into the air, imprisoning its movement. In addition to the walking mushroom, Dorn and Jishio also killed a poison feather chicken. This time, though, it's just hens. After killing the poison feather chicken, Dorn found 3 poison feathered eggs from its nest. After some looting, Dorn gained a lot, and the venomous relic swamp was almost about to be forced to close. By Lake Renali, the time was almost 8 p.m. 5 days have passed since the ruins were opened. The merchant camp by the lake is still there, unchanged from 5 days ago, except that the bonfires in the camp have long been extinguished and cool. This shows that Lake Renali is too remote. No one has explored this area in the past 5 days. The horses in the merchant's camp were still there, and 2 tawny-maned horses had been tied to a bush that was almost bald. The 2 horses have been gnawing bush leaves here for 5 days. Although the food is barely guaranteed, the long period of inactivity has made their spirits a little weak. The time has officially come to 8 p.m. A faint blue light flashed by Lake Renali, and a magic guide array with complex magic patterns was silently formed. Dorn and his party walked out of the light of the magic array. Among them, Dorn was carrying a large bag on his back, holding a cauldron turned into Bai Rui in his hand, and had a rope tied around his waist. At the other end of the rope were tied 3 mushroom monsters with steamed buns and fleshy legs. If this outfit were placed on Earth, it would be the same feeling as catching the Spring Festival train in the last century. After Dorn and his party stepped out of the magic array, the blue light of the teleportation array still did not fade away. Not long after, several owls flew out from the magic array. 4 of them have matte dark brown feathers, and 1 is fat and has unique gray feathers. This gray owl was mixed in with the other 4, flapping its wings desperately, trying to escape quickly from the shores of Lake Renali. He is the priest owl of the Apocalypse Order. However, the priests did not give the owl a chance to escape. After all, before leaving the ruins, they had already discussed how to kill the administrator of the Apocalypse religion in the middle of the empire. Jishio and Yuval began to sing. However, before they finished singing, a pale sword shadow cut through the air and shot straight into the air. It was Adele who took action. The lady holding the sword immediately aimed at the fat gray owl and threw Pale Justice over without hesitation. The simple long sword blade pierced the gray owl's abdominal cavity neatly, and the fat bird fell straight from the sky. Boom! After a dull crash on the ground, the fat gray owl turned into a man wearing gray cotton fur with sinister eyes. The priest owl landed on the ground, struggling to get up regardless of the long sword that penetrated his abdomen. But before he could put this idea into practice, Adele had already arrived in front of him. The sword-wielding lady's breastplate had been damaged, and she was still wearing the silk white shirt at this time. She looked at the owl, and the handsome face was full of indifference and silence. Adele grasped the hilt of Pale Justice's sword and pulled the sword blade out from the owl's belly. The sharp sword edge split the flesh for the second time, bringing out a splash of warm blood. The owl's face twitched in pain, and its body twitched. However, his sinister eyes stared at Adele fiercely. You, the sword holder of the Holy See, you will all pay the price. When the day comes, you will all be in endless torture. Die! Adele, the lady holding the sword, did not speak, and there was no expression change on her face. The simple long sword flipped. Owl, the manager of the Apocalypse Order in the central part of the Dona Empire. The last scene he saw before his death was the handsome and cold face of Adele, the pale sword wielder of the Holy See, and the pale sword shadow that flashed past. Although Adele's strength was mostly reduced due to the side effects of the Divine Grace potion, she still killed the owl lightly. The gap in strength between the two is so huge. Now that the Hierophant owl is dead, that means the Hierophant team's mission is successfully completed. Chapter 70. Is there really someone who can't drive a carriage? After Adele killed the owl, Dorn went straight to the merchant camp. There are ready-made horses and carriages in the merchant camp. It would be a shame not to make good use of them. There were many wooden boxes stacked on the caravan carriage. Before entering the ruins, Dorn and the priests had checked these wooden boxes. They were all normal goods, most of which were copper ore. It fits the setting of a caravan coming to the mining town of Rhine for trade. It can only be said that although these businessmen are pretending to be cultists from the Apocalypse sect, they still know how to perform a full set of performances and are very dedicated. Dorn emptied 3 boxes of copper ore and put 3 walking mushrooms inside. After being packed into these relatively tight wooden boxes, during the subsequent transportation process, these walking mushrooms will not cause too big a problem even if they use the sweetness skill again. At the same time, Don also found a large metal box in the innermost part of the carriage. After opening it, it was filled with cotton wool. This one should have been used by cultists to hold antidote potions. So Dorn simply emptied the cotton wool, and then excitedly picked up Rui, who had turned into a cauldron, and poured all the swamp venom and the few bullfrog tadpoles contained in Rui into the metal box. After confirming that the venom in the swamp could not corrode the metal box, Dorn closed the lid with satisfaction. Be it walking mushrooms or bullfrog tadpoles, occasionally opening the box to let them breathe during transportation should be able to ensure their survival. As for the food, walking mushrooms don't seem to die immediately if they don't absorb nutrients for a few days. But as for bullfrog tadpoles, I wonder if they eat insects. Dorn is a chef and has little experience in monster breeding and transportation. We can only take one step at a time and try while exploring. I hope you will all arrive at Eaten Alive with me. After placing these 2 groups of living monsters, Dorn whispered his short-term expectations for them. Then, with a thought, the Rui in his hand turned into an exquisite and compact skinning knife. Don chose to carry Rui as a kitchen knife like this because it was convenient and would not attract attention. Finally, Don did not waste the cotton wool he took out earlier. Empty another box of copper ore, fill it with cotton wool, and then put 3 poisonous feather eggs into it. After Dorn finished his busy work, the 4 clergymen also came over to say goodbye to Dorn. Their mission of encircling and suppressing the cultists has been completed, and it is time to return to the Holy See to write a mission report. Moreover, Cross and Adele are still suffering from the side effects of the Divine Grace potion and need to go back for follow-up treatment. Before parting, Dorn and the priests had already discussed the distribution of the harvest from the ruins. Dorn's harvest is naturally, as expected, as well as the ownership of the monsters that are ready to be taken home for breeding. By the way, the priests also generously gave Dorn the caravans and supplies in front of them, because Dorn carries too many things. It would be troublesome to travel without a carriage. In addition, the clergy also gave Dorn an additional piece of loot plundered from the cultists as a thank you. This is a horn about 20 centimeters long. It may be made from the horn of some monster. There is a circle of copper inlaid at the end of the horn, and some simple magic energy symbols are engraved on the copper. This thing was dug out from a member of the cult under a small cult leader named Fire Wolf. According to the appraisal of the priests, after the user blows this horn, he can slightly increase his own strength and become more emotionally excited. For the time being, we can call it Horn of Courage. As for other trophies obtained after killing the cultists, they belong to the priests. This harvest distribution has actually taken good care of Dorn. After all, Dorn had hardly done anything to suppress the cultists. And he still knew this. It's already well deserved to get a Horn of Courage. What's more, among the trophies captured by the priests, there are many things that need to be handed over later. Dorn did not intend to embarrass these 4 clergymen.
Mr. Dorn, thank you again for your generous assistance. Later.
A dedicated person will send the gift of gratitude given to you by the Holy See to Eden Town.
Ewell saluted Dorn, caressing his chest.
It doesn't have to be so formal. We are all so familiar.
Don waved his hand.
Also, don't make it sound like we are about to say goodbye now. In fact, we still have something to ask of you.
Afterwards, Dorn laughed awkwardly.
Although you gave me this caravan. In fact, I don't know how to drive a carriage at all.
After hearing Dorn's words, the clergy looked at each other. Jishio even cast a contemptuous look directly at Dorn. Great! I found a point that beats this guy. There was also Cross, who looked at Dorn with a smile on her face, and her eyes that were originally dazzled were almost slits. Regarding the expression of the priest's sister, Don interpreted it this way. No way. No way. Is there really someone who can venture across half of the empire without even mastering the common skill of driving a carriage? Don ignored the 2 men. Joke. Whether it's riding a horse or driving a carriage. Most of these skills have become part of the experience in tourism projects during the Earth Age when Dorn lived. Dorn, who has only been in the Land of Miracles for a few months, has never learned anything. Moreover, the road away from Lake Renali was winding and winding. If Dorn drove the carriage out by himself, there would be a high probability that the carriage would overturn.
Well, let's do that. Mr. Dorn, please go with us to the city of Komodova first. There is an adventurers association there. From the association, you can hire regular mercenaries or adventurers to help you drive back to Eden.
You will put forward his own suggestion.
This is the best.
Dorn nodded gratefully. The Komodova mentioned by Yuval is a large city in the middle of the Dona Empire. The scale of the town's development is similar to that of Silver Shield Port next to Eden Town. As for the trip from Rhine Town to Komodova, it will take about half a day to catch a carriage. The clergy must pass here if they want to return to the Holy See. As for Dorn's return to Eden, arriving in Komodova first would take an extra detour. But it doesn't matter, compared to Cross and Adele, who have to go back to the Holy See for treatment. Dorn has plenty of time to go home. He is not in a hurry, and is not in a hurry. It is not a big deal to take a long detour. The city of Komodova is built along the river, with convenient transportation and very developed commerce. Like similar big cities, the urban infrastructure is relatively good and life is relatively convenient. Moreover, organizations such as the Merchants Association and the Adventurers Association also have large business offices there. Therefore, Komodova is a frequent stopover point for businessmen and adventurers. After making up their mind, Dorn and his party no longer delayed, and boarded the 2-horse caravan one after another. Jishio and Yuval took turns driving, and headed directly towards Komodo in the night. Wa moves forward.
Chapter 71 Komodova. Komodova. When Dorn and his party arrived in this big city, it was already dawn. This journey took about 10 hours, because the mountain road from Renali Lake was rugged and bumpy. And it was night again. It was understandable that it took a little longer. After arriving in Komodova, the priests helped Dorn park the carriage into a hotel called Golden Tulip. This is a quite large hotel. In similar hotels, as long as you pay a certain amount of money, the boss will arrange for people to help take care of the goods and feed the horses. Moreover, the hotel itself employs some capable thugs, so the safety of the goods will be more secure. Therefore, similar hotels are the first choice for businessmen who are not short of money and where to rest during their business trips. After everything was arranged, the clergy formally bid farewell to Dorn. In terms of separation, in fact, everyone already talked about it on the carriage last night, so there is not much to add now.
Don! We agreed. When I come to Eden Town to visit you, you have to treat me to something delicious.
Cross waved goodbye. Adele and others also nodded to Dorn. After Dorn gave his response, he watched the clergy and his entourage leave. After the figures of the 4 clergymen were completely out of Dorn's sight, the 4 of them had such a short conversation.
Yuval, I see your expression is very serious. Did you miss Dorn just after you separated for a while?
Cross looked at Yuval with a smile on her face.
I was thinking about the mission report.
Yuval narrowed his eyes and truthfully stated his inner thoughts.
I don't want to use my brain on that kind of thing. As usual, after you and Jishio finish writing, I will copy it and change a few words and that's it. Close. This time the report may be a little different.
Adele on the side also looked thoughtful.
Is it different? Ah, you are talking about Dorn.
Cross suddenly realized. Priests used to write mission reports, which was nothing more than writing whatever happened. But there is something different this time. And the reason is Dorn. Dorn actually has a lot of doubts about him. And the priests have always been tacit about this. Appearing in Rhine Town at such a delicate time period, he happened to have the ability to withstand toxins. And finally killed the terrifying poisonous frog. He also gained recognition from the ruins, and obtained a strange weapon named Rui. Judging from Dorn's performance these days, it seems that he knew the existence of this god's ruins in advance, and made certain preparations. He appeared near Rhine Town just to attack the ruins. Of course, if this kind of thing is completely discussed, it actually doesn't matter. In the entire land of miracles, there are countless adventurers who are dedicated to conquering the ruins of gods around the world. And Dorn can probably only be counted as one of these people. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with the act of dedicating oneself to conquering the god's ruins. But the problem with Dawn is that he succeeded. If what Dawn has done in the past 2 days is truthfully recorded in the mission report, then he will probably attract the attention of the Holy See. But here's the paradoxical problem. Dorn had clearly conquered a god's ruins, but his overall combat strength was not particularly strong. If he was noticed by the Holy See prematurely, it would probably not be a good thing for him. The 4 clergymen in Dorn can be regarded as life and death friends. And to a certain extent, Dorn saved 4 of their lives. Out of such personal considerations, the clergy reached a consensus and downplayed Dorn's outstanding performance in the mission reports they submitted. According to the reports of the clergy, Dorn's role in this mission is probably to provide the reason for the cultists to gather, and to help the enthusiastic citizens in the ruins. As for killing the powerful poisonous frog and obtaining gifts from the relics, let's skip it. At the same time, Yuval is not worried that Dorn will take the initiative to self-destruct and brag about the rich results in his ruins. Because when they were on the carriage last night, Yuval had told him, try not to tell others what happened in the ruins. The clergy all knew that Don was not a stupid man.
Hey, isn't the mission report only about things related to the mission? As for the things that have nothing to do with the mission, it doesn't matter if you omit some. Right.
After the conversation, Jishio expressed his opinion like this. The purpose of Jishio's words was not so much to complain, but more to tell himself that it was reasonable to omit some things related to the Dorn guy, and it had nothing to do with his loyalty to the Holy See.
After all, this mission report is no different from the previous one. Why don't you give it to me to copy it after you finish it?
Cross stretched her body and looked relaxed.
It's really a little uncomfortable to suddenly be acting alone.
After bidding farewell to the clergy, Don sighed a little.
The normal state of life is separation.
And then went about his own business in the city of Komodova. Dorn's first stop is the Adventurers Association. There he would hire 2 regular mercenaries or adventurers who could drive carriages to help him drive back to Eden. Since Dorn was not in a hurry, and since arriving in the Land of Miracles, this was the first time he officially visited a big city. Dorn's pace was very slow, just like a leisurely stroll with a tourist mentality. Komodova is huge. The streets in the city are also very spacious. The pavement is made of neat bluestone bricks. The main road can accommodate 3 carriages with 2 horses passing through at the same time. The view of the city is also very nice. Along the way, you can see many sculptural fountains and landscape plants used for urban greening. On both sides of the street, there are various spacious and bright shops. But it was still early. Most shops were not open for business. And there were still relatively few pedestrians on the streets. On the spacious street, the early morning wind in late autumn was blowing, and it was still a little cold. Dorn tightened his clothes. He was in a good mood, looking around and sighing.
No wonder Cross and the others said that Komodova is the emerging commercial capital of the Dona Empire. This place looks rich at first sight.
At the same time, looking at the shops lined up on both sides of the street and the dazzling array of products in the windows, Dorn felt an urge called consumption in his heart.
It's rare to travel far away. When I go back, I think I should bring some gifts for everyone.
While sightseeing, I asked passers-by for directions. As I walked, more and more pedestrians began to appear on the street. As the sun slowly rises, the commercial capital of Komodova begins to show its unique vitality and charm. This slowed down Dorn's walking pace even more. By the time he actually found the location of the Adventurers Association, it was already past 8 o'clock in the morning. Almost 9 o'clock.
Chapter 72 Adventurers Association. The location of the Adventurers Association is an independent, three-story building. On the building's signboard, Adventurers Association is engraved in Dona characters. The calligraphy is beautiful and powerful, very eye-catching and easy to recognize. Dorn had learned about the Adventurer Association through the clergy before. According to Dorn's understanding, this is a large-scale intermediary platform in another world, responsible for matching adventurers and employers on both sides, completing various commissions, and drawing a certain commission on the commission funds. Moreover, the Adventurers Association, as a large-scale platform organization operating in several major principalities, has a relatively complete employment system and rating system, based on the comprehensive evaluation of the quantity and quality of commissions completed by registered adventurers. Adventurers in the industry are generally divided into 5 levels from high to low, S, A, B, C, and D. Generally speaking, adventurers with higher internal ratings have more outstanding abilities and better credibility. Of course, the cost of hiring them will be higher. But for Dorn now, the rating of the adventurer he wants to hire doesn't matter, as long as he can drive a carriage. The time is now approaching 9 o'clock in the morning, and people are already starting to come in and out of the gate of the Adventurers Association. At the same time, outside the association, you can see many people wearing different clothes, but all wearing protective gear and weapons. They watch every employer who wants to enter the association, and talk to them from time to time to promote themselves. Dorn had heard from the priests that the people soliciting customers outside the association were also adventurers and mercenaries, but mostly due to various reasons, they were not officially listed in the association. It's probably similar in nature to the little mercenary group that Hyena and his friends were back then. These people also accept all kinds of commissions, and the prices are cheaper than within the association. But because there is no management by the association, there is a mixed bag. To be on the safe side, it would be better to find official adventurers in the association. Looking at the busy scene outside the association, Don inexplicably thought of the taxi drivers and hotel proprietresses who took the trouble to solicit customers in the square outside the train station. So he couldn't help but smile. It seems that competition in the employment industry is quite fierce. When Dorn was about to enter the association's gate, a tall man with a sinister face stood in front of him.
"This little brother, do you want to hire adventurers? Our prices are much more reasonable than those in the association, and you can do anything."
The man seemed to have deliberately pronounced the words, "What?" with an accent.
"No, thank you."
Dorn politely declined, then passed the man sideways, and walked into the association gate. Seeing Dorn's decisive attitude, this man with a rough face stopped pestering him and continued to look for the next possible potential customer. Adventurers Association Hall. There is a long counter inside the hall, and behind the counter are all female receptionists. Dorn randomly picked a free one and stepped forward with a pretty face.
"Hello, sir. Do you have a commission task? Or are you here to register and receive a task? If you want to accept a task, please show your association certificate first."
The receptionist greeted Dorn politely.
"A commission. I need someone. To escort me to Eaton Town, a small town on the edge of Silver Shield Harbor." "Okay, sir. This is the registration list of adventurers currently in Komodova. You can choose the right ones by yourself. We will help you contact us. If you have other additional requirements, I will make a screening reference for you."
The receptionist handed Dawn a list of names.
"If you ask, just someone who can drive a carriage will do. I think most adventurers can do this."
Dorn took the list, glanced at it casually, and finally landed on the column for adventurers rated B. The list shows that there are currently more than 20 B-level adventurers in Komodova, including individuals and groups of multiple people. Dorn casually pointed to a 2-person adventurer group, Guy and Helena. The receptionist looked at Dawn's finger pointing, nodded, and skillfully rummaged through the pile of documents behind him, and then pulled out 2 documents to look through.
"Mr. Guy and Miss Helena are a couple. At the same time, they are both half-elves after the union of humans and elves. If you mind about this, sir,"
the receptionist said while reading the information. Dorn raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, does the receptionist think she would care about their identity as husband and wife? Or their identity as a half-elf? But, half-elf, the product of the union of humans and elves. Regarding the existence of races such as elves, dwarves, and orcs, Dorn had heard Vivian mention it before. It was actually quite surprising when he first heard about it. However, after all, the Land of Miracles is a different world.
And it is not surprising that demi-human races exist.
I don't mind.
So Dorn shook his head calmly. In fact, rather than saying that he doesn't mind, it's better to say that Dorn is looking forward to seeing what the half-elf looks like.
Okay. Sir, please register your name here, and we will help you contact Mr. Guy and Miss Helena. If everything goes well, you can meet on the second floor at 1 p.m. If the adventurer cannot accept the request, we will select another suitable person of the same level for you.
Okay.
The receptionist is still very polite, gentle and professional.
Okay. Dorn nodded. In addition, sir, if you have goods to be delivered, we need to verify them here. There will be a dedicated person to register your goods and issue 2 manifest certificates. You and the association will each hold 1 copy. This will avoid subsequent loss of goods and disputes. My carriage is parked at the Golden Tulip Tavern, and my name is registered there.
Dorn replied. The arrangements of this association are quite detailed.
Okay, Mr. Dorn.
The receptionist looked at Dorn's registered name.
In addition, if it is just an escort mission, the fee for a B-level adventurer per day is 1 silver. It will take about 6 days to get to the vicinity of Silver Shield Port. Please pay 12 silver in advance. If the employment relationship is not established, we will refund the money to you in the afternoon.
Dorn still nodded. 12 silvers is a bit expensive, but Dorn is not particularly poor with money. Dorn didn't have that many silver nards on him, so he took out the 1 gold nard he had collected from the silver lizard and handed it over. The receptionist counted out a bulging money bag and handed it back to Dorn.
This is 88 silver coins for you. Please count it.
88 pieces. Dorn sighed, opened the money bag, and did a rough count. This is the disadvantage of metal currency. It is too inconvenient to carry. He misses the light banknotes, and even more misses QR code payment. It took about 3 minutes until Dorn left the Adventurers Association. Another young man wearing leather armor and dressed as a mercenary walked out of the association's gate. This person's name is Rattail, and he is officially listed in the Adventurers Association. His internal rating within the association is the lowest D level. Previously, Rattail had been sitting boredly in the corner of the association hall, not too conspicuous, as if waiting to accept a ready-made commission. This is normal. Some listed adventurers who are eager to make money and urgently need to accept commissions will take the initiative to go to the lobby of the association to ask and wait for some commission tasks that do not specify the target. This can more or less increase the probability of making money by taking on jobs. Association insiders will not expel these people from the hall after checking their association credentials. Rattail walked out of the hall and winked at the muscular man who had just promoted himself to Dorn. The latter understands it perfectly. The two of them walked to the corner next to the association. And then Rattail spoke.
Brother, the black-haired boy who just walked out was a gold nard every time he made a move. Moreover, he looked for more than 80 silver nares that were returned to him. He just looked through them casually and carelessly. Absolutely, it's a big fish. What mission did he entrust? It sounds like we are escorting. We are going to Silver Shield Port. We asked for 2 B-level adventurers. The half-elf couple. Take off your leather armor and follow him to have a look and feel his private parts.
The man with a sinister face ordered. Chapter 73 Explosive Barbecue. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you need to go to the Adventurers Association to meet the half-elf couple. After registering the quantity of goods with the association's people, Dorn still had plenty of time.
We've come here. It would be a pity not to take the opportunity to experience life in a big city.
Dorn told himself this in his mind, and then wandered around Kamanova to explore. He first found a public bathhouse that was open for business.
Compared with Mrs. Majetti's small bathhouse, the bathhouses in big cities can be described as magnificent in appearance.
After Dorn sighed like this, he strode into the bathhouse door. He wants to take a bath. For Dorn, bathing and soaking are not only a process of cleaning the body, but also a process of relaxing and enjoying. It took about an hour or so. Dorn walked out of the bathhouse refreshed and rosy, with a satisfied look on his face.
I feel comfortable. Sure enough, bathhouses in big cities have more variety.
This splendid bathhouse has more than just an original sauna.
For a little more money, a single bath is provided. If you pay more, you can also experience milk bath, salt bath, and flower bath. It even provides massage services with spices and essential oils. During this period of time, Dorn didn't have much chance to clean himself when he went out, so he really enjoyed himself inside. After coming out of the shower, Dorn went straight to a clothing store. After selecting casually for a while, Dawn chose a well-fitting silk shirt and dark trousers. Choosing such a combination may be because Dawn subconsciously felt that the white silk shirt worn by the sword-wielding lady was very handsome.
When you put on this suit, won't you look like a rich man?
In the clothing store, Dawn looked at her clothes and appearance in the mirror. Well, he is very satisfied with his current appearance. After all, he originally had an above-average appearance, and he chose to beautify his appearance with one click before entering the land of miracles. Dawn's current appearance can fully afford the word handsome. Afterwards, Dawn simply paid for the suit generously and left the clothing store amidst the praises and compliments from the boss. Now, the sun is gradually rising, and it's almost lunchtime.
It's time to start the highlight of today and taste the delicacies of this commercial capital.
Not long after leaving the clothing store, Dawn happily plunged into a restaurant called Bright Starlight with a very high-end decoration. Under the warm and polite reception of a waitress, Dawn sat down at a good seat by the window and ordered 7 or 8 signature dishes according to the menu. Bright Starlight is also considered to be the leading high-end restaurant in the whole of Komodova, and the consumption here is very high. And Dawn's generous and heroic way of ordering dishes without any hesitation made the smile on the waiter's face become more obvious and brighter. Judging from the gentleman's decent dress, he was a wealthy man. Even if he ordered so many high-end dishes in one go, the waiter was not worried at all that he would have any problems with the subsequent payment. After confirming the dishes Dawn ordered, the waitress politely left the table and went to the kitchen. Dawn was left sitting by the window, tapping his fingers on the table while looking out the window at the endless flow of pedestrians and carriages passing by. As a chef, it is very important to taste and learn the cuisines of various places. And with Dawn's character, he won't always be proud and complacent just because of his 100 points of culinary talent. Learning various food cooking concepts and techniques from the Dona Empire and even the entire Miracle Land can effectively expand the recipe inventory in his mind, and may also give him some good ideas for developing new dishes. A true master always has the heart of a disciple. After waiting patiently for a while, Dawn's dishes were brought to the table one after another. After all, it is a large restaurant, and all dishes are made with exquisite ingredients and exquisite presentation. From a cursory glance, Dawn could tell that the quality of these dishes were all above B level, and 2 of them were probably above A level, or even S level.
Then, I'm going to start,
Dawn thought silently in his heart, and then picked up the knife and fork. After finishing the meal, overall Dawn was quite satisfied. Although when Dawn cooks by himself, most of the finished products can break through A or above, but he does not use this standard to ask others. After all, he knew very well that the reason why he was able to achieve his current peak cooking skills in the Land of Miracles, in addition to the training and accumulation during the Earth period, it mainly relies on the 100 points of culinary talent points. Among all the dishes he tasted, the one that surprised and liked Dawn the most was an S-level dish called Explosive Barbecue. This is also the only dish among all the dishes that is rated S. It is probably at a quality level that has just exceeded the S-level rating boundary. First of all, the ingredients of this dish itself are rated very high. Definitely A grade. Just looking at the appearance of the dish, you can tell that the entire roasted meat and meat fat itself are giving off an astonishing sheen. The barbecued meat simply melts in your mouth. The moment you bite into it, the meat juices naturally secrete out, turning into a rich and delicious taste that slides down your throat and into your belly. Through tasting, Dawn can even restore the chef's preparation process and techniques for making this dish in his mind. The raw material of this dish is beef, which mainly undergoes 2 steps of frying and roasting. When frying the beef, pour the melted butter in the pan on the surface of the meat one by one. This process can perfectly lock the gravy inside the meat. Then comes roasting. The chef of this Bright Star restaurant is definitely a master at grilling food and has unique grilling skills. During the grilling process, the chef controls the texture of the meat and grills it at right angles to the direction of the fire. This not only makes the meat heat more evenly, but also makes the flow of the meat juice more clear and distinct. During this process, the barbecue itself will continuously produce glutamic acid and other delicious ingredients, further evaporating the sweet meat aroma and adding flavor. Expert, however, in Dawn's opinion, this fried beef dish is not completely without improvement. For example, if the amount of spices added is a little too heavy, the flavor of the spices will cover up the delicious flavor of the meat itself and take over the main flavor. Moreover, the roasting time is slightly too long and the temperature is slightly too high, which will make the meat older. If these 2 flaws are corrected, the dish can reach the mid-range level of S-class. Of course, The slight units of measurement in Dorn's cognition are based on a few tenths of a gram, a second, a few tenths of a degree Celsius, etc. Except for a monster like him with excellent cooking skills. Most people would probably not be able to grasp such a tiny difference.
But anyway, I seem to have learned a very good grilling technique.
After finishing the meal, Dorn wiped the corners of his mouth with a disposable handkerchief on the table with satisfaction. He had no intention of rushing into the kitchen, pulling out the chef, and pointing out areas for improvement in each dish. After all, Don was not a good teacher. Moreover, after having a meal in someone else's restaurant, he would take the initiative to find the chef and give him a lecture. After successfully irritating the other person, he would then start a cooking competition, impress the other person with his superb cooking skills, and be the one to lose him until he burst into tears. How could I possibly do such a thing? TSK. No. Why is it so strange to think about it this way?
However, if you want to do this kind of thing, it is better to have a passive prerequisite to carry out it. It is more spiritual to stand up and pretend to be X as if you have no choice. We will talk about it when we have a chance. And we will talk about it when we have a chance.
Dorn was amused by his idea. And then he paid the bill neatly, leaving a certain amount of tip, and left Bright Starlight. Chapter 74 The Malice of Strangers. When Don walked out of the restaurant, the time was almost 12 o'clock. It's still a little short of the time agreed upon with the Adventurers Association. So, he chose to continue browsing the shops on the street for a while, and buy some gifts for everyone in Eaton Town. Wait until Dorn leaves the Bright Starlight gate. On the roadside, there is a small restaurant without a sign. I have taken off my Isekai rat tail, and am sitting by the window of the small restaurant. From this position, I can have a good view of the main entrance of Brilliant Starlight. At this moment, Rat Tail was eating a greasy fried bacon and a bland sandwich.
Go to a high-end bathhouse, buy high-end clothes, and eat a high-end lunch. Even if this guy is not a rich young man, he is still a fool who suddenly made a fortune.
Eating a terrible lunch and recalling what this big fish had done all morning, Rat Tail felt extremely unbalanced. The image of the boy who was suspected to be a rich young man, bright and proud, lingered in Rat Tail's mind, making him feel extreme disgust and jealousy. Yes, jealous. At this time, Don, who was still happily preparing to choose gifts, probably couldn't imagine how a stranger he didn't know could have strong malice towards him.
You should laugh now. It won't be long before you cry.
Rat Tail cursed fiercely in his heart. Then, he stood up rudely, deliberately making a loud noise on the tables and chairs, left the restaurant under the confused eyes of other diners and the boss, and continued to follow Dorn quietly. 1 p.m. Dorn returned to the Adventurers Association after purchasing the gifts. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Dorn went up to the second floor of the association and came to a room similar to a negotiation room. Here, he met Guy and Helena, the half-elf couple.
Mr. Dorn, Mr. Guy and Miss Helena accepted your entrustment. You can discuss specific matters here and carry out the entrustment at any time. Please feel free to do so.
After the receptionist poured tea for the three of them, she gently closed the door and left.
Hello, Mr. Guy. Miss Helena. I am your employer for this entrustment. You can just call me Dorn.
After Dorn greeted the two half-elves, he looked at their appearance with interest. She has pure golden hair, rare emerald green eyes, and longer and pointed ears that are different from humans. Apart from these qualities, the half-elf couple don't look much different from humans. One of the husbands, Guy, has clean short hair and is a tall, burly and majestic man. However, at first glance, the expression on his face seemed a bit honest and dull. This is a bit inconsistent with the Dornish stereotype of the smart and elegant image of male elves.
Among the elves, are there such people who look like honest people at first glance? Oh, no. Maybe because they are half-elves.
Dorn thought secretly in his heart. Among them, the wife Helena has long, smooth golden hair. Although she is not wearing revealing clothes, it still cannot hide her proud figure. She looks like a mature and beautiful wife. Hearing Dorn greet them, both half-elves stood up. Guy smiled naively and nodded low to Don. Helena took a step forward, shook hands with Don generously, and introduced herself.
Hello, Mr. Dorn. My name is Helena, a swordsman. This is my husband Guy, an excellent sword and shield wielder. I believe you have learned from the association that both of us are B-level adventurers. The person has good strength and can successfully complete your commission and escort you to Eaton Town.
As Helena talked, She noticed that Dawn's eyes were lingering on her body. As a result, the expression of this beautiful half-elf lady began to become teasing and mocking.
Sorry, I'm rude.
Dawn noticed the change in the other person's expression in time.
I've never seen a half-elf before, so I'm a little curious.
Helena put away her mocking expression, and Dawn's explanation seemed reasonable to her. Based on Dawn's appearance, Helena speculated that he was probably a pampered aristocratic young man who had been raised in a castle palace for a long time. She had never seen that these demi-human races were normal. If it was just pure curiosity, Helena didn't feel offended.
Mr. Dorn, as you can see, Guy and I are both half-elves. If you care about our race, you can report it to the association and replace it with other adventurers,
Helena said. What she said was not dissatisfaction or anger, but a sincere suggestion. It seems that many employers will indeed refuse to allow them to complete entrusted tasks because of their racial identity.
No, I don't care. I just thought that your eyes and ears were very pretty. Yes, pretty.
Dorn told the truth about his inner thoughts. After Helena heard this, she laughed out loud, and her long elf ears twitched slightly.
Few humans would say this about us. Mr. Dorn, if I were just an inexperienced half-elf girl, I would definitely be tempted by you when I heard a handsome young man like you say this.
Dawn, is the half-elf girl so easy to deceive? And, is it really appropriate for you to make such a joke in front of your husband? Or is this the amazing magnanimity of you mature ladies? Dawn glanced at Guy again, but it seemed that he didn't care at all about his wife's words. Okay, since you don't mind, I definitely have nothing to say.
You too, if there is no problem.
How about we leave for Eden later? I have a carriage parked at the Golden Tulip Hotel, and I will need you two to drive it later.
Dorn changed the subject in time.
No problem, Mr. Dorn. After we sign the task authorization letter with the association, we can set off immediately.
Helena regained her composure and replied ably. Golden Tulip Hotel. Dorn got on the carriage and roughly inspected the cargo, mainly checking the condition of the monsters. During this process, the half-elf couple showed great professionalism. They stood silently beside the carriage and did not peek at their employer's goods. After everything was confirmed to be correct, the half-elf couple got into the driving position in front of the carriage, and they would take turns driving the carriage. Dorn, on the other hand, was sitting alone in the back of the carriage, and he happened to be quiet. The two well-rested horses exerted their strength under Guy's drive and pulled the carriage into action. Dorn and his party left the city of Komodova and headed toward Silver Shield Port. After Dorn and others left the city, two horses slowly followed behind. The people riding the horses were none other than Rat Tail and the tough guy from before. These two people did not choose to follow Dorn and his party closely, but slowly lagged behind. Anyway, there was only one main road to Silver Shield Port that could pass carriages, so they were not afraid of losing them.
Brother, did you see that? That guy has a truck full of goods.
Rat Tail was very excited.
Nonsense. Of course I saw it.
Now, based on Rat Tail's information, Hangman Man has been able to confirm that Dorn is a valuable big fish. So his truck of goods is definitely good stuff. It's time to take action. Riding all the way. The faces of Henru Man and Rat Tail had uncontrollable smiles. Chapter 75. Thank you for nature's gifts. The half-elf couple escorted Dorn back to Eden. In addition to driving the carriage and protecting Dorn's safety along the way, they also had to take care of trivial matters such as setting up tents, making bonfires, cooking and other things while camping. Dawn was happy to be at ease and left all these matters to the two of them. Anyway, I paid more than a dozen silver coins, so it's not too much to enjoy the travel services they provide. However, Dorn later discovered that the cooking skills of the half-elf couple were really unflattering. For dinner on the first day, Helena, the half-elf lady, cooked an indescribable paste in a large pot in front of Dorn, and the dish with the indescribable paste can only reach E level. Therefore, Dorn had a bad experience with dinner on the first day. After taking a few bites, he excused himself saying that he had no appetite and got into the tent to rest early. As for the half-elf couple, perhaps they were already used to eating. They finished a whole pot of paste and still enjoyed it, feeling completely satisfied.
Miss Helena must not be allowed to cook tomorrow.
That night, Don silently made up his mind in his tent. By the second day, there was nothing noteworthy about the journey. It was nothing more than Dorn sitting alone in the carriage, looking at the scenery moving along the way through the carriage window in a daze, and then occasionally taking care of a few monsters brought out from the ruins. The time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Dorn, who was drowsy in the carriage, suddenly heard Guy shout angrily,
"There is a monster attack. Mr. Dorn, please stay in the carriage and don't come out." "Ah, what kind of monster is it?"
Dorn became more energetic.
"A rock vulture."
It was Helena who shouted this time.
"Mr. Dorn, please stay in the carriage. We will deal with it."
Like her husband Guy, Helena also emphasized that Dawn should not show her face. After all, in the eyes of this half-elf couple, Dorn was probably just a delicate aristocratic young master with no power to restrain a chicken. As the guards hired by the other party, they had the responsibility and obligation to protect the personal safety of this vulnerable employer. Helena had just finished speaking. Boom! After a loud noise, the carriage stopped suddenly, and the carriage shook violently, bringing up a cloud of flying sand.
It seemed like a big guy had fallen on the roof of the carriage. Although the half-elf couple emphasized that Dorn should hide in the carriage and stay still, Dorn still poked his head out of the window. Then, he saw the monster named Rock Eagle. This rock vulture looks very similar to the vultures Dorn knew, but it is several times larger than the normal vultures. At the same time, the monster's health bar was displayed, and its blood volume was 880 points. Moreover, through food intuition, Dorn can judge that this rock vulture can be used as food, and the food grade is B level. At this time, the half-elf couple had already picked up their weapons and jumped out of the front of the carriage to fight. The green friendly health bars above their heads had more than 1,400 points for Guy and more than 1,300 for Helena. Seeing this, Dorn calmly put his head back. Judging from the current situation, this rock vulture has chosen the wrong target to attack. If it fails to recognize the situation and quickly flies away from the battlefield, it will probably be killed by the half-elf couple soon. And by the way, there is currently level 34 Dorn, and coupled with the attribute points provided by several monster dishes in the ruins, mainly hot pot bullfrogs, Dorn's health has jumped to more than 1,500 points. A little taller than Guy. However, there should be no need for him to take action. The sound of fighting outside only lasted for a few minutes. And then, there was no movement. System prompts, the battle is settled. The damage output is 0. And 40 experience points are gained. Almost at the same time that the system prompt popped up, Dorn heard Mr. Guy shout outside.
"Mr. Dorn, it's safe. We have killed the rock vulture. Thank you for your hard work."
Dorn responded loudly, and then whispered in a low voice that only he could hear.
"B grade ingredients are better than nothing. Thank you for the gift of nature."
After Dorn got off the carriage, he saw the half-elf couple holding daggers and knives in their hands, squatting on the ground and cutting something against the rock vulture. The hard and long feathers on the rock vulture's wings and tail, as well as its sharp and hard nails, are all monster materials that can be exchanged for money. As an adventurer, if you encounter something, you won't let it go. Dorn watched with interest for a while. At this time, Helena stood up.
"Mr. Dorn, if you need these monster materials..." No, I don't need these materials. You just take them."
Dorn smiled and waved his hand.
"I am more interested in the meat of this rock vulture." "Meat? Yes. Don't look at me like this. But I'm pretty good at cooking. How about using this rock vulture to make a dish for you to try tonight?"
Dorn nodded with a sincere tone. It's not surprising that Dawn would show such a sincere attitude, because tonight, he really didn't want to see the indescribable mushy dark food prepared by Miss Helena.
"Then it will be hard for Mr. Dorn."
The mature half-elf lady glanced at Dorn suspiciously. Is this Mr. Dorn an aristocratic young man who loves cooking? Helena made a random guess in her mind, and didn't delve into it further. The half-elf couple were also very cooperative with Dorn's idea of cooking this rock vulture for dinner. After all, as long as the employer's demands are not excessive or outrageous, there is no need for them, the guards, to raise objections. Moreover, as adventurers, eating monster ingredients is a common occurrence for them. Due to the suggestion of their employer Dorn, the three of them directly chose to set up camp under a nearby leeward mountain wall. Among them, the half-elf couple started busy making fires and setting up tents. Dorn calmly took out the rui that turned into a skinning dagger, turned his back to the half-elf, and began to cut off the rock vulture meat alone. Clean the feathers, disembowel the bird, and wash the rock vulture meat with clean water. With the help of Rui, who can constantly change his appearance, Dorn is very handy in doing all this. As for the half-elf couple, they were doing what they were doing very seriously, and did not pay attention to Dorn at all. Naturally, they could not discover the magical weapon, Rui. Otherwise, They might be so shocked that they can't even close their mouths. After preparing the rock vulture meat, Dorn returned to the carriage and took out a few small bags of spices. Some of these spices were brought by Dawn from Eton, and some were bought by Dawn in Komodova during a break from buying gifts. Among the spices purchased from Komodova, there is something very unique. Currently, Dorn can only see it in this commercial capital. That is turmeric powder. Chapter 76 Curry Bread Rock Eagle Meat. As a chef, Dorn is no stranger to turmeric powder, because this stuff is the main ingredient used in making curry. It was actually at noon that Dorn realized that this special spice might exist in the city of Komodova after eating a dish of aerated turmeric cauliflower at Brilliant Starlight. Later, while taking the opportunity to buy gifts, Dawn found turmeric powder in a spice shop. This can be regarded as a gift that Dorn bought for himself. After mixing the powders of cloves, cumin seeds, coriander seeds, mustard seeds, turmeric and chili peppers in certain proportions on site, Dawn got a homemade curry powder. Dawn twisted a small amount of powder and put it in his mouth. The homemade curry powder exudes a spicy impact and unique aroma, which is very characteristic of Southeast Asian curry in the Earth's time. It's done! Dawn took out everything he had in his bag, including a small wooden chopping board. Pour the flour into a wooden basin. Then put the milk, eggs, yeast, and sugar into the basin in sequence. Stir it into a fluffy shape with chopsticks, and then add salt to knead it into a dough. Knead the dough repeatedly on a wooden cutting board until it stretches out with your hands and forms a thick film. Add the butter that has been softened in advance. Put it into the dough. Wrap it up and continue kneading, because of the addition of eggs and butter. After the dough is kneaded, it has a slightly yellow color and a milky sweet aroma. Set the kneaded dough aside to rise. Cut the rock vulture meat into small pieces with a knife. Blanch it in a pot with cold water. Take it out after boiling. Rinse it with warm water. Drain and set aside. Peel a potato and a carrot and cut into hob cubes. Cut a lemongrass into small sections and take some lemon leaves for later use. Then, add a small amount of oil to the pot. Heat the pot with cold oil. Add the rock vulture meat and fry until it is slightly brown. Take it out and set aside. Add an appropriate amount of oil to the pot. Add homemade curry powder and stir fry until fragrant. Then add lemongrass segments and lemon leaves and stir fry. Then add rock eagle meat cubes, potato cubes, and carrot cubes and continue to stir fry evenly. Add water up to the level of the rock vulture meat and bring to a boil. Immediately afterwards, Dorn took out 2 more coconuts. Yes, coconut, and a fully mature coconut. This was also bought by Dawn in Komodova City, and the price was a bit expensive. But after all, he bought turmeric powder, so Dawn won't feel any pain when buying coconuts. Because in Southeast Asian style curry dishes on Earth, coconut is almost always used in conjunction with curry. Coconut milk can effectively reduce the spicy taste of heavy curry itself, softening its taste and giving it an overall sweet taste. But the sweetness does not conflict with the rich and spicy taste of the curry itself. Instead, it blends very harmoniously. Crack open the coconut, scrape out the mature and tender coconut meat, and squeeze out the milky white liquid full of coconut flavor. Pour the raw coconut milk into the pot and bring to a boil. The half-elf couple had finished preparing for the camping trip and were sitting not far away, watching Dorn cooking in surprise. I don't know from which moment. The way Dorn cooked had attracted the attention of these 2 half-elves. This young man, who was suspected to be a noble young master, showed superb cooking skills. Every move he made while cooking could be described as flowing and pleasing to the eye. This feeling is like watching a piano solo played on the stage. The click sound of the kitchen knife cutting on the chopping board and the pop sound of the pot are the harmony controlled by Dawn. The melody made the atmosphere around him suddenly rise. And it smells so good! Helena praised silently and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. The food being cooked in the pot was golden in color, and the thick sauce was bubbling and emitting a peculiar aroma. The half-elf couple had never seen such a dish before. Perhaps Mr. Dorn is not a noble young master at all, but a young and rich outstanding chef? The mature and beautiful half-elf lady guessed in her heart, sniffing the strange fragrance that was getting stronger and stronger in the air. The half-elf lady's long, soft elf ears twitched slightly. She is looking forward to today's dinner. After the curry rock eagle meat is cooked, Dawn took out another deep bowl, took out the remaining dried lotus leaves, pressed the lotus leaves into the bottom of the bowl to make an arc shape, then poured the curry rock eagle into the lotus leaves and wrapped them up. Take out the dough that has risen and roll it out into evenly thick dough. Place the lotus leaf curry rock eagle in the center of the dough. with the lotus leaf edge facing upwards. Pull the dough up and pinch the edge tightly, so that the dough completely wraps the curry rock eagle. Place the wrapped dough with the seam side down and let it rest for 10 minutes to ferment again until the dough is soft. Afterwards, Dorn returned to the carriage. It looked like he was going back to get something. In fact, he was holding Rui in his hand. With the imagination in his mind, he turned Rui into the shape of a small and crude metal oven. Rui, even the pot was changed, turning it into a small metal oven. It didn't resist much and obeyed the idea in Dawn's mind. A fire was lit under the oven. The dough was placed on top, and the fire temperature was firmly controlled at 165 degrees with Dorn's extraordinary fire control skills. After baking for 15 minutes, take out the dough and bake for another 10 minutes. Then take it out for the second time. Brush with honey water and bake for another 5 minutes. The dish is done. Dawn took the baked bread out of the oven. After the freshly baked bread came out of the oven, it was round, fluffy and soft, exuding the aroma of hot wheat.
Mr. Guy, Miss Helena, come to have dinner,
Dawn greeted simply. The two half-elves didn't shirk. They just stared with emerald green eyes, swallowed hard, followed the call of delicious food, and gathered around Dorn. Make a cross on the bread with a table knife. When the soft and hot bread is opened, the rich soup inside flows along the cut and onto the plate. The rich curry flavor, the aroma of soft meat, and the buttery and milky aroma of freshly baked bread are mixed together. The moment the bread is opened, nothing less than a heavy flavor bomb explodes.
So smells so good.
Whether it was the mature and well-behaved Helena or the naive and honest Guy, they all showed desire after feeling the impact of this olfactory bomb.
Mr. Dorn, what is the name of this dish?
Helena swallowed again uncontrollably. Because of her elven blood, this half-elf lady has very fair skin. Therefore, under excitement, the blush on the cheeks caused by telangiectasia appears particularly obvious. And this crimson complexion, coupled with the mature and beautiful temperament of the half-elf wife, is inexplicably alluring. Don't look at anything that's inappropriate. Don't look at anything that's inappropriate. So, Don calmly moved his gaze to the honest Mr. Guy's face.
Let's call it curry bread rock eagle meat.
After all, this dish was made by Don based on the cooking method of curry breaded chicken. Chapter 77 The Thief at Night. The rock eagle meat has been processed by Dorn and is very tender, with a strong flavor of Southeast Asian curry. It is spicy and stimulating, mixed with a hint of coconut aroma, and mixed with the oil aroma of the meat itself. And the taste is very rich. The bread is baked under strict temperature control, making it crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside. The steamy aroma of wheat is mixed with the frankincense of milk and butter, and then mixed with the curry sauce, forming a wonderful taste experience. The final dish rating of this curry breaded rock eagle meat is grade A.
After all, it is a B-grade main ingredient, so this is probably the upper limit.
Dorn calmly ate the rich-tasting rock vulture meat and thought to himself. He has personally cooked several S-level dishes and above. Although A-level dishes are delicious to Dorn, they are not the kind of food that directly touches the soul. Compared to the calm Dorn, the half-elf couple who had never eaten anything good were not like this. The honest Guy devoured the portion of curry-breaded rock eagle meat on his plate, chewing it and swallowing it with satisfaction. He kept saying vague comments like,
Mr. Don, it's delicious. Mr. Don, it's delicious. Mr. Don, it's amazing.
And other comments.
Delicious. Mr. Dorn, this rock vulture meat is so delicious. This is the first time I have eaten food like this in my more than 50 years of life. I bet your cooking skills are enough to surpass any of the royal palaces in the royal capital.
Kitchen.
The blush on the fair face of the half-elf lady became more and more obvious. She looked intoxicated and happy. The overwhelming taste of food she had never experienced before made her waist feel weak. Dorn raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this. What? The half-elf lady is over 50 years old? But think about it. A half-elf with half-elf blood seems to have a normal lifespan of 200 years. For this race, 50 is still a good time to be in their prime. While eating the delicious dinner, and watching the two half-elves eating without caring about their manners, Dorn felt calm and content. As a chef, what can be more inspiring than the high recognition from diners when you eat? Moreover, Dorn could eat 3 bowls of rice just by looking at them gobbling them down. Don't have a great appetite. System prompt, Predator, effect is triggered. Attack and agility attributes are enhanced. This meal of curry bread rock vulture meat gives Dorn an increase in attack attribute by 1 point and agility attribute by 1 point. And there is no triggering, synchronic stomach bag. Compared with that big portion of fried bullfrog, the benefits are far different. But it's still better than nothing. You can't expect every ingredient to be the same as that powerful boss bullfrog. Accumulation of small things makes more. And slowly getting stronger may be the main theme of Dorn's development. Finished a delightful supper. The two half-elves ate all the food on their plates. They even dipped the curry sauce on the plate into the bread and ate it without leaving a drop. Just like that. The two half-elves still had unfinished expressions on their faces. After all, for a couple who can eat even E-rated food, a dinner rated A is indeed a life experience that they have never had before.
Thank you, Mr. Dorn. You gave us a delicious dinner we will never forget.
After resting for a while, Miss Helena put away her rude appearance during the meal, regained her previous maturity and intelligence, and solemnly thanked Dorn.
It would be best if you like it.
Dorn smiled and nodded calmly towards the two half-elves. Hidden merit and fame. The night is getting darker. The campsite that had just experienced a food carnival gradually calmed down, and Dorn and others began to prepare for a rest. As an employer, Dawn did not participate in the vigil and could sleep until dawn. For the half-elf couple, Helena will stay with them for half the night, and Guy will stay with them for the rest of the night. When they catch the carriage tomorrow, they will take naps separately to replenish their sleep. The late autumn night was a bit cold and desolate. Helena sat idly by the campfire to warm herself up, adding a little more firewood from time to time. It was pitch black everywhere, and the surrounding jungle was silent. Only the firewood in the campfire was peeling, and the flames were jumping and dragging the separated light and shadow, which was a little dim and a little hideous. There was still about an hour before the change of guard with her husband. Helena yawned a little sleepily, but she still forced herself to stay vigil. On a lush tree in the bushes nearby, a figure climbed up the trunk and stopped on a thick branch, nimbly and silently. After quietly observing Helena in the distance on the branch for a while, the figure jumped like a flexible ape, falling from the branch of this tree to another tree closer to the camp.
During this process, the branches under his feet only trembled slightly twice, making an almost inaudible sound. This person is the tough guy from before. The meaty man's name is Basim. Despite his tall, strong appearance and fierce look, he looks like a fierce warrior. But in fact, he is an excellent thief. Basim and his little brother Rat-Tail are both mercenaries, and they usually take on some commissions. But more of what they did was steal. Moreover, the targets of their thefts are basically wealthy owners. Just like the target of Dorn this time. The Rat-Tail, who is listed within the Adventurers Association, first inquires about the information, searches for a suitable target, and understands the other party's economic level and the content of the commission. After the target of the theft is determined, Basim, who is excellent in theft business, will find the right time to raid the opponent's camp at night and steal money or valuable goods. Once they get it, they will squander the money in another city. After the money is spent, they will look for the next target of theft. This cycle goes on, and the two thieves live a relatively comfortable life. Moreover, although Basim and Rat-Tail are both solid thugs, they act quite cautiously and rarely kill people or commit crimes. On the one hand, it is because Basim's level of theft is so high that there is no need for a head-on conflict. On the other hand, it is because the targets they choose to steal are basically employers of the Adventurers Association. If a life is really caused, the association will definitely take it seriously to a certain extent. If they are really targeted by the association, life will be difficult for the two of them in the future. But in the case of theft, the consequences will not be that serious. The association and the hired adventurers will jointly compensate for the employer's property losses, with the association paying a small share and the adventurers paying a large share. Although the association will also trace the identity of the thief, it will certainly not invest as much manpower and financial resources as it does to trace the murderer. Thanks to their more discreet theft style, Basim and Rat-Tail have never been caught. Taking advantage of the moment when Helena yawned again and lost her concentration, Basim once again moved flexibly on the branches. After approaching the camp, he jumped down from the tree and rolled twice on the ground. He arrived at the back of the carriage without making any sound.
Guy and Helena, two half-elf fools. Be prepared to be scolded by that black-haired boy early tomorrow morning. Hee.
Basim climbed nimbly into the carriage. Chapter 78 Farce. Basim came to the carriage and quietly opened a cargo box. But there was still no obvious noise. The cargo box was filled with rough copper ore. Basim was a little surprised. Although copper ore is worth a few dollars, It is not particularly valuable. Moreover, this thing is not easy to steal and transport, and it is one of the goods that thieves least want to encounter. But based on the principle that thieves don't go short, Basim opened the other cargo boxes carefully. Copper ore. Copper ore. Still copper ore.
Damn! If this is the case, I can only find an opportunity to sneak into that black-haired boy's tent and steal his wallet.
Basim thought with some resentment. But he kept moving and opened it again, a cargo box. This time, the cargo box no longer contained copper ore. I saw that the cargo box was filled with cotton wool, and 3 eggs lay quietly among the cotton wool. This egg is very big, comparable to an ostrich egg, and it also has some purple lines on its body. And there is obvious magic power flowing inside, which makes it look very unusual.
Monster eggs?
Basim stared at the 3 monster eggs quietly. As a thief traveling throughout the empire, Basim has some knowledge, but he had never seen this kind of monster egg before. The thief's intuition told him that these 3 monster eggs might be very valuable.
It seems that this is the really valuable thing that the black-haired boy is carrying.
Basim's eyes lit up, and the previous depression was gone, replaced by the excitement of foreseeing a successful theft. After finding the monster egg, Basim continued to search carefully inside the carriage. In the deepest part of the carriage, he saw a metal box, which was completely different from other wooden boxes. It would be inconsistent with a thief's nature not to open it and take a look. Snap! Basim carefully opened the metal box. Although it was dark inside the carriage, Basim had excellent night vision, so he saw that the metal box contained a thick purple liquid. There were several long dead insects floating on these seemingly poisonous liquids. Under the liquid, something seemed to be swimming.
What's this?
Before Basim could take the initiative to investigate the strange purple liquid, a fist-sized tadpole suddenly emerged from under the liquid, quickly grabbed a dead insect in its mouth, and then sank again.
Tadpole? And it's a monster I've never seen before.
Basim was a little surprised. Where did that black-haired boy get so many strange monsters? But the thought only briefly crossed Basim's mind. No matter where that kid got these monsters from, now that he has found them, they are his. Many materials on monsters can be sold for money, and living monsters can also be sold. Moreover, the rarer the monster, the more likely it is to sell it for a good price if it finds a suitable buyer. Basim grinned, with an obvious smile on his face. I feel like I can make a lot of money this time. That is, it is relatively easy to take away those monster eggs. But if you want to steal this box of monster tadpoles quietly, you have to use your brain carefully. Basim was thinking wildly as he continued to open the wooden cargo box to see if anything valuable was missing. After opening a few more boxes of copper ore, Basim found another good thing. Inside a wooden container, there was not copper ore, but a mushroom. A strange monster mushroom with fleshy legs like a steamed bun.
Another monster I've never seen before.
Basim's fierce face showed an expression of excitement. But then he felt something was wrong.
What does this smell like?
There is a sweet and pleasant smell in the air, which seems to be coming from this long-legged mushroom. The moment he smelled this sweet taste, he felt a sense of heat and numbness, like tiny ants crawling on his body, wandering throughout Basim's body. In the mind of this fierce thief, he could not help but recall the beautiful scenes he had enjoyed in red rooms and flea bottoms everywhere. Speaking of which, Basim is fond of young girls, especially those untouched chicks who have just been sent to the red room or the flea nest. Although it is expensive to enjoy such a chick, but Basim never tired of it. The sounds of those girls crying and their expressions of fear, humiliation, and helplessness can bring him great psychological pleasure. When he recalled this, the restlessness in Basim's heart became even more difficult to contain. He turned around. His breathing became heavier, and he looked directly outside the carriage, where the dim light and shadow of the bonfire flickered. Around the campfire, there is still about half an hour left before Helena and her husband Guy change the guard. At this time, the mature half-elf lady smelled a strange sweetness in the air. The smell is very nice. Sweet. But after smelling it, Helena felt that her body began to act strangely. There seems to be a strange, unbearable feeling of heat and numbness traveling throughout the body. At the same time, Helena began to uncontrollably recall the scene of having sex with her husband Guy, and the half-elf lady's fair cheeks quickly turned crimson.
The smell is coming from the carriage.
Although there were obvious abnormalities in her body, Helena could barely determine the current problem. It seemed that someone had raided the camp at night and invaded the carriage without her noticing. Helena picked up her sword and stood up from the ground. But the inexplicable restlessness made her breath disordered. However, Before she could go to the carriage to check the situation, a person suddenly jumped out of the carriage. Basim. Of course. The tall thief looked directly at Helena in front of him, his eyes filled with the desire to riot. At the same time, a man holding a double-edged axe walked out of the jungle on the edge. It was Rat Tail, who had been lurking on the edge. At this time, he also smelled the sweet smell permeating the carriage. Man! Under the influence of the sweet taste, an extremely weird thought flashed through the mature half-elf lady's mind. But she suppressed the thought in just a fraction of a second. Guy! Helena called to her husband with a sword in her hand. But the strange thing is that the tent belonging to the half-elf couple did not respond at all to Helena's call. Both Basim and Rat Tail were breathing heavily. At this time, they were no longer content to just look at the graceful half-elf in front of them. The two men rushed towards Helena. Bang! The weapons collided, creating tiny sparks in the dark night. Helena turned sideways and avoided the first attack of the two men. Unlike Helena, who tried her best to suppress the strange restlessness in her body, both Basim and Rat Tail fully accepted the dominance of restless desires over their bodies. And they fought with all their might and were very fierce. After only the first round of fighting, Helena, who has rich combat experience, can judge that if she joins forces with her husband, she should be able to subdue the two men in front of her. But if she is alone, Guy! Helena called her husband impatiently again. But there was still no movement in her husband's tent. How so? Helena breathed heavily, and the blush on her face became more and more obvious. What does a half-elf taste like? Basim looked at Helena and licked his lips excitedly. The rat tail next to her was also extremely excited, looking at Helena like a bull that had seen red. Although the strange restlessness in her body became increasingly difficult to control, the look of the two men in front of her only made Helena feel sick. Sincerely sick. She raised her sword again, having already made a decision in her heart. Even if I die here. But it was this blushing, but extremely resistant look that made the two men even more excited. The three of them briefly confronted each other by the campfire, and were about to engage in another confrontation. At this moment, they all heard a strange sound, like a huge monster screaming. Moo. Chapter 79. Attacking poison frogs. Randomly flipping through other people's goods and attacking the lone lady. TSK. What you two stupid thieves did tonight was really bad enough. Dorn's voice rang out. However, unlike the restless state of others, Don's tone of speech was calm and gentle, as natural as usual. The three people in the battle all looked towards the location where the sound came from. I don't know when Dorn appeared in the shadow next to the tent where he was resting, holding an extremely ordinary-looking long sword in his hand, looking at the two tonight with a smile on his face. Uninvited guest. After seeing Dorn, the two thieves were so frightened that they took a step back. However, what frightened them was not the sudden appearance of Dorn himself, but the behemoth that was nearly 3 meters tall standing impressively behind Dorn. Basim, who has excellent night vision, can see more clearly. This huge thing is a frog. But it is not a living thing, but a terrifying poisonous frog that is condensed from surging toxins. At this time, the huge poisonous frog was staring at him with its huge eyes above his head. The strong fear suppressed the restless impulse and desire in his body. His legs began to tremble, and he just wanted to escape. Dorn still looked at the two thieves with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with the reaction of these two stupid thieves. Just now, Dorn was sleeping soundly in the tent. As he fell asleep, he smelled a familiar sweet smell. Dorn, who was a little sensitive to it, quickly woke up. He first used the scale pendant to dispel the negative effect of the sweet taste, then turned into pale justice, and activated the fourth effect of the poison frog skill. Summons the poison frog. This is also the first time that Dorn has used this skill in actual combat. At present, he has more or less understood some of the characteristics of this skill. First of all, the size of the summoned poison frog can be controlled, but the maximum size will not exceed the 5-meter height of the original boss bullfrog. At the same time, maintaining the existence of the poison frog will continuously consume mana. With Dorn's current mana amount, he can probably maintain the nearly 3-meter tall poison frog for about 30 minutes. If the poison frog is driven to attack, further mana will be consumed. Also, what surprised Dorn just now was that this poisonous frog, which had condensed toxins, could still scream. There is obviously no voice. How amazing. Rat Tail, one of the two thieves, looked at Dorn standing there without moving, as if he was thinking about something. At the same time, the huge monster behind him did not move either. So Rat Tail simply became distraught. turned around and was about to run away. Moo! The huge poisonous frog screamed again. Under the control of Dorn's mind, the poisonous frog opened its mouth and spit out a long tongue made of condensed poison. The tongue swept out and quickly wrapped around Rat-tail's waist, dragging his feet back in the air and throwing him to the ground hard. Rat-tail's blood volume, which was originally over 1,000 points, dropped by more than 400 points in an instant. Moreover, due to the contact with the toxin, the blood bar of the rat's tail turned dark red, and he was poisoned without any accident.
Hey! If you do something bad, you have to pay a price. Right. Running away is not an option.
Don was still calm and gentle, speaking politely, but there was no room for doubt in his words. Seeing the miserable state of Rat-tail, Basim gave up the idea of escape, and the more than 1,300 point health bar above his head disappeared. Facing an opponent that was clearly invincible, Basim lost his will to fight. One has more than 1,000 health points, and the other has more than 1,300 health points, compared with Dorn, which has more than 1,500 health points. The health volumes are actually almost in the same range. But don't beat them too easily.
It seems I'm quite strong,
Dorn thought happily. The feeling of not fighting those monsters, whose health volume is so thick that it is barely a fraction of others, shouldn't be too wonderful. He glanced at the thieves who were huddled on the ground, not daring to fight anymore, and not daring to think anymore in the lower half of their bodies. As soon as Dorn's thoughts came to his mind, the 3-meter-tall poison frog took 2 steps forward and came directly to the thieves with an unparalleled sense of oppression. Afterwards, Dorn, as if nothing was wrong, got on the carriage and checked on the monsters. All the monsters are still there and have not been lost. So Dorn helped the monsters close the boxes to prevent the sweet smell of walking mushrooms from continuing to spread. At this time, Miss Helena's cheeks were still burning by the bonfire, but her expression was a little dazed.
Mr. Dorn. That seemingly frail Mr. Dorn. Could he actually be such a powerful being?
If it weren't for the poisonous frog still in front of her, the half-elf lady would even think that Dorn's downplaying of subduing the 2 thieves just now was all a figment of her imagination. But if he was so strong, why did he spend money to hire himself and Guy? Could it be that he just wanted someone to drive his carriage? Because of the influence of sweetness, Helena couldn't help but continue thinking about things related to Dorn. Mr. Don? He? After thinking about it, Dorn jumped out of the carriage and walked straight towards Helena. For some reason, the originally mature and intellectual Miss Helena trembled slightly and took a small step back when she saw Dorn approaching.
Miss Helena, it's okay. Pass your hand to me,
Don said. Hand? Helena looked up. Her face flushed, and her eyes were a little blurred. It was obvious that Dorn was speaking from a position within the normal conversation range with her. But Helena felt as if the other party was leaning against her ear and breathing softly. The soft elf ears turned red and trembled slightly. The plump thighs were clamped and gently rubbed. Mr. Don? If it is Mr. Don, Helena struggled, trying hard to control the restlessness in her heart. But the strange impulse in her heart surged again, causing her to reach out to Dorn inadvertently. In a daze, Helena thought of her honest husband Guy again. No, how can it be? No matter what you think about, you could only do that kind of thing with Guy. Just as the half-elf lady was about to withdraw her outstretched hand, a deep sense of wakefulness swept through her body. Then she returned to normal.
Okay. It's okay.
Don picked up the scale pendant in Helena's hand again and walked towards Guy's tent. Helena glanced at Dorn, then quickly looked away, falling on Basim and Rat-tail, an uncontrollable feeling of anger and humiliation welling up. She held the sword in her hand and walked towards the 2 people. Don knew exactly what was going to happen next, but he ignored it, lifted up Guy's tent, and got inside. To him, Basim and Rat-tail were just 2 stupid thieves who attempted theft, and it didn't matter how they were dealt with. But this was not the case for Helena. She had a good reason to kill those 2 people. This is why Dorn chose to leave the poisonous frog where he was. After entering the tent, Don saw Guy, who was still sleeping soundly, but due to the influence of sweet taste, his face turned red, his breathing was heavy, and he kept mumbling Helena's name. You can imagine what kind of dream he is dreaming about. No wonder he didn't come out to support in time just now. Don, you're still sleeping here. If I weren't here, your wife could write a book about what she went through tonight. Don put the scale pendant on Guy's hand, and with a sudden awakening, Guy returned to normal.
Mr. Dorn?
Guy looked at Dorn, who appeared in his tent with some surprise.
What happened?
Don didn't answer. Outside the camp, Basim and Rat Tail begged for mercy, as well as miserable screams. Then everything returned to silence.
Mr. Guy, you should go out and see your wife. She needs you very much right now. Helena?
Guy stood up with a surprised look on his face, and then ran out of the tent.
It's all over.
Dorn shrugged helplessly. Tonight's farce has finally come to an end. Chapter 80. Welcome home. Dorn. The night after the theft.
Mr. Dorn, Helena and I have discussed it and plan to refund the cost of this hire to you.
Guy, who looked honest, said to Dorn during dinner. As he spoke, he counted out 12 silver coins from his purse and handed them to Dorn. What Dorn handed over to the association was 12 silver coins. It seemed that the half-elf had made up for the association's commission himself.
Aren't you going to send me to Eden?
Dorn's expression froze. Having no one to drive the carriage is a big problem.
No, it's not. Sir.
Guy shook his head hurriedly.
We will send you to Eden as agreed. It's just that after what happened, we would feel uneasy if we accepted your money again. We are unable to take care of you. Property. And you protected us last night.
Because he had learned about Don's true strength from his wife. Guy looked at Don with a very respectful expression.
It's okay. You took care of the trivial matters during the trip for me. You deserve the money.
After hearing this, Dorn waved his hand and did not accept the money handed over by the other party. These two half-elves had no merit or hard work along the way. Dorn wasn't going to let them go for free. Guy looked at Don's more decisive expression and his usual friendly manner. After thinking for a while, he put the money in his hand away.
We will definitely send Mr. back to Eden, even if it costs his life.
This honest half-elf said with an extremely serious expression. Although these words were exaggerated, Guy's intentions at this time were extremely sincere. After all, after what happened last night, the half-elf couple were sincerely grateful to Dorn.
Then there's no need to do this.
Dorn laughed dryly. The person who communicated with Don throughout the process was Guy, who usually spoke less. Helena, who had been in charge of negotiations before, said nothing at this time and sat quietly next to her husband.
Thank you, sir.
After a long silence, Helena said sincerely. She looked up at Don, then quickly looked away, because of what happened last night. This mature half-elf lady is still not able to face Dorn with a normal attitude. This is also something that can't be helped. And Don also knew very well that it was not mainly his fault that this happened. The two people who should really take the blame for this matter died at the hands of Helena last night. Speaking of which, no valuable loot was found from the two thieves who died last night. The only useful things might be the two horses that Guy found a few hundred meters away from the camp this morning. So, 2 more horses were hitched in front of the carriage that originally had 2 horses running parallel. In this way, at least the return to Eden will be much more impressive. Afternoon. Eden Town. Although it is already late autumn, the sunshine on the street this afternoon can still bring a little warmth to people. More than 10 days have passed since Don left Eden. During this time, everyone in the Wishing restaurant seemed to deliberately not talk about Dorn. Everyone was just counting the days silently in their hearts, looking forward to Dorn's early return. However, the residents of Eden Town often talk about this young chef after dinner.
Hey, when will Brother Dorn come back? If I can't eat his crab meat lion's head, I feel weak all over, and my life has lost its color. Alas, even if I can't eat it, I can smell it. Okay.
Uncle Lucas, the fruit seller, stood behind his fruit stall and sighed heavily, expressing his longing for Dorn. He has said similar words countless times these days.
The Wishing restaurant has been closed for almost 2 months. I can't eat any more recently. I just want to try Brother Dorn's cooking again. Alas.
The person picking fruits in front of the fruit stall was Mrs. Majetti, who runs the bathhouse. After hearing what Lucas said, she echoed her words. The two lion-headed friends looked at each other with a lonely expression of,
I understand you,
on their faces, and then sighed again. Conversations of this level have happened many times throughout Edentown recently. The townspeople miss Dorn, a skilled chef, and look forward to the chef's early return from study to bring a new round of food carnival to Edentown. Make-A-Wish restaurant in Gonzales. In the lobby of the restaurant, the tables, chairs and benches are neatly arranged and spotless. It is obvious that everyone takes good care of it. The afternoon sun shines into the store, lazily spreading on the tabletops and floor tiles. Behind the bar, Gonzales was sitting with Fat Fox. The two were carefully calculating their expenses during this period and planning their next spending budget. These expenses are mainly for the store opposite. Yes, Gonzalez has not been idle during this period. He has successfully rented the vacant store next door. The next step is to take care of and decorate the new store, which all costs money.
Mr. Gonzalez, I've already done the calculations.
Fat Fox handed the account book to Gonzalez. The store manager took the account book, checked it briefly, and nodded with satisfaction.
You did a great job, little Fat Fox.
After getting along with each other for this period of time, Gonzalez became more and more fond of the little fat man in front of him. Fat Fox is a smart kid with a good business acumen and is a piece of diamond. Gonzalez believes that if he is trained well, this little fat man can one day take over from him, or go further than himself. The future is promising. At this time, Hyena and Bear Claw were both busy in the new store. The new shop has just been rented and still needs cleaning and tidying up. So Hyena and Bear Claw are busy these days. Moreover, there are several empty rooms on the second floor of the new store. The largest room among them, Gonzalez has promised to the 3 hyenas, with 3 simple single beds placed inside. The 3 hyena children now have a place to stay. This makes them work harder. The sound of cooking was coming from the kitchen of Wishing Restaurant. The person trying to cook inside was little Amy with blonde hair. During this period of time, Amy has officially become an apprentice in the Wishing Restaurant, and she will run to the restaurant whenever she has nothing to do. In the large pot in the kitchen, several round meat dumplings were stewed. This is the restaurant's current signature dish. Crab meat and lion's head. 5 days ago, Mr. Gonzalez handed Amy a note, which contained the entire cooking process of the dish, crab meat lion head, written in beautiful handwriting. This word doesn't look like it was written by the store manager. The steaming hot air from the pot blew on Amy's face, making her young and fair cheeks turn red. But Amy didn't pay too much attention. She was still looking at the pot with all her attention, counting the time.
It seems almost done.
Amy wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve, and then carefully took out the lion's head from the pot. Using a spoon, he cut off a piece of the lion's head and put it into his mouth. Amy's originally expected expression suddenly collapsed.
It's still not delicious. It's like 2 different dishes from the one cooked by Big Brother.
It can only be said that the dish of crab meat and lion head is still too difficult for Amy to make. She finished the tasteless lion's head alone in silence. And after cleaning up the kitchen, Amy was ready to practice again. Little Amy is a very hard-working child. She hopes that after Dorn comes back, her big brother can see her growth and see that she can help. At this moment, the blonde girl heard the sudden noise of people outside. Confused, Amy walked out of the kitchen and saw a circle of people gathered outside the door of the restaurant. Dawn was standing at the front of the crowd, talking and greeting everyone.
Big Brother!
Amy stepped forward excitedly. Dorn got off the carriage at the entrance of the Wishing Restaurant. But soon the sharp-eyed townspeople saw him, and then gathered around him happily. The chef of Wishing Restaurant is finally back. It's Chinese New Year in Eatontown. The half-elf couple following Dorn were surprised at first when they saw Dorn's popularity in the town, and then felt relieved when they thought of Dorn's incredible cooking skills. Sure enough, it is strange that someone like Mr. Don is not popular. Right? Soon, the hyenas and bear claws, who were busy at the news store, were attracted by the noisy people and rushed over. Reunited after a long absence, Mr. Store Manager, Fat Fox, and Bear Claw all gave Dorn a hug. Amy was circling around Dorn, extremely excited, although the hyena next to him was just standing and not moving much. There was joy visible to the naked eye on his dark face. Dorn looked at his companions in the restaurant with a smile, and then set his sights on a corner of the hall. Vivian didn't know when she was already standing there. The silver-haired elf lady stood there, perhaps because of excitement, her petite body trembling slightly, her lake blue eyes shining brightly, staring at Dorn just like when they first met. The noisy crowd around her seemed to have nothing to do with her, and she just stared at Dorn. This one has special meaning to her and is irreplaceable. It's great that he's back. Don smiled at Vivian, then stretched out the little finger of his right hand and made a slightly bent gesture. Vivian understood, with a smile on her face, and said softly,
"Welcome home, Dorn."